Ding. The content of the social media post has successfully deceived the intellectually formidable female CEO with an IQ of 160, and the super social circle has officially commenced. Host, Li Dong. The super social circle function randomly generates one social media post each week. On the first day, Li Dong shared a post declaring, "I possess a skyscraper in the bustling CBD of Magic City." On the 10th day, Li Dong employed various renowned female celebrities as templates to digitally craft a perfect girlfriend for his social media. On the 100th day, Li Dong digitally enhanced his physique to boast 8 sculpted abdominal muscles, captioning it with, "I possess a kidney so powerful it is invincible." Chapter 1. Discovered by a drunken female CEO. I've been picked up by a woman. Awakening from a drunken stupor on a luxurious hotel bed, Li Dong was astonished to find a naked woman lying beside him, prompting a frantic effort to recall the events of the previous night. The night before, he had been dumped by his girlfriend, Zhou Yuan. In a fit of rage, he squandered his meager savings on a complete ensemble of high-quality knockoff luxury items, including a nearly indistinguishable counterfeit Rolex Submariner, and perused various online guides on pretending to be a wealthy playboy to seek revenge on women and vent his emotions in a nightclub. Within the nightclub, the counterfeit Rolex Submariner served as his calling card, convincing numerous women of his identity as a genuine second-generation affluent individual. Those scantily clad women, who would typically not spare him a glance, eagerly lavished attention upon him, seeking refuge in his embrace, and before he knew it, he was thoroughly inebriated. Amidst a throng of women vying for his affection, his gaze fixated on Xiao Shui, a notoriously famous and recently beleaguered female CEO from Magic City. At that moment, Xiao Shui adorned herself in an elegant black lace gown, her demeanor as frigid as ice, exuding an aura that discouraged any approach in the nightclub's predatory environment, where no one dared to provoke her. Under normal circumstances, Li Dong would not have dared to engage such a powerful woman. However, intoxicated, he boldly approached her, proclaiming that if she accompanied him to bed, he would compensate her for the 10 billion shortfall of the Lin Corporation. To his astonishment, the clearly intoxicated Xiao Shui followed him to the hotel. He vaguely recalled how stunning her figure was beneath her attire, her long legs captivating him and leaving him yearning for more. He distinctly remembered Xiao Shui repeatedly pleading in pain, insisting that she no longer needed to exchange her body for money, struggling to escape the confines of the hotel. Reflecting on these memories, he discreetly lifted the sheets, revealing several blood-red plum blossoms, which immediately confirmed to him that Xiao Shui had, indeed, experienced her first time. "I've really done it, boasting my way into bed with the most beautiful CO in Haidu." The effectiveness of these online guides on masquerading as a wealthy playboy is truly exaggerated. Li Dong mused to himself, uncertain of how to navigate the aftermath. After all, the Lin Corporation's sudden 10 billion yuan funding gap was common knowledge in Magic City. How could a mere recent college graduate in turn possibly possess the means to fill such a colossal void? Just as Li Dong pondered his predicament, Xiao Shui stirred awake. Glancing at him with a frosty expression, she retrieved her phone and declared, "Open your WeChat. I wish to add you as a friend." At her command, Li Dong obediently opened his phone. In an instant, Xiao Shui used the QR code to add him as a friend, scrutinizing his social media posts right before his eyes. She intended to examine his social media to ascertain whether he genuinely possessed the capabilities he had alluded to. The night before, when Li Dong had approached her, she too had been intoxicated, her mind muddled and judgment compromised. Otherwise, she would not have been so easily ensnared by him. Observing her demeanor, Li Dong remained unfazed. The previous day, in order to avoid being exposed while adding beautiful women as friends in the nightclub, he had purchased a WeChat account specifically for this purpose, complete with 3 years' worth of ostentatious wealth displays. At that moment, he was using this very account to add Xiao Shui. The posts on this WeChat account showcased luxury cars, exquisite watches, opulent mansions, private jets, substantial bank balances, and family-owned corporate edifices. Merely glancing at the content of the social media posts, anyone would assume it belonged to a super wealthy second-generation heir. Although Xiao Shui was a formidable businesswoman, she did not concern herself with the sensational gossip circulating online. She remained oblivious to the existence of a certain group of individuals who meticulously masquerade as affluent and charming figures within their social circles. After perusing some of Li Dong's social media posts, he was immediately convinced by Li Dong's drunken boasts, believing that Li Dong was indeed capable of resolving the crisis faced by the Lin Group. Having ascertained this, she swiftly turned to Li Dong and stated, "In 7 days, if the Lin Group fails to secure a loan from the bank, I will require your financial injection. I hope you will honor your promise and bring your 10 billion." With that, she began to don her attire and depart, her expression perpetually frigid, rendering Li Dong too intimidated to utter a single farewell. Only after her exit did he truly exhale in relief. 10 billion. Even if I were to rob a bank, it would be impossible to seize such an amount in one fell swoop. Am I to stake my life for you? Li Dong was filled with contemplation. Although he would willingly part with that sum to assist Xiao Shui in overcoming her predicament, the thought of his meager monthly salary of merely 3,800 left him in profound despair, silently praying for the Lin Group's successful loan application. Just as Li Dong was silently beseeching, a voice devoid of chill rang in his mind. Ding! The content from the social media has successfully deceived a domineering female CEO with an IQ of 160. The Super Social Circle is officially activated. Host, Li Dong. The Super Social Circle feature automatically checks in once a week. Each check-in randomly generates a piece of social media content. And if the Super Social Circle accumulates 10,000 likes, it will additionally grant the host the ability to post one piece of content, which does not count towards the weekly check-in rewards. Please note, host, the Super Social Circle may only publish one piece of content per day. Likes must be garnered from genuine WeChat friends to count, and any fraudulent means of purchasing likes will not be considered. Ding! This week's automatic check-in was successful. Congratulations to the host for generating one piece of social media content, and congratulations to the host for acquiring a luxurious 1,000 square meter penthouse at Tangshan Yiping, with keys to be collected at the property management office. A barrage of information flooded Li Dong's mind, and a flicker of astonishment illuminated his eyes. Instinctively, he opened WeChat and scrolled through the posts of his secondary account. Soon, a post featuring a backdrop of the penthouse at the top floor of Tangshan Yiping appeared before his eyes. Instantly, Li Dong comprehended that the Super Social Circle referred to the WeChat posts of his secondary account. Understanding this, Li Dong promptly proceeded to bind his WeChat to facial verification on his phone to prevent any accidental loss of a new account. Almost immediately after completing the necessary verifications, he received a group video call on his other WeChat account. Noticing it was from his classmate group, he promptly pressed the answer button. On the other end, the initiator of the group video was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Zhou Yuan. Almost instantaneously after the call connected, he heard her voice, dripping with feigned superiority. "Lu Gang and I have moved to a new area, Unit 503 of the Minfu community. Though it's merely a modest 3-bedroom, it will be our permanent residence henceforth. Tonight, we are laying out a splendid feast to celebrate our joyous relocation. Everyone is invited to come and help warm our new home with their presence. By the way, Li Dong, you're welcome to come too. With your salary, you could never afford such a place in your lifetime. A visit to our home will surely illuminate why I chose Lu Gang over you." Chapter 2. His photo must have been photoshopped. I could never afford such a house in my lifetime. Li Dong gazed at Zhou Yuan's smug expression in the group video call, and he couldn't help but scoff. A mere 100 square meters for a small 3-bedroom? I wouldn't even consider buying it, especially since I just acquired a 1,000 square meter luxury residence at Tangshan Yiping. A dilapidated little place like yours doesn't even register on my radar. On the other end of the video, Zhou Yuan, upon hearing Li Dong boast about his 1,000 square meter mansion, laughed derisively. "Li Dong, you've sunk so low as to live in a shared rental. Do you really expect me to believe your nonsense?" Beside her, Lu Gang proudly wrapped an arm around Zhou Yuan's waist and taunted Li Dong. "If you truly bought a 1,000 square meter mansion, I'll stream myself doing a handstand while defecating. Right, I'll join my husband in that absurdity," Zhou Yuan chimed in, echoing Lu Gang's mockery. Li Dong regarded the two with disdain and retorted, "I shall grant you both the opportunity to stream that ridiculous feat without waiting for their reactions." He contemptuously hung up the call. He had no desire to waste another moment on the two of them. His only wish was to swiftly head to Tangshan Yiping and witness the grandeur of his penthouse. Before long, Li Dong departed from the hotel and arrived at Tangshan Yiping. After the property management verified his identity, they promptly handed him the keys, property certificate. and various documents. Clutching the keys, Li Dong made his way to the base of the building. The structure boasted 33 stories, and his residence occupied the very top floor. Upon entering the room, Li Dong was instantly engulfed by a sense of surrealism. It was vast, immensely so. Everywhere he looked exuded opulence, cutting-edge technology, and splendor. A 168-inch television, an array of smart appliances, and a sofa so luxurious it defied description awaited him. Just the entrance hall left Li Dong feeling overwhelmed, struggling to absorb it all. Particularly striking was the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, through which he could gaze down upon the entirety of the metropolis below, feeling as though he were standing on a cloud. Surveying the bustling life of the city below, a god among mere mortals. The sheer awe he experienced was ineffable. The residence featured a karaoke room, a gaming room, a gym, a study, a walk-in closet, a bathtub of unimaginable luxury, and even a small indoor swimming pool. After touring the entirety of his 1,000-square-meter abode, Li Dong discovered that he had fallen in love with the place, feeling as though the past 20 years of his life had been lived in vain. This was a true home, a place to relish life. His previous living conditions had merely sufficed for survival. Li Dong, filled with contemplation, was abruptly reminded of his gnawing hunger. It dawned on him, to his embarrassment, that he had spent his meager savings on a high-quality replica luxury outfit just yesterday. Before he could conjure any content for his super moments, he realized he didn't even have enough for a meal. Ultimately, after scouring all his accounts, he managed to scrape together a paltry 50 yuan, enough for a case of instant noodles. With a sigh, Li Dong quickly opened his food delivery app and ordered a case of instant noodles from a nearby supermarket. 20 minutes later, the noodles arrived, and he devoured them ravenously. After all, the previous night, he had paved a new path for Xiao Shui, assisting her transition from girlhood to womanhood, expending considerable energy in the process, which he had yet to replenish. Once he finished the noodles, Li Dong returned to his exploration of super moments. Having read numerous novels, he was aware that some systems in those stories mercilessly assigned tasks to protagonists, punishing them for failure. Thus, he sought to determine whether super moments had similar flaws. After several attempts to communicate with super moments, he realized it bore little resemblance to the intelligent systems portrayed in novels. It was merely a programmed entity. It would consistently manifest one boastful post each week, devoid of daily tasks, unexpected rewards, or penalties for incomplete assignments. With this understanding, Li Dong finally relaxed. At that moment, utterly engrossed in his study of super moments, he completely forgot about the wager with Zhou Yuan and Lu Gang, unknowingly solidifying their belief that his claims during the group video call were mere bluster. Nightfall arrived before he knew it. After another bowl of instant noodles sufficed for dinner, Li Dong ceased his research on super moments and idly settled by the window. It was then that he realized the nighttime view was even more splendid than during the day. Lifting his gaze, the moon seemed within reach, while the stars appeared as though they were at his feet. Captivated by the breathtaking scenery, he could no longer resist the urge to snap a selfie. Standing among the stars with the moon in hand, that was the essence of life. After editing the photo, he posted it to his moments and set his phone aside to relish the enchanting view below. Meanwhile, in the Minfu community, Unit 3, Room 503, as Li Dong reveled in the starry night, Zhou Yuan and her friends had finally finished their feasting. Gazing at Zhou Yuan, one of her close friends remarked, "Zhou Yuan, breaking up with Li Dong was undoubtedly the right choice. Otherwise, how could you be living in such a spacious and bright three-bedroom?" Hearing her friend's words, Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement, feeling a swell of happiness. She too believed that severing ties with Li Dong was an exceptionally wise decision. Just then, someone among them, scrolling through their phone, suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, Li Dong isn't bluffing. He truly owns a 1,000-square-meter mansion at Tangshan Yupin." That declaration left everyone astounded, instinctively pulling out their phones to check their moments. The image of Li Dong seated by the window, gazing at the starry sky, along with the location tag clearly indicating the penthouse, was unmistakable. In an instant, every person was left speechless, unable to believe their eyes. Zhou Yuan, witnessing her and Lu Gang's housewarming joy being overshadowed by Li Dong's photo, furrowed her brow and sneered. "Have you forgotten? Li Dong is quite adept at Photoshop, and he can manually alter location tags. He must know about our new home with Lu Gang and is deliberately trying to deceive us with this photo." Lu Gang immediately supported her claim. "Indeed, that must be the case. Li Dong is intentionally trying to make us look foolish. Otherwise, with the animosity he harbors towards me for taking Zhou Yuan from him, how could he not share a video showcasing his mansion to humiliate me after I said I'd do a handstand while defecating if he could afford such a place? I bet if someone calls him now, he won't dare to answer." Chapter 3. I'm waiting for you both to do a handstand while defecating. Lu Gang's words instantly sparked newfound enthusiasm among the group. Their collective gaze fell upon Wang Mimi, the acknowledged beauty of their class, dressed in a flowing white dress. Her simple ponytail accentuated her natural beauty without the need for heavy makeup, effortlessly eclipsing all other women's allure. Most importantly, she maintained good relations with everyone in the class. Few men could refuse her requests. Aware that the others were looking to her to contact Li Dong, Wang Mimi hesitated for a moment before ultimately agreeing. Being a Photoshop expert herself, she had scrutinized Li Dong's photo earlier and found no evidence of any digital manipulation. Amidst the skepticism of the masses, she still harbored a faint belief that Li Dong's post on his moments from the luxurious Thompson Epine was genuine. At this moment, in order to validate her intuition, she promptly sent a video invitation to Li Dong. At the pinnacle of Thompson Epine, Li Dong was taken aback when he received a video invitation from Wang Mimi on his phone. However, he dismissed his surprise and immediately pressed the accept button. At that moment, he was seated in his opulent living room, and as the video connected, the lavishness behind him was clearly visible to Wang Mimi and her companions. Unbeknownst to Li Dong, a group of individuals on the other side was eagerly waiting to witness his downfall. Upon seeing the video connection, Li Dong chuckled softly and said, "Wang Mimi, what a surprise. Did you need something?" On the other end, Wang Mimi was taken aback by the grandeur of Li Dong's living room. Responding instinctively to his question, she replied, "It's nothing much. My classmates saw your photo and couldn't believe you actually reside at the top of Thompson Epine. Zhou Yuan and Lu Gang even claimed your photo was photoshopped, thinking you were just trying to show off after seeing their new home. They asked me to send you a video to see your current surroundings and expose your lies." Expose me? Li Dong recalled his wager with Zhou Yuan and Lu Gang upon hearing Wang Mimi's words. He had been so immersed in the joy of acquiring the system that he almost forgot about those two. However, since they had come knocking for a slap in the face, he would not let the opportunity pass. He immediately raised his phone high and strolled around the living room. As he walked, he began to describe the interior to Wang Mimi. "This is my living room. My favorite spot is right in front of this large floor-to-ceiling window. During the day, I can overlook the entire metropolis, and at night, the view from above makes me feel as if the stars are at my feet, within arm's reach. This is my game room, and here is my private swimming pool. Though not large, only about 200 square meters, it's sufficient for a gathering with a few friends. And over here is my private cinema. While the 3D screen may not be as vast as a theater, the tranquility ensures that watching films is undisturbed." Li Dong seemed oblivious to Wang Mimi's astonished gaze as he introduced nearly every room. Finally, he gazed at Wang Mimi through the video, saying, "Well, you've seen what you needed to see. You can inform Zhou Yuan and Lu Gang whether my photos have been altered or not. Was there even a need to ask?" As Wang Mimi engaged in the video call with Li Dong, Zhou Yuan, Lu Gang, and a group of classmates stood beside her, eagerly anticipating Li Dong's embarrassment. Each of Li Dong's statements resonated clearly, akin to invisible slaps against Zhou Yuan and Lu Gang's faces, leaving them speechless. At that moment, Li Dong, as if just recalling their presence, scoffed and said, "Wang Mimi, I remember Zhou Yuan and Lu Gang mentioning this morning that if I could afford a 1,000-square-meter mansion, they would live stream themselves defecating while standing on their heads. Please let them know that I now have the time to watch. And they should hurry up with that live stream." With that, Wang Mimi burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. Not only her, but many other classmates also found themselves unable to stifle their amusement at Li Dong's remark. Only Lu Gang and Zhou Yuan wore expressions as dark as the bottom of a pot. Clearly, they could not bring themselves to live stream such an act in public. And unable to bear the ridicule from Li Dong's mocking gaze, Zhou Yuan snatched the phone from Wang Mimi and abruptly ended the call. Li Dong looked at the disconnected video, speechless yet amused. After all, his intention was not to force them into such a ridiculous act, but to humiliate them in front of their peers, a small revenge for being dumped, which brought him satisfaction. Lying comfortably on the sofa, Li Dong closed his eyes in contemplation, pondering the concept of a super moments. He sought to discover methods to traverse the shortcut to the super moments and rapidly amass considerable wealth, enabling him to live the life of the affluent, rather than merely residing in a luxurious home while consuming instant noodles, with superficiality masking emptiness. Meanwhile, in the Haidu Banshan Villa district, Xiao Shui was helplessly dealing with her younger sister, Xiao Yu. However, after being thoroughly stirred by Li Dong the previous night, she could not hide her physical responses from Xiao Yu, who interrogated her relentlessly. Upon learning that Xiao Shui had drunkenly spent the night with a stranger from a nightclub, who had promised to inject 10 billion into their Lin group should the loan fail, Xiao Yu's anger flared. She snatched Xiao Shui's phone and began scrutinizing Li Dong's moments. In stark contrast to Xiao Shui's icy demeanor, Xiao Yu exuded an air of whimsical charm, appearing like a fairy descended to earth. Unlike her sister, who was preoccupied with her career, Xiao Yu, in her freshman year, was keenly attuned to contemporary trends. She was well aware of the online phenomena where individuals impersonated wealthy heiresses to deceive naive young men and women, having encountered countless such instances online. Hence, even though Li Dong's moments were meticulously disguised, Xiao Yu immediately detected the flaws. Sister, you might have been deceived. The men in these photos only show their hands or backs, never their faces. Clearly, they are sourced from the internet. This man is nothing but a faux rich second generation, devoid of any real wealth, and certainly incapable of providing 10 billion to rescue our Lin group from crisis. Xiao Yu's words left Xiao Shui in a state of shock. She gazed at her sister in disbelief. That can't be. While he appears youthful, he doesn't seem ostentatious. His gaze is so clear. After years of being a CEO, I have some discernment. Individuals with such clear eyes are usually kind and sincere. He shouldn't be a fraud. Observing Xiao Shui's skepticism towards her judgment, Xiao Yu quickly retrieved Li Dong's WeChat QR code from her sister's phone. Sister, I'll add him as a friend right now. Tomorrow, I'll devise a plan to get him to meet up, and you can observe from the shadows. I will expose his facade as a faux rich second generation, so you can see the truth about this fraud. Chapter 4. The 3 major second-hand car dealerships of the metropolis. At the pinnacle of Thompson Epine, Li Dong accepted a sudden friend request that popped up on his WeChat without hesitation. After all, every additional friend on the Super Moments could bring him closer to accumulating the coveted 10,000 likes for unexpected rewards. Ding, ding, ding. As the friend request was approved, the woman named Xiao Qiao immediately sent a series of photos. The images prominently featured Xiao Shui's younger sister, Xiao Yu. To entice Li Dong, she had gone all out this time, sending him daring private photos of herself. In these photos, she donned playful sailor outfits, elegant police uniforms, and even nurse attire, all tailored to exude sexiness, especially with Xiao Yu's quirky beauty, resembling a fairy that had fallen to earth. Her playful demeanor paired with such bold attire was irresistible to any man. At least at that moment, Li Dong was indeed captivated. Assuming that Xiao Yu was merely a gold-digging woman drawn to his faux affluent persona, he instinctively began to enlarge and scrutinize each photo with keen interest. In the Banshan Villa district, after Xiao Yu posted her photo, she immediately turned to Xiao Shui and said, "Sister, just wait and watch the drama unfold. That scoundrel named Li Dong has disguised himself as a wealthy heir with the sole purpose of attracting gold diggers, enticing them with various excuses to lure them into hotel rooms. Tonight, I will masquerade as one of those gold diggers to engage him. He will undoubtedly come forward. At that moment, you can witness firsthand how I expose him." Although Xiao Shui remained hesitant to believe that Li Dong was a fraud, she finally nodded in agreement upon hearing Xiao Yu's determined stance. Meanwhile, Li Dong meticulously scrutinized Xiao Yu's photo for 10 minutes before he replied with a hint of intrigue. "Read. Is there more?" Seeing that Li Dong desired more of her photos, Xiao Yu flashed a mischievous smile and responded, "Photos can't compare to the real thing. How about we arrange a dinner tomorrow? We can engage in deeper conversation, allowing you to truly get to know me." Upon receiving Xiao Yu's message, Li Dong felt a surge of impulse to accept the invitation. However, he ultimately gritted his teeth and replied in the chat, "I have significant matters to attend to this week and cannot spare the time. Let us discuss it again in a week." Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback by Li Dong's response. Yet, Xiao Shui, beside her, seemed to have an epiphany and joyfully exclaimed, "He must be gathering funds for me." After all, even if his family is wealthy, 10 billion in cash is still a colossal amount that requires pooling from various sources. The two women were completely oblivious to the fact that Li Dong, having never experienced such an overt invitation from a beautiful woman, would be unlikely to refuse such an opportunity, as any normal man would not. Li Dong was in good health, having proven his vitality the previous night with Xiao Shui. However, he was currently broke, unable to afford even a cup of milk tea for her, making it impossible to accept the invitation. Thus, even though he was moved by Xiao Yu's photo, he had no choice but to decline. Setting his phone aside, Li Dong, feeling too weary to deal with the disheartened Xiao Yu, prepared to sleep after a long day. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, under Xiao Shui's bewildered gaze, began enthusiastically liking every one of Li Dong's photos. Observing her fervor, Xiao Shui inquired, "What are you doing?" A gold digger would not miss any opportunity to like the ostentatious photos of wealthy heirs. "I just realized that my direct approach of asking him out seems more like a gold digger than those bar girls. How would he ever come out? Now, I need to alter my strategy. First by liking his photos, leaving no one unliked, and disguise myself as a gold digger before gradually drawing him in." With that, she ignored Xiao Shui's exasperated expression and relentlessly liked every one of Li Dong's photos. As Li Dong, nearly asleep at Tangchen Epin, suddenly heard the notification from the Super Moments, he was startled awake. "Ding! Your post has received 10,000 likes. A random post has materialized. Congratulations, host." You have acquired the Hunglong second-hand car dealership on Jinkai Street. Relevant paperwork has been completed. You may go for the handover tomorrow. Instantly, Li Dong was wide awake, brimming with excitement as he began to explore super moments. In his moments, whether it was the content he posted today or the ostentatious displays from previous WeChat posts, he noticed an abundance of likes, with nearly every post surpassing 99 likes. All those who liked his post were friends he had drunkenly made at the nightclub the previous night. The last person to like his post was none other than Xiaoyu herself. At that moment, Li Dong realized that it was the likes from those nightclub girls that had brought him to nearly 10,000, and Xiaoyu had completed the tally. What a stroke of luck, he mused, deciding he would express his gratitude to this fortunate star the following day. He opened his phone and quickly messaged Xiaoyu. I suddenly have time again. Let's meet tomorrow evening. You choose the location and send me the address once you have decided. I will be there on time. At the mention of the hillside villa, Xiaoyu leaped up in excitement upon reading Li Dong's reply and turned to Xiao Shui to boast. See? I told you that as long as I acted like a gold digger, he would surely fall for it. Tomorrow, you'll accompany me, hiding in the shadows while I expose him. Unbeknownst to her, when Li Dong replied, he harbored no ulterior motives. It was merely her likes that had granted him the capital to host a gathering, prompting him to reciprocate. While Xiaoyu and Xiao Shui discussed how to test Li Dong the next day, Li Dong was busy searching for information about Hunglong's second-hand car dealership online. As the details about Hunglong appeared one after another, he was left astonished, unable to believe his eyes. The dealership's sales range was astonishingly vast, from second-hand Santanas to Ferraris and Lamborghinis. Whether for the needs of the common folk or the elite, it seemed that all models were within Hunglong's inventory. The website even grandiosely claimed to be one of the top 3 second-hand car dealerships in the city. If what you claim is true, then I have truly struck gold this time. My only fear is that the claims are merely a facade for a run-of-the-mill dealership, he thought. In that moment, Li Dong was filled with a sense of wonder, having witnessed the stark contrast between online representations and reality. Until he visited the dealership for an inspection, he held serious doubts about whether Hunglong was as remarkable as advertised. Chapter 5. The magnanimous Su Yurong at 9 a.m. In front of Hunglong's second-hand car dealership on Jinkai Street, Li Dong gazed in astonishment at the building. Indeed, Hunglong had constructed a full 3-story building on Jinkai Street, with each floor spanning at least 3,000 square meters, totaling nearly 10,000 square meters. Although Jinkai Street was already within the city's 5th ring and the land prices were far lower than in the city center, just the value of this building alone was around 1 billion, even if it were merely a rental. Being able to lease an entire 3-story building placed Hunglong's standing among second-hand car dealerships at a respectable level, perhaps truly making it one of the top 3 in the city as claimed by its website. At that moment, Li Dong was filled with anticipation for the Hunglong second-hand car dealership he was about to take over. Without delay, he headed into the dealership. Inside, Su Yurong was anxiously pacing back and forth, surrounded by a group of senior executives from Hunglong. Watching her fidget, one person could no longer contain themselves and asked, Manager Qin, do you have any information about the new boss? No, I am just as surprised as you to learn of the new owner. The notification states that starting today, everyone must be on high alert at work. If I leave a bad impression on the new boss, I might be the first to pack my bags and leave, Su Yurong replied, her expression fraught with anxiety, fearful that she might be dismissed alongside any poorly performing employees under the new management. After all, a new ruler often brings in their own ministers, and despite her capabilities, she could not guarantee her position would be secure. Her gaze remained fixated on the entrance, her mind replaying Li Dong's image, and when he finally walked into the dealership, she recognized him immediately. Instantly, she approached Li Dong with a beaming smile. Boss, welcome to our company for an inspection. I am Su Yurong, the general manager. Would you prefer to head to the office first, or shall I take you on a tour of the entire company? As Li Dong looked at Su Yurong, who had walked up to him, he instinctively assessed her from head to toe. Su Yurong was strikingly beautiful, embodying both charm and sensuality at the age of 30, which was undoubtedly the peak of a woman's allure. Notably, her ample figure was accentuated by her loose-fitting suit, raising concerns about the button's ability to fulfill their purpose. Although her looks might not surpass Xiao Shui's, her figure was undeniably captivating, capable of driving any man to madness. Achieving the position of general manager at such a young age, one could only wonder how much her physique contributed to her ascent. Li Dong felt a surge of emotions, instinctively suspecting that Su Yurong had attained her position through dubious means, perhaps having had an affair with the former owner. However, all of this remained mere speculation. He resolved not to judge her by appearances. Until he could ascertain Su Yurong's capabilities, he would treat her like any other executive in the company. With a serene smile, Li Dong turned to Su Yurong and instructed, let us begin with a tour of the company. You can brief me on its current status along the way, and you may accompany me. while the others can return to their duties. Upon hearing Li Dong's words, Su Yurong promptly gestured for the others to return to their posts. As for herself, she behaved like a dedicated staff member, guiding Li Dong while detailing the operations of Hunglong used car dealership. Boss, our Hunglong used car dealership spans 3 floors, encompassing all categories of second-hand vehicles from low to high-end. The first floor primarily features various budget vehicles, so cars priced below 500,000 are mainly sold here. The second floor specializes in second-hand cars ranging from 500,000 to 1 million, while the third floor showcases luxury vehicles starting from 1 million. Our dealership employs over 100 used car dealers nationwide, acquiring various second-hand vehicles daily, so there is absolutely no need to worry about supply issues. Currently, we have a stock of 3,500 used cars, with a profit of 30 million in the past 4 months. However, this is merely due to the off-peak season for car sales in the first half of the year. I assure you that we will ramp up our efforts in the second half, with an annual net profit exceeding 200 million. As she shared details about the dealership, Su Yurong discreetly observed Li Dong, and upon concluding her presentation, she seized the opportunity to pledge her loyalty to him. Yet, Li Dong maintained an expressionless demeanor, leaving her unable to decipher his thoughts. Was he dissatisfied with the prospect of a 200 million annual net profit? After all, this was the highest figure she had planned for, and any higher seemed uncertain. In that moment, Su Yurong felt a wave of anxiety, unaware that Li Dong was, in fact, astonished by the dealership's profitability. 200 million a year was a figure Li Dong had never dared to contemplate before. The mere thought of earning that much without any effort left him astounded. After a prolonged silence, Li Dong finally emerged from his shock and looked at Su Yurong. For the time being, you shall continue as general manager, but should there be no results, I will replace you. Rest assured, boss. I guarantee we will achieve the annual net profit target of 200 million, Su Yurong replied, puffing out her chest and making her promise, completely oblivious to her own ample figure. However, with this instinctive gesture, the button of her blazer suddenly popped off, flying directly into Li Dong's forehead. In an instant, a clear button imprint appeared on his forehead, as if it had opened a third eye. Observing Li Dong struck by the button, Su Yurong immediately raised her hand to soothe his forehead. Yet, her arm was raised too high, and the tension in her attire caused another button from her shirt to burst free, which, with a resounding pop, hit Li Dong's forehead once more, delivering a double blow. Yet, Li Dong seemed oblivious to the pain on his forehead, his gaze fixed intently on Su Yurong. Unfortunately, she failed to notice where Li Dong's attention lay, preoccupied with the button mishap as she hurriedly placed her hand on Li Dong's forehead to rub the spot that had turned red from the button's impact. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of dripping water echoed, and Su Yurong realized with dismay that Li Dong was bleeding from his nose. How peculiar. Your nose isn't injured, she thought, puzzled. It wasn't until she noticed Li Dong's gaze fixated just below her neck that she recalled her decision to forego wearing anything under her shirt in order to fit into the slightly smaller blazer. Thus, at that moment, she was entirely devoid of any undergarments beneath her shirt, with the buttons now ineffective in providing coverage. Li Dong's gaze inadvertently wandered to sites both appropriate and inappropriate. Understanding this, Su Yurong's face turned pale with fear, and she quickly wrapped her arms tightly around her blazer, attempting to conceal herself once more. On the opposite side, Li Dong, witnessing the sudden disappearance of the alluring view, couldn't help but let out a sigh of disappointment, lamenting the loss of such a magnificent sight. Chapter 6. The Aston Martin is his. Li Dong's remark immediately left Su Yurong in a state of shock. Was he hinting at something? Observing the regretful expression on Li Dong's face, she felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety. Unaware that his unintentional comment had caused her such distress, Li Dong quickly redirected the conversation. All right. Please have someone else continue the tour with me, and you go change into a different outfit. After I finish the tour and return to the office, you can come find me. Upon hearing Li Dong's words, Su Yurong let out a significant sigh of relief. She waved her hand, summoning a sales elite to continue guiding Li Dong, while she hurriedly clutched her blazer and made her way toward the office area. Soon, accompanied by the sales elite, Li Dong completed the tour of the first and second floors and arrived at the third floor, which housed luxury vehicles priced over 1 million. Here, unlike the first and second floors filled with cars, only about 100 vehicles were displayed, making the space appear somewhat wasted. Nevertheless, even with fewer cars, Li Dong was still utterly astonished by the luxury vehicles available for sale. From the Mercedes-Benz G-Class to the Porsche 911, the Aston Martin and Ferrari, every luxury car commonly found in the market was represented here, with only limited edition models absent. After surveying everything, Li Dong instructed the sales elite to take him back to his private office, where he waved for the individual to leave. Once alone in the office, The facade of composure that Li Dong had maintained crumbled, and he excitedly leaped up in exhilaration. The thought that the entire Hunglong used car dealership would soon belong to him was too much to contain. He couldn't resist opening his WeChat and posting on his moments. Hunglong used car dealership, my future workplace. Anyone looking to purchase a used car? Feel free to reach out to me for the best discounts. After composing his post, he even sourced a few promotional images from the Hunglong used car dealership's official website to accompany it, leaning back in his large executive chair, feeling utterly content. Meanwhile, in the Minfu community, Zhou Yuan and Lu Gang were boredly scrolling through their moments when they immediately spotted Li Dong's post. Instantly, Lu Gang turned to Zhou Yuan with a smug expression, exclaiming, Li Dong is actually selling used cars? How could a wealthy individual residing on the top floor of Tangchen Yipin stoop to such a level? That residence must not belong to him. He must be merely accompanying a high-end client while feigning superiority. It's unfortunate that we were so awestruck by that house yesterday that we forgot to question him. No. We must find a way to regain our standing. Yes, we absolutely must reclaim our pride. Gritting her teeth, Zhou Yuan immediately echoed Lu Gang's sentiments. Unbeknownst to them, Li Dong remained oblivious to their scheming, as Su Yorong, having changed into a backup suit, returned to Li Dong's office to report on her work. This time, her blazer appeared far more conventional, though it still exuded a striking allure without the risk of buttons flying off. After listening to her report, Li Dong nodded in satisfaction. From now on, you shall take charge of work-related matters and report to me weekly. Upon hearing this, Su Yorong, who had been apprehensive about her position, finally relaxed. Little did she know, Li Dong had no one else to rely on and was merely utilizing her for the time being. Otherwise, due to her alluring figure, he would be reluctant to appoint her as the general manager for fear of accusations of impropriety. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, at a trendy music restaurant, Xiao Shui was brought there early by Xiao Yu, who had thoughtfully secured a window-side table for them. At that moment, a hint of anxiety flickered in Xiao Shui's eyes as she glared at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, with so many pressing matters at the company, I barely have enough hands to manage everything. Why did you drag me here so early? Xiao Yu, sensing her sister's distress, mischievously replied. It's simply to secure the best window seat for you. When Li Dong arrives, your task is to discreetly observe what car he drives. Those pretentious wealthy second-generation types might don counterfeit luxury brands, but they certainly cannot afford high-end vehicles. At most, they might rent a Mercedes or BMW. However, anyone driving such cars clearly lacks the capability to invest 10 billion in our company to resolve our family's issues. So by being here, you can ascertain whether he is a fraud right away. Hearing this, a look of agreement spread across Xiao Shui's face. Soon, after finalizing their plans, Xiao Yu contentedly took out her phone and sent the location to Li Dong. In his office, upon receiving Xiao Yu's message, Li Dong smiled and promptly stood up to head out. Half an hour later, as Xiao Shui and Xiao Yu anxiously scanned the parking lot of the trendy restaurant from their window table, a white Aston Martin smoothly pulled into a parking spot nearby. Look, Xiao Yu exclaimed, the latest model of Aston Martin. This is the very one our family sold to the used car dealership. And I can't believe someone has already purchased it. Just as she finished speaking, her expression froze. For it was Li Dong stepping out of the car, effortlessly locking it behind him. Gritting her teeth, she moved to a different position, whispering to her sister, Sister, it seems that Li Dong rented our sold Aston Martin at a high price to impress me. But wait, don't expose him just yet. If he dares to pretend to be a wealthy second generation to deceive you, I will ensure he pays dearly here at the restaurant, leaving him unable to settle the bill. Once Xiao Yu found a suitable spot, Li Dong entered the restaurant. Upon seeing him, Xiao Yu graciously stood up and waved for him to join. Without a second thought, he quickly took a seat across from her. As Li Dong settled in, Xiao Yu snatched the menu from the waiter and glanced at Li Dong. Just to be clear, I have no money, so you're picking up the tab for this meal, okay? Don't worry, you're my lucky star. I'll cover the meal. Feel free to order anything you desire. Li Dong, with an air of nonchalance, gestured for her to order freely. Earlier that afternoon, to demonstrate her loyalty, Su Yorong had arranged for the finance department to transfer 30 million in net profit into his account. He was no longer the penny-pinching individual who could only afford instant noodles, even without Xiao Yu's invitation. He would have chosen a fine establishment to indulge himself after a day of eating nothing but instant noodles. Soon enough, under his watchful gaze, Xiao Yu began ordering extravagantly. 1 serving of wagyu for each of us, a whole Australian lobster, 10 servings of lobster sashimi, and 4 double-headed abalone. In one breath, Xiao Yu ordered over a dozen dishes, deliberately selecting the priciest items on the menu. Her eyes subtly scrutinized Li Dong, eager to witness how he would react to the steep prices if he were indeed pretending to be a wealthy heir. Chapter 7. The facade of counterfeit brands was about to be unveiled. Xiao Yu was taken aback. After placing her order, She saw no sign of panic in Li Dong's demeanor. Did he truly have no experience in such upscale venues and was unaware of the cost of the items I ordered? In an instant, doubt arose in Xiao Yu's mind. And to intimidate him, she deliberately glanced at the waiter. That will be all. Please let me know the total bill. As Xiao Yu's words fell, the waiter promptly replied. Ma'am, your total comes to 18,600 yuan. Li Dong, unaware of Xiao Yu's ulterior motives, immediately produced his card and handed it to the waiter. Charge it. He was paying without hesitation. Had he truly misjudged the situation? Was the Aston Martin he had sold not merely rented, but rather purchased by him? As Xiao Yu observed Li Dong's ease, she began to question her judgment. Not far away, Xiao Shui, secretly observing the entire scene, saw Li Dong paying so generously, and her last shred of doubt evaporated. With her discerning eye, she could clearly tell that Li Dong was unfazed by the cost of the meal. He genuinely did not care about spending money on this dinner. Perhaps he had indeed bought the Aston Martin from the used car dealership. Xiao Shui inadvertently arrived at the same conclusion as Xiao Yu. With a multitude of tasks awaiting her at work, she sent a text to Xiao Yu indicating her need to return to the office to catch up on work before promptly rising to leave. Ding! The notification sound from Xiao Yu's phone pulled her back to reality as she read the message from Xiao Shui informing her of her departure. However, as dish after dish arrived at their table, her doubts resurfaced regarding whether Li Dong was merely pretending to be affluent to win her over. As he seemed unfamiliar with many of the dishes and their proper etiquette, he didn't even know that high-end red wine needed to breathe before being savored. He simply consumed the food and drink without regard, utterly wasting the exquisite ingredients and premium wine, which did not align with the behavior of someone accustomed to such luxuries. Oblivious to Xiao Yu's suspicions about his identity, once satiated, Li Dong looked up at her and said, Next, I plan to hit the nightlife scene. Will you join me? Or shall I take you home? Hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Xiao Yu's eyes. Dining, nightlife, and hotel, a classic trifecta of rendezvous. She worried that if she accompanied Li Dong to the nightlife venue, she might unintentionally overindulge and end up at a hotel with him. Yet, until she could ascertain whether he had the means to invest 10 billion in the Qiao family business, she could not leave in peace. A thought struck her. She would invite a few classmates along to keep an eye on her. If she drank too much, they could ensure her safe return. After devising this plan in her mind, she turned to Li Dong. Brother, can I invite 3 of my roommates to join us? Of course. The more, the merrier. Li Dong replied, as his intent for the nightlife was to forge connections, relying on the approval of those gold-digging women from the nightlife scene. He astonishingly garnered 10,000 likes within a mere 24 hours, earning an unexpected reward for his super social circle, which revealed a shortcut to rapidly obtaining such accolades. In the following days, he resolved to immerse himself in the nightlife, zealously adding various gold diggers to his friend list, amassing a plethora of tools for garnering likes. Upon hearing Li Dong's consent, Xiao Yu promptly retrieved her phone to contact her roommates. Once finished, she turned to Li Dong and said, Brother, there is a very popular night venue near our school. Let us go there for some fun. Li Dong's aim was solely to add friends to his WeChat account, rendering any nightlife venue equivalent in his eyes. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement, allowing Xiao Yu to take the lead. Soon, the two arrived outside Oriental Hawaii, and upon parking, they found that Xiao Yu's 3 roommates had already arrived at the entrance. As Li Dong and Xiao Yu approached, the 3 women were embroiled in a heated argument. Opposing them stood 5 or 6 individuals, clad in designer attire that exuded an air of arrogance. Among the trio, the leader, a haughty girl with 2 ponytails, dyed in contrasting shades of blue and purple, fixed her disdainful gaze upon the 3 women, sneering, What is this, Xiao Yu? Is your family on the brink of bankruptcy that you couldn't even bring her along for a night out? I've always maintained that the children of the wealthy should mingle within their own circle. It's impossible to foster genuine feelings across different social strata. I suppose my words have been validated now. Determined to inform Xiao Yu of this development and ridicule her for not entering her circle, she thought. I need not make a phone call. I am already here, and they are my guests. We foreshare no issues in our camaraderie. At Li Dong's side, Xiao Yu boldly stepped forward, addressing the girl with the dual ponytails. Upon spotting Xiao Yu, the girl's eyes scanned between her and Li Dong. Then, as if discovering a new world, she pointed at Li Dong with derision and exclaimed, Xiao Yu, has your family truly fallen on hard times that you've forsaken your standards in choosing a partner? With so many wealthy heirs pursuing you, you chose to settle for this faux rich man clad in counterfeit designer labels? Your taste mirrors the circles you've mingled with in college, consistently misguided. The girl with the dual ponytails was named Zhenyan. Half of the top luxury goods in the metropolis were represented by her family, and no counterfeit could escape her discerning eye. Li Dong, already somewhat suspect of his own status as a faux rich heir, felt Xiao Yu's doubts intensify upon hearing Zhen Yan's scathing remarks. Nevertheless, unwilling to concede before her rival, Xiao Yu retorted defiantly. Who among us hasn't purchased a few counterfeit items? What do a few clothes signify? If we have the means, we'll find out once we enter, right? And if you can't even afford a booth, will you be relegated to sitting at a scattered table? Jin Yin, brimming with arrogance, dismissed Li Dong as a mere pauper. Witnessing her demeanor, Xiao Yu clenched her fists in anger. Despite her desire to expose Li Dong as a faux rich heir, she fervently hoped her judgment was mistaken and that he was indeed a genuine heir. Unaware of Xiao Yu's thoughts, Li Dong felt a surge of admiration for her as she defended his identity. He immediately stepped forward to support her, paying no mind to those who judge solely by appearances. Once inside, I assure you I will host you and your classmates to the highest standards, ensuring that both your reputation and dignity are restored. Xiao Yu was taken aback by Li Dong's defense, her eyes reflecting surprise. Although she harbored serious doubts about his financial capacity, she retorted to Zhang Yin, once inside. You wealthy heirs had better not be outshone by my brother, otherwise, it will be a disgrace to your circle. Chapter 8. You are merely the second generation of wealth. While I am the first, Zhang Yin and her entourage had pre-reserved a VIP booth, and as Li Dong and his companions entered, they were led by a server toward the dance floor. Observing this, Li Dong raised his hand to summon another server. Take us to the best available booth. The server, impressed by Li Dong's extravagant demeanor, quietly explained, Sir, our supreme booths have all been reserved in advance. However, I can arrange for you to sit in a secondary booth, centrally located on the dance floor, which is still quite satisfactory. Very well, arrange it, Li Dong replied, consenting to the server's proposition. Before long, they were escorted to a prestigious booth. Coincidentally, Jin Yin and her group were seated in the adjacent booth. As Li Dong's party settled in, a number of nightclub staff members paraded around the venue carrying a large, glittering bottle of Ace of Spades, while the DJ exuberantly announced, Congratulations to Ms. Zhen for acquiring the coveted dragon set. Upon learning that Ms. Zhen is celebrating her birthday today, we have prepared a birthday cake for you. Happy birthday, Ms. Zhen. Hearing the DJ's tribute, Zhang Yin stood up and provocatively glanced at Xiao Yu. The dragon set worth 188,000. I find it hard to believe that the man beside you, who won to even spring for a VIP booth, would be willing to match my standards. The dragon set is the pinnacle of any nightclub's offerings. When ordered, a parade of 7 or 8 staff members showcases the bottle, allowing everyone to witness it before delivering it to the booth, thereby ensuring the purchaser's prestige. Initially, Li Dong had intended to order the dragon set as well, knowing that its mere presence would attract the nightlife women like bees to nectar. However, with Zheng Yan's dragon set already ordered, he reconsidered, realizing that merely following suit would not achieve his goal of captivating the attention of all the gold diggers in attendance. Watching Zheng Yan flaunt her status, he couldn't help but smirk. The 188,000 dragon set was originally on his agenda, but since she had already ordered it, there was no reason for him to follow suit, as it would not reflect his individuality and would hold no significance. Of no significance? Is it because you lack the funds? You occupy a booth with a minimum spend of 800 and drape yourself in fakes. Yet you still have the audacity to pretend. Zhang Yin's companions jeered at Li Dong, convinced he could not afford the dragon set and was merely concocting excuses. Even Xiao Yu and her friends eyed Li Dong with suspicion, doubting his financial strength and believing he was deliberately finding reasons to back down. However, Li Dong paid no heed to Zhang Yin's taunts, maintaining a serene smile as he discreetly communicated with the server. As Li Dong continued to issue instructions, the server's eyes widened in astonishment. After concluding his requests, the server hurriedly made his exit. Yet, due to the dim lighting of the nightclub, no one noticed Li Dong discreetly handing the server a phone card. Zheng Yin and her entourage, observing Li Dong's silence, mistakenly interpreted it as a sign of concession, emboldening their mockery. Beside Li Dong, Xiao Yu, lacking confidence, refrained from engaging in a debate with Zheng Yin and her entourage. Unable to contain her curiosity, she leaned closer to Li Dong and whispered, Brother, aren't you driving an Aston Martin? A car worth 4 to 5 million should mean you can easily afford a Shenlong set, right? Or are you actually not as wealthy as you claim? And that car isn't even yours? It was evident that she sought to uncover Li Dong's true financial standing to provide her sister with an explanation. Li Dong, noticing Xiao Yu's growing skepticism regarding his wealth, smiled nonchalantly and replied, You are my lucky star. I assure you, I will earnestly uphold your reputation. Everything has been arranged. You need not worry. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Yu felt perplexed but decided to patiently wait until she could fully ascertain Li Dong's financial capacity before pursuing any further conversation. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Yu had waited a full 10 minutes. Just as her patience was nearing its limit, the entire venue plunged into darkness. As some attendees vocally expressed their dissatisfaction at this sudden turn of events, luminous sources began to emerge throughout the nightclub. Each source illuminated a bottle of ace of spades resting on a tray, and behind each bottle stood 8 or 9 enchanting women, some holding drinks and others preparing to unleash fireworks. The spectacle left everyone utterly bewildered. 9 shenlong sets, glimmering under the unique lighting, appeared akin to 9 radiant dragons converging towards Li Dong's VIP booth. It was only when all had assembled before Li Dong that the DJ, in an exuberant tone, announced, "Mr. Li from booth B307 has personally designed this grand display of 9 dragons to celebrate. I wonder if everyone enjoys it. I certainly am in awe." Mr. Li mentioned he loves making friends and wishes to share these drinks with all the beautiful ladies present, as he cannot possibly consume them alone. As the DJ's voice faded, the previously subdued atmosphere erupted with excitement. The 9 dragon sets, totaling over 170,000, signified an extravagant display, akin to the loss of a luxury vehicle. The wealthy truly know how to revel in such festivities. Whether they know how to enjoy themselves or not is uncertain, but it is evident that he is the center of attention tonight. Just observe how the entrance to his booth is surrounded by an array of beautiful women. Where have all our ladies gone? We worked so hard to bring them in, and now they're flocking to his booth. Voices of shock echoed as men cast envious glances at the glamorous women gathered around Li Dong. Even the wealthy second-generation heirs beside Zhun Yan couldn't mask their jealousy as they gazed at him. Only Zhun Yan's expression turned sour as she watched Li Dong overshadow her presence entirely. At that moment, Li Dong, noticing Zhun Yan's discontent, remarked with a calm smile, "It's not that I can't afford the minimum spend for a premium booth. I simply arrived late, and all the prime booths were reserved." He continued, "You are but a group of wealthy heirs who may receive some pocket money from your families, whereas I am a true heir, capable of freely indulging in wealth. You possess no grounds to challenge me." Chapter 9, Custom Bugatti Veyron. The second-generation heirs were left in utter disbelief upon hearing Li Dong's words. Given his youthful appearance, no more than 3 or 4 years their senior, they found it hard to accept that he was indeed a wealthy heir. While a second-generation heir might drive a luxury car worth millions or own a mansion worth tens of millions, it was unimaginable that he could spend nearly 2 million in a single night at the club. Despite Jinji's family representing over half of the luxury goods in the city, Zhun Yan's card rarely exceeded 100,000. Today, it was only over 200,000 due to a birthday reward. Could this young heir have suddenly struck it rich online? Perhaps he was involved in mobile game development, as many small game companies had recently become wildly successful, yielding fortunes akin to those made by coal mine owners in the past. Regardless of his business, it was clear they could not compete financially. They accepted this defeat for now, as he could not always support Xiao Yu. Should the Qiao family face bankruptcy, they would have ample opportunity to reclaim their position over time. Indeed, no matter how wealthy he might be, he could not possibly cover the Qiao family's 10 billion financial shortfall. When the day comes that the Qiao family collapses, Xiao Yu will lose everything she has, and they would patiently settle the score then. Beside Jin Yan, the group of wealthy heirs consoled her, momentarily conceding defeat. Hearing their words, Zhun Yan shot a fierce glare at Li Dong and Xiao Yu but eventually relented, sitting back down and ceasing her confrontation with him. Li Dong, observing Zhun Yan's retreat, turned to Xiao Yu with a beaming smile. "So, are you satisfied with my arrangements?" "Yes, I am very happy." Xiao Yu nodded enthusiastically, clearly pleased with Li Dong's performance. Just as their conversation concluded, a server approached Li Dong, saying, "Mr. Li, many women outside wish to meet you. It would be impossible to accommodate them all at once in the booth. What type of women do you prefer? We can select the highest quality for you." Li Dong, taken aback that the server intended to admit only a select group, became incensed. He had orchestrated such a grand spectacle to attract the attention of all the club's women, wishing to add them all as friends. Immediately, he addressed the server, "I am a man of great affection, unwilling to see any lady feel neglected. Allow those women to enter in batches. I will add a group of friends before the next batch comes in. Tonight, we welcome all, as many as possible." Li Dong's declaration left the server astonished, his gaze filled with admiration. Without delay, he exited to comply with Li Dong's request, beginning to usher women into the booth. As instructed, 10 exquisitely dressed women entered in succession, each adorned with meticulous makeup and revealing clothing, embodying the quintessential club beauties. Upon entry, they beamed at Li Dong, and when he opened his phone to show them his QR code for adding friends, they eagerly began scanning. "Mr. Li, tonight I will be taking a series of daring photos, granting you exclusive viewing rights. Don't forget to check them out." "Mr. Li, I'm currently single and find it hard to sleep alone at night. I wish I had someone to keep me company." The alluring women, aware that time was limited, cast aside any sense of propriety using the opportunity to flirt with Li Dong as they added him as a friend. Some bold individuals even bent provocatively as they approached him, ensuring he caught a glimpse of their alluring figures. Overwhelmed by their audacity, Li Dong sighed and signaled to the server to quickly bring in the next batch. Before long, Li Dong had transformed into a machine for adding friends on WeChat. With each new group of women entering, he would promptly display his QR code to add another wave of friends. Ultimately, when no new women remained to enter, he had successfully added 300 to 400 new WeChat contacts. At that moment, he discovered a hidden feature of his WeChat account. There was no limit to the number of friends he could add. As I prepare to amass 10,000 friends, each new post on my social media will instantly garner a myriad of likes. With this momentum, it is conceivable that within 3 short years, I could ascend to the status of the world's wealthiest individual. In this moment, Li Dong reclined on the sofa. A blend of exhaustion and contemplation etched across his face. Beside him, Xiao Yu observed that Li Dong had finally managed to fend off the advances of those eager women, and turned her gaze back to him. Brother Li Dong, your display of extravagance tonight was remarkable, but why the need to surround yourself with so many women? Do you aspire to be a king of the sea, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms to manage them all? Surely you're not like that NBA superstar, who simply revels in admiring photos of beautiful women online whenever he isn't playing, showering those images with likes. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Li Dong merely smiled faintly. Unlike that NBA star, who lavishes likes upon internet celebrities, I relish the attention from the women who appreciate me, as they shower me with likes daily. His declaration left Xiao Yu and her companions visibly taken aback. However, Li Dong paid little heed to their astonishment. Just as he concluded his explanation, the voice of the super social media system echoed in his mind. Ding! Your post has received 10,000 likes. A random piece of content has materialized. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a custom edition Bugatti Veyron. Your driving skills have been elevated to the level of a master driver. The vehicle is currently en route and will arrive at your used car dealership tomorrow morning. Li Dong was momentarily bewildered by the system's announcement. Although he had contemplated leveraging the wealth-seeking women in nightlife to swiftly accumulate likes, the speed at which it occurred was still astonishing. Once he processed this revelation, he realized he had also been granted the skills of a master driver and instinctively scrolled through his alternate social media account in search of Bugatti Veyron content. Soon, he stumbled upon an image captioned, "I am driving a Bugatti Veyron. My driving skills have reached the pinnacle of the world," and was struck by the realization that the super social media system could not only manifest wealth, but also bestow skills seemingly out of thin air. His awe deepened as he considered the extraordinary capabilities of the super social media system. Meanwhile, Li Dong was filled with excitement at the prospect of his impending new car. Conversely, Xiao Shui was troubled by the sale of her family's luxury vehicles, as she hoped to attend a prestigious supercar club meeting in Magic City the following day. She sought to encounter affluent individuals interested in investing in the Xiao Group, but lacked a suitable vehicle to make an impression. Perhaps she could borrow Li Dong's white Aston Martin for a day. After much hesitation, Xiao Shui finally summoned the courage to send Li Dong a video invitation. In the nightclub, just as Li Dong was brimming with anticipation, his phone chimed with Xiao Shui's video invitation. He eagerly pressed the answer button. On the other end of the video call, Xiao Shui appeared to be working late in her office, her beautiful face marred by fatigue. Upon seeing the call connect, she forced a mechanical smile upon her usually stoic visage. Li Dong, I know this request may seem abrupt, but since you seem to have ample resources, I assume you own more than one car. I wish to attend a gathering tomorrow but lack an appropriate sports car. Could you lend me one? Certainly. Meet me at Hunglong Used Car Dealership tomorrow. There are over 100 supercars. Feel free to choose any you desire, Li Dong replied, nodding without hesitation to Xiao Shui's request. After ending the call, he stood and turned to Xiao Yu. It's getting late. I have to go to the office tomorrow. Xiao Yu, surprised by Li Dong's apparent disinterest in her, found herself momentarily dazed. Was it her lack of charm? Or did he only harbor feelings for her sister? Upon receiving a message from her sister, had the once reckless man suddenly reconsidered? As she pondered these questions, she instinctively looked up at Li Dong. Brother Li Dong, today you treated me to dinner and drinks, spending nearly 200,000. With that much money, even a small celebrity could splurge. And yet, you're leaving just like that? I've said it before, you are my lucky star. Spending a little on you is nothing, and even if I wanted to take you to a hotel, it's not as if you would agree. Li Dong chuckled lightly, indifferent to Xiao Yu's reaction, and swiftly made his way out. Although he remained unclear about her intentions, he sensed from their interactions that Xiao Yu was not a mere gold digger, but rather a well-off young woman who wouldn't casually engage in a liaison based solely on his financial standing. Most importantly, having acquired the super social media system, his mindset had shifted. He no longer harbored a desire for revenge against women. nor would he treat relationships as mere conquests. Soon, he departed, driving his Aston Martin towards Tang Chini Pin, leaving Xiao Yu in a state of confusion. The night passed unnoticed. The following day, the first thing Li Dong did upon waking was to check the number of likes on his alternate social media account. Upon discovering that the likes had increased by just over 1,000 since last night's reward, a contemplative expression crossed his face. It seemed that the surge in likes from the previous day was due to the wealth-seeking women engaging with many of his social media posts. Yet they had exhausted their potential. Without a substantial backlog of old content, their daily contributions could only yield a few hundred likes. In that moment, Li Dong reflected deeply and resolved to visit another nightclub that evening to attract those gold-digging women once more. After completing his morning routine, he leisurely drove to Hunglong used car dealership. At that moment, on the third floor of Hunglong used car dealership, a group of executives had gathered, their eyes fixated on a pristine black Bugatti Veyron, filled with envy. The Bugatti Veyron, a super custom edition, priced at $58,888,000. There are only two in all of Asia, both located in Hong Kong. This must be the first one on the mainland. It's extravagant, absolutely ostentatious. This car looks like a beast lying in wait, impossible to ignore when driven out. Our boss will surely garner admiration from the members of the supercar club. Such luxury is no longer merely a matter of wealth. It appears our boss possesses connections far deeper than we imagined. Su Yorong observed the astonished faces of the dealership's higher-ups and voiced her speculation. He acquired our dealership right after graduating from university. Clearly, he hails from a prestigious background. Our dealership is merely a training ground for him. A boss like this prioritizes performance and treats employees generously. I hope everyone works diligently. This year we must achieve a minimum net profit of 200 million. I believe that by then, all of you will receive a satisfactory year-end bonus. Li Dong remained unaware that his ownership of a Bugatti Veyron had inadvertently led the dealership staff to perceive him as someone born into affluence. After parking the car, he made his way toward the dealership entrance, where Xiao Shui awaited him. Although they had already shared intimate moments, the sight of her standing at the entrance sparked a rush of emotions within him. Simply put, Xiao Shui was stunningly beautiful. Her features were exquisitely delicate. Her demeanor as frigid as frost. Clad in a quintessential OL skirt suit, she wore a pair of rimless glasses perched upon her nose, embodying every man's fantasy of a domineering female CEO, igniting a desire in any man to conquer her. If given the chance, he yearned to secure her entirely, to have her as his girlfriend. Li Dong reflected on this and promptly approached her with swift strides. Xiao Shui, I overslept this morning. Let me take you upstairs to choose a car. This dealership, 20 cars, belongs to me. You can simply drive away with whichever vehicle you fancy. No need to choose. Xiao Shui replied, a hint of shyness betraying her demeanor. A few days ago, we faced a liquidity issue at home and sold a batch of cars to your dealership. I would like to borrow that white Aston Martin we sold to you. Though Li Dong had already agreed over the phone, the fact that she had never borrowed anything in the past made her somewhat bashful. Noticing her hesitation, Li Dong swiftly produced the keys and gestured toward the car he had just parked. What a coincidence. That's the very car I drove yesterday, just parked there. Feel free to take it. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to reach out. After all, I am your man. His words immediately flushed Xiao Shui's cheeks with a rosy hue. Yet, her lingering pride compelled her to meet his gaze. This is merely a transaction. We share no other relationship. I hope you understand that. With that, she averted her eyes and took the keys from Li Dong, leaving hastily. Li Dong watched her retreat with a mix of helplessness and understanding, recognizing that he could not rush the icy beauty that was Xiao Shui. Suppressing his frustration, he ascended the stairs with alacrity. On the way, he received a report from Su Yorong, confirming that the Bugatti Veyron had arrived. At that moment, he was eager to experience the sheer velocity of this land beast. Upon reaching the third floor, he interrupted Su Yorong's report and directly inquired, is there a place where I can truly unleash this car's potential? Boss, the SSCC Supercar Club is hosting an event today. They have a professional racing track. And as long as you own a supercar, you can enter, even if you're not a member. Su Yorong glanced at Li Dong cautiously. Boss, may I accompany you? It's the perfect venue to promote our luxury car business, which would significantly benefit our company's performance this year. Chapter 11. Xiao Shui's pride at the SSCC Supercar Club. A cavalcade of supercars continuously rolled in, with none valued under 3 million. Even cars priced at 3 million were considered entry-level. To race on the track, one either needed a modified supercar or a luxury car worth tens of millions. After each vehicle parked, a woman in a white shirt and black trousers, exuding an air of a powerful businesswoman, would eagerly approach. Yet, her actions belied her commanding presence. She persistently sought to borrow money or entice the wealthy heirs into investing in the Chiao family business. However, Each potential investor merely shook their heads and swiftly departed, unwilling to linger in conversation with her. Undeterred, she tirelessly approached one affluent heir after another. Nearby, a group of wealthy heirs frowned at her persistence. What is Qiao Shui doing here? Isn't the Qiao family currently embroiled in a financial crisis with a 10 billion gap? How could she afford to be here? They speculated that her inability to secure funds from the bank had forced her to seek fortune among them, especially since those present were all affluent individuals. Qiao Shui, once the queen of the wealthy heir circle, had looked down upon each individual in this realm with pride. It was surprising to see her humbled to such a degree today. Just then, a green Lamborghini Aventador arrived at the club, drawing immediate attention. The entrance of this $10 million vehicle signaled the arrival of Zheng Long, prompting eager anticipation among the onlookers. Zheng Long had pursued Qiao Shui relentlessly for 3 years, only to be scorned and ridiculed within their circle. Now, faced with her in this situation, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity for revenge. Indeed, the Qiao family was on the brink of collapse, while Zheng's family had recently ascended to a $100 billion enterprise. How could he let this chance to confront Qiao Shui slip away? Unaware of the whispers surrounding her, Qiao Shui approached the Lamborghini as it came to a stop. Before she could discern who was inside, she deftly introduced herself. Hello, may I trouble you for a few moments? I am Qiao Shui, CEO of the Qiao Group in Shanghai. Our company, a century-old hotel chain, has encountered an unexpected liquidity issue. If you would consider investing, it would be a lucrative opportunity for you. Zheng Long, seated in the driver's seat, regarded Qiao Shui's humble demeanor with cold amusement. Qiao Shui, weren't you the one who mocked me for indulging in hedonism? Even now that my family has wealth, you think all men would overlook me? And now you seek my help? He recalled how her father had absconded with the hotel's cash and a woman, leaving the hotel in dire financial straits. The suppliers have calculated that you need to pay 10 billion in cash to settle your debts, or they will cease all deliveries, plunging the Qiao Group into bankruptcy. His derision finally drew Qiao Shui's attention to his presence. With an icy expression, she retorted, the Zheng family's rise is due to your aunt's capabilities. The men in your family are worthless. When the Zheng family's wealth falls into your hands, it will mark your downfall. I still maintain my stance. Even if all men perished, I would never look upon a wastrel like you. Her words ignited a fire of rage within Zheng Long, who could not forget how she had ruthlessly humiliated him in the past. Now, confronted with Qiao Shui, he stepped out of the car, seething. Aren't you here to seek financial assistance? Surely there are cars more opulent than mine and individuals willing to spend more. If you agree to marry me, I could persuade my father to invest in your hotel and resolve your crisis. Qiao Shui scoffed at his proposition. I have not sunk so low as to sell myself for my family's sake. Even if the Qiao Group were to face bankruptcy, I could utilize our remaining assets to revive it. Pride surged within her, reflecting her true sentiments. Had it not been for a drunken night and Li Dong's offer to resolve her family's crisis, she would never have allowed herself to be compromised. Thus, despite her belief in Li Dong's ability to help, she still sought opportunities in the club, humbled yet resolute. Across from Qiao Shui, Zheng Long regarded her with disdain. Even in the face of impending bankruptcy, unable to contain his outburst, he pointed vehemently towards the door. Qiao Shui, I am the vice president of the SSCC Supercar Club. Your incessant attempts to promote your hotel to every guest are severely disrupting the atmosphere of our club. I demand that you leave the SSCC Supercar Club immediately. A cacophony akin to a beast's roar erupted from outside the SSCC Supercar Club just as Zheng Long's finger was still raised. A custom black Bugatti Veyron appeared at the entrance, its low-slung body and shark-eye headlights exuding an artistic elegance that left every member of the Supercar Club in awe and envy. Beside Qiao Shui, Zheng Long lowered his voice menacingly. Qiao Shui, this custom Bugatti Veyron is worth 58 million. There are only 2 in all of Asia, one belonging to the Little Superman and the other to the Little Ship King, both renowned signs of wealth. They are likely drawn here by the publicity for our upcoming race, eager to partake in the festivities. You stay right here, should you dare promote your pitiful hotel and offend either of them. I assure you that your establishment will meet its demise even sooner. Without further ado, Zheng Long plastered a smile on his face and approached as the Bugatti came to a halt. Chapter 12, Bugatti Veyron versus Lamborghini Gallardo. Whether associated with the Little Superman or the Little Ship King, Zheng Long mused contentedly about the immense connections they held. As the car door swung open, he donned a sycophantic grin, only to be taken aback upon seeing the occupant. The individual who emerged was neither the Little Superman nor the Little Ship King, but rather an unfamiliar young man devoid of any recognizable features. Despite this, the fact that he was driving a Bugatti Veyron suggested he was not lacking in wealth. Zheng Long greeted him with feigned cordiality. Good day, sir. I am Zheng Long, the vice president of the SSCC Supercar Club. You seem unfamiliar. Are you here to participate in the racing event? Step aside. I have no interest in who you are, Li Dong replied icily, offering Zhenglong no semblance of politeness. Earlier, he had witnessed Zhenglong's dismissive gesture toward Xiao Shui and had no intention of being courteous. Zhenglong stood momentarily stunned by Li Dong's cold retort. But Li Dong paid him no heed and strode directly to Xiao Shui's side. Seeing Li Dong and Xiao Shui standing together, Zhenglong's eyes widened in surprise. His expression quickly morphed into one of sinister glee as he observed Su Yorong, who had exited the passenger seat, promoting the Honglong used car dealership to the surrounding crowd. I thought we were dealing with someone significant. Turns out they're just in the used car business, Zhenglong scoffed, approaching Xiao Shui with a mocking tone. Xiao Shui, I've made myself abundantly clear. The club does not welcome individuals like you, who seek to peddle their hotel. What are you still doing here? Xiao Shui's face darkened at Zhenglong's insistence, but she understood the necessity of maintaining her dignity. She realized that if she did not leave, Zhenglong would seize the opportunity to escalate the situation, humiliating her before using his authority as vice president to evict her. Thus, she shot Zhenglong a furious glare and prepared to depart. However, as she took a step, Li Dong grasped her arm firmly. Looking at her with an air of dominance, Li Dong declared, "You are my woman. As long as I am here, no one has the right to expel you." Zhenglong, witnessing Li Dong's defense of Xiao Shui, couldn't help but sneer, "You're merely a used car salesman. And you actually think that driving a Bugatti Veyron makes you a top-tier heir? I am the vice president of the SSCC. Not only do I have the authority to make Xiao Shui leave, but based on your employees' antics, I also have the right to demand you leave as well." Their dispute quickly drew a crowd of onlookers, who were captivated by Zhenglong's incessant boasting of his vice presidential status. The SSCC club operated on a meritocratic basis, where the internal race's first place was the president, with the second and third places being the vice presidents. Zhenglong had secured third place in the last race with his Lamborghini Gallardo, which granted him a certain level of prestige. If Li Dong were to challenge Zhenglong according to club rules and win, he could easily displace him from his vice president position. Amid the murmurs of speculation, some spectators began to contemplate strategies to aid Li Dong, particularly those who held a long-standing grudge against Zhenglong. As Li Dong listened to the incitements surrounding him, a glimmer of realization struck him. Coldly surveying the crowd, he inquired, "If I were to join the SSCC club now, would I have the right to challenge Zhenglong's position as vice president? If I win, I become the new vice president, and he is relegated to a mere ordinary member, stripped of any authority within the club." The crowd responded eagerly, affirming, "Indeed, as soon as you join the SSCC, you can challenge Zhenglong's position. Brother, do you want to join us? If so, I can get you an application form right now. As long as you possess a luxury car worth over 3 million, you're qualified to join our club. Your credentials are more than sufficient. Once you complete the form, you're in." A flurry of responses ensued, with some urging club staff to fetch an application for Li Dong. Under the gaze of the crowd, Li Dong filled out the membership application form. Turning to Xiao Shui, he proclaimed, "Once I seize his vice presidential position, you can do as you please within the SSCC club. No one will be able to chase you away." Meanwhile, Zhenglong observed Li Dong's intent to challenge his vice presidency with a condescending laugh. "Do you know, I just had my Gallardo fully modified yesterday, specifically to surpass the president in today's street racing event and assume the leadership of the SSCC club. Since you've approached me so recklessly, I might as well use you to warm up my vehicle." Yet, such a mundane race lacked excitement. He decided to raise the stakes. "Let us add some flair to this wager. If you lose, your Bugatti Veyron becomes mine. If I lose, the Lamborghini Gallardo is yours. And I'll even compensate you with an additional 50 million for the difference in value." Xiao Shui, alarmed by Zhenglong's escalated wager, looked at Li Dong with concern. "Li Dong, this bet is too substantial. Perhaps we should reconsider." "Reconsider? Why should I? Someone is offering me a car and money. I have no reason to decline," Li Dong replied with an air of defiance, striding towards his Bugatti Veyron. Zhenglong followed suit towards his Lamborghini Gallardo. The members of the SSCC club, witnessing the significant stakes of the impending race, eagerly began clearing the area for the two competitors. As their vehicles entered the track, the other cars had already vacated, and a poised grid girl stood at the center of the track, waving a small red flag in anticipation of their showdown. As the two individuals rolled down their car windows, the female race official promptly raised a red flag and addressed them. "The rules of the race are quite straightforward. Whosoever completes a lap around the track and returns to the starting point first shall be declared the winner. If both of you have no objections, I shall wave the flag to commence the race." Upon hearing her announcement, both competitors nodded in agreement, shutting their windows as they awaited the start. Roaring engines filled the air, whether it was the Bugatti Veyron or the Lamborghini Gallardo, Both emitted sounds akin to ferocious beasts, subtly indicating the eagerness of their drivers. Observing their fervor, the race official wasted no time and lowered her small red flag. With a thunderous roar, the moment the flag fell, Li Dong abruptly released the handbrake, sending the Bugatti Veyron surging forward like a wild beast, clearly outpacing the Lamborghini Gallardo beside him. Witnessing this spectacle, a group of affluent second-generation members from the SSCC club erupted into fervent discussion. The staggering price of $58 million for the Bugatti Veyron was evident in its superior acceleration compared to Zheng Long's Lamborghini. Not only was the Bugatti quicker off the line, but it also exhibited a greater top speed, gradually extending its lead. However, while the Bugatti excelled in straight-line speed, the track was laden with numerous curves, which tested not only the car's performance, but also the driver's skill. Zheng Long, despite his arrogant demeanor and poor reputation within the club, possessed exceptional cornering techniques that ranked among the top 3 in the club. If the Bugatti driver lacked proficiency, it was during the curves that Zheng Long would seize the opportunity to overtake. Inside the Lamborghini Gallardo, Zheng Long observed with envy as the Bugatti outpaced him. His eyes glinted with greed. Such a magnificent vehicle should not be possessed by a mere second-hand car dealer. Once I overtake him in the curves, I will leave him far behind, and that Bugatti Veyron will be mine. Filled with excitement and avarice, he gripped the steering wheel with one hand and frantically shifted gears with the other, preparing to unleash his drifting skills to their fullest potential. Yet, in the next moment, Zheng Long was left dumbfounded. In his line of sight, the Bugatti Veyron entered the bend without losing momentum, its tires screeching against the asphalt as it executed perfect Z-pattern drifts. In the distance, the onlookers from the club stood agape, unable to believe their eyes. This was extreme drifting, something only a handful of professional racers could achieve. A true master, Zheng Long realized he was in dire straits. Not only would his Lamborghini Gallardo lose, but he would also owe the Bugatti driver $50 million. As a mere second-generation heir, how could he possibly come up with such a sum? Even if he couldn't afford it, he had to find a way, representing the Zheng family's honor, unless they disowned him publicly. The family had no choice but to cover his debts. As whispers and rumors circulated, those who harbored grudges against Zheng Long began to revel in his misfortune. Within the Lamborghini Gallardo, Zheng Long, who had initially intended to overtake in the curves, now pressed the accelerator with all his might in a desperate attempt to catch up to Li Dong. Yet, be it in terms of car or driving skill, he found himself utterly outclassed by Li Dong. Despite exerting every ounce of effort to outperform, he could only watch as the distance between them widened. Ultimately, after traversing the 1,000-meter track, Li Dong reached the finish line, astonishingly leaving Zheng Long trailing by a kilometer. As Zheng Long's vehicle crossed the finish line, Li Dong had already exited his car, leaning against the door with a gaze fixed upon Zheng Long. "You have lost. Hand over the car keys and transfer the $50 million immediately." Li Dong's words further darkened Zheng Long's already grim expression. However, with so many witnesses present, he could not resort to dishonesty. Reluctantly, he handed over the car keys to Li Dong and replied, "I cannot produce $50 million in cash, but I possess 20 various supercars, each worth no less than $3 million. They are all parked at the club. You may send someone from your company to appraise them for a settlement." As a purveyor of second-hand vehicles, Li Dong recognized that high-end sports cars represented a far more compelling resource than mere cash, and he promptly called for Su Yorong, who was marketing cars nearby. Upon learning that Li Dong had won a Lamborghini Gallardo and 20 additional supercars in such a short span, she followed Zheng Long in astonishment to assess the vehicles. "Brother, well done." Zheng Long's arrogance was reaching new heights. "And it's about time someone like you put him in his place." "Brother, allow me to introduce myself. We are all vice presidents here. Yet we know so little about you. Let me break the ice. My name is Qin Chong, and my family is in the wholesale food business. Should you ever desire rare delicacies, do not hesitate to reach out. I guarantee your satisfaction." A throng encircled Li Dong, each introducing themselves, clearly impressed by his actions and eager to befriend him. Observing their enthusiasm, Li Dong replied with a calm smile, "I am Li Dong from Hunglong Secondhand Car Dealership. Whenever you wish to trade in your vehicles, feel free to consult me. I promise the best prices." Hunglong Secondhand Car Dealership, one of the top 3 in the Magic City. You are quite young to be managing such a significant business. Your family must hold you in high regard. Let us exchange contact information. Whenever we seek to buy or sell cars, we shall certainly reach out to you. Li Dong, I shall remember that name. From now on, we are friends. As praises and flattery filled the air, many mistakenly assumed Li Dong was a privileged heir managing the family business. Faced with their adulation, Li Dong opted not to clarify, simply pulling out his phone to add them as friends on WeChat. In truth, he considered them mere tools for gaining likes within his social circle. Once he completed the circle of adding friends, and they dispersed, he approached Xiao Shui once more. Thank you. Looking at Li Dong, Xiao Shui was visibly moved. Li Dong, however, grinned mischievously. Thank me? Shouldn't I be thanking you? If it weren't for your conflict with him, I wouldn't have been able to win so many luxury cars at once. In our line of high-end second-hand car sales, luxury vehicles symbolize our status. Xiao Shui, perceiving Li Dong's intent to mitigate her feelings of guilt, feigned that he had reaped the greatest benefits, which only deepened her gratitude. Yet, recalling her family's hotel crisis, she turned to Li Dong. I will seek investors. If possible, I wish to rely on my own abilities to help my family through this crisis, rather than depending on your support. With that, she disregarded Li Dong's thoughts and promptly walked away, heading toward a luxury car owner. Not far off, Zheng Long, having inspected the 20 luxury vehicles stored at the club with Su Yorong, immediately pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Investigate a person for me, Li Dong, the owner of Hung Long's second-hand car dealership. This individual has humiliated me today. I want to know his family background and what kind of connections he possesses that would embolden him to offend me for a woman. Chapter 14. High-ranking white gloves. Foreign tycoon representative. Half an hour later, Zheng Long received a plethora of information regarding Li Dong on his phone. The records meticulously document Li Dong's life from childhood to adulthood, detailing his parents' occupations and every school he attended. Recently, he has unexpectedly acquired a luxurious penthouse in the Thompson Riviera and become the owner of Hung Long's second-hand car dealership, with no detail overlooked. Observing that just 2 days prior, Li Dong was utterly unremarkable, yet has suddenly amassed a fortune unattainable by the average person in a lifetime, Zheng Long felt his mind was overwhelmed. It is inconceivable for anyone to acquire such wealth from thin air. There must be a significant secret behind it. Deep in thought, Zheng Long immediately called upon a few of his select acquaintances from the club. As they gathered, he promptly shared Li Dong's dossier with them. There is something amiss with this Li Dong's identity. Assist me in discerning how he came upon this wealth. Zheng Long's words piqued the curiosity of the wealthy second-generation individuals, who eagerly began perusing the information on their phones. Upon discovering that Li Dong had been a thoroughly impoverished individual just 2 days prior, even having been abandoned by his girlfriend, yet now stood as the owner of a second-hand car dealership and a lavish penthouse, their expressions turned to astonishment. Zheng Long was correct. There was indeed something suspicious about Li Dong's identity, and his fortune was undeniably abnormal. Could he be a frontman for a powerful figure? Not long ago, a wealthy tycoon from the Forbes list had been apprehended following a high-ranking official's downfall, revealed to be the latter's intermediary, tasked with laundering money for that prominent individual. Alternatively, he might be a representative of foreign tycoons who, due to domestic policies, preferred to support a controlled individual with a clean background to indirectly accumulate wealth in the country. Listening to the discussions around him, Zheng Long felt a spark of insight. Addressing the group, he murmured, regardless of the circumstances, his wealth does not genuinely belong to him. He is merely a paper tiger, devoid of any real influence. I must expose his true identity before Xiao Shui, lest she be deceived by his facade. Zheng Long's proclamation elicited nods of agreement from the others. Indeed, we must hasten to unveil his true nature. With so many within our circle vying for Xiao Shui's attention, we cannot allow him to gain the upper hand. Once the Qiao family is in ruins and Xiao Shui realizes the reality, we shall all have our chance. We absolutely must not let Xiao Shui fall under Li Dong's spell. With their faces alight with excitement, the group hurried towards Xiao Shui, who was diligently promoting the Qiao family hotel, unaware that just a day prior, Li Dong had completely captivated her. Even if they managed to prevent further encounters between Xiao Shui and Li Dong, it would ultimately be futile. Soon, they arrived before Xiao Shui. As she passionately advertised the Qiao family hotel, Zheng Long turned to her and said, Xiao Shui, you must not be aware of Li Dong's true identity. Just 2 days ago, he was destitute, even rejected by his girlfriend due to his poverty. We strongly suspect he is merely a frontman for a high-ranking official or a representative of foreign tycoons in this country. Though he appears wealthy, his actual possessions are likely minimal. He lacks the capability to assist your family through this crisis, and regardless of how you came to know him, it would be wise to maintain your distance. Zheng Long's words prompted a contemplative expression on Xiao Shui's face. The previous night, Xiao Yu had recounted the events that transpired, initially leading her to believe, like her brother, that Li Dong was simply too engrossed in his career to enjoy life. However, with Zheng Long's explanation, she began to suspect that Li Dong might have been financially constrained, which could explain his unfamiliarity with high-end cuisine during their dinner and his ostentatious behavior in nightlife settings. Despite her growing skepticism, she retorted disdainfully, "Who I choose to befriend is none of your concern." Meanwhile, Li Dong was preoccupied with his phone, encouraging people to scan and add him as a friend, oblivious to the fact that he was being labeled as a high-ranking official frontman and a representative of foreign tycoons. Soon, however, he would become aware of this, as his mind was suddenly inundated with notifications from the Super Circle. Ding! Noticing that the source of the host's wealth was drawing suspicion, the Super Circle automatically registered a trading account on Wall Street, which had been active for 4 years, managed by the system, and had yielded profits amounting to $10 trillion. All of the host's wealth was derived from legitimate stock market gains. Ding! To ensure the host's stock trading abilities were not questioned, the Super Circle bestowed upon him the trading experience of the top 10 stock market gurus on Wall Street. As the system notifications rang out, a torrent of trading knowledge flooded into Li Dong's mind, instantly transforming him from a novice in finance to a master of the stock market. In his consciousness, he even visualized an account containing $10 trillion on Wall Street, with the registration date coinciding with his first day at university. I, Li Dong, am a financial master of the stock market, having made $10 trillion through trading during my 4 years at university. He marveled at the realization that his personal wealth surpassed that of the combined assets of Shuangma by a factor of 10. Li Dong was overwhelmed with emotion, wishing he could immediately access the $10 trillion in his account. However, the account was managed by the Super Circle, meaning he could only withdraw funds after providing something in return, leaving him without the authority to cash out. Understanding that any wealth he acquired was a legitimate source of income, his lingering worries about suddenly becoming rich dissipated entirely. At this moment, he was more curious about who had initiated the investigation into him, questioning the origins of his wealth. After some contemplation, he immediately thought of Zheng Long, who had previously clashed with him. If it is indeed you, I owe you my gratitude. You not only delivered 21 luxury cars to me, but also legitimized my assets and granted me the experience of a stock market guru. Li Dong's face lit up with excitement, eager to create a banner proclaiming Zheng Long as a benefactor. His gaze swept the area in search of Zheng Long, keen to observe what this so-called benefactor was up to. Before long, he spotted Zheng Long, who was busy disparaging him in front of Qiao Shui. Upon hearing Zheng Long label him as a high-ranking official frontman and a representative of foreign tycoons, he couldn't suppress a laugh. It seems you have conducted some investigation into me, but the agency you employed clearly did not dig deeply enough. Perhaps you should probe further to discover which high-ranking official I represent and which foreign tycoon I serve as a domestic representative. Chapter 15. The car enthusiast concedes. Li Dong's laughter was unabashed and carefree. Instantly, Zheng Long and his companions turned to face him. Seeing Li Dong daring to mock him infuriated Zheng Long, who glared at Li Dong and said, "You find this amusing? Do you not realize that if I publicize your dubious identity, regardless of whether you have a powerful backer or a foreign tycoon, they will abandon you? At that point, you will be stripped of your facade and reduced to the pitiful state of being so impoverished that even your girlfriend left you. Go ahead, spread the word." Li Dong retorted, still laughing unabashedly, completely unfazed by Zheng Long's threats. He turned his head and merely gazed at Qiao Shui, saying, "My new car just arrived today. I shall continue racing at the track, and once the racing concludes, we can depart together. I would like to treat you to dinner tonight. My company is overwhelmed with matters, leaving no time to squander." Qiao Shui coldly responded, resembling a piece of ancient, unyielding ice, and proceeded towards other luxury car owners, striving to secure as many sponsorships for Qiao's enterprise as possible. Deep down, she began to harbor doubts about whether Li Dong's wealth was truly his own. Oblivious to Qiao Shui's growing skepticism regarding his abilities, Li Dong watched her walk away with a helpless expression, redirecting his focus back to the racecourse. 1 lap, 2 laps. Before he knew it, Li Dong had completed over 10 laps on the track in his car, as he became fully immersed in the thrill of racing. A procession of luxury vehicles, all bearing the prefix Jing, entered the club. Each of these cars exceeded 10 million in value, instantly capturing everyone's attention. As the vehicles came to a halt and the wealthy heirs emerged, many could not suppress their astonishment. This time, we have truly stirred up trouble. The notorious racing maniac Lin Feng has somehow been invited to the Jing Circle. He is a genuine professional racer, having clinched numerous championships in various Asian competitions. No one in our club can compete with him. This event was a wager set up by our president, Qin Feng, and Wang Qinian from the STL Supercar Club. Should Qin lose, he has pledged to never set foot in the Jing city again, resulting in the collapse of his business ventures established over the years and the failure of his family's assessment, thus rendering him incapable of continuing the Qin family's legacy. Not only would he forfeit his inheritance, but Qin Feng also faced the risk of being cuckolded, as Wang Qinian had his eyes set on Qin Feng's fiancée, Bai Weiwei, and had colluded with Qin Feng's brother, Qin Zheng, to ensnare him. Upon hearing the discussions among the crowd, Qin Feng's brow immediately furrowed. Although he had immense confidence in his driving skills, he understood that they paled in comparison to those of the racing maniac, Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Wang Qinian observed the troubled expressions of Qin Feng and his entourage. a smug smile spreading across his face. It seems they never anticipated that I would manage to invite the racing maniac. In light of this unforeseen circumstance, their defeat is inevitable. Indeed, Lin Feng has never joined any club, and by inviting him, it has caught them entirely off guard. Your wager with Qin Feng stipulates that only drivers from your club can participate, and with merely half an hour remaining until the race. It is too late for Qin Feng to enlist professional racers into his club. Even if time permitted, those professional racers would not be able to join, as they are bound by contracts. Wang Qinian, basking in the flattery of the wealthy heirs around him, turned to Lin Feng with a beaming smile. Maniac. This time I mean it. If you win this wager for me, you may select any 3 cars from my garage. However, at that moment, Lin Feng seemed oblivious to Wang Qinian's promise, his gaze firmly fixed on the track. There, Li Dong was maneuvering his black Bugatti Veyron at breakneck speeds, executing a series of inertia drifts. One miscalculation could lead to catastrophic consequences. Yet the Bugatti Veyron behaved like a fierce beast, completing each drift at astonishing angles, maintaining its speed through every curve of the track. Being part of the Jing STL club, Wang Qinian and his companions knew all too well how terrifying Li Dong's driving skill was, as none among them could achieve such mastery. Instantly, concern etched itself onto Wang Qinian's face as he stared at Lin Feng. Maniac, can you defeat that Bugatti Veyron? I'm not his equal. If he were a member of the SSCC Supercar Club, there would be no need for a competition, Lin Feng replied helplessly. His eyes filled with envy as he watched the drifting Bugatti Veyron. Wang Qinian, upon hearing Lin Feng admit his own inadequacy, felt a surge of anxiety. Immediately, he turned to a young heir beside him. Xiao Luo, you have many acquaintances in the SSCC Club. Quickly find out if the driver of that Bugatti Veyron is indeed a member of the SSCC. Rest assured, young Master Wang, I will inquire right away. Under Wang Qinian's watchful gaze, Xiao Luo promptly made a call to seek information from his connections. Before long, after several calls, he learned that Li Dong had only recently joined the SSCC Supercar Club by sheer coincidence. Upon this revelation, Wang Qinian's face darkened with anger and frustration. Damn it! I went through so much trouble to set this trap, and just as I was about to eliminate Qin Feng, this unexpected individual appears. Wang Qinian clenched his fists in rage, caught off guard by Li Dong's sudden emergence. At that moment, Zheng Long approached with a few friends. Observing Wang Qinian's clenched jaw due to Li Dong's driving prowess, Zheng Long chuckled and said, Young Master Wang, there may be issues with Li Dong's background. Just 2 days ago, he was a nobody, even being cheated on by his girlfriend due to his poverty. I suspect he is a white glove for some high-ranking official or a domestic asset agent secretly supported by foreign tycoons. We've already begun promoting his story among our circles, but that method is clearly too slow. Given your deep connections in Jing City, why not call to investigate the source of his substantial wealth? Half an hour is sufficient to uncover everything about him. If we can ascertain that his wealth is of dubious origin, even without identifying his backers, we can have him arrested on those grounds, thus preventing him from participating in the race. Although Wang Qinian was unsure why Zheng Long had suddenly presented him with such a scheme, he felt a glimmer of hope. 20 minutes later, Wang Qinian's phone rang. As he answered, he switched to speaker mode and looked around. It seems the investigation has yielded results. Let us listen together and see whether Li Dong is indeed a high-ranking official's white glove or a representative of foreign capital. On the other end of the line, the individual responsible for uncovering Li Dong's background appeared somewhat anxious as he explained, Young Master Wang, after our investigation, there is no issue with Li Dong's funding sources. He registered an account on Wall Street during his university years by bypassing restrictions, amassing considerable wealth through stock trading, futures, and indices. To what extent? He currently possesses assets worth several billion. Could it all have been earned while he was in college on Wall Street? Wang Qinian growled impatiently into the phone. Sensing his irritation, the investigator on the other end became increasingly flustered, explaining, though it is hard to believe, all that wealth was indeed legally earned by Li Dong on Wall Street. He is a financial prodigy, with his stock portfolio yielding profits almost daily. Had he not withdrawn funds to purchase a second-hand car dealership upon returning home, Wall Street would still be unaware that he is of Chinese descent. While we were investigating, those capital tycoons on Wall Street were still reeling from the shock of discovering his identity, as many referred to him as the Dragon of Wall Street. In fact, some capital magnates have even expressed their willingness to let him lead their economic teams, offering salaries exceeding $100 million. The investigator's response left Wang Qinian utterly bewildered. Even if he were uneducated, he understood the immense weight that an annual salary in excess of $100 million carried. Unable to restrain his heavy breathing, he pressed on with fervent inquiries. How much had Li Dong amassed on Wall Street over 4 years at university to warrant such exorbitant compensation from those financial titans? It was unclear, Li Dong's account maintained a high level of confidentiality, and our reach did not extend into the inner workings of Wall Street, rendering any investigation futile. Yet, it was conceivable that during his university years, he had generated billions from scratch, and should he desire, the prospect of earning hundreds of billions or even thousands of billions in the future was not beyond the realm of possibility. On the other end of the line, the investigator reiterated the situation to Wang Qinian. After a prolonged silence, Wang Qinian erupted in a fit of frustration, exclaiming, "What the hell? Is there no respite?" His driving skills are already terrifying, but his ability to amass wealth is even more daunting, earning the recognition of those capital moguls on Wall Street. His outburst evoked nods of agreement from the surrounding wealthy heirs. The thought that Li Dong had earned all his capital on his own, freely spendable, filled them with envy. After all, even as rich heirs, their annual expenditures barely reached tens of millions, while the financial freedom that Li Dong enjoyed was something they could only dream of. Meanwhile, Zheng Long, who had been eagerly anticipating Li Dong's downfall, was utterly stunned. Unwilling to accept that Li Dong was unscathed, he promptly advised Wang Qinian, "Young Master Wang, even if Li Dong is wealthy, he is like a leaf without roots in this country. Since he obstructs your path, dealing with him would be a trivial matter. Why not find a way to eliminate him and seize his wealth?" With a sharp slap, Wang Qinian struck Zheng Long across the face, retorting, "What age are we living in? No one can dominate everything single-handedly. A foreign Wall Street tycoon like him is under constant scrutiny. Anyone attempting illegal measures against him would surely draw the attention of those Wall Street magnates. Whoever acts will be sent to prison by those tycoons, becoming a pawn to win over Li Dong. Are you suggesting I should land myself in jail?" The wealthy heirs surrounding Wang Qinian regarded Zheng Long with disdain, as if he were a fool. Even Zheng Long's so-called friends cast him scornful glances, clearly believing that his intellect was lacking. Ultimately, as Zheng Long felt the weight of the crowd's judgment, Wang Qinian turned to his companions. "Since defeat is inevitable today, there's no point in racing. Let us return home and still have time to enjoy the nightlife. It was unfortunate for the lovely Bai Weiwei, but I must honor my promise and cease my pursuit of her. Young master, there are countless beauties in the capital. One less Bai Weiwei is inconsequential. Young master, I've recently met a third-tier starlet who embodies the same pure charm as Bai Weiwei. I can arrange for her to come out tonight." A flurry of flattery ensued, and they all returned to their vehicles alongside Wang Qinian. Meanwhile, at the other end of the club, Qin Feng was still deep in thought, contemplating strategies, when he witnessed a mass exodus of cars. Stunned, he could only watch as the luxury sports cars sped away. It wasn't until his phone chimed, revealing a message from Wang Qinian announcing his withdrawal from the race and his intent to honor his promise, that he snapped back to reality. Looking around in disbelief, he remarked, "Wang Qinian just texted me, conceding the race before it even began. This is not his typical behavior. Someone find out what compelled him to concede despite the presence of that racing fanatic." Immediately, someone was dispatched to gather information. Soon, a report came back, explaining the events surrounding Wang Qinian. Upon learning that the racing fanatic had acknowledged Li Dong's superiority and that Wang Qinian had conceded and left, Qin Feng's gaze turned towards the rapidly drifting Bugatti Veyron, especially now that he understood Li Dong was a financial prodigy, whose driving skills outshone the racing fanatics and whose known assets of billions were amassed through stock trading on Wall Street during his university years. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with complexity. He had never anticipated that the Dragon of Wall Street, who attracted offers exceeding $100 million, would join their supercar club and inadvertently help him win a wager. However, with such capabilities, he found himself at a loss for how to express his gratitude. Inside the Bugatti Veyron, Li Dong remained unaware of the significant assistance he had unwittingly provided Qin Feng. Reveling in his first taste of exhilarating speed, he only began to reduce his pace as the fuel gauge approached empty, steering towards the exit in preparation to leave. On the other hand, as Qin Feng watched Li Dong prepare to depart, he clenched his jaw and surveyed his surroundings. It is often said that heroes struggle at the hands of beauty. Since he lacks for nothing financially, I shall arrange a plethora of lovely women for him tonight. I will spare no expense. You are all responsible for contacting any beautiful women you know to introduce to him. Whoever brings a woman that catches Li Dong's fancy shall be handsomely rewarded." Chapter 17. His social circle is full of ambitious goals. Roaring to life, the Bugatti Veyron pulled into the parking lot, and Li Dong stepped out, tossing the keys to the waiting staff. "Please fill her up. The fuel is running low, and I cannot afford any delays before my official race." The club staff promptly accepted the keys and expertly drove the car toward the refueling station, clearly trained in handling high-performance vehicles. Once satisfied that the car was in good condition, Li Dong turned to seek out Xiao Shui. At that moment, Qin Feng approached with a group from the club. "The upcoming race has been cancelled, but if you haven't yet satisfied your need for speed, I can arrange for club members to accompany you for a run. We'll ensure you have a thrilling time. The race is cancelled? Li Dong was momentarily perplexed. Noticing the confusion in Li Dong's eyes, Qin Feng hastened to clarify the situation. I was out racing and managed to intimidate those from the capital's club. They conceded and left. Li Dong felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. The thrill he sought was significantly diminished. What he truly desired was an authentic competition, one that would ignite excitement. The prospect of having Qin Feng's crew running alongside him paled in comparison to racing alone. Well, since there is no race, I shall take my leave, Li Dong said with a wry smile, preparing to depart. However, Qin Feng stopped him once more. You helped me avert a major crisis today. If I don't properly host you, my brothers will ridicule me. I've already arranged a pool party tonight to express my gratitude to you, our great benefactor. I assure you, the women attending will be of the highest caliber. While they may not rival Qiao Shui in beauty, they are certainly top tier. Most importantly, they won't carry the same haughty demeanor. With your prowess, you'll undoubtedly attract a stunning companion tonight. Qin Feng's proposition instantly piqued Li Dong's interest. In his current state, he finds great delight in mingling in crowded places to add friends on his secondary WeChat account, and the queue at the swimming pool undoubtedly presents a fitting opportunity. With an immediate smile, he responds, All right, I am someone who relishes making friends. The more, the merrier. Let us all add each other as friends first. And when evening falls, send me the location. I assure you I shall arrive punctually. With that, he opens the QR code for his WeChat profile, signaling to the crowd that they may add him as a friend. Before long, Qin Feng and his companions have all added him to their contacts. Then, to the bewilderment of Qin Feng and his entourage, Li Dong brazenly strides toward the alluring car models employed by the club for this event. Ladies, our encounter is fate. Do add me as a friend, he proclaims, instantly capturing the attention of the models. Without hesitation, they eagerly retrieve their phones to add him. Watching them reciprocate his request fills Li Dong with satisfaction as he departs, making his way to continue recruiting investments with Qiao Shui. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and his group, observing Li Dong's audacity in befriending the models, quickly confer among themselves. It appears that Li Dong has just achieved financial freedom. Yet he has not had the opportunity to indulge in life. He is undoubtedly in a phase of welcoming all beauties. For tonight's pool party, we must ensure to invite several exquisite ladies. Let us not allow any of those nightclub rejects to mingle. For the last thing we need is for any of our brothers to fall ill. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, his companions readily agree, vowing to guarantee the quality of the female guests. At that moment, some among the group could not resist perusing Li Dong's moments on WeChat. As they scrolled through his ostentatious displays of wealth, even this group of affluent heirs found themselves taken aback. Goodness, Li Dong's moments are simply outrageous. He appears to be an ultra-rich second-generation heir, wealthier than nations. The images of private jets, yachts, resort islands, and luxurious vineyards amassed together would likely surpass the fortunes of the two wealthiest individuals. However, the skyscraper in the CBD is not Li Dong's. It belongs to the Zhou family. One of the four prominent families in Haidu. His boastful post claiming it as his own is, in fact, a fabrication. Not only is the CBD tower not his, but many of the opulent items in Haidu also do not belong to him. What is he attempting to achieve by disseminating such deceitful content to project an image of affluence, masquerading as a second-generation rich heir? Li Dong, often referred to as the Dragon of Wall Street by those capital titans, has already established himself as a first-generation wealthy individual. How could he possibly need to feign being a second-generation rich heir? The crowd, perplexed, gazed at Li Dong's entirely fabricated moments, igniting their curiosity regarding his motives. At that juncture, someone noticed a post on Li Dong's secondary account featuring his second-hand car dealership, which unmistakably belongs to him, the Hunglong second-hand car dealership. Upon this revelation, the individual exclaimed, I understand now. These must be goals that Li Dong has set for himself. Once he accumulates enough wealth on Wall Street, he aspires to acquire all these luxuries. The Hunglong second-hand car dealership and his Bugatti Veyron are merely two modest objectives he has earmarked for himself. Collectively, achieving these goals could cost several billion, and if all the aspirations shared in those posts were to materialize, it might well require trillions. Li Dong's confidence in his earning potential is staggering. He dares to set such lofty ambitions in his moments. Having successfully wrested funds from the grasp of Wall Street's capital sharks and earned the moniker Dragon of Wall Street, he possesses a firm belief in his capabilities. Over his 4 years at university, he has managed to amass no less than 3 billion, and with the capital he currently holds, the prospect of amassing 300 billion, 3 trillion, or even 30 trillion is not beyond the realm of possibility. Yet, the stock market is fraught with volatility. Even the most seasoned capital magnates have faced their Waterloo. He could earn unimaginable wealth or, conversely, lose everything in a single market crash. The group buzzed with lively discussions, some unable to suppress their murmurs regarding Li Dong's reliance on stock trading for income, suggesting that he might eventually face a downfall. Nevertheless, their gazes towards him were tinged with envy. Li Dong, oblivious to the speculations surrounding him, scanned the vicinity and swiftly turned his attention to promoting the Qiao family's hotel to Qiao Shui. However, as he approached her, poised to speak, Qiao Shui stunned him with her unexpected declaration, leaving him momentarily speechless in disbelief. Li Dong, I cannot accept your money. I will find my own way to resolve the issues facing the Qiao family. From now on, we shall not need to keep in touch, she stated, her expression as frigid as ice, exuding an aura of impenetrable distance. Li Dong, taken aback by her sudden desire to sever ties, was left utterly confounded. Why? He queried, his face a canvas of confusion as he fixed his gaze upon her. Because your ability to generate wealth is terrifying. 10 billion in your hands could easily double within a year. Even the highest interest I could offer would not suffice to offset your potential losses. I, Qiao Shui, have never been one to owe debts to others. When I came to my senses and accepted your investment in the Qiao family hotel, it was because I believed I could make your money work for you, providing you with substantial returns. And I felt justified in accepting your investment, not as a trade of my body for your money. However, now that I recognize your earning prowess, should I continue to accept your funds, it would imply that I am tacitly agreeing to exchange my body for your money, a situation I cannot accept. Cold and unyielding, Qiao Shui spoke as if encased in 1,000-year-old frost. Having delivered her words, she disregarded Li Dong's reaction and promptly resumed her promotion of the Qiao family hotel to the wealthy heirs. Observing her retreat, Li Dong found himself at a loss for words, his attempts to call out to her faltering as he silently watched her walk away. Though their interactions had been limited, he understood that Qiao Shui was a person of strong principles. Having said such a thing, she would undoubtedly refuse any form of assistance from him. Very well. Let her resolve her issues on her own. Should she fail, I shall find a way to assist the Qiao family hotel then. Li Dong reassured himself internally. After Qiao Shui had vanished from his sight, he finally dialed Su Yorong's number, signaling that he was ready to depart. Soon, Su Yorong approached briskly. Yorong is magnificent. A tempestuous wave, such words spontaneously emerged in Li Dong's mind as he instinctively crossed his arms, gazing appreciatively at Su Yorong as she ran toward him. Yet, Su Yorong remained oblivious to his admiring gaze. Upon reaching him, she excitedly exclaimed, Boss, now that you have become the vice president, many affluent heirs are eager to collaborate with our Hunglong second-hand car dealership. This year, I will undoubtedly achieve my performance targets. Li Dong, however, offered no response to her excitement. His gaze remained fixated on her captivating presence. Even an experienced individual would find it difficult to resist such temptation. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind as he contemplated that if Su Yorong's performance fell short this year, he would still want to keep her around, if only for the visual delight she provided, regardless of any underlying implications. It was not until Su Yorong gazed at him with a hint of dissatisfaction for nearly a minute that he finally snapped back to reality. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he chuckled and explained, Don't blame me. It's merely a natural reaction to your stunning allure. With the competition here concluded, shall we head to the mall? I'm preparing to leave. Would you like to come along? Boss, I am returning to the company. Su Yorong nodded immediately and walked alongside Li Dong towards his Bugatti Veyron. At this moment, the Bugatti had been fully refueled by the staff, and Li Dong swiftly drove towards the company. Upon arriving, he signaled Su Yorong to manage her tasks, while he commenced his routine inspection. Although Hunglong's second-hand car company held only a modest value within his prestigious social circle, it remained his sole enterprise, one he regarded with utmost seriousness. Like a lion king patrolling his territory, he meticulously surveyed both the low-end and high-end vehicle sections. It wasn't until office hours concluded that he drove off in the Bugatti Veyron, departing amidst the envious gazes of the employees, heading directly to the address Qin Feng had sent him. The Mid-Mountain Park Villa District is undoubtedly one of the most prestigious villa areas in the magical city. This time, in an effort to host a grand gathering and convey his regard for Li Dong, Qin Feng spared no expense in renting an opulent villa. Upon Li Dong's arrival, an array of luxury cars was already parked outside, many belonging to the wealthy heirs from the club, alongside some strikingly feminine supercars, with a notable presence of affluent and beautiful women among them. He hoped tonight's pool party would allow him to forge new friendships and garner numerous likes, securing him another prestigious reward within his social circle. With a contemplative expression, Li Dong parked the car and made his way into the villa. In the villa's courtyard, the most prominent feature was the expansive swimming pool, where several tall beauties clad in bikinis were already showcasing their figures. As Li Dong entered, the attention of these individuals immediately turned toward him. On this occasion, due to his high-priced counterfeit designer attire now soiled, He wore a simple outfit purchased from Taobao, amounting to no more than 500 yuan. The women invited here were typically either car models, fashion models, or high-ranking professionals, possessing discerning eyes that quickly assessed the value of his attire. A wardrobe worth less than 500 yuan suggested he was not one of the guests at this glamorous pool party. They continued to wait for their targets. As tonight was a gathering of elite heirs, aiming to snag a wealthy partner and leap into a new realm of prosperity. Remember, one must not release the eagle until the rabbit is seen. To enter the world of the affluent, one fundamental principle is to maintain one's integrity. Those extravagant and frivolous women who wish to attend this pool party yet cannot are excluded for their lack of self-respect. Never let temporary temptations lead you astray. A group of bikini-clad beauties whispered amongst themselves, but the next moment, they were all taken aback. Under their gaze, Qin Feng and his entourage approached Li Dong with warmth and enthusiasm. Upon reaching Li Dong, Qin Feng embraced him warmly and introduced him to the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to present to you my esteemed guest for tonight's pool party. I must inform you, he is a top-tier financial genius. A man who has seized no less than 3 billion from the capital tycoons of Wall Street during his 4 years at university. His financial prowess has earned him the title Dragon of Wall Street among the capital giants. If you can win his favor, even a casual word from him could double your assets. Instantly, the previously unimpressed bikini-clad beauties stared at Li Dong in awe, their gazes sparkling with newfound admiration. Unaware that he had captured their attention, Li Dong's eyes were fixed on a corner of the pool where his college-class flower, Wang Mimi, sat quietly. Under his gaze, she momentarily lost her usual calm demeanor, her eyes widening in surprise, as if a chicken egg could fit through. Chapter 19. Assets starting from a minimum of 1 billion. Beside Wang Mimi, a woman with whom she shared a good rapport noticed her astonished expression and pondered aloud. What's the matter, Mimi? Do you know this financial genius? Yes, very well. We are university classmates, having known each other for 4 years, Wang Mimi instinctively replied, her heart filled with complexity. Once, she had been the most radiant beauty in her class, one of the most renowned campus beauties. While Li Dong was merely an ordinary student who had never garnered her attention. In fact, no male student had ever caught her eye throughout the university. Her goal had always been clear, to marry a genuine wealthy individual, someone successful in business, rather than a frivolous rich heir. Thus, even upon learning that Li Dong owned a luxurious apartment in Tangshan Yiping, she had not made a concerted effort to reach out to him after her initial shock. However, witnessing Li Dong being grandly introduced by Qin Feng now made her realize her misjudgment. Li Dong was not merely a rich heir squandering his parents' wealth, but an individual capable of making any woman swoon over him. Is there still a chance for me? She pondered. Yes, there is a chance, Mimi. You still have an opportunity. Compared to these unfamiliar women, you are the one he knows best. He understands your integrity and that you have never been with any man. What man wouldn't want to marry a woman of such virtue? Especially one who was the campus beauty during his university years? Therefore, among all these women, my chances are still the greatest. Countless thoughts surged through Wang Mimi's mind as her companions continued to express shock over her connection with Li Dong. She rose to her feet and made her way toward him. As she approached, Qin Feng, standing next to Li Dong, noticed her advance first. Leaning closer to Li Dong, he mischievously remarked, Li Xiao, the woman walking over is a gem in our circle. Her looks and figure are top tier. Many of our peers have had their eyes on her, yet she has never shown interest in any of them. Clearly, she is now approaching you. Tonight, my friend, you may have a delightful experience. Li Dong felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him as he heard Qin Feng's words. Having already recognized Wang Mimi, he awkwardly smiled and replied, we are university classmates. She might just want to catch up with an old friend, considering my wealth is still far less than many of you here. She may not be interested in the rich heirs of your circle, let alone in me. While Li Dong feigned modesty, his gaze was uncontrollably drawn to Wang Mimi. Although they had been classmates for 4 years, at that moment, seeing her in a swimsuit left him momentarily speechless. Wang Mimi looked stunningly beautiful. Not in the daring bikinis many women wore, but in a simple sky blue one-piece swimsuit, her hair styled in a casual ponytail, exuding a pure yet alluring charm that captivated the attention of every man present. Perhaps, in terms of sheer beauty, she wasn't the most stunning among them, nor was her physique the most remarkable. Yet, under the delicate balance of innocence and allure, she undoubtedly stood out as the most captivating woman in the crowd. As Li Dong's gaze lingered, Wang Mimi arrived before him. Looking at him, she smiled gently and said, old classmate, you, the Dragon of Wall Street, managed to keep your status under wraps throughout university. Your composure is truly remarkable. Li Dong responded, his face flushing with embarrassment. After all, during his 4 years at university, he had yet to acquire a system, even if he wished to feign affluence. He lacked the capital to do so and could only proceed with prudence. Naturally, a student must embrace the life of a student, and besides, I haven't earned much. So what is there to boast about? With a confident smile, Li Dong radiated an air of indifference towards wealth, treating it as mere refuse. Observing Li Dong's demeanor, Qin Feng, standing nearby, could no longer contain himself. He immediately quipped, "You say you don't have much money, but after our preliminary calculations, your assets in Haidu alone are already worth several billion. And that's just in Haidu. Your primary funds must be resting in your Wall Street accounts. After all, the real industry is more of a diversion for you. That is where your true battleground for profit lies. So, even with a conservative estimate, considering your Wall Street funds, your assets are likely in the hundreds of billions." Although Wang Mimi had already endeavored to overestimate Li Dong internally upon hearing his moniker, Dragon of Wall Street, she was still taken aback and appeared astonished upon learning that his assets were no less than 100 billion. I must seize this opportunity to become his girlfriend, she resolved inwardly, her face reflecting her shock. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, while supporting Li Dong's quest to win over Wang Mimi, was quietly observing him. Upon realizing that Li Dong remained unfazed at the mention of hundreds of billions, his regard for Li Dong elevated immediately. It seemed I may have underestimated him. However, it stands to reason that if he possessed only 100 billion RMB, it would merely convert to about 10 billion USD, hardly warranting such high praise from Wall Street magnates. Henceforth, I must treat him as an equal, for a person wielding over 100 billion in cash flow, if driven to madness, could pose a challenge even for our Qin family. With such thoughts in mind, Qin Feng enthusiastically continued, "Very well. Since you two are old classmates reuniting, I shall not intrude on your conversation. Please find a place to chat, and I will attend to the other guests." With that, he did not wait for Li Dong's response and promptly departed. Watching him leave, Li Dong chuckled in silence and pointed to two vacant loungers by the poolside. "There are 2 empty spots over there. Shall we converse there for a bit?" "All right," Wang Mimi replied with a sweet smile, and together they strolled towards the poolside. Soon, they settled side by side on the loungers. Wang Mimi spoke, and Li Dong listened, as she recounted a plethora of delightful university memories, her enthusiasm dispelling the long-standing barriers between them. Around them, a multitude of bikini-clad beauties observed the growing familiarity between Li Dong and Wang Mimi, their impatience palpable. At that moment, a woman with a stunning figure that seemed ready to burst from her swimsuit could no longer restrain herself and stood up. "I must employ my trump card, otherwise the opportunity may slip away," she thought, discreetly loosening the straps of her swimsuit and making her way towards Li Dong and Wang Mimi. Chapter 20. Qin Feng's brother. Lin Jinjin was exceptionally beautiful, her figure remarkably voluptuous, comparable to foreign supermodels. At the beach, she was always a striking presence, seldom overshadowed by others. In this instance, although Li Dong's attention was entirely devoted to Wang Mimi beside him, she possessed enough confidence to believe that merely approaching him would capture his gaze. Indeed, as she stepped closer to Li Dong and Wang Mimi, his eyes instinctively gravitated towards her. Tall and curvaceous, her swimsuit appeared as though it could burst at any moment. Complemented by a captivating face, she seemed anything but innocent. If added as a WeChat friend, she would undoubtedly become an avid supporter. Unbeknownst to him, Li Dong silently appraised Lin Jinjin in this manner. Meanwhile, Wang Mimi, noticing Li Dong's captivated gaze directed at Lin Jinjin, felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Just then, Lin Jinjin reached their side and, as if stepping on water, her foot slipped, causing her to tumble towards Li Dong. By the time Li Dong reacted, she had already landed squarely in his arms. Instinctively, he embraced the falling Lin Jinjin, the embrace firm due to her sudden descent, were it not for their swimsuits. The proximity between them might have become even more intimate. Lin Jinjin emitted a seductive gasp upon being caught, then, blushing, lifted her head to gaze at Li Dong. "I'm so sorry. It seems I stepped on some water. Did I hurt you?" Hurt? At that moment, while the impact may have been somewhat painful, Li Dong had completely forgotten. In fact, he even neglected to respond to Lin Jinjin's question, his eyes fixated in astonishment upon her. The loosened straps of her swimsuit had allowed it to sag, presenting an alluring view from Li Dong's perspective. It was not a movie, but this was still Li Dong's first encounter with such beauty, and it was only natural that he found it difficult to control his gaze. At this moment, Lin Jinjin noticed Li Dong's captivated expression. I knew no man could escape my charms," she thought, inwardly pleased, while feigning surprise at the loosened straps of her swimsuit, hastily reaching to tighten them. As Lin Jinjin secured her swimsuit, Li Dong finally regained his composure and responded. "I wasn't hurt. However, you fell rather suddenly. Are you all right? Thank goodness you caught me. Otherwise, I might have really hurt myself. Though there is a bit of pain now. It's nothing serious," she said, looking at him with gratitude. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, She reached for her phone and looked at Li Dong. Let us add each other as friends. You saved me once, after all, and I should have a chance to repay you. Sure, Li Dong replied with a bright smile, taking his phone to add Lin Jinjin as a friend on WeChat. Meanwhile, Wang Mimi, witnessing Li Dong adding the voluptuous beauty's WeChat right before her eyes, felt an intense sense of urgency. This vixen is clearly trying to seduce him. Li Dong has only dabbled in stocks and futures during his university years and is utterly oblivious to such women-esque tricks. I must act swiftly to secure his affection and drive such temptresses away. Wang Mimi mused, seemingly unaware of Lin Jinjin's intentions, and promptly stepped closer to Li Dong, extending her hand towards Lin Jinjin. Originally, Lin Jinjin had intended to play coy, hoping to let Li Dong savor her alluring figure a bit longer. However, faced with Wang Mimi's outstretched hand, she found it difficult to maintain her facade. Reluctantly rising, she signaled to Li Dong that they could connect later on WeChat and made her exit. As Lin Jinjin departed, Wang Mimi feigned a casual inquiry. Li Dong, you just added that woman as a friend. You don't have feelings for her, do you? I must warn you, there are two types of women here. Some, like me, are respectable professionals aiming to marry into wealth, maintaining our integrity and not easily allowing men to touch us. But then there are those models, merely seeking to extract a fortune from rich heirs. Do not be entangled with such women, as they are not easily shaken off once they've clung on. Li Dong observed the unmistakable hint of jealousy in Wang Mimi's demeanor, which struck him as rather amusing. After all, he had once been just a passerby in her eyes. A mere classmate, she wouldn't spare a second glance. Is this the allure of wealth? Li Dong pondered inwardly, maintaining a facade of nonchalance as he chuckled. Are you familiar with the basketball star Durant? His favorite pastime is to like photos of various internet celebrity beauties online, earning him the title of the richest loser in the world. While I may not share his penchant for indiscriminately liking posts, I too harbor an appreciation for beautiful women. Thus, if a beauty adds me, I would never turn her down, though it doesn't signify any particular intentions on my part. His response left Wang Mimi somewhat bewildered. Around them, the bikini-clad beauties were visibly excited at the prospect of Lin Jinjin adding Li Dong as a friend. It seemed that Li Xiao's affections were not solely reserved for his old classmate. He could very well be interested in them too. Indeed, they thought, if they could find a way to add him as a friend, it would be the first step toward success. After all, he was known as the Dragon of Wall Street, and any association with him, even if it didn't culminate in a romantic relationship, could yield invaluable insights regarding stock and fund investments. If they could maintain a long-term connection, they wouldn't even require his financial support. Merely being included when he made stock or futures trades would be worth their while. A throng of bikini-clad women, akin to wolves eyeing their prey, began to approach Li Dong through various maneuvers. Some feigned interest, dramatically collapsing onto him to secure an ad, while others boldly sought to ingratiate themselves from different angles. A few even unabashedly expressed their desire for his financial acumen, offering themselves in return. Regardless of their motivations for befriending him, Li Dong did not decline their advances, which convinced Wang Mimi of the veracity of his elaborate explanations. However, just as Li Dong reveled in the burgeoning number of contacts on his WeChat, a rather imposing man suddenly appeared beside him. This man bore a striking resemblance to Qin Feng, albeit taller and more intimidating, emanating a palpable aura of menace. Fixing his steely gaze upon Li Dong, he coldly remarked, "You are the one who thwarted my plans today, causing those people from the capital to leave without a match." Chapter 21. Can you help me hire a group of special forces? Qin Zheng was furious. If looks could kill, Li Dong would have perished 100 times over. It was common knowledge that the Qin family maintained an internal competition for inheritance rights, where only the most exceptional individual among each generation could manage the Qin group, while the others were relegated to minor dividends, barely scraping by as affluent second-generation heirs. In their generation, there were 9 descendants, including cousins, with Qin Feng currently leading in success, while Qin Zheng ranked second. Moreover, Qin Feng had ventured to the capital largely on his own merit, utilizing minimal family connections. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he was poised to become the next leader of the Qin family. Having toiled to secure the second position, Qin Zheng was unwilling to accept such a fate. Thus, he had meticulously conspired with Wang Qinian to undermine Qin Feng, just as victory seemed within reach. Set to oust Qin Feng from the capital and obliterate years of his hard work, Li Dong's unexpected arrival disrupted the plan, inciting his ire towards Li Dong. To obstruct one's financial prospects was akin to murdering one's parents. In that moment, Qin Zheng's animosity towards Li Dong surpassed even that directed at Qin Feng. Reclining on his chair, Li Dong regarded the venomous stare of Qin Zheng with a hint of disdain, casually remarking, "Indeed. My reckless driving today did scare away a group from the capital's racing club. Those were your associates, weren't they? Next time, please enlist some real experts. I was looking forward to a thrilling race, but alas, the competition was abruptly cancelled, leaving me unsatisfied. Qin Zheng was astounded that Li Dong not only displayed no fear, but also dared to mock him. Clenching his fists, he threatened, "You are audacious. More so than I had imagined. Just because you've earned some money on Wall Street, you think you stand on the same pedestal as us? In the Magic City, you're merely a nouveau riche, possessing wealth without any societal influence. It would be a trivial matter for me to ruin you. But what if you had my backing? Would your so-called friends still dare to confront me?" A chilling voice interrupted from the side as Qin Feng hurriedly arrived. Observing Qin Feng's approach, Qin Zheng scoffed derisively. "Your current business interests lie in the capital. How long can you remain in the Magic City to protect him? When you leave, it will be my turn to exact revenge. Of course, you could choose to remain loyal and safeguard your benefactor, abandoning your enterprises in the capital." Without waiting for Qin Feng's response, Qin Zheng arrogantly turned to Li Dong, stating, "Today, I merely came to familiarize myself with you. Prepare for my retribution." Li Dong, exuding an air of dominance, dismissed Qin Zheng's threats with a wave of his hand. What did background and societal influence amount to? To him, it all boiled down to the essence of money. With his extensive network, he merely needed time to accumulate wealth. He would never cower before a minor heir of the Qin family. As Qin Zheng observed Li Dong's indifference, his expression darkened further. Realizing that mere words would fail to instill fear in Li Dong, he stormed off, intent on gathering intelligence for a revenge scheme. Qin Feng, witnessing his brother's departure, awkwardly turned to Li Dong. "Li Xiao, Qin Zheng is my younger brother. However, he possesses a temperament that is quite different from mine, brash and combative. He has many friends in the Magic City, and if he threatens you, please be cautious and do not underestimate him. Rest assured, a gentleman does not place himself in perilous situations. I will not allow myself to be ensnared," Li Dong replied with a serene smile, already contemplating hiring bodyguards. After all, his reputation as the Dragon of Wall Street had spread, and countless individuals were aware of his substantial net worth, even without the threat from Qin Zheng. To avoid attracting attention from any unsavory characters, he needed to ensure his personal safety. Unaware of Li Dong's thoughts, Qin Feng, feeling guilty, promptly assured him, "If Qin Zheng causes you any trouble, feel free to call me anytime. Even if I am in the capital, I will return at the first opportunity. I will introduce you to the attendees of this gathering. They are all my close friends and can assist you with any minor troubles before I head back to the capital." Seeing Qin Feng's earnestness, Li Dong could only helplessly rise and glance at Wang Mimi. "Wang Mimi, I'll be stepping out with Qin Feng for a bit. You can entertain yourself for now." "All right, you handle your business. Come find me once you're done," Wang Mimi replied obediently, appearing very understanding. Only after Li Dong and Qin Feng departed did she furrow her brow, beginning to reflect on her interactions with Li Dong, hoping to ascertain if there was any aspect she had neglected. Li Dong was perplexed by the fact that the class beauty, who had once scarcely acknowledged his existence, was now reflecting on the nuances of their interactions after their separation, cautiously approaching him. Following Qin Feng's departure, he swiftly ascended to the second floor of the villa. Here, the atmosphere was markedly different from the bustling pool below. Though fewer in number, the attendees, both men and women, exuded an air of pride, adorned with luxurious watches and high-end designer items, subtly indicating their distinction from those below. Upon seeing Li Dong arrive alongside Qin Feng, the crowd eagerly welcomed him with open arms. Li Dong, the Dragon of Wall Street, the driving force that has quelled the madness of car enthusiasts. Let us extend a grand welcome. One exclaimed, "Young Master Li, we came here specifically to meet you. Yet you were whisked away by the women below the moment you arrived. We feared you might engage with them until the evening, leaving us no chance to make your acquaintance." Another chimed in, "Young Master Li, making us wait for so long is rather inconsiderate. You must drink 3 cups as penance." They teased, "Those women below are merely after wealth. If you're truly seeking a girlfriend, consider someone from our circle. At least their backgrounds will be more compatible, not purely motivated by money." The group continued to jest with Li Dong, while several strikingly beautiful socialites cast flirtatious glances his way, clearly intrigued by him. Li Dong, noting their enthusiasm, boldly poured himself a glass of wine and addressed the crowd. "Since you all insist, I shall indulge in a cup as my own form of atonement." His willingness to partake in the revelry significantly enhanced his appeal to those present, prompting a flurry of self-introductions. When a man named Zhao Yun, affectionately nicknamed Fatty Yun, introduced himself, Li Dong's interest was piqued. This rotund fellow, sharing a name with a famed general from the Three Kingdoms, revealed that his family operated a security company, with many of the property guards in High City being their employees. Realizing this, and with plans to hire a few security personnel himself, Li Dong turned to Fatty Yun and inquired, "Fatty Yun, could you assist me in hiring a cadre of truly skilled bodyguards? Ideally, I seek those who are retired special forces. Chapter 22. Will you return home with me tonight? Upon hearing Li Dong's request for a team of retired special forces as bodyguards, the others could not contain their laughter, interrupting Fatty Yun before he could respond. Young Master Li, you must have read too many novels to think special forces are as plentiful as cabbages, and that one can simply hire a group. One laughed. Let me clarify. Special forces are the elite of the military, barring any misconduct. Even if their physical capabilities decline, the military ensures their well-being. They are not in need of money, so why would they work as bodyguards? Another added. Each of them is a national treasure, painstakingly cultivated by the military. Your chances of hiring one are exceedingly slim. Li Dong, absorbing the banter of the wealthy heirs around him, realized his assumptions had been misguided. Many novels portrayed retired special forces as struggling financially, leading him to unconsciously believe they were all in dire need of money. Now, hearing the perspectives of these affluent young men, he understood just how scarce these elite soldiers truly were, making the prospect of hiring them exceedingly challenging. Amidst this, Fatty Yun, observing Li Dong's dawning realization, smiled and explained, Young Master Li, while I cannot procure a special forces soldier for you, I do know of an extraordinary individual whose combat prowess rivals that of special forces, one who could easily take on 10 opponents. However, his hiring fee is quite steep, demanding an annual salary of 1 million. Li Dong's interest was instantly piqued by Fatty Yun's words. As long as he possesses genuine skill, money is certainly not an issue. Very well, I will contact you tomorrow, young Master Li, and bring that expert to meet you, Fatty Yun replied with a broad smile. Meanwhile, Qin Feng observed Li Dong engaging animatedly with the group, clearly integrating into this small circle, which brought him a sense of relief. After a while, he stepped forward and addressed the crowd. Everyone is aware of the recent events regarding Qinzheng. I have business interests in the capital and cannot remain in Magic City indefinitely. Therefore, should Qinzheng cause any trouble for young Master Li, I kindly ask that you keep an eye on him. Rest assured, I will return promptly, and I only require your support for a brief period. Qin, do not presume that you alone are a friend of young Master Li. We are equally his allies. If young Master Li encounters any difficulties, we will certainly assist him. We are not the type to turn a blind eye when a friend is in need, one asserted. Qin Feng, you may rest assured and attend to your business and fiancé in the capital. Young Master Li will be well looked after, and no harm will come to him. The group assured him, expressing their commitment to support Li Dong. An hour later, noticing that some of the wealthy heirs were becoming restless, Qin Feng addressed the gathering. All right, I shall not intrude upon your pursuits any longer, but remember the principles of our circle. While one may spend wealth on women, coercion is absolutely forbidden. We must not allow any unsavory rumors to circulate. Otherwise, we may find fewer high-quality women at our gatherings in the future. Furthermore, that Wang Mimi is now of interest to young Master Li, so those of you who have been pursuing her should seek another target. Qin Feng's remarks elicited mischievous laughter from the group, while several attractive socialites shot disapproving glances at him, clearly displeased with the notion of viewing women as mere objects. However, it was evident that the wealthy heirs' circle operated on such principles, and the women had long since acclimated to this reality. One particularly striking socialite turned to Li Dong and remarked, Young Master Li, I am familiar with Wang Mimi. She possesses a pure demeanor and a beautiful face. However, since she has chosen to frequent such places in search of a wealthy husband, her inner purity may not align with her outward appearance. Enjoy her company, but guard your heart. If you seek a genuine partner, it is wiser to look within our circle. Li Dong felt a twinge of awkwardness at their words. Although his financial assets rivaled those of these affluent heirs, his mindset had not fully transitioned. He found it challenging to regard women as mere playthings, especially those who had once been classmates, whom he could not easily dismiss after a fleeting encounter. Nevertheless, he reassured himself, I must gradually adapt to this new lifestyle. I am already a wealthy individual. I cannot continue to live as I once did. With this resolve, he followed the crowd downstairs. In the courtyard, a throng of bikini-clad beauties remained, and the crowd had only grown. Below, some less affluent young men, unable to penetrate the exclusive circle on the second floor, had begun to cozy up to the bikini-clad women. Moreover, it seemed that these women had become accustomed to such lifestyles, showing no signs of discomfort as they were publicly kissed and touched by the wealthy heirs. Of course, not all the bikini beauties were so accepting. A small number maintained a clear distance even when approached by the wealthy young men. Witnessing this scene, Li Dong recalled the evaluations made by Qin Feng and his companions regarding these bikini-clad women. They had categorized them into two groups. The first group consisted of those akin to models, relying on their youth and beauty, easily swayed by wealth. The second group comprised university students, white-collar workers, or women running small businesses. These women primarily sought a wealthy partner, maintaining a more principled stance than the first group. However, as time passed, many who could not marry into affluent families gradually compromised, becoming the mistresses of wealthy heirs until age and fading beauty forced them out of this lifestyle. Naturally, a select few adept individuals did manage to marry into wealth, but such instances were exceedingly rare. Even so, there are those who cannot resist temptation, directly becoming the first category of individuals, with some going so far as to become what is colloquially known as the periphery, abandoning all principles for the sake of financial gain. Although Li Dong and Wang Mimi had minimal interactions during their university days, Wang Mimi had always been etched in Li Dong's mind as the epitome of perfection, a goddess embodying purity and beauty. He was truly reluctant to witness the gradual disintegration of the image of the goddess he once revered. He hoped she was one of the rare women capable of maintaining her principles unwaveringly. In that moment, Li Dong's heart was a tempest of emotions as he approached Wang Mimi step by step. Upon seeing Li Dong approach, a radiant, pristine smile illuminated Wang Mimi's face. Yet, in the next instant, Li Dong's words left her momentarily stunned. Gazing at Wang Mimi, Li Dong candidly stated, "Wang Mimi, will you return home with me tonight? You know that many eyes are upon us here. Others are embracing their beautiful companions, and if I cannot do the same, I would lose face. Rest assured, I shall not treat you unfairly. You are aware of my moniker, the Dragon of Wall Street. In the future, I will involve you in all my stock and futures investments, and soon, you shall accumulate unimaginable wealth alongside me, enough for a lifetime of indulgence." Chapter 23, Special Privileges. Li Dong, the Dragon of Wall Street, a financial prodigy capable of snatching opportunities from the mouths of Wall Street tycoons. It was a well-known consensus at the pool party that anyone who could join Li Dong in his stock and futures ventures would undoubtedly see their assets multiply exponentially in a short period. At that moment, hearing Li Dong's willingness to promise her shared prosperity, Wang Mimi felt her heart race uncontrollably. Li Dong, observing Wang Mimi's evident excitement, was nonetheless filled with disappointment. The next moment, Wang Mimi stood up and looked at Li Dong, saying, "This is not the place for conversation. I know of a delightful milk tea shop nearby. Let us go there to talk." "A milk tea shop? Shouldn't we be heading to a hotel?" Li Dong felt a twinge of confusion as he regarded Wang Mimi, but upon witnessing the earnestness in her eyes, he nodded in agreement. "I will change my clothes in the dressing room. Please wait for me in the parking lot," Wang Mimi instructed before rising and departing. Watching her leave, Li Dong waved goodbye to Qin Feng, who was a short distance away, before stepping out of the villa and leaning against his Bugatti Veyron. 10 minutes later, Wang Mimi reappeared. Upon seeing her changed attire, Li Dong felt a sudden illumination. It was as if he had been transported back to their university days, when Wang Mimi's name as the campus beauty resonated throughout the school. And he was merely a nameless figure. Wang Mimi, now adorned in a white shirt and denim capri pants, radiated an innocence that made it hard to believe she had entered the workforce. Noticing Li Dong seemingly mesmerized, she flashed him a pure smile and slid into the passenger seat. With this, Li Dong snapped back to reality and began driving according to Wang Mimi's directions. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of a milk tea shop named Campus Belle. However, the place was shrouded in darkness, already closed for the night. Li Dong, glancing at Wang Mimi, spoke with a hint of resignation. "It seems we will need to find another location." Yet, just as Li Dong finished speaking, Wang Mimi produced a key and unlocked the door to the milk tea shop. "Come in. This milk tea shop is mine," her voice echoed from within. Li Dong followed her inside. The cafe was modestly sized yet exquisitely decorated, featuring 6 or 7 small tables and a row of wooden bookshelves, resembling a cozy little library. As Li Dong entered, Wang Mimi immediately turned to him, saying, "Please pull down the sliding door, otherwise people may think my milk tea shop is still open and might wander in." Was she concerned about being disturbed? Did she wish for something to unfold between them in this establishment? Countless thoughts flickered through Li Dong's mind. Having never engaged in such activities in a public space, he found himself anticipating the evening with heightened excitement. Turning swiftly, he pulled down the sliding door and approached Wang Mimi with a complex expression. Perhaps the world is indeed as those wealthy second-generation individuals assert. A woman's modesty is merely a means to deal with the impoverished. Class compatibility is essential in any era. If I seek a wife, it must be from among the affluent and beautiful. Others are merely for fleeting amusement. Countless thoughts coursed through Li Dong's mind as he began to contemplate how he would capture Wang Mimi's heart that evening. At that moment, Wang Mimi had prepared 2 cups of milk tea and sat down beside Li Dong. Observing her settle in, Li Dong, now convinced that Wang Mimi was willing to compromise for financial gain, reached out to wrap his arm around her waist. Slap. Just as Li Dong's hand landed on Wang Mimi's waist, she swiftly struck his hand away. Gazing intently at Li Dong, her expression turned serious. "Li Dong, please remove your hand." We are still classmates and friends, but if you do not take your hand away, we can no longer remain friends. Wang Mimi's voice was laced with coldness and irritation, leaving Li Dong momentarily bewildered. This was entirely contrary to his expectations. He had envisioned Wang Mimi succumbing to the flow and falling into his embrace. He imagined the two of them would engage in a primal battle of the sexes within the confines of the milk tea shop. However, Wang Mimi's anger made it abundantly clear that the reality was far removed from his fantasies. Puzzled, Li Dong stared at Wang Mimi. "Did you invite me out not to engage in that, but rather to have me bring you along to wealth?" He admitted. "I confess there was a moment when I was indeed intrigued, but beyond that fleeting sentiment, I felt more indignation. I have always believed I was different from the other women at the gatherings. They are satisfied with a wealthy man, while I require a man who excels in all aspects to earn my interest. Yet, in that moment of intrigue, I realized I was no different from them. The affluent second-generation men had not pursued me simply because their offerings were insufficient, and I was uncertain whether they would genuinely marry me after our dalliance. I had pridefully rejected numerous advances from wealthy second-generation men at various gatherings until your appearance made me waver. Even though your intentions were crystal clear, you would not marry me. I still found myself moved. This version of myself repulses me. I find the pride I once flaunted to be laughable. Thus, I resolved to distance myself from that circle and lead a life of ordinary elegance. In doing so, I may not live the life I yearn for, but I shall never be impoverished nor looked down upon. Nor will I allow a former classmate to think they can buy me into bed rather than pursue me." Wang Mimi's face was filled with self-mockery and sorrow, tears streaming uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. Witnessing Wang Mimi in such a state, Li Dong realized the profound impact of his words, uttered in an attempt to validate the claims made by the wealthy second-generation individuals, and how deeply they had wounded her. Suddenly feeling awkward, he looked at Wang Mimi and said, "I apologize. I have only just entered this circle of wealthy second-generation individuals and have been influenced by their evaluations of women at parties, which significantly challenged my worldview. I couldn't help but speak to you in such a manner, wishing to validate their perceptions of women." Li Dong's words only deepened the complexity in Wang Mimi's gaze. After a prolonged moment, she fixed her earnest gaze upon Li Dong and inquired, "Li Dong, if I had never graced such gatherings, would you have pursued me? Would you have developed feelings for me? Given your esteemed background, is there any possibility that you would consider marrying a woman like me, who possesses only beauty yet is mismatched in status?" She urged him to respond sincerely, adding, "Of course, I won't have you answer for free. Aren't you coveting my body? Should you provide an authentic reply, I shall grant you a unique reward." Hearing Wang Mimi's words, Li Dong's expression shifted to one of surprise. He found it perplexing that Wang Mimi, having resolved to withdraw from this world, would still engage in such dialogue. However, upon observing the yearning in her eyes for his answer, he hesitated for a moment before replying earnestly, "If you had never attended such events, I cannot ascertain whether I would have pursued you. Yet, I can assure you that for me, the decision to marry hinges solely on physical attraction and shared values. Notions of social standing hold no weight. I have no qualms about your humble background. If we were genuinely to be together, I would certainly marry you. However, encountering you at such a gathering, even if something were to transpire, I could never marry you, for doing so would render me a laughingstock in this circle." Li Dong's words immediately cast a shadow of deep regret across Wang Mimi's features. It dawned on her how naive it was to aspire to enter a wealthy family through such gatherings. From the moment she chose to step into this world, it was destined that she would be looked down upon by the wealthy heirs, relegated to the status of mere plaything in their eyes. With a self-deprecating smile, she gazed earnestly at Li Dong and said, "Thank you, Li Dong. Your words have awakened me, affirming that my decision to exit this circle is indeed the right one. Had I remained, my inflated self-esteem would have led me to be toyed with by some wealthy heir, only to be discarded when I believed I could secure a place in a prosperous family. Leaving now, at least I retain my dignity and can aspire to marry respectably in the future, without the fear of being looked down upon by my future husband." Li Dong, noting the sincerity etched on Wang Mimi's face, realized that she had genuinely come to terms with her past, ready to bid farewell to her previous aspirations of marrying into wealth. Although the prospect of being with Wang Mimi was now out of reach, he felt an inexplicable joy witnessing her transformation. After all, given his financial means, he would never lack for companionship, and seeing an old classmate return from a misguided path brought him more satisfaction than mere physical conquest. Yet, while he reveled in Wang Mimi's newfound clarity, an unexpected event unfolded. She abruptly stood, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him fervently. By the time Li Dong registered what was happening, her lips had already found his. Though he was no stranger to kissing, having had former girlfriends, the sensation of Wang Mimi's kiss sent an electric thrill coursing through him. Her lips, as smooth as jelly, seemed to carry an invisible charge that rendered his own lips tingling with sensation. Instinctively, his hands began to wander, seeking more. However, just as his hands began to overstep boundaries, Wang Mimi swiftly intercepted them. Looking at him with a complex expression, she murmured, "No touching, only kissing. Had you not shown up tonight, I would have inevitably lost myself in this sordid world. Thus, I wish to bestow my first kiss upon you. It serves as both a token of gratitude and a lesson, a reminder not to be lured back into this circle." Li Dong was momentarily dumbfounded by her words. Yet, he was far from being the epitome of restraint, especially in the face of the university belle, who had often been the subject of discussion among his peers regarding the implications of winning her affections. Throughout his university years, he had dreamt of her in various unspeakable scenarios. With her initiating the kiss, expecting him to maintain composure was an arduous task. Even as Wang Mimi attempted to thwart his advances, he found himself unable to resist the urge to lift his hands again. This dance continued, with her repeatedly swatting his hands down, yet he persisted in raising them. At some point, her earlier resistance softened, and she embraced him tightly, settling onto his lap, allowing him to take liberties. 10 minutes later, as his hands grew increasingly audacious, she abruptly stood, her expression fraught with anxiety. You should leave," she stammered. Initially, she had only intended to give him a kiss as a reward for his kindness and as penance for her entanglement in that filthy circle. However, she now realized she had lost far more than anticipated, as evidenced by her wrinkled attire. "Can't you stay?" Li Dong, fueled by desire, gazed at her flushed face, now radiant from their kiss. "No, you must go. I have resolved to sever ties with that sordid circle entirely, and I must preserve my first time for my future husband." Wang Mimi's expression was fierce, as she regarded him with the wariness of someone guarding against a wolf. She had truly become frightened. Having never kissed before, she had unwittingly lost herself in the moment, forgetting to resist his roaming hands. She feared that if he lingered any longer, she would be completely consumed by him. After all, she was acutely aware of the intensity of his desire. Having just been seated on his lap, seeing her apprehension, Li Dong felt a wave of dismay wash over him. "You ignite my passions yet abandon me to the winds, disregarding the consequences. Is this truly fair? You look down on me in your heart, knowing you could never marry me, yet you wish to take my first time, tarnishing my future husband's perception of me. Is this your satisfaction?" With a pout, Wang Mimi's eyes brimmed with indignation. Observing her distress, Li Dong's fervor began to wane. He understood that despite the seeming openness of the current era, many men still harbored deep-seated desires for their wives to be untouched. The thought of taking Wang Mimi's virginity, knowing it would mar her future husband's image, felt cruel. Thus, even when desire coursed through him, he resolved to let Wang Mimi go this time. "Very well. Let this be the end for today. I shall take my leave." With a heavy heart, Li Dong rose from the sofa. Unlocking his phone to peruse the array of beautiful women on his contact list, contemplating whether to seek solace among them that evening. As fate would have it, just as he opened his phone, a photograph from the alluring Lin Jinjin graced his screen, the setting unmistakably that of a bedroom. In the photograph, Lin Jinjin is clad in a rather audacious nightgown, half reclining against the headboard of her bed. Accompanying the image is a voice message. "Li Xiao, I'm quite exhausted from swimming today and can't find a cab here. Since you have a car, could you bring me some late-night snacks?" Upon reading this message, Li Dong is immediately engulfed in a whirlpool of complex emotions. Although he is unacquainted with such matters, he is well-versed in the language of cinema and understands all too well that this is an invitation from Lin Jinjin. If he were to go to her now, he would undoubtedly be able to stay the night at her residence, unlike Wang Mimi, who stirs his passions only to leave them unresolved. Without hesitation, he rises to depart from Wang Mimi's company. Observing his imminent departure, Wang Mimi's brow furrows with concern. "Li Dong, that voice belongs to Lin Jinjin, doesn't he? Don't let her flamboyant demeanor deceive you into thinking she is easygoing. She is a woman who won't reveal her cards without assurance. While she may tempt the eyes, to my knowledge, no man has ever truly touched her. Even if you bring her late-night snacks, it's unlikely that you would end up spending the night with her. I advise you to return home and rest to avoid wasting time." Li Dong chuckles at Wang Mimi's disparagement of Lin Jinjin, sensing her unmistakable jealousy. Although he had initially resolved to overlook Wang Mimi, her evident envy brings him a peculiar sense of satisfaction. After relishing this feeling, he responds to the visibly envious Wang Mimi, "Rest assured, I am not so desperate as to rush over for a mere voice message. I wouldn't be surprised if she has some surveillance set up, trying to play me for a long-term cash cow." Upon hearing Li Dong's candid reply, Wang Mimi understands that he will not become indiscriminate merely because of her provocations, and she refrains from further comments. Soon, under Wang Mimi's watchful gaze, Li Dong drives away. Throughout his journey home, he refrains from responding to Lin Jinjin's message. Despite having contemplated seeking solace with her, he ultimately recognizes that he is not like those wealthy heirs who treat women as mere playthings. The idea of engaging intimately with a woman without any emotional foundation or understanding is something he finds rather unpalatable. He believes that even in the absence of love, familiarity is essential between a man and a woman. His desire to be with Wang Mimi stems from 4 years of shared experiences as classmates. He knows her well, having discussed her in the dormitory and even dreamed of her on multiple occasions. Being with Wang Mimi would fulfill a dream he harbored throughout university, granting him a sense of accomplishment. To him, an unfamiliar woman devoid of emotional connection is merely an aesthetically pleasing silicone doll, and he finds no interest in such a prospect. Upon returning to his room, he takes a quick shower and soon drifts into slumber. Meanwhile, in another apartment, Lin Jinjin gazes at her phone, disheartened by the lack of response from Li Dong. It appears that he has spent the night with Wang Mimi, leaving no time to attend to her message. Ironically, Wang Mimi, who often parades as aloof in social circles, has succumbed to intimacy with a genuine wealthy individual on the very first night, shedding her pretenses. However, she may think she has triumphed. Such an unrestrained disposition will soon lose its novelty for Li Xiao, and that will be the moment when the women in our WeChat circles will showcase their true abilities. Countless thoughts flit through Lin Jinjin's mind as she realizes that Li Dong will not be coming over. Yet, she decides to send him a few alluring selfies. Li Xiao, I've made some porridge and am already full, so you needn't come over. If you ever crave porridge again, just give me a call, and I'll make some for you. With that, she sends another voice message. In her usual life, she is revered as a goddess by countless admirers. Yet before Li Dong, she is but a standard femme fatale. In truth, she is not alone in this. Overnight, Li Dong's secondary WeChat account receives an overwhelming influx of messages. Some are likes on his posts, subtle hints of interest, while others, akin to Lin Jinjin's, send him provocative photos that only couples should appreciate. However, Li Dong remains blissfully unaware of all this. After arriving home, he sets his phone to silent and quickly succumbs to sleep. As night slips away unnoticed, Li Dong awakens the next day to discover a plethora of messages on his phone, leaving him somewhat speechless. His understanding of the wealthy heir's objectification of women deepens. After all, being incessantly flattered by a multitude of admirers makes it exceedingly difficult to retain respect for women. It's akin to how some women, constantly courted by men, instinctively regard them with disdain. Presently, Li Dong feels as though ordinary women approach him solely for his wealth, leading him to perceive any romantic engagement with them as an act of folly. After dismissing the messages from these admirer-like figures, he begins to reminisce about Xiao Shui. Reflecting on his promise to assist her, he admires her tenacity as she strives to gather funds independently. His appreciation for her grows, and he yearns to fully win her over, to have her truly become his girlfriend. Suddenly, a notification chimes. Your post has received 10,000 likes. Congratulations. You have unlocked a real estate rental agency on Guimao Avenue. All necessary paperwork has been completed. You may go for the handover this afternoon. A voice resonates in Li Dong's mind, indicating the fruits of his efforts in expanding his social network are bearing unexpected rewards. With a delighted countenance, he realizes that this rental agency is likely not one of the countless small firms scattered throughout the city. He promptly retrieves his phone to peruse the content on his secondary WeChat account, eager to uncover any insights. As he scrolls through, he stumbles upon a post regarding the rental agency. Despite having anticipated its emergence, witnessing the news firsthand still leaves him astonished. Chapter 26. 1,000 School District Properties. Are school district properties truly scarce? Unbeknownst to him, he has inadvertently invested in 1,000 of them. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of work, he decides to establish a real estate rental agency to manage these properties. Gazing at the extravagant display of wealth on his social media, Li Dong finds himself momentarily dumbfounded. In the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, a super first-tier city in China, the prices of school district properties are undeniably among the highest nationwide. A typical school district property seldom falls below 5 million, while those in prestigious school zones often range from 8 million to 10 million. 1,000 school district properties, even if they are the most ordinary, would still be valued at around 5 billion. This is an unimaginable fortune, surpassing even the value of the Hunglong used car dealership. The thought of possessing such a vast array of school district properties fills Li Dong with an insatiable desire to claim them immediately. However, considering the system notification that he could only go to receive it in the afternoon, Li Dong suppressed the excitement swelling within him and temporarily drove towards Hunglong's secondhand car dealership, intending to inspect his very first company. En route, Li Dong's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon glancing at the number displayed on his phone, a wave of embarrassment washed over his face. He realized that in the past couple of days, he had been so engrossed in the joys bestowed upon him by the super social circle system that he had utterly forgotten about his job, a position from which he had yet to resign. The only reason he recalled this was that the caller was none other than Zhang Dalong, his team leader, who had always been considerate towards him at the company. One must see things through to the end. Even if he was no longer working, it was essential to hand over his responsibilities. After all, the company had never defaulted on his salary. With a sense of nostalgia, Li Dong promptly pressed the answer button. As the call connected, Zhang Dalong's voice resonated immediately. Li Dong, even if you've experienced a breakup, after so many days of rest, you should have recovered by now. Hurry back to work. I've been telling everyone you're out helping to arrange the luxury car exhibition, but you haven't shown up for 3 consecutive days. Even though the company's management is lenient, I can no longer cover for you. If you don't return to work soon, you'll be facing the dual blows of heartbreak and unemployment. Furthermore, he added, make sure to dress nicely today. My wife has set you up on a blind date. You should go meet her at noon. She is definitely not inferior to your ex. Upon hearing that Zhang Dalong had been concealing his absence from the company for nearly 3 days and even orchestrating a potential romantic connection for him, Li Dong's face lit up with gratitude. Feeling moved, he responded with a playful grin. I'll head to the company now to hand over my work. And then I'll resign directly, so you won't have to lie for me anymore. Are you out of your mind? It's just a breakup. Why on earth would you resign? Are you really going to leave Shanghai for a woman? Zhang Dalong exclaimed, clearly anxious about Li Dong's well-being. Hearing the concern in Zhang Dalong's voice, Li Dong chuckled and reassured him, don't worry, I'm not foolish enough to leave a city for a woman. I'm resigning because I plan to stop living in obscurity. I'm ready to reveal my true self as a concealed tycoon and manage my own company. You expect me to believe that? Zhang Dalong roared from the other end of the line, evidently skeptical of Li Dong's claims. After all, since Li Dong joined the company, he had been under Zhang Dalong's wing, and he was all too aware of Li Dong's financial situation. Convincing him that Li Dong was a hidden wealthy individual was an arduous task. Li Dong understood this well, knowing that no amount of explanation would change Zhang Dalong's doubts. He decisively hung up the call, planning to resign upon arriving at the company and then treat Zhang Dalong to a grand meal, hoping to demonstrate his newfound capabilities. An hour later, Li Dong parked his car directly in front of the office building where the company was located. After securing his vehicle, he swiftly entered the building, all the while under the envious gazes of countless onlookers. On the 12th floor, where the Pinlong Tire Company resided, Li Dong worked. As he stepped out of the elevator and had yet to enter the office, he was met with a chorus of roars from within. Zhang Dalong. Someone just informed me that Li Dong hasn't been in for 3 days, not because he was out securing business for the company, but rather due to his heartbreak. He has been at home resting. Zhang Dalong. I run this company to make money, not for charity. Bring Li Dong to me immediately. He is supposed to be out seeking business. I want to see the results of his endeavors. If I find out you've been covering for him, both of you will be out of here. Upon hearing the uproar from within the company, Li Dong's brow furrowed in concern. He quickened his pace towards the interior. And upon seeing Zhang Dalong, who was visibly flustered under the boss's reprimand, Li Dong approached him directly. Boss, I would like to know who reported me. I believe that individuals who stab their colleagues in the back and make false accusations do not deserve to remain in this company. The boss, a rotund man known as Wang Fatty, looked at the suddenly bold Li Dong with surprise. Given that it was usual for someone who had been absent for 3 days to panic when confronted by the boss, Li Dong's calm demeanor and demand to expel the whistleblower was indeed unconventional. Wang Fatty, suppressing his irritation, replied, the company has its rules. If the report is valid and you truly haven't been working these 3 days, then it is you who should be fired, not him. However, if you have been busy with work and have not hindered the company's affairs, then he is not a whistleblower, but a backstabber, unworthy of remaining here. If you believe you have been wronged, present your evidence from the past 3 days, and I assure you, I will not favor the accuser. Li Dong, observing Wang Fatty's seemingly neutral stance, internally remarked on his cunning nature. However, he had no intention of clashing with Wang Fatty. He merely sought to expose the person who had betrayed him. Ignoring Wang Fatty's indifferent attitude, he responded, over the past few days, I have been negotiating with a large second-hand car dealership, one so substantial that they replace at least 10,000 tires annually. My goal is to have them select our company's tires as their preferred choice for replacements. The contract is nearly finalized. Once you publicly dismiss the individual who reported me, I will arrange for that dealership to deliver the contract. Li Dong's assertion immediately piqued Wang Fatty's interest. Tires represent a lucrative industry, with each tire yielding a profit of at least 100. A minimum of 10,000 tires annually could thus generate around 1 million in net profit for the company. Establishing a long-term partnership would prove to be a significant boon. Sensing Wang Fatty's growing intrigue, a bespectacled man beside him, named Zhao Kaming, scoffed dismissively. What a joke. If you're going to fabricate a lie, at least make it somewhat believable. We in the sales department always plead with clients to sign contracts. Do you think that dealership is your family's business? Zhao Kaming, a fellow intern who joined the company simultaneously with Li Dong and was also under Zhang Dalong's supervision, had a reputation for being cunning, often taking advantage of small opportunities at Li Dong and Zhang Dalong's expense. Ultimately, he had maliciously snatched a deal from Li Dong, prompting Zhang Dalong to expel him from their group. Clearly, Zhao Kaming was the one who had reported Li Dong and Zhang Dalong. Recognizing that he could not alter the perception of being a backstabber, Zhao Kaming decided to brazenly mock Li Dong. You spin such a grand tale only to sway the boss into firing me first. When it becomes evident that you have no orders, he won't backtrack and reinstate you. As for you, you were destined to be fired, and when that time comes, you'll simply gather your things and leave, without a penny to show for it. Zhao Kaming's words immediately cast a serious expression across Wang Pengzi's face, while the onlookers, curious colleagues eager for gossip, could not help but whisper among themselves. Zhao Kaming was truly insidious, plotting against Li Dong and Zhang Dalong behind their backs. What was merely a past conflict had escalated to an attempt to oust both Li Dong and Zhang Dalong from the company. Yet, Li Dong was no simpleton either. As Zhao Kaming had pointed out, he had evidently realized that his dismissal was imminent and had deliberately spun a grandiose lie, aiming to create a predetermined outcome that would see Zhao Kaming expelled alongside him. However, Li Dong's fabrication was excessively extravagant. Claiming that a second-hand car dealership had exchanged over 10,000 tires annually was a feat only the elite car dealerships in the metropolis could boast. Any tire company would treat such a second-hand car dealership with utmost deference, merely calling them to come and sign contracts, as if the dealership were his own. The crowd murmured, collectively doubting Li Dong's ability to summon someone to the company to finalize a contract with a mere phone call. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Wang Pengzi's expression grew grave as he turned his gaze toward Li Dong. Li Dong, you've heard the chatter. If I don't see that contract, and I dismiss Zhao Kaming, the employees will surely think I've lost my mind and am easily fooled. At that point, how can I lead the team? Thus, I must see your contract to prove that Zhao Kaming's jealousy has led him to make baseless accusations, allowing me to dismiss him. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Li Dong's expression mirrored Wang Pengzi's seriousness. His objective was to ensure that the person behind the accusation was removed. He then looked at Wang Pengzi, instructing, all right, I will call the dealership and have someone come to sign the contract. With that, he pulled out his phone, dialing Su Yorong's number under the watchful eyes of the crowd. I have a tire purchase contract here. I will send you the address via WeChat shortly. Please come over to sign it. After hanging up and sending the location to Su Yorong, Li Dong turned back to Wang Pengzi. Boss, I've arranged for the second-hand dealership to send someone over. However, it will take about an hour due to the distance. Why don't we wait in the reception area? I would love to sample the fine tea you reserve for important clients. Very well. Today you shall indulge in my exquisite tea. Wang Pengzi replied with a hearty smile as he led Li Dong toward the reception area, ignoring Zhao Kaming entirely. As the two departed, the colleagues resumed their animated discussions. Li Dong had indeed made the call, his tone so relaxed that it seemed as though the second-hand dealership was his own, a clear display of authority. What a jest it was! A second-hand dealership capable of swapping out tens of thousands of tires annually would rank among the top 10 in the metropolis, valued at no less than 10 billion. His daily expenditures suggested he might be a wealthy heir. Regardless of the circumstance, his nonchalant demeanor indicated a close relationship with that dealership, which Wang Pengzi surely noticed in his invitation for Li Dong to wait in the reception area. Yet, even with such a strong connection, it was improbable that he could command with such casualness. One could only speculate that the dealership was indeed Li Dong's family business, and his modest lifestyle at the company was merely an effort to experience life in a low-key manner. Meanwhile, Zhao Kaming's expression darkened as he absorbed the colleagues' chatter. No one would conjure a lie that could be exposed in an hour, so Li Dong's audacity to publicly make that call indicated he possessed undeniable confidence. Even he could no longer doubt Li Dong's ability to have the second-hand dealership send someone over to sign a contract. However, hearing the praises of Li Dong, who was being hailed as a wealthy heir merely experiencing life at the company, only intensified his irritation. Unwilling to hear any commendations for Li Dong, he glared at the crowd, exclaiming, at most, Li Dong has merely established a connection with that second-hand dealership. In reality, he is nothing more than a complete loser. Otherwise, how could his girlfriend have left him? Keep in mind, his girlfriend was his classmate for 4 years in college. Even if a wealthy heir were to experience life, it would only begin after starting work. One cannot feign poverty during college. Zhao Kaming's remarks sparked a wave of agreement among many in the company. Only Zhang Dalong's mind flickered back to Li Dong's words over the phone. Could it be that what he said was true? Was he indeed a top-tier heir, finally shedding his facade? As this thought took root in Zhang Dalong's mind, unable to tolerate Zhao Keiming's disparagement of Li Dong, he shot a cold glare at Zhao Keiming. Let's make a bet. If that second-hand dealership truly belongs to Li Dong, he is indeed a bona fide wealthy heir. And you shall crawl around the company lobby like a dog. If the dealership has no ties to Li Dong, I will pack my things and leave with him. Fulfilling your wish. Fine, I accept your wager. If I win, both of you will leave with me. If I lose, I will crawl around the office lobby like a dog. Zhao Keiming retorted through gritted teeth. Deep down, he firmly believed that Li Dong was just another member of the social underclass, a loser like himself. And even the prospect of Li Dong securing a significant contract for the company did nothing to alter his opinion of him. Around them, the colleagues watched Zhang Dalong and Zhao Keiming establish their wager, their excitement palpable. The atmosphere was one of eager anticipation, a true reflection of the company's culture at that moment. In the reception area, Wang Pengzi observed as Li Dong settled into his seat, promptly retrieving a small box of cherished Maojian tea from a drawer to brew for them both. Looking at Li Dong with curiosity, he inquired, "What is the name of that second-hand dealership you mentioned? What is your relationship with them, if you don't mind sharing? Of course, if it's inconvenient. You need not disclose it. I am only interested in making my profit. Everything else is of no concern to me." Wang Pengzi, sensing Li Dong's casual demeanor during the phone call, felt there was more to the relationship with the dealership than met the eye. After signing the contract, he would learn that Li Dong was the owner of Honglong's second-hand car dealership, so he tactfully refrained from probing further into Li Dong's family background. An hour later, Su Yurong arrived punctually in the company lobby. Dressed in a fitted black striped suit, she immediately captured the attention of everyone present as she entered. Her figure was astonishingly voluptuous, and one could not help but worry that the buttons of her blazer might burst under the strain. This was truly the first time I had encountered a woman with such a breathtaking figure in real life. Such a stunning beauty. How could she possibly come to our company? We certainly do not have anyone here who could afford to support someone of her caliber. A throng of curious onlookers fixated their gaze on Su Yurong as she gracefully entered the company lobby, with some older gentlemen even reluctant to blink. With her outstanding figure, exquisite features, fair complexion, and long legs, Su Yurong undoubtedly ranks among the most elite beauties, rivaling even the prominent stars we see on television. Thus, she had long since grown accustomed to the attention she attracted. Completely disregarding the lascivious stares of certain men, Su Yurong approached a young woman at her workstation and inquired, "Hello, I have been summoned by our boss, Li Dong, to sign a contract. Could you kindly inform me where he is?" As the crowd's focus was already centered on Su Yurong, her question did not go unheard. Once she clarified Li Dong's location and made her way to the reception area, the onlookers erupted into animated discussions. "Did you hear that? The stunning beauty just mentioned she was called by her boss, Li Dong, to sign a contract. It seems this second-hand car dealership truly belongs to Li Dong. Zhao Keiming and Zhang Dalong must be losing their bet. Soon we might witness someone crawling on the floor, barking like a dog." Who would have imagined that Li Dong was indeed a low-key rich heir, living modestly since his university days? To the extent that even his girlfriend remained oblivious to his affluent background? That seems rather exaggerated, doesn't it? What is so extraordinary? Have you heard of the real estate tycoon with a modest goal of 1 billion? He never intentionally informed his son about their family circumstances until that national darling returned from studying abroad, only then discovering the vastness of their family business, with his father even having once held the title of the richest man in the country. Regardless, I still find this situation quite legendary. After all, witnessing a rich heir feigning poverty is something I've only encountered on television until now. The crowd buzzed with chatter, their gazes fixated on Zhao Keiming, eager to see whether he would uphold his end of the wager. In the reception area, Li Dong, enjoying a cup of tea, noticed Su Yurong approaching through the glass. He immediately stood up from the sofa and addressed Wang Pengzi. "Boss, our dealership's manager has arrived. Please have Zhang Dalong prepare the contract. This contract will serve as an achievement for Zhang Dalong. As for me, once I step out, I will draft my resignation letter, marking my complete departure." "Why call me boss? That feels distant. From now on, just call me Wang Pengzi. I, Lao Wang, prefer my friends to address me in such a friendly manner." Wang Pengzi replied warmly, "Regarding your resignation, there's no need for a formal letter. I will instruct HR to handle it directly. Although you're not lacking in money now, you deserve your full salary, every penny of it." Wang Pengzi, brimming with enthusiasm, walked alongside Li Dong towards the exit. Upon opening the reception door, they encountered Su Yurong just as she reached the threshold. Wang Pengzi couldn't help but display a look of astonishment. Yet, being a billionaire, he had encountered many beauties. He merely cast an envious glance at Li Dong before summoning his secretary. "Have Zhang Dalong prepare a contract for the supply agreement with Honglong's second-hand car dealership at the lowest price." By the way, Li Dong is the owner of Honglong's second-hand car dealership. He is well aware of our industry, and we must avoid any deceitful practices. Hearing Wang Pengzi's instructions, the female secretary hesitated, glancing awkwardly at him. Mr. Wang, Zhang Dalong, and Zhao Keiming are currently betting on Li Dong's identity. If Zhao Keiming loses, he must leave the company with Li Dong. If he loses, he has to crawl on the floor and bark like a dog in front of everyone. Now, Zhao Keiming refuses to acknowledge his loss, attempting to sneak away, and Zhang Dalong has forcibly stopped him. At this moment, calling Zhang Dalong over would be futile, as he certainly wouldn't allow Zhao Keiming to escape. Li Dong frowned at the secretary's words, turning to Wang Pengzi. Mr. Wang, it appears that Zhao Keiming not only enjoys whispering behind backs, but is also utterly unreliable and untrustworthy. Such behavior is quite disgraceful. I know your company has many salespeople who enjoy receiving kickbacks. Individuals like him are certainly prone to such vices. Why not investigate him thoroughly and eliminate this harmful element? Li Dong's remarks instantly surprised Wang Pengzi. However, upon recognizing the scrutinizing gaze from Li Dong, he realized this was not merely advice, but rather a warning. If he failed to deal with Zhao Keiming, the signing of this contract could very well be jeopardized. No one would turn down money. Wang Pengzi promptly assured Li Dong. Rest assured, if Zhao Keiming has been engaging in unscrupulous practices, I will ensure he faces the consequences, even if it means leaving a record against him. Seeing Wang Pengzi's willingness, Li Dong smiled approvingly. Then let us proceed swiftly. We must not delay, lest Zhao Keiming, cornered, takes desperate measures, putting Zhang Dalong at a disadvantage. Very well, let's go right now, Wang Pengzi replied, resembling a smiling tiger as he led the way. Before long, they arrived before Zhang Dalong and Zhao Keiming. With Zhao Keiming attempting to leave, Zhang Dalong stood in his way, and the two were nearing a physical altercation. Upon noticing Li Dong's arrival, Zhang Dalong pointed furiously at Zhao Keiming and shouted, Li Dong, this scoundrel Zhao Keiming just bet with me, claiming you have no connection to that second-hand car dealership. If I lose, I must leave the company with you. If he loses, he must crawl on the floor and bark like a dog in front of everyone. Now he refuses to acknowledge his loss. You must help me ensure he honors his commitment. Let us see if this scoundrel dares to keep spreading rumors. Zhang Dalong's anger was palpable. Ever since he discovered that the one whispering behind his back was Zhao Keiming, he had been simmering with rage. After all, if Zhao Keiming's claims were validated, not only would Li Dong be fired, but Zhang Dalong himself would also face the same fate. Unlike Li Dong, who was young and carefree, Zhang Dalong was in his mid-30s, married with children, and his family's livelihood depended solely on his salary. A sudden dismissal would plunge his family's living standards into despair. Thus, seizing the opportunity to punish Zhao Keiming was his way of venting his frustrations. Upon witnessing Zhang Dalong's fury, Li Dong chuckled and suggested, Brother Zhang, do not stoop to the level of such a petty individual. Just now, Mr. Wang informed me that they have evidence of Zhao Keiming receiving kickbacks. To serve as a warning to others in the company, not only will they dismiss Zhao Keiming, but they will also send him to prison to face the consequences of his actions. If you remain unsatisfied, once he is sentenced, I can contact a few acquaintances in prison to ensure he faces some discomfort, allowing you to relieve your frustrations. Seeing Li Dong bring him into the conversation, Wang Pengzi instantly adopted a stern expression as he addressed Zhao Keiming. Zhao Keiming, I initially had no intention of escalating matters to this point, but your behavior has been utterly unacceptable. You are well aware that Li Dong is one of our major clients, yet you continue to slander him. To protect our client's reputation, I must ensure you face the consequences, allowing us to maintain our partnership with Honglong's second-hand car dealership. Wang Pengzi's words solidified Li Dong's stance, causing Zhao Keiming to crumble under the pressure. His greed had led him to engage in dishonest practices, and if Wang Pengzi was determined to bring him down, he would undoubtedly face the repercussions. Although the time spent behind bars was brief, it would nonetheless tarnish his record. In today's civilized society, individuals with a criminal record are often shunned by the majority of companies, sealing his fate for life. In an instant, he crumbled to the ground. Pleading with Wang Pengzi, President Wang, I was wrong. I should not have succumbed to the temptation of those kickbacks. I am willing to return all that money to the company and compensate for its losses. I implore you, do not send me to prison, otherwise, my life will be ruined. Wang Pengzi regarded Zhao Keiming's desperate supplication, momentarily speechless. Not only are you greedy, but you are also short-sighted. The very fact that whether or not you can be spared hinges on Li Dong's discretion eludes you. With your character, you will never thrive in the workplace. Wang Pengzi's words illuminated Zhao Keiming's understanding. He realized that Wang Pengzi was subtly indicating that his salvation rested solely on whether Li Dong would show him mercy. He immediately turned to Li Dong. Li Dong, I was in the wrong. I should not have reported you after overhearing Zhang Dalong's phone call. Please, show some magnanimity and spare me this once. Li Dong, I will fulfill my promise right now. I will crawl around the square barking like a dog. Please, do not stoop to my level. With that, he wasted no time, dropping to the ground, and began to imitate a barking dog. Each bark propelled him forward a step across the hall. The man who moments ago refused to bow to Zhang Dalong now crawled around like a dog. Observing this spectacle, the previously enraged Zhang Dalong turned to Li Dong with a smile. This is truly gratifying. Watching him crawl about like a dog has brought me immense satisfaction. After this experience, I wonder if this dog will dare to appear before me again. As Zhao Kaming crawled to Li Dong's feet, he half knelt, his gaze trembling with anxiety. Li Dong, I have fulfilled my end of the wager with Zhang Dalong. For the sake of our camaraderie as colleagues, please spare me this time. I promise I will never again trouble you or Zhang Dalong. Li Dong gazed at Zhao Kaming's abject, pleading expression, his face suffused with disdain. Yet, he adhered to his principle. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one transgresses against me, I will ensure they receive no mercy. Thus, confronted by Zhao Kaming's humble pleas, Li Dong merely smiled coldly. Everyone must face the consequences of their misdeeds. Since you have erred, go inside and reflect upon your actions, and learn to be a good person from a young age. But rest assured, since Brother Zhang feels satisfied now, I shall not spend a dime to have you released after you are imprisoned. Li Dong's merciless words instantly filled Zhao Kaming's face with despair. However, Li Dong remained indifferent to Zhao Kaming's dismal expression, uninterested in wasting any more time on such a lowly character. He turned to Zhang Dalong. Brother Zhang, please go and sign the contract with the manager at my dealership. I have already resigned. This major order will be assigned to you, and you will be responsible for its renewal every year henceforth. Li Dong's words brought a wave of emotion to Zhang Dalong's face. Understanding that Li Dong was not financially constrained, he did not hesitate to respond with joy. Great. I will go sign the contract right away, and after we finalize it, let us find a place to celebrate. I'll have my wife bring along her blind date. You must keep a close eye on things. Don't even think about refusing. Whether you have money or not, you must attend. That woman is my wife's cousin, who was stood up, and my wife will have to face the relatives afterward. Chapter 30. This truly is a real rich second generation. Zhang Dalong's words left Li Dong momentarily speechless. A blind date. Sacrificing a forest for a single tree was a fool's errand, especially now that he had just acquired the super social circle system. It was a time for enjoyment in life. Even in the pursuit of a girlfriend, he would seek it out himself. There was no way he would resort to the outdated procedure of blind dating. Instantly, he looked at Zhang Dalong with discomfort. Brother Zhang, do you really think I still need to go on a blind date? Am I lacking in women? Hearing Li Dong's response, Zhang Dalong, realizing Li Dong's reluctance, became incensed. After I called you this morning, I immediately informed my wife to bring someone over. Regardless of whether you are in need of a woman, you must at least show up for today's blind date. Li Dong felt a deep sense of resignation upon hearing Zhang Dalong's insistence. Yet, having followed Zhang Dalong since his internship, he had always received various forms of support from him. Given Zhang Dalong's insistence, he found it impossible to refuse. Fine. I will accompany you for the sake of appearances, but let it be understood that it's merely a formality. I will not pursue any further relationship with her. Li Dong's reluctant agreement satisfied Zhang Dalong, who promptly began preparing the contract. Once the contract was ready, Su Yurong diligently scrutinized every detail, even making modifications to ensure it aligned better with the company's interests. Seeing her diligence, Li Dong felt a surge of surprise and admiration. Ultimately, the contract was finalized, and Su Yurong promptly took her leave. Li Dong then exchanged pleasantries with Wang Pengzi, before heading downstairs with Zhang Dalong as lunchtime approached. Before long, they arrived at a restaurant not far from the company. Upon entering, they found Zhang Dalong's wife already waiting with a young woman. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, possessing an appealing figure and looks that were certainly on par with Li Dong's former girlfriend. Zhang Dalong was not exaggerating in this regard. However, at first glance, Li Dong was filled with disappointment. The woman's attire was audacious, a strapless crop top and impossibly short black shorts, with heavy makeup that did not suggest she was the kind of woman he would consider respectable. Although judging a book by its cover is not ideal, Li Dong found it difficult to regard this woman favorably. Unaware of Li Dong's thoughts, Zhang Dalong approached with Li Dong in tow. As they walked, he explained, "My wife's cousin is named Jiao Jiao. She just arrived from our hometown yesterday. Quite attractive. Wouldn't you agree? At least she is not inferior to your ex." Despite his distaste for Jiao Jiao's appearance, Li Dong felt compelled to nod in agreement with Zhang Dalong. Soon, they arrived in front of Zhang Dalong's wife and Jiao Jiao. Just as Zhang Dalong was about to speak, his wife pulled him aside towards an empty table, saying, "They're both young. No need to follow the formal blind date protocol. Let them talk amongst themselves." With Zhang Dalong being led away, Li Dong found himself reluctantly seated across from Jiao Jiao. Though the situation was somewhat awkward, he introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Li Dong, a colleague of Zhang." Upon hearing such a formal introduction, Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes. Once Li Dong finished his self-introduction, she casually pulled out a cigarette, lighting it with an air of a barroom siren, and looked at Li Dong. You already know my name, so let us skip the pleasantries and get to the point. Li Dong was taken aback by her directness. However, having promised Zhang Dalong that he would see this blind date through, he turned earnestly towards Jiao Jiao and said, All right, let us get straight to the point. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. Upon hearing Li Dong's words, Jiao Jiao pressed further, I am well aware of your job, and your salary is even inferior to that of my brother-in-law. It is impossible for you to afford a home in the bustling metropolis on your own. So let us be frank about your family situation. What do your parents do? How much have they saved for your future? Can they assist you in purchasing a flat in the city? Remember, it must be a fully paid 3-bedroom apartment. If we were to marry someday, we would need 1 room for us, 1 for the children, and 1 for my parents. Your parents cannot reside with us. And as for a car, in a big city like this, a regular vehicle depreciates quickly. Only a Mercedes or BMW would suffice. Although Li Dong had previously heard that the blind date market resembled a marketplace, he couldn't help but feel speechless at Jiao Jiao's conditions. Despite having committed to completing this blind date for Zhang Dalong, he was eager to leave without delay. All right, I shall strive to conclude this blind date as swiftly as possible, he reminded himself internally, adopting a serious expression as he addressed Jiao Jiao. My parents are ordinary workers from a small county, and their salaries are limited. Although they have been saving for me, they can only manage a down payment in our local area, depleting their retirement funds, and they cannot afford even a down payment in the metropolis, let alone a fully paid 3-bedroom apartment. As for the car, they do not have the means to purchase one. Your expectations are beyond what my parents could ever meet. It appears this blind date is at an end. Perhaps we should call Zhang Dalong and his wife for a meal and then part ways. Initially, Jiao Jiao had looked down upon Li Dong upon learning he was a colleague of Zhang Dalong. However, having just arrived in the metropolis from a small county and still lodging at Zhang Dalong's home, she felt it inappropriate to dismiss him outright, which was why she had agreed to this blind date. Now, hearing Li Dong's straightforward conclusion, she observed him with newfound seriousness. Your temperament is quite to my liking. But alas, your financial situation is lacking. If you can earn enough to afford a home here, I would certainly consider being your girlfriend. No, I cannot afford to support a girlfriend like you, Li Dong replied with a bemused smile, eager to limit further conversation with Jiao Jiao. He promptly gestured towards Zhang Dalong at the neighboring table. You may return now. Upon hearing Li Dong's call, Zhang Dalong and his wife immediately returned. Having learned about Li Dong's morning at the office, Zhang Dalong's wife discreetly informed Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao. Zhang Dalong just told me that Li Dong is actually a super low-key rich second generation, currently managing one of the 3 major second-hand car dealerships in the metropolis, Hunglong. This is the real deal. You must seize this opportunity. Chapter 31. The Unscrupulous Real Estate Agent. Jiao Jiao was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief at Zhang Dalong's wife's words. It took her a moment to gather herself before she exclaimed, Cousin, Li Dong's parents are ordinary workers. He just told me that clearly. How can he be a rich second generation? I only just learned that Li Dong is indeed from a wealthy background. Zhang Dalong's wife replied somewhat awkwardly, sharing the events of the morning with Li Dong. Upon discovering that Li Dong owned a massive second-hand car dealership with a net worth starting from a minimum of 10 billion, Jiao Jiao's previous disdain transformed into a bright smile directed at Li Dong. Li Dong, it seems we may have misunderstood each other. I am not as materialistic as you might think. As long as the person is suitable, other factors are secondary. Upon reflection, your temperament is quite appealing to me, and your appearance meets my standards. I would be willing to be your girlfriend. Li Dong stared at the suddenly transformed Jiao Jiao and quickly shook his head. No, please do not consider being my girlfriend. My parents cannot afford a 3-bedroom apartment in the metropolis, nor would they accept a daughter-in-law who does not reside with her family. Your standards are too high. It would be best for you to seek someone else. Given your looks, I am sure you will find a suitable husband eventually. Li Dong's words made Zhang Dalong realize that Jiao Jiao had deliberately set difficult conditions for him. Feeling somewhat awkward, he turned to Li Dong. Li Dong, I did not anticipate Jiao Jiao would be so unreasonable. I apologize on her behalf. With that, he raised a glass intending to drink it all at once. Just then, however, Jiao Jiao snatched the glass from Zhang Dalong's hand, her voice laced with anger. Brother-in-law, the apology should come from Li Dong. Had he not pretended to be poor, I would not have treated him this way. Do you realize he deceived me just moments ago, claiming his parents were merely ordinary workers? What apology should you offer to such a deceitful person? Watching Jiao Jiao still maligning him, Li Dong, who had initially intended to avoid stooping to her level, could no longer restrain himself. He stood up, seriously addressing Jiao Jiao. First and foremost, I must clarify that I have not told a single lie. My parents are indeed ordinary workers and cannot afford the house and car you desire. The wealth I possess is entirely self-earned. During my 4 years at university, I built a reputation as a Wall Street dragon, which corresponds with an unimaginable fortune. Furthermore, I must add that while a woman's beauty is important, character is far more crucial. A woman like you, I would not regard, regardless of my financial status. Li Dong disregarded Jiao Jiao's sour expression and turned to the equally awkward Zhang Dalong. Zhang, I had initially planned to enjoy a drink with you before leaving. But given the current situation, it seems I cannot. I shall treat you to a meal another time. For now, I must take my leave. With that, Li Dong did not wait for Zhang Dalong's response and strode out of the small restaurant. By the time Zhang Dalong processed what had transpired, Li Dong was already out the door. When Zhang Dalong and the others chased after him, they found Li Dong had already entered a Bugatti Veyron and, under their watchful gaze, drove away. Witnessing such a top-tier supercar, Jiao Jiao's eyes filled with regret. Reluctantly, she turned to Zhang Dalong. Brother-in-law, I was impulsive and thoughtless earlier. Could you arrange another chance for me to meet Li Dong? I assure you I will conduct myself properly next time. Zhang Dalong looked at Jiao Jiao, clearly astounded that she still wished for another blind date with Li Dong, and coldly replied, your image before him is already tarnished. I cannot afford to lose face by arranging another meeting. Jiao Jiao, seeing that Zhang Dalong was unwilling to assist her, turned to his wife with a pleading look, cousin, since brother-in-law won't help me, could you persuade him? Do you really think a person worth billions would agree to go on consecutive blind dates with someone like you? Zhang Dalong's wife responded helplessly, clearly unwilling to intervene. Unbeknownst to Li Dong, after his departure, Jiao Jiao had the audacity to wish for another blind date with him. After driving away, he opened his phone's navigation and set off towards Guimao Street. He intended to find a restaurant for a simple lunch before inspecting his second venture, a rental agency with 1,000 school district apartments. An hour and a half later, Li Dong arrived at Guimao Street. The streets were lined predominantly with two types of establishments, various tutoring and interest classes, and real estate agencies. The root cause of all this lies in the proximity to 8 prestigious elementary schools, 4 distinguished middle schools, and 2 esteemed high schools. All of Li Dong's 1,000 sets of district housing are situated in the vicinity of these educational institutions, encompassing every neighborhood's middle and high schools. Once his vehicle came to a halt, Li Dong promptly arrived at the Erlong real estate agency. However, instead of directly entering, he first circled around to other neighboring agencies to ascertain the rental prices of district housing in the area. After all, having seen too many instances on television of business owners being duped by their subordinates, he wished to avoid being made a fool. Thus, it was imperative to gather information from top to bottom. After an hour of diligent inquiry, Li Dong had acquired a comprehensive understanding of the rental prices across various neighborhoods before stepping into the Erlong agency. The Erlong agency was quite substantial, with 6 or 7 female agents bustling about, each possessing a level of beauty that surpassed the average, akin to goddesses in the eyes of ordinary folk. Particularly when adorned in tailored, form-fitting blazers, they exuded a refreshing charm, effortlessly eclipsing the women one might encounter during a midday matchmaking event. Moreover, these women exhibited an exceptional enthusiasm for their work, serving the clients with refreshments while extolling the various benefits of the exclusive listings offered by the Erlong agency. Witnessing their fervor, Li Dong felt a sense of satisfaction. Before long, one of the female agents noticed Li Dong's arrival and swiftly approached him. Good day, sir. I am Ai Xiaoka, an employee of Erlong Real Estate. How may I assist you today? Li Dong articulated his desire. I wish to rent a district housing unit. Could you please introduce me to the options near Shuanghu Middle School? Without delay, Ai Xiaoka led Li Dong to her computer, opening up a series of exclusive listings from the Erlong agency. Once she had completed her presentation, she leaned in, whispering in a tone only they could hear. These properties are all exclusive to us. I can assure you that your rent will be set at 90% of the market rate. While your contract will only reflect 80% of the market rate, the remaining 10% will be my commission. Chapter 32, Losing Face. Ai Xiaoka's words immediately muddled Li Dong's previously joyous heart. However, in order to avoid alarming the serpent, he maintained his composure and inquired, will the landlord agree to a price below the market rate? What if they discover this issue later and raise the rent? The 10% I mentioned is not solely mine. Half goes to our manager. We've been collaborating this way for 3 years without any issues. Sir, please consider this carefully. These are district properties, and the annual rent is at least around 300,000. Saving 10% on your rent is no small amount. Ai Xiaoka implored, presenting her argument as though signing with her would be a windfall for Li Dong. Observing her demeanor, Li Dong could no longer suppress his rising ire. He coldly retorted, no wonder your service enthusiasm surpasses that of other real estate agencies. It seems you have additional income, as the commission from renting out a single property rivals the monthly earnings of many of your peers. Ai Xiaoka, taken aback by Li Dong's sudden chill, was momentarily stunned. Yet, recalling that she could earn between 15 to 20,000 yuan for each rental, she pressed on. Sir, everyone has their way of earning. My substantial earnings come at the cost of personal sacrifice. Our manager is quite the lecher, and to work here, we have all made our own sacrifices. So, the amount we earn is not something you can envy. Just know that renting through me can save you around 30,000 in rent each year. Li Dong chuckled, observing AI Xiaoka mistakenly believing he envied her financial success. His expression grew increasingly frigid as he fixed his gaze upon her. Call your manager. I wish to see what sort of person dares to be so avaricious and unscrupulous. The chilling words from Li Dong finally made AI Xiaoka realize the gravity of the situation. She too adopted a stern expression, addressing him. Our manager is busy. If you are here to rent, I can show you properties. If not, please leave and do not hinder my work. Your job will soon be non-existent. Not just for you, but for every individual in this agency, including your manager. From this day forth, you shall all vacate this place, Li Dong declared, his voice devoid of warmth. Not only AI Xiaoka heard him clearly, but so did all the other agents. Instantly, a wave of hostility washed over the room as they all turned their gaze towards Li Dong. The customers, who were poised to rent, stared curiously, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Suddenly, the office door creaked open, and a stocky, dark-skinned man emerged from the manager's office. Unaware of the situation outside, he walked out while concluding a phone call, instructing, everyone, I just received a call from the boss informing me that our agency has been sold. The new owner will likely arrive this afternoon. For the next few days, we will not rent out properties to create an illusion of scarcity. After which I will propose that the new owner rent to me below market value, and we can begin to profit. Silence ensued. A profound stillness enveloped the room. The atmosphere, already quiet due to Li Dong's reprimand, grew even more hushed following the stocky man's announcement. Noticing the sudden quietude, he admonished, what are you all staring at? Did you not hear what I just said? I expect everyone to behave for the next few days. Anyone caught trying to make a quick buck will be dismissed. In the past, whenever the stocky man issued a threat of dismissal, the agents would shower him with flattery, treating him like royalty. The modest agency was akin to his harem, with him as the emperor. However, today, his usual authoritative tactics were rendered ineffective. Hearing his rebuke, no one responded. The agents were too focused on Li Dong, seemingly ignoring him. As the tension escalated, the stocky man finally sensed something amiss. He turned his attention to AI Xiaoka. Xiaoka, who is this man that is everyone looking at him? Upon hearing his question, AI Xiaoka forced a smile that was more painful than tears. Manager. If I am not mistaken, he might be our new boss. With that, the stocky man collapsed in shock. Observing his reaction, Li Dong sneered, just a moment ago. You were so brazen in your attempts to deceive me. Now that you see me, why do you cower? Your demeanor does not match your physique. Li Dong's words only further darkened the stocky man's expression. Struggling to muster a smile, he attempted to ingratiate himself with Li Dong. Boss, I understand my mistakes. I. His thoughts evidently faltered, leaving him at a loss for words. Observing the scene, Li Dong's expression grew increasingly frigid as he remarked with a cold smile, do not speak to me in such a manner. I have no desire to hear your worthless words. I shall call the police immediately. If you have anything to say, direct it to them. With that, Li Dong disregarded the desperate gazes of the black, stout man and the group of female agents, promptly retrieving his phone to notify the authorities. As Li Dong completed the call, several of the female agents could no longer bear the pressure and began to weep. The crime of commercial embezzlement constitutes an economic offense. These agents earn at least $1 million extra each year. If apprehended, each of them would face sentences exceeding 10 years, condemning their youthful years to the confines of prison. Instantly, one of the female agents, in a state of despair, turned to Li Dong and pleaded, Boss, I implore you to spare me this time. If you let me go, I am willing to do anything you ask. I have much to offer, and I will comply with any request, including fulfilling any special preferences you may have. Another chimed in, Boss, I can do likewise, if you grant us this chance. The three of us will cater to you together. We are among the most attractive in this street. I assure you, serving you will make you feel like an emperor. Yet another added, Please, just let us off this time. Consider the money we previously made as your maintenance fee. We will serve you collectively for a year, ensuring you find it worthwhile. A throng of women, their faces painted with flattery, surrounded Li Dong, utterly disregarding their dignity in a desperate bid to save themselves. Chapter 33. The Bold Self-Recommendation of Zhang Jinfeng. Li Dong chuckled, observing these women attempting to barter their bodies for leniency, and disdainfully pointed at the stout man, I apologize. But I have absolutely no interest in women who have been ravaged by this pig countless times. One must bear the consequences of their own transgressions. You should take your time in prison to reflect on your misdeeds. Li Dong's words plunged the women into despair. The stout man on the floor glared at Li Dong with a manic intensity, a desire to destroy him surging within. However, before he could act, a squad of police officers swiftly entered the premises. Given that this area is a prestigious academic district, the number of patrolling officers far exceeds that of most neighborhoods. Upon hearing Li Dong's report and gathering evidence from potential renters present, the police promptly detained Li Dong, the stout man, and the group of female agents. In an instant, the once bustling real estate agency became desolate, leaving Li Dong alone. Despite the silence within, the outside world buzzed with activity. Upon learning that the agents and manager had been apprehended, many nearby agencies flocked to witness the commotion. As Li Dong wrestled with feelings of annoyance, contemplating how to manage this mess, a woman clad in a form-fitting suit boldly approached him, introducing herself. "Hello, I am Zhang Jinfeng, a seasoned real estate agent with 3 years of experience. I believe your agency requires a restructuring, and I am intimately familiar with this street and its elite agents. If you appoint me as the manager of Erlong Real Estate, I guarantee to assemble an outstanding team by this afternoon, enabling normal operations to resume by tomorrow," she continued. "Moreover, I am aware that you possess 1,000 exclusive listings. I assure you, with my capabilities, I can elevate each rental price above the market rate by 10%. Zhang Jinfeng's assertions immediately piqued Li Dong's interest. Instinctively, he began to scrutinize this audacious woman who had taken the initiative to recommend herself. Strikingly beautiful, Zhang Jinfeng exuded an air of confidence. In her mid-20s, she sported a chic bob cut, her tall and curvaceous frame enhanced by the tailored suit, embodying the essence of a competent businesswoman while exuding a hint of allure due to her impeccably applied makeup. With a single glance, Li Dong discerned that she was adept at leveraging her physical attributes and possessed a keen intellect. He even sensed that her ambitions extended beyond merely securing the managerial position. He himself may very well be one of her targets. With a sense of admiration, Li Dong affirmed, "I shall await your proposal. If you can assemble a team of elites by 5 o'clock this afternoon, I shall agree to your appointment as the manager of this establishment." Zhang Jinfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement at his words. Raising her wrist to check the time, she assured him, "Boss, it is currently 2 o'clock. No need to wait until 5. I will have a team of elites ready by 4 o'clock. With our 1,000 exclusive listings, I am confident in my ability to gather the most exceptional team on this street." With that, Zhang Jinfeng eagerly dashed out. Observing her enthusiasm, Li Dong settled into the sofa, eager to see what kind of formidable team Zhang Jinfeng could assemble in just 2 hours. Bored during the wait, he even opened the game Honor of Kings, selecting his favored character, the agile Liu Ban, hoping to dominate in a high-stakes diamond match. However, having not played for several days, his skills felt rusty. To his dismay, he not only failed to achieve the anticipated mayhem, but was also relentlessly hunted down by various opponents. To add insult to injury, even some hardcore support players dared to eliminate his Liu Ban. Frustrated by his lack of success, Li Dong promptly opened a gaming companion app, seeking a professional support player to help him unleash his true potential as a diamond tier player. Just as he was about to place an order, he suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. Looking up from his phone, he was greeted by the sight of Zhang Jinfeng returning with 6 women in tow. The 6, while ordinary in appearance and stature, stood in stark contrast to the stunning agents previously employed by the stout man. This was purportedly the finest sales team in the area. Although Li Dong was not one to judge by appearances, he couldn't help but harbor doubts about Zhang Jinfeng's motives in assembling a team of such unremarkable agents, suspecting she might be attempting to accentuate her own beauty by juxtaposition. Sensing Li Dong's skepticism, Zhang Jinfeng confidently began to introduce her team members. "Boss, allow me to formally present my team. After my introductions, you will have no doubts about their capabilities." She pointed to the first member, a woman with a plain appearance and a stature reminiscent of a short gourd, who smiled like a middle-aged vendor. "This is Li Tsulan, who has consistently ranked as the sales champion at her previous real estate agency." Next, she gestured towards another woman, equally ordinary in appearance, whose serious demeanor resembled that of a schoolteacher more than a real estate agent. "This is Niu Ai Hua, who has also been a sales champion at her agency every year." As Zhang Jinfeng introduced each member, it became evident that while they were all unremarkable in looks, they each possessed unique qualities, with the commonality of having earned their titles as sales champions at their former company. After hearing Zhang Jinfeng's endorsements, Li Dong's doubts about their prowess dissipated. However, he was still curious about how Zhang Jinfeng had managed to recruit these champions, as they were doing well at their previous jobs. Seemingly aware of Li Dong's thoughts, Zhang Jinfeng spoke up again. "Boss, you may never realize the tremendous impact that 1,000 exclusive listings in a premier agency can have. With these listings, we can establish a formidable reputation for our agency. Consequently, numerous property owners will seek us out to rent or sell their homes, and each of these champions will be confident in their ability to double their incomes. Li Dong, upon hearing Zhang Jinfeng's explanation, once again displayed an expression of understanding. However, everything was as Zhang Jinfeng had articulated. He still needed to assess the capabilities of these individuals. Without delay, he pointed at the key to the safe on the table and turned to Zhang Jinfeng. Very well. I am quite satisfied with the team you have assembled. From this day forth, you shall be the manager of Erlong Real Estate Rentals. Your first task is to arrange a restaurant nearby for our company's inaugural team-building dinner. Chapter 34. The Prestige of Li Xiao. Upon receiving Li Dong's directive, Zhang Jinfeng and her team of salespeople instantly wore expressions of joy. Yet, despite Li Dong's assurance that finances were not an issue, Zhang Jinfeng and her colleagues refrained from indulging in extravagant selections, instead opting for a reasonably priced restaurant in the vicinity. As night fell imperceptibly, after dinner, the 6 salespeople excused themselves under the pretext of needing to assist their children with homework, leaving only Li Dong and Zhang Jinfeng in the private room. However, Li Dong discerned the ruse. The true motive behind the 6 women's departure was to flatter Zhang Jinfeng, creating an intimate space for her and Li Dong. Clearly, Zhang Jinfeng understood this as well, promptly taking a seat next to Li Dong and persistently requesting to toast him. Observing her demeanor, Li Dong even suspected that Zhang Jinfeng might intend to intoxicate him, hoping to secure his favor that very night. No, I cannot indulge further, Li Dong thought, his expression exuding exasperation as he stood up. All right, I've had enough to drink for now. I have matters to attend to this evening, so let us call it a night. His words instantly filled Zhang Jinfeng's eyes with disappointment. Upon discovering that Li Dong's vehicle was a Bugatti Veyron, her initial attraction to him deepened, intensifying her desire to win him over. Zhang Jinfeng, you mustn't rush. Such a super-rich second-generation heir is never short of admirers. Relying solely on beauty will not suffice to secure his heart. You must be patient, showcasing your business acumen. Once he realizes that marrying you means entrusting his company to your capable hands, ensuring a steady income while he indulges in a carefree lifestyle, he will undoubtedly consider you the ideal partner. At this moment, Zhang Jinfeng continually reminded herself of this, and promptly stood up with polite decorum. Boss, if you have matters to attend to, please feel free to leave. Upon hearing her words, Li Dong immediately rose and made his way out. Halfway through, he turned back to Zhang Jinfeng. Do you know which is the largest nightclub in this area? Kiss nightclub is the biggest nearby. Many white-collar workers frequent it. Though it may not match the caliber of nightclubs you typically visit, Zhang Jinfeng explained directly, gazing at Li Dong. Without hesitation, Li Dong retrieved his phone to search for the location of Kiss nightclub. He was unconcerned with the establishment status, as long as it was large and lively. With an ample supply of gold-digging women, it sufficed for his needs. Having found the address, he quickly summoned a designated driver. Meanwhile, Zhang Jinfeng's eyes lit up at the prospect of Li Dong heading to Kiss nightclub, though she refrained from revealing her thoughts. As Li Dong awaited his driver, she took the initiative to depart first. Soon after, the designated driver arrived, and Li Dong instructed him to head straight to Kiss nightclub. Upon entering the nightclub, Li Dong instantly felt he had made the right choice. Although the decor did not rival that of the most luxurious venues, the atmosphere was undeniably vibrant, bustling with patrons. Despite it being just past 8 o'clock, the occupancy rate soared to 70%. I hope to add enough contacts to my WeChat account tonight, so that I can activate a reward for an exceptional social media post come morning, Li Dong mused with anticipation, promptly requesting the guide to take him to the finest VIP booth available. Having arrived in a Bugatti Veyron, the staff had no doubts about Li Dong's status, even neglecting to mention the minimum consumption requirement as they ushered him to the best booth. Once seated, Li Dong looked at the server with an air of authority. Do you know about the 9 Dragons package? I pride myself on my taste in drinks. This is my signature nightclub offering. If you haven't heard of it, perhaps inquire with your colleagues? With a commanding demeanor, Li Dong tossed his bank card onto the table. In the nightclub, news spread with remarkable speed. After Li Dong showcased the 9 Dragons package at the Oriental Hawaii nightclub, word of this new affluent figure in the nightlife scene reached nearly every establishment overnight. Li Dong's name became well known among the nightlife crowd. Thus, when he articulated his requests, the server beamed. You must be Li Xiao. Your exploits at Oriental Hawaii have become legendary in our nightlife circles. Rest assured, we will ensure your experience here surpasses even that of Oriental Hawaii. With that, the server swiftly communicated via radio. Shortly thereafter, the nightclub manager personally approached Li Dong's booth, offering him a warm welcome. After a brief exchange, the manager cautiously inquired, Li Xiao, everything has been arranged. Shall we commence? Upon receiving Li Dong's affirmative nod, the manager promptly relayed orders through the radio. Instantly, all the lights in the nightclub were extinguished. Some patrons, caught off guard, reacted with shouts of discontent. Suddenly, Various light sources illuminated the room. Each source unveiled a bottle of Ace of Spades champagne on a tray, each accompanied by 8 or 9 elegantly dressed women. They either held drinks or brandished sparklers, creating a dazzling spectacle. As the scene unfolded, everyone was left utterly astonished. 9 bottles of the 9 Dragons package, aglow under the tray lights, resembled 9 shimmering dragons converging upon Li Dong's booth. Once all bottles reached him, the DJ on the dance floor exuberantly announced, presenting the 9 Dragons package. Meticulously designed by Li Xiao from booth B307. This is a unique display of prestige. Let us all celebrate. Li Xiao declared his fondness for making friends, especially with beautiful women, and although he could not consume all the drinks himself, he welcomed all lovely ladies to join him in toasting. The nightclub erupted in fervor, and women eager to catch a wealthy patron's attention fixated their gazes on Li Dong's booth. Those who had previously heard about the events at Oriental Hawaii were now fervently discussing Li Dong. Yet, amidst the excitement, 2 women stood apart, their brows furrowed in concern. One was Zhang Jinfeng, who, upon learning of Li Dong's intent to visit Kiss nightclub, had planned to create a chance encounter to draw closer to him. The other was Qiao Shui, who, after a long day, had chosen this nightclub to unwind with a drink, only to stumble upon this scene. Observing the throng of women gathering around Li Dong's booth, she furrowed her brow and made her way toward him. Chapter 35. Under the gaze of a crowd of women. Li Xiao, don't you want me to stay in the booth with you? Wouldn't you prefer my company? Li Xiao, is my figure not appealing enough? Even women envy my physique. Do you not wish to measure it personally this evening, Mr. Li? As a group of beautiful ladies entered the booth, they immediately began to charm Li Dong in various ways. After adding Li Dong as a friend on WeChat, they refused to leave his booth. Observing this spectacle, Li Dong laughed heartily, stating, "Today, my aim is merely to add all of you as friends. In the future, I shall frequently peruse your moments. When I find one that particularly captivates me, I will arrange a private meeting. For now, please vacate my booth to make space for the other ladies." Upon hearing Li Dong's request, the staff assigned to serve him promptly began urging the women he had added as friends to depart. One wave after another, unbeknownst to them, Li Dong's WeChat account had amassed a considerable number of social media likes from these women. Are you selecting a consort by adding so many women as friends? The icy voice of Qiao Shui, capable of freezing souls, suddenly pierced the air, causing Li Dong to instinctively look up. To his astonishment, Qiao Shui had appeared at his booth. "What brings you here?" he asked, taken aback. Drinking, Qiao Shui replied with a cold smile, taking a seat beside him. Her demeanor relaxed as she observed him. Faced with Qiao Shui's expectant gaze, Li Dong found himself momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to continue his previous actions. Noticing his hesitation, Qiao Shui coolly encouraged, "Continue. We are not in a romantic relationship, so my feelings are of no concern." Upon hearing her words, Li Dong's uncertainty deepened. Despite his fondness for Qiao Shui, he was torn, especially after realizing that most women would eagerly approach him with just a wave of his hand. The self-reliant and strong-willed Qiao Shui only intensified his admiration. Sensing his indecision, Qiao Shui urged him once more, "Hurry up, dismiss those women and accompany me for a drink." With her insistence to drink together and no intention of leaving, Li Dong felt a wave of relief wash over him. He quickly added the remaining women in the booth as friends and turned to the server at the booth's entrance. "All right, my girlfriend has arrived. Do not let any more women in." "Understood, Mr. Li." The servers stood at the entrance, their expressions respectful, resolutely blocking the unwilling women from entering. Ultimately, realizing they had no chance of re-entering Li Dong's booth, the throng of nightclub women gradually dispersed. With a resigned smile, Li Dong sat beside Qiao Shui and explained, "Qiao Shui, I merely enjoy a bit of fun at the nightclub. I harbor no particular feelings for these women. At most, I glance at their beautiful photos on social media. I have never privately arranged a meeting with any of them." Listening to his explanation, Qiao Shui raised her glass indifferently. "Tonight, we drink without discussing matters of the heart. Until the issues with my family are resolved, I wish to avoid romantic entanglements." Li Dong, observing her carefree demeanor, sighed in exasperation. "Did I not promise to resolve your family's troubles? You need not worry any longer. I was intoxicated that day, which led to my foolish actions. I have been reflecting on my behavior and regret it deeply. Let us consider that day as if it never occurred. I will tackle the issues of your family on my own. When I manage to grow the Chow family hotel, I believe I can restore it to its former glory even if it faces bankruptcy and restructuring." Confidence radiated from Qiao Shui, her aura exuding the commanding presence of a formidable female executive. Witnessing her self-assuredness, Li Dong found himself increasingly compelled to win her over. Despite the multitude of women in the nightclub, his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Qiao Shui. However, his thoughts were soon interrupted as Qiao Shui raised her glass to toast him. "Cheers." As the drinks continued to flow, Li Dong realized just how fortunate he had been to have spent that night with Xiao Shui. She possessed an extraordinary capacity for alcohol. While he felt the effects of intoxication, she appeared to have just begun her drinking. After an indeterminate number of toasts, Li Dong could no longer withstand the effects of the alcohol and collapsed onto the sofa, succumbing to unconsciousness. Observing this, the typically aloof Xiao Shui displayed a triumphant smile. Let you flirt and cavort. Now, enjoy your night of drunkenness. With a cold yet composed demeanor, Xiao Shui stood and departed. Unconcerned about Li Dong's condition as he lay incapacitated on the sofa, she understood well that as a valued guest of the nightclub, Li Dong would not face any repercussions. Outside the booth, a group of women who had reluctantly given up on Li Dong now saw Xiao Shui abandon him and rushed forward, their eyes gleaming with renewed hope. Security, I just added Mr. Li as a friend. Please allow me to attend to him. My home is nearby. Let me take Mr. Li to rest. A chorus of beautifully adorned women bombarded the security personnel with pleas, some even attempting to bribe them to gain entry. In a realm where men typically sought out women, these once unattainable goddesses now were intent on claiming Li Dong for themselves, eager to ascend to new heights. At that moment, Zhang Jinfeng, who had been quietly observing, could no longer resist the impulse to approach Li Dong's booth. Initially, she had come to create an opportunity for a romantic encounter, but found herself a step behind Xiao Shui. Watching Li Dong fawn over Xiao Shui, she had nearly given up hope. Yet, now that a new opportunity had presented itself, she was unwilling to let it slip away. Chapter 36. What do you think I should do with you? Li Dong, a VIP among VIPs in the nightclub, was treated like royalty. He would never be left to the mercy of these flashy women. Thus, even as he appeared quite intoxicated and bribes were offered, none dared to let anyone in. At that moment, Zhang Jinfeng, who had been discreetly observing the situation, stepped forward. As a bouncer reached to stop her, she pointed decisively toward Li Dong. That man inside is my boss. We were just having dinner together, and he instructed me to entertain these guests before joining him. With that, she produced her phone and displayed a photo from their dinner, confirming her claim. Seeing the image of Li Dong and Zhang Jinfeng together, the security personnel parted, allowing her entry. Boss, I'm here to take you home. You've had too much to drink. It's time for us to leave, she said as she approached Li Dong, attempting to help him to his feet. Although Li Dong was inebriated, he was not completely unconscious. Following Zhang Jinfeng's gentle guidance, he instinctively placed his hand on her waist and proceeded to exit with her. Instantly, the women outside were rendered speechless, their eyes widening in disbelief. There was no opportunity left. Tonight, that woman had triumphed. Proximity to the source of fortune often leads to success. After all, she was affiliated with a wealthy second-generation individual. Perhaps it was time to seek other prospects. Tomorrow, I shall also find employment in a company managed by a wealthy second-generation heir. I refuse to believe I cannot marry into affluence. A chorus of women muttered among themselves, swiftly redirecting their focus to seek suitable wealthy heirs as fresh targets. Meanwhile, Li Dong continued to accompany Zhang Jinfeng until they reached the entrance of the nightclub. With a wave of her hand, she turned to the nightclub manager who was seeing them off. Arrange a vehicle to take us to the nearest hotel. Under normal circumstances, the nightclub did not provide such transportation services. However, given Li Dong's distinguished status as the club's benefactor, it was no trouble at all to arrange a ride, be it to a nearby hotel or even a hasty departure from the city. Soon, they arrived at the hotel. As Zhang Jinfeng struggled to support Li Dong at the front desk and retrieve his ID from his pocket to check in, the two women at the reception exchanged glances of disdain. When Zhang Jinfeng finally departed with the room key, the two women could not contain their whispers. Strange. That man is not particularly handsome, and his attire does not suggest he is a wealthy heir. Why is she so eager? Some are drawn to wealth, others to looks, while some simply seek love. Perhaps this man possesses an extraordinary allure that captivates women. Unbeknownst to Zhang Jinfeng, who was oblivious to their remarks, she exerted considerable effort to bring Li Dong into the room. With a resounding thud, she gently laid him on the bed. As he settled in, soft snores escaped Li Dong's lips. The intoxicated man fell into a deep slumber the moment he touched the mattress. Observing Li Dong in such a state, Zhang Jinfeng calmly made her way to the bathroom. Once I wash up, I shall consummate our union and become your woman. Subsequently, I will demonstrate my ability to manage your properties effectively. I refuse to believe I cannot completely win you over. With a heart full of glee, she even hummed a cheerful tune while bathing. Clearly, in her eyes, successfully bringing Li Dong to the hotel marked a significant step towards claiming him. After her bath, wrapped in a towel, she approached the sleeping Li Dong. On the bed, he remained blissfully unaware, completely oblivious to the woman inching closer, eager to surrender herself to him in his inebriated state. Finally, without Li Dong's knowledge, Zhang Jinfeng stood directly before him, and she leaned in to kiss him passionately. The night quietly slipped away. The following morning, when Li Dong awoke from his hangover, he was immediately beset by a splitting headache, accompanied by a soreness in his lower back, as if he had engaged in some vigorous activity the night before, leaving him feeling somewhat injured. He mused to himself that he could not indulge in such excess again. Gradually, he opened his eyes, only to furrow his brow even deeper upon discovering Zhang Jinfeng lying beside him. Observing their lack of attire and feeling the ache in his back, he, as someone experienced, quickly grasped the implications of the previous night's events. At that moment, Zhang Jinfeng also stirred awake, noticing Li Dong's gaze upon her. She immediately donned a charming smile and said, "Boss, you're awake. Last night, I saw you at the nightclub, and when I noticed you were inebriated, I thought it best to escort you back to the hotel. However, as soon as we arrived, you pulled me onto the bed, disregarding my protests." She continued, "I've never been with a man before. You're my first. You must take responsibility." As she spoke, she artfully lifted the covers, revealing the crimson stains on the sheets, silently corroborating her claims. In her mind, she believed that in an era where women lacked self-respect, Li Dong would cherish her if he discovered she was a virgin. Once he recognized her worth, she could manage his company and live a life of luxury, ensuring he would choose to marry her. However, upon meeting Li Dong's gaze, her confidence faltered. Instead of the tender affection she had envisioned, she was met with a cold, scrutinizing stare. Her virginity seemed inconsequential to him. As her heart raced under his unwavering gaze, Li Dong coldly stated, "You followed me to Kiss nightclub last night, intending to stage a chance encounter, didn't you? And when you saw me intoxicated, you seized the opportunity to bring me to the hotel." He continued, "You must have been the one taking the initiative last night. I was so inebriated that I can't even recall how I got here. There was no way I could have made such advances." Zhang Jinfeng was taken aback by how quickly Li Dong had pieced together the events of the previous night, leaving her visibly anxious. Yet, Li Dong remained unfazed by her apprehension. After clarifying the events of last night, he coldly pronounced, "If you think I will cherish you because you are a virgin, you are sorely mistaken. Such matters may hold value for ordinary people, but to me, you are no different from the other women in the nightclub. There are countless women like you, who strive to maintain their purity in hopes of marrying into wealth. Ultimately, most of them end up discarded by some wealthy heir after being used, and those with better fortune merely become mistresses. What makes you think I would treat you any differently?" Chapter 37, 1 million, as your compensation. Li Dong's words left Zhang Jinfeng utterly bewildered. She never anticipated he would reconstruct the events of the previous night so accurately and treat her with such coldness. At a loss for words, she stammered, "But I..." Li Dong, noticing her reaction, continued coldly, "I offer you 3 options. The first is to leave my company and pretend we never met. I will hire another manager. You came for my money, did you not? I will give you 1 million. In our circle, 1 million is enough to buy a woman's purity, and there are many more attractive than you, but this offer is only valid once. After this, we shall not meet again. The second option is to continue as the company's manager, and I will act as though last night never transpired. You will earn based on your own abilities. I assure you, I will not treat you any differently because of last night, nor will I give you any special privileges." With that, Li Dong swiftly took out his phone and initiated a transfer to Zhang Jinfeng. "Boss, Zhang Jinfeng gazed at her phone, which now displayed a notification of 1 million received, momentarily stunned as she looked at Li Dong, wanting to express that her intentions were not driven by money and that she would not accept the sum. However, before she could speak, Li Dong interjected, 1 million is quite generous. Take your time to consider." With that, he turned away, put on his clothes, and grabbed the car keys from the bedside, leaving without casting another glance at Zhang Jinfeng. In the confines of the bedroom, Zhang Jinfeng watched as Li Dong departed, finally regaining her composure. Glancing at the pending transaction on her phone, she hesitated for a moment before decisively pressing the reject button. "From now on, I shall rely on my own abilities to earn a living. I no longer wish to exchange my physical beauty for monetary gain," she silently vowed to herself. Though her eyes were filled with regret over her actions from the previous night, in the hotel lobby, Li Dong held his phone, eager to discern Zhang Jinfeng's choice. Upon seeing the notification that she had declined the funds, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. She had refused the money. Was she intent on earning her keep through her own efforts, or was she merely biding her time for a more significant catch? Staring at the rejection screen, curiosity danced across Li Dong's features. Yet, he was merely an ordinary man, not a psychological expert or a romantic savant. And having known Zhang Jinfeng for only a short while, he found it impossible to fathom her thoughts. Soon, he abandoned his speculations and began to ruminate on the events of the previous evening. The realization that he had been outwitted by Qiao Shui, left in a state of confusion, and ended up entangled with Zhang Jinfeng filled him with displeasure. It was not that he was overly principled. Under normal circumstances, he would not have rejected a relationship with Zhang Jinfeng. However, he could not abide being manipulated, nor could he accept that a woman had succeeded through cunning means. If she desired money, she could have been forthright about it, given the right price. He would not have minded engaging in a purely physical relationship with a woman of Zhang Jinfeng's caliber. Yet, her evident intention to leverage her innocence for a more advantageous position left him feeling irked. The next time he encountered Xiao Shui, he would certainly hold her accountable for being abandoned in the night venue. Li Dong's heart simmered with indignation, leaving no room for the joy he should have felt after spending the night with such a striking beauty. Unbeknownst to him, another source of his anger lay in the fact that he had been far more intoxicated than he had been with Xiao Shui, leaving him with no recollection of the events that transpired with Zhang Jinfeng. He had not even had the opportunity to appreciate her physique, as he had left the room in a fit of anger without taking a moment to admire her beauty. With no vivid memories and having been outwitted, it was only natural that he felt no affection for Zhang Jinfeng, which contributed to his aloofness. If blame were to be assigned, it would rest squarely on Zhang Jinfeng's meticulously calculated plans to ascend the social ladder too swiftly. Had she approached him gradually through her work, fostering affection little by little, her beauty might have even secured her a place as one of Li Dong's romantic interests. The more he contemplated, the more his resentment grew, igniting a desire to confront Xiao Shui. However, he ultimately suppressed his impulses and drove straight to Tang Shenyi. Upon returning to his room, he extracted his phone and launched King of Glory, instantly selecting his favorite hero, Liu Ban, preparing to unleash a wave of destruction to alleviate his frustration. Yet, fortune was not on his side today. He faced a series of unfortunate events in the game, continually falling victim to ambushes, while his support remained absent throughout. After 3 consecutive matches, he was thoroughly crushed from start to finish, with the opposing team achieving extraordinary feats, inciting a rage so intense that he contemplated smashing his phone. Just as Li Dong was on the verge of throwing his device in anger, a call interrupted him. The caller ID revealed the name of the campus beauty, Wang Mimi. Recalling her resolute declaration to maintain distance, Li Dong was taken aback. Despite nearly crossing boundaries the previous evening, nothing had transpired between them. Wang Mimi had even stated that they should no longer communicate privately, as if to erase any trace of her past entanglements. Now, just a day later, her call left him perplexed. Upon answering, before he could utter a word, Wang Mimi's tearful voice reached his ears. Li Dong, didn't you desire my body? I am willing to sell myself to you for 3 years in exchange for 5 million. What do you think? Li Dong was momentarily dumbfounded by her words. With a vague understanding that something significant must have occurred, he responded earnestly, I have the money. If you are in dire need, I can assist you. But you must tell me what has happened. All right, come to my milk tea shop. Wang Mimi's sobs echoed through the receiver once more. Upon hearing this, Li Dong swiftly hung up and requested the hotel to arrange transportation for him. However, instead of heading directly to her shop, he opted to drive there himself. As he approached the milk tea shop, he noticed the half-closed sliding door, instantly realizing that Wang Mimi was too distraught to operate her business. Without hesitation, he slipped through the gap. Inside, he found Wang Mimi seated in a rocking chair, clutching a doll, with traces of tears still glistening in her eyes. She had clearly been crying prior to his arrival. Seeing her in such distress, he immediately took a seat opposite her. Wang Mimi, what on earth has happened? Why are you in such tears? My brother is in trouble, she replied, her voice trembling. Yesterday at a staff gathering at the hotel where he works, he had a few drinks, and, after dropping a female colleague home, he forcibly took advantage of her in the dormitory. It's her first time, and now she's reported him. My parents and the other family are discussing whether they can arrange for them to marry, considering this was merely a moment of impulsivity before marriage. The other family agrees to the marriage, but only if we buy my brother a house in the city and a car. The estimated cost for the house, car, and wedding is 5 million. Our family simply cannot come up with that amount, and without it, they will pursue legal action to the end, ruining my brother's life. Li Dong was taken aback by the gravity of Wang Mimi's situation. The thought of a man taking advantage of a woman inebriated struck him as utterly reprehensible. He felt no respect for her brother's actions. Yet, the audacity of the girl's family was equally shocking. The notion that if one possessed wealth, one could simply overlook such transgressions and proceed with marriage was something he had never anticipated. However, given that Wang Mimi had shared this with him, it was evident that the other family had indeed communicated their demands to her. Was money truly that powerful? Could a woman, even after being forcibly taken, be made to marry the perpetrator simply because he was affluent? Li Dong found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Wang Mimi, interpreting his silence as reluctance to lend her the 5 million, looked at him anxiously. Li Dong, I know 5 million is a trivial sum for you. You can manage it. I am not just the class beauty. I was once the campus beauty as well. I refuse to believe you have no feelings for me. Trading 3 years of my youth for 5 million is hardly a loss for you. Li Dong. When I said the night before last that it was still my first time, I definitely wasn't joking. If you don't believe me, you can check right now. After you check, just give me the money. I believe that with your character, you wouldn't do something like getting on the car and not paying. At this moment, Wang Mimi's face was full of anxiety and her words were incoherent. Afraid that Li Dong would refuse to lend her money. She even began taking off her clothes on her own before Li Dong could respond. When Li Dong noticed Wang Mimi's behavior, her clothes were already more than halfway undone. Although they had not been fully removed, this half-revealed state, combined with Wang Mimi's extremely pure campus belle temperament, created an attraction for men that was definitely stronger than that of a completely naked woman. At least at this moment, when Li Dong caught sight of the scene, his eyes were almost fixed. Seeing that Li Dong was clearly attracted by her beauty, Wang Mimi, who had been worried he wouldn't lend her money, immediately gained confidence. Looking at Li Dong, she said excitedly, Li Dong, as long as you're willing to lend me 3 million to help my brother get through this difficulty. From today on, I'll be yours. No matter what you want me to do or what posture you want, I'll cooperate unconditionally. Don't be fooled by how pure I look. I've watched those kinds of movies too. As long as my brother is saved, I definitely won't disappoint you in that regard. Chapter 39. The campus belle's gratitude. Wang Mimi's pure temperament had always been deeply imprinted in Li Dong's heart. Now, seeing her force herself to act seductive in front of him just to obtain 5 million to save her brother, Li Dong's feelings became even more complicated. Although he felt very tempted at this moment, he still reached out to stop her next action. Put your clothes on. I'll lend you the money. With a serious expression, Li Dong had already opened his phone to transfer money to Wang Mimi under her stunned gaze. Your Alipay has received a transfer of 5 million yuan. Only when the notification sounded did Wang Mimi come back to her senses. Immediately, she skillfully opened Alipay, accepted Li Dong's transfer, and then forwarded it to her father. Gesturing for Li Dong to stay quiet, she quickly dialed her father's number. When the call connected, she first adjusted her emotions to make sure her voice carried no trace of crying, then said, Dad, I just transferred 5 million to you on Alipay. If you've received it, quickly let them check the deposit. Once they confirm, we can buy them a house and a car in Magic City. Get my brother released first. On the other end, Wang Mimi's father was very emotional upon hearing her voice. But as a father, seeing that she had obtained such a huge sum so quickly, he still asked suspiciously, Girl, where did this 5 million come from? You mustn't cheapen yourself just to save your brother. If the money source isn't proper, return it immediately. At worst, let your brother serve a few years in prison. Who told him to do such a foolish thing? Hearing this, Wang Mimi revealed a smile that showed everything had been worth it. Gently wiping the tears from the corner of her eyes, she said, Dad, what are you thinking? I borrowed this money from my boyfriend. Actually, I do have a boyfriend. He's my college classmate, but he's too rich. And I didn't know whether we'd end up together, so I never told the family. Now that my brother is in trouble, I could only ask him. Luckily, his feelings for me are real. As soon as he heard our family was in difficulty, he immediately transferred 5 million. On the other end, her father let out a long sigh of relief. After giving a few more instructions, he hurriedly hung up, clearly planning to rely on the 5 million deposit to reassure the other party and rescue Wang Mimi's brother first. After hanging up, Wang Mimi also breathed a long sigh of relief. Looking at Li Dong, she said gratefully, Li Dong, this time it's all thanks to you. Without you, my brother would be finished. If he were really sentenced, my parents would definitely collapse. We're classmates. If you're in danger and I can help, of course I will, Li Dong said with a faint smile, not taking the 5 million to heart. Originally, having just become rich through the system, he had valued money extremely highly. But after Qiao Shui pointed out problems in his attitude toward life, Li Dong suddenly felt that money was no longer so important in his heart. Wang Mimi didn't know what he was thinking. Looking at him seriously, she said, Li Dong, I keep my word. No matter what you think, since you lent me 5 million, from today on, for the next 3 years, I am yours. During these 3 years, I won't get a boyfriend and won't let any man touch even a finger of mine. Li Dong looked at her in surprise. Instinctively, he explained, Wang Mimi, I truly helped you out of old classmate friendship. I don't have any other intentions. No, you do. As she spoke, she pointed at Li Dong's pants. Li Dong immediately looked embarrassed. Her half-revealed state, combined with her pure temperament, was extremely attractive to men. Li Dong was a man, one in the prime of youth. He could control his thoughts, but not his body. His most honest reaction directly told Wang Mimi that he had indeed been moved by her earlier actions, moved to an extreme degree. But now that her brother's crisis was resolved, Wang Mimi had regained her rationality, understanding that the milk tea shop, with people coming and going, was not suitable for any beyond friendship close contact activities. She said to Li Dong, Fine, even if you help me out of old classmate affection. As a classmate, I can't not repay you. Wait for me here. I'll go to the back to touch up my makeup and change clothes. Then we'll go to my place. I'll personally cook you a full dinner as my repayment." With that, regardless of whether Li Dong agreed, she hung up and went into the small back room. Watching her, Li Dong smiled helplessly and casually opened a live stream app on his phone to pass the time. Chapter 40. The snobbish sales assistant. After idly scrolling through short videos for a while and watching internet celebrities, who looked even prettier than stars under beauty filters, sing and dance, Wang Mimi finally came out from the back after changing clothes. Now dressed in new clothes instead of her milk tea shop uniform, Wang Mimi made Li Dong's eyes light up. Today she wore a blue and white outfit resembling a sailor-style dress, combined with her pure temperament. It always gave people the urge to strip off her clothes to see whether her figure had fully developed. This outfit really tempts people to commit a crime. Looking at her perfectly straight long legs beneath the short skirt, Li Dong sighed inwardly. Only when Wang Mimi walked up beside him did he exit the live stream and stand up. Seeing him put away his phone, Wang Mimi immediately said, "Let us go to the supermarket to buy groceries first, then head home. I guarantee my cooking skills will amaze you." "Really? I'll look forward to it." Li Dong observed Wang Mimi's confident demeanor, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation for the evening's meal. Before long, the pair arrived at the entrance of a shopping mall. However, just as Wang Mimi intended to lead Li Dong straight to the underground market, he pulled her towards the second floor instead. Ever since acquiring the system, Li Dong had longed to invest in a refined wardrobe. After all, now that he was driving a Bugatti Veyron, it seemed rather incongruous to don cheap, pedestrian attire from street vendors or online marketplaces that did not befit his stature. Though no one dared to comment on his clothing in his presence, often labeling him as modest, he pondered why he should remain understated when he possessed the means to be ostentatious. With the opportunity to shop in a mall at hand, he resolved to take advantage of the moment and procure some new outfits, reassured by Wang Mimi's presence to offer her discerning opinion. As they walked, he turned to her and said, "I plan to purchase a few outfits, and it would be splendid to have you as my advisor." "Of course, I'd be delighted to assist you," Wang Mimi replied with a genuine smile, and together they ascended to the third floor of the mall. This level was predominantly occupied by prestigious luxury brands, including the likes of Crying and Para. In essence, this was the realm of true high-end fashion, where every customer was guaranteed personal attention, and only a select number were permitted entry at a time to ensure no one was left unattended. Before long, Li Dong and Wang Mimi found themselves at the Armani boutique. Upon their entrance, a tall, elegantly dressed saleswoman in a fitted black suit approached them. However, the expression on her face indicated a palpable displeasure. Clearly, she was reluctant to serve two individuals clad in what she perceived as inexpensive attire, signaling to her that they lacked purchasing power. In such an upscale establishment, there were protocols in place. Sales associates were required to attend to customers in an orderly fashion, with exceptions made only for regular clients who had pre-scheduled appointments. As the saleswoman approached, despite her internal misgivings about their financial capacity, she managed to muster a forced smile and greeted them with, "Good evening. I'm Li, your sales associate. How may I assist you today? Please share your needs so that I can help you find suitable selections." Li Dong, however, coldly responded, "I'm sorry, but your appearance is rather unappealing and is detracting from my shopping experience. Kindly arrange for another associate." His words left Li momentarily stunned. The primary criterion for luxury sales associates was to be tall and attractive, and she harbored great confidence in her looks. To be labeled as unattractive and to have her ability to facilitate a pleasant shopping experience called into question ignited a spark of indignation within her. Nevertheless, the rules of an establishment like Armani were stringent. Any confrontation with a customer, regardless of the circumstances, would result in immediate dismissal. Thus, even though she felt deeply aggrieved, she dared not voice her resentment to Li Dong. Instead, she forced a smile and cast a pleading glance towards the store manager for assistance. Immediately, the manager directed another associate, "Xiao Yu, please attend to those two customers. Ensure your expression is warm and attentive. Do not mirror Li's demeanor, or else you will be held accountable for any customer dissatisfaction." Hearing the manager's command, Xiao Yu swiftly approached Li Dong and Wang Mimi with a sincere, apologetic smile. "My sincerest apologies, esteemed guests. Li is still in training, and her service may have been lacking. Allow me to assist you. My name is Xiao Yu, and I shall ensure you have an exceptional shopping experience." Upon witnessing Xiao Yu's earnest approach, Li Dong's expression softened with satisfaction. He promptly instructed, "I wish to purchase 2 outfits. Please select 2 that are appropriate for the current season." "Of course, sir. I will find you 2 outfits that meet your expectations. May I inquire if you prefer a more casual style or something more formal?" Xiao Yu asked, her service courteous and attentive, showing no sign of bias despite Li Dong's modest attire. Let us go for both styles, Li Dong replied nonchalantly, as if he were merely selecting a couple of cabbages. Observing his relaxed demeanor, Xiao Yu's professional smile warmed with genuine enthusiasm. Instinctively, she led Li Dong further into the store, suggesting, "Sir, we have recently introduced a new sky blue suit that would be perfect for your physique." Nearby, Li watched Xiao Yu's enthusiastic service with disdain, scoffing. Xiao Yu will never recognize a customer's purchasing power. Those two are clad entirely in cheap online goods. Collectively, they couldn't afford even a short-sleeved shirt from Armani. Yet, just because of a simple remark, she believes they possess purchasing capacity and goes out of her way to cater to them. I wonder how she will feel when they leave without making a purchase after all her efforts. Other sales associates, who were momentarily without customers to assist, nodded in agreement with Li's assessment, sharing her disbelief that Li Dong could afford Armani's offerings. Chapter 41. The importance of attire. The adage clothes make the man has held true through the ages. Li Dong, while not unattractive, often appeared rather ordinary, his tall frame and weariness from daily toil overshadowing his true potential. However, since acquiring the super circle of friends system, an unshakable confidence had blossomed within him. Unbeknownst to him until now, in essence, his spirit had been uplifted, and he merely required a fitting wardrobe to complement it. Once Xiao Yu skillfully dressed Li Dong in a meticulously curated ensemble, even Wang Mimi could not help but be taken aback, though his face remained unchanged. The striking sky blue suit paired with striped trousers and pristine Armani shoes transformed him into an embodiment of a powerful CEO, particularly in the eyes of Wang Mimi, who had just witnessed Li Dong rescuing her family from a financial crisis with 5 million. He exuded an aura that surpassed even the fictional tycoons on television. Initially, Li Dong intended to consult Wang Mimi regarding the suitability of his outfit, but upon noticing her astonished expression, he intuitively understood that the ensemble was indeed fitting. With a satisfied smile, he turned to Xiao Yu and instructed, "Please wrap this outfit up for me when I try on the others." Seeing Li Dong's clear intention to purchase the suit, Xiao Yu eagerly nodded in agreement. After all, the attire he wore comprised the latest collections, a shirt priced at 5,800, the suit at 88,000, trousers at 12,000, shoes at 30,000, and a belt at 10,000. In total, this outfit alone amounted to a significant sum, ensuring her a lucrative commission. Without missing a beat, she diligently retrieved another outfit for Li Dong to try on. Had it not been for Wang Mimi's presence, she might have been tempted to enter the fitting room to assist him with changing clothes. Before long, Li Dong donned the second outfit as well. This ensemble consists of a relaxed short-sleeved shirt and cropped trousers, complemented by a pair of loafers. However, despite its casual nature, the craftsmanship is anything but haphazard. Numerous details exude an air of luxury. Simply donning this attire inexplicably conveys an impression that these garments are far from inexpensive, suggesting that their owner possesses considerable wealth. Most notably, the fabric of the clothing is of exceptional quality, providing unparalleled comfort that starkly contrasts with the inferior products Li Dong had previously encountered on Taobao. Turning his head, Li Dong glanced back at Wang Mimi to solicit her opinion. As she caught his gaze, Wang Mimi smiled and remarked, "It's splendid. This outfit suits you well, offering a casual yet not overly cheap appearance, perfectly aligning with your status." Upon hearing her endorsement, Li Dong immediately turned to the sales assistant, Xiao Yu, and declared, "Excellent. Please wrap this outfit up for me." "Certainly, sir," Xiao Yu responded respectfully, her demeanor shifting as she recognized that she was dealing with a high-profile client today, prompting her to become increasingly enthusiastic. Nearby, Xiao Li observed in astonishment as Li Dong had already decided on 2 outfits within such a short span of time. The thought that these commissions should have been hers, had she not judged others by their appearances and let her emotions interfere with her service, filled her with regret. Around her, the other sales assistants, with whom she had never gotten along, began to mock her. Their manager had consistently advised against judging by appearances, yet she had ignored that wisdom and now found herself in a regrettable predicament. Having already purchased 2 outfits, according to the initial standards Li Dong had set, he would at least need to acquire 4 outfits, amounting to a substantial commission that could exceed 10,000. Instead, it was Xiao Yu who benefited from this situation. The murmurs of the other sales assistants echoed, further darkening Xiao Li's expression. At that moment, Li Dong, with Xiao Yu's assistance, selected 4 outfits and approached the checkout counter. The cashier, after a swift calculation, respectfully addressed Li Dong, "Good day, sir. Your total expenditure amounts to 580,000. Would you prefer to pay by card or through a QR code?" "Let's use the QR code," Li Dong replied with a slight smile. Pulling out his phone to complete the transaction, a beep signaled the successful transfer of 580,000. The cashier's mechanical response, initially a source of hope for Xiao Li, who had secretly wished for Li Dong to falter in payment, shattered her composure completely. From now on, if I ever judge others by their appearances again, I shall consider myself a fool. Xiao Li silently berated herself as she watched Li Dong and Wang Mimi being graciously escorted out of the store by Xiao Yu. Oblivious to the transformation he had unwittingly caused in a sales assistant's worldview, Li Dong turned to Wang Mimi after exiting Armani and said, "All right, I've bought enough for myself. Now it's your turn. Consider it a reward for accompanying me on this shopping excursion." Surprised that he had completed his shopping in a single store, Wang Mimi gazed at him with disbelief. "I thought you would purchase several outfits. Had I known you would only select these few, I would have taken you to more shops to compare options. Men prefer simplicity, as long as the clothes are aesthetically pleasing and comfortable. There's no need to exhaust ourselves by visiting multiple stores," Li Dong replied with a serene smile, asserting his preference for making bulk purchases in one place. Ignoring Wang Mimi's suggestion, he continued, "How about you share your preferred brands? After all this time spent shopping together, I must buy you an outfit as a token of appreciation." Wang Mimi hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "The clothes here are quite expensive. They're all luxury brands. I'm used to my Taobao finds. Perhaps we should skip it. What's the harm? Money is no object. If you don't choose, I'll simply select a store for you," Li Dong asserted with a commanding demeanor, scanning the area before pulling Wang Mimi towards a nearby Chanel boutique. Although he wasn't well versed in women's fashion, he had heard the name Chanel frequently enough to instinctively believe it was a reliable choice. As Li Dong firmly grasped her hand, Wang Mimi felt her heart race, unable to suppress the burgeoning affection reflected in her gaze. Chapter 42. The water pipe is broken. Indeed, women's refusals often mask their true desires. Their hesitations are merely a matter of shyness rather than lack of desire. The sales assistants in the luxury boutique quickly discerned the value of Li Dong's attire. Dressed in Armani, he was instantly recognized by the keen-eyed sales assistant, who approached them with a warm and sincere smile. "Good day, sir and madam. I'm Yuan, your Chanel sales assistant, and it's a pleasure to assist you." Pleased by the assistant's warm welcome, Li Dong pointed to Wang Mimi and instructed, "Please put together a complete outfit for her, along with a bag. Ensure they are the latest styles. I have no interest in outdated stock." The sales assistant, sensing Li Dong's affluence, eagerly guided Wang Mimi in selecting garments. Eventually, under Wang Mimi's somewhat bashful gaze, they settled on a dress and a brand new Chanel crossbody bag. The dress was a quintessential Japanese JK-style miniskirt, currently the trendiest design in the nation, showcasing Chanel's rare foray into a more demure aesthetic. The accompanying shoes were combat boots, while the bag was a simple yet elegant crossbody, enhancing Wang Mimi's innate purity and beauty. In particular, this skirt had recently gained popularity on social media, with many influencers donning it in playful poses, combining innocence with a hint of allure, proving far more captivating to men than overtly provocative attire. At that moment, Li Dong couldn't help but wonder just how stunning Wang Mimi would appear if she were to kneel in that outfit. "This will do. Let us proceed to payment," he declared with satisfaction, handing his card to the sales assistant. Shortly thereafter, she returned with the bill. Although Wang Mimi's selections were modest in quantity, their value was substantial, totaling 200,000, primarily due to the bag, which alone cost 150,000. This revelation underscored for Li Dong just how lucrative the luxury goods market could be when it came to women. Upon realizing the exorbitant price of her purchases, Wang Mimi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she looked at Li Dong. "Li Dong, this is far too extravagant. Perhaps we should reconsider." Seeing her discomfort, Li Dong responded with a light chuckle. "This amount is mere pocket change for me. There is no need for embarrassment. If you truly feel guilty, simply prepare a delightful meal for me later. Rest assured, I will make sure you enjoy a wonderful dinner," Wang Mimi replied with newfound confidence. And after placing all the garments in Li Dong's trunk, they headed towards the underground supermarket. Soon, the two arrived at the fresh produce section of the supermarket. Upon discovering that Li Dong was a carnivore, Wang Mimi immediately embarked on a shopping spree, procuring lamb legs, beef shanks, and chicken thighs. Once her purchases were complete, the small shopping cart was nearly overflowing. Glancing at Wang Mimi, Li Dong awkwardly remarked, "Isn't this a bit too much meat? Once I prepare it, you won't think it's excessive," Wang Mimi replied with a confident smile, promptly pushing the cart towards the checkout. As Li Dong attempted to scan his phone, she playfully interjected, "We agreed that I would treat you as a token of my gratitude. The bill is mine." Seeing Wang Mimi's determination, Li Dong relinquished his phone and allowed her to finalize the payment. After completing the transaction, under Wang Mimi's guidance, Li Dong soon maneuvered the cart into an aging residential complex. The exterior walls of the building were peeling and worn, clearly indicating its long history. Once they parked, Wang Mimi led him swiftly into her room. It was a standard small studio, merely a bedroom with no living room. and the kitchen was situated on the balcony, slightly better than the shared accommodations Li Dong had previously rented. Yet, despite its modest size, the room was meticulously organized, spotless, and radiated a warm, homely ambience. Motioning for Li Dong to rest on the bed, Wang Mimi donned an apron and busied herself in the kitchen. Under Li Dong's watchful gaze, Wang Mimi adeptly began to prepare the ingredients, her skillful techniques revealing her regular culinary practice. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, no one would have imagined that such a stunning beauty could excel in the kitchen. If it weren't for that day at the gathering, he might have considered marrying her a splendid choice. As he observed Wang Mimi working on the balcony, a wave of introspection washed over him. However, such musings were merely fleeting. From the moment he laid eyes on Wang Mimi by the pool, his character precluded any possibility of marrying her. Admiration was one thing. Intimacy was another, but he could never accept the notion of his wife being with him for monetary reasons. He firmly believed that love should be pure, devoid of any financial entanglements. Thus, upon discovering Xiao Shui's unwavering principles, even in the face of her family's impending downfall, he remained steadfastly devoted to her, unwilling to compromise for wealth. An hour later, Wang Mimi presented the dishes: Kung Pao chicken, cola chicken wings, hand-pulled lamb, and tomato-braised beef brisket. Each dish was a feast for the senses, perfectly arranged, awakening Li Dong's appetite after a day of hunger. With a rumbling sound, his stomach audibly protested, prompting an uncontrollable fit of laughter from Wang Mimi. "I woke up just in time for lunch, but your call disrupted my day. It's only natural for my stomach to voice its grievances, right?" Li Dong chuckled awkwardly and began to eat. Hearing that he had gone an entire day without food for her sake filled Wang Mimi with a sense of gratitude. As she lovingly served him food, her eyes sparkled with affection. "I see your efforts, and I promise to repay you well. 3 years for 5 million. I will ensure you feel it is worth every penny. If you are ever dissatisfied, I can unconditionally renew the terms. 5 years, 10 years, until I grow old and unappealing, and you no longer wish for me." Li Dong, taken aback by her declaration, lifted his gaze. "I already mentioned that the 5 million was merely a gesture of goodwill as a classmate. This meal suffices as your expression of gratitude. No need for anything beyond that." "All right, I shall heed your words," Wang Mimi sweetly replied, though her gaze lingered on him, suggesting she still had ulterior motives. Eventually, as Li Dong could no longer withstand her affectionate gaze, their meal concluded. Wang Mimi, under Li Dong's watchful eyes, headed to the balcony to wash the dishes. However, as she turned on the faucet, it unexpectedly burst, spraying water directly onto her. She turned to Li Dong. "Li Dong, the faucet broke. Come help me turn off the valve." Without a second thought, Li Dong rushed to the balcony, reaching for the valve, oblivious to the fleeting, mischievous smile that flickered across Wang Mimi's seemingly innocent face. Water gushed uncontrollably, and by the time Li Dong managed to shut off the valve, both their clothes were thoroughly soaked. Wang Mimi's sailor outfit clung to her form, accentuating her figure perfectly. Witnessing her curvaceous silhouette, Li Dong's gaze nearly became transfixed. To be candid, Li Dong had seen Wang Mimi in form-fitting attire before. After all, he had glimpsed her in a swimsuit. Yet, while the swimsuit was revealing, it bore no comparison to the effect of her clothes being drenched. The seemingly modest sailor dress clung tightly to her body, becoming slightly transparent due to being soaked, allowing Li Dong to discern the color of her undergarments, black lace. At that moment, Li Dong's already wavering composure faltered further. Observing his reaction, Wang Mimi felt a surge of triumph within her. With such charming words, "I refuse to believe you can resist my allure," she mused internally. While outwardly feigning ignorance to his gaze, she expressed faux concern. "Li Dong, you're all wet. You should take that off. Wearing it is uncomfortable and may lead to a cold." Whether he would catch a cold was uncertain, but the discomfort of wearing wet clothes was undeniable. Hearing Wang Mimi's advice, Li Dong wasted no time removing his shirt, but hesitated when it came to his shorts. Noticing his reluctance, Wang Mimi laughed. "What? Are you afraid I'll take advantage of you? Don't worry. I have a large nightgown that will reach your knees. As for your clothes, just hang them on the chair. It's hot out, and they'll dry in a few hours." With that, she retrieved a nightgown from her wardrobe. It was a loose-fitting, oversized pink nightgown adorned with a cute Barbie doll pattern. This nightgown, which Wang Mimi typically wore, would engulf her petite frame entirely, even on Li Dong. It would extend to his knees. Faced with the pink nightgown, Li Dong's masculinity prompted a slight reluctance, but the discomfort of his wet clothes prevailed. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the nightgown from Wang Mimi and retreated to the bathroom to change. As he entered, a victorious smile graced Wang Mimi's face. Immediately, she began rummaging through her wardrobe to prepare her own attire. After deliberating, she pulled out a large white shirt, bit her lip, and resolutely closed the wardrobe once more. On television and in films, When the female lead dons nothing but a white shirt, few men can resist its allure. I refuse to believe you can withstand my charm. Wang Mimi mused to herself, resolutely determined to fulfill her promise today and surrender herself to Li Dong. Soon, Li Dong emerged from the bathroom, clad solely in a pink pajama set, which nearly prompted Wang Mimi to burst into laughter. However, recalling her purpose for the day and wishing to spare Li Dong any embarrassment, she quickly turned to him, holding her clothes. Li Dong, please have a seat here for a moment. My clothes are damp and uncomfortable. I'll go change. Upon hearing her words, Li Dong nodded in agreement. Yet, once Wang Mimi entered the bathroom and closed the door, a hint of reluctance flickered in his eyes. Alas, once she emerged, the beauty of her form adorned in such attire would no longer be visible. Li Dong lamented, regretting not having taken the opportunity to gaze a little longer. However, when the bathroom door swung open again and Wang Mimi stepped out, Li Dong's regrets faded as his gaze sharpened. At that moment, she was breathtakingly alluring. Wearing a somewhat loose white shirt that barely covered her derriere, revealing a pair of perfectly straight, long legs beneath. Beyond that, she were nothing else. The previously innocent aura she exuded transformed into an indescribable allure, increasingly captivating. At least in that instant, Li Dong felt himself on the brink of succumbing to Wang Mimi's temptation. Yet, Wang Mimi seemed oblivious to the boldness of her attire and its potent effect on men. Approaching Li Dong with a natural grace, she sat beside him. Looking at him, she shyly pointed to her shirt. The only pajama I had was borrowed by you. So I had to wear this oversized shirt I received at work temporarily. You don't mind, do you? Does any man truly mind? Li Dong thought, bemused. Subtly realizing that Wang Mimi was intentionally teasing him, clearly intending to honor her commitment to him over the next 3 years after he had resolved her family's predicament. Despite this realization, Li Dong felt indecisive. To claim that he felt no attraction for Wang Mimi would be a blatant falsehood. After all, no boy in their class could be indifferent towards the class beauty. As a normal young man, he had often discussed her with his dormitory mates. If given the chance to be intimate with Wang Mimi, he would surely be stirred. At that moment, Wang Mimi seemed to sense his hesitation and immediately launched into anecdotes from their university days, preventing him from spiraling into indecision and allowing him to remain focused. University life is a treasure trove of cherished memories. As Wang Mimi engaged in conversation, Li Dong's thoughts drifted back to those halcyon days. Suddenly, she tossed her hair flirtatiously and boldly fixed her gaze on him. Li Dong, I know that back in the day, you and your friends often discussed me behind my back, speculating on what would happen if I became your girlfriend. Did you ever join in such discussions? Dreaming about how you would treat me? I heard that some promised to show me what a real man was like, to make me infatuated with him. Li Dong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he recognized that he was indeed the subject of her teasing. At that time, during a boisterous dormitory gathering, he had casually boasted, unaware that his words would echo through their class. Back then, he assumed Wang Mimi remained oblivious to his claim. Yet now, her choice to bring it up at this moment unmistakably indicated that she had known all along. Seeing Li Dong's stunned expression, Wang Mimi boldly wrapped her arms around his neck, gazing into his eyes with a breathless allure. Now is the time for you to fulfill your grandiose promises. What are you hesitating for? Chapter 44, A Dream Shared by All Men. A temptress. Indeed, she was an enchantress. Li Dong gazed at Wang Mimi, who was daringly embracing him, and felt an overwhelming stir within him. More importantly, as she playfully teased him, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her, deciding to abandon his reservations. Looking intently at Wang Mimi, he earnestly declared, Wang Mimi, my assistance today was genuinely out of camaraderie. I harbored no ulterior motives. But now, with you provoking me in such a manner, I must confess that I am indeed interested. I offer you one last chance. If you withdraw now, all will still be well. Otherwise, I may have to act upon my youthful boasts. Wang Mimi, witnessing Li Dong finally stirred by her advances, beamed with delight and embraced him tightly, conveying her answer through her actions. As she did so, Li Dong, already on the brink of losing control under her enchanting beauty, seized his self-restraint and kissed her passionately. Though Wang Mimi had been assertive, she blushed deeply when Li Dong's lips met hers. After all, she had always portrayed herself as a paragon of innocence. While she had once fantasized about leveraging her beauty to ascend into high society, her essence remained fundamentally pure. Having never dated anyone, let alone kissed, the intensity of Li Dong's fervent kiss overwhelmed her. Yet, as she recalled that without Li Dong's generous aid of 500,000, her brother's fate would have been dire and her parents devastated, she summoned the courage to reciprocate. Soon, the room was filled with warmth. As Li Dong's earnest efforts led Wang Mimi to transition from girlhood to womanhood, fully embracing the profound truth of the necessity of both yin and yang. Night deepened, rendering the surroundings increasingly obscure. Even the moon seemed too shy to observe the fervor within the room, cloaking itself behind a veil of clouds. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the neighboring wall, followed by a voice tinged with frustration. "Keep it down. What time do you think it is to be engaging in such activities? You young folks are so impatient, completely disregarding the time and the impact on others." Both Li Dong and Wang Mimi were left feeling awkward at the interruption, lying in Li Dong's embrace. Wang Mimi sheepishly explained, "This building used to be a dormitory for a large factory. The soundproofing is terribly inadequate, so we may have disturbed the neighbors." Listening to her explanation, Li Dong felt equally embarrassed and reluctantly paused their activities. Yet, being young and impassioned, it wasn't long before they quietly resumed, albeit this time with a heightened sense of caution, as if engaged in a clandestine affair. Ultimately, they concluded their passionate escapade just before midnight. After a refreshing shower, they lay together once more, and Wang Mimi flashed a playful smile at Li Dong. "Li Dong, back in school, you boasted so grandly. Yet your performance tonight hardly lived up to those mighty claims." Li Dong's face flushed with embarrassment at her words. If only he could fulfill the promises of his youth. Yet, he remains an ordinary man. Despite having acquired the divine system, his body has not undergone any transformation, at least in terms of physicality. He is indistinguishable from any other common individual. Indeed, many athletic students or middle-aged men adept at maintaining their health might possess physiques far superior to his. At least in that regard, they certainly outclass him. His performance can only be described as mediocre, exceedingly average. Fortunately for him, this is Wang Mimi's first time. Otherwise, he might have doubted his own abilities and feared her disdain even more. Li Dong fell into contemplation, while Wang Mimi began to panic. Assuming that her words had struck a nerve, she quickly sought to placate him. "Li Dong, I was merely jesting. In truth, your performance tonight was quite commendable. They say that men are like oxen and women like the land. There are overworked oxen, but never a land that is too worn out. You needn't dwell on it too much. Furthermore, those small advertisements for pills on the streets are nothing but scams. You mustn't be deceived. In our class, there was a guy who believed one of those ads on a telephone pole and ended up harming his health, resulting in his girlfriend breaking up with him completely." Wang Mimi's words jolted Li Dong back to reality. In that instant, he realized that she had misconstrued his feelings. Although he was dissatisfied with his performance that night, he was far from feeling inferior. Instead, he was contemplating whether he could leverage the divine system to transform his physique into that of a superhuman. With a wry smile, Li Dong calmly explained, "In this age of advanced technology, I am well aware that many men are physically weak. It's a common saying among urologists that 9 out of 10 men are deficient in vitality. I was merely pondering how I might reasonably enhance my strength. I would never fall for those deceptive pills. However, I am unfamiliar with the incident involving someone in our class damaging their health due to such supplements. Please, tell me more." Wang Mimi, observing Li Dong's interest in gossip, quickly understood that he was not feeling inferior, and her anxiety dissipated significantly. "Do you know Zhao Huiwan and Li Long from our class? After graduation, they got together, but it wasn't long before they broke up. The reason? Li Long secretly purchased those types of pills, which ultimately ruined his health, leaving him unable to engage with women for the rest of his life. That's why I was concerned about your expression earlier. I feared you might follow in Li Long's footsteps, trying to appear impressive by secretly taking pills." Li Dong was taken aback by her revelation. The sudden breakup of Zhao Huiwan and Li Long, without any third party involved, had puzzled him at the time. Now, realizing the root of the issue, he felt utterly speechless. Deep down, he resolved that even if he continued to present himself as unremarkable, he would never resort to those pills. Nevertheless, this did not extinguish his yearning for an instant transformation of his physique. An idea inexplicably surfaced in his mind regarding the capabilities of the super circle of friends. The super circle of friends allows one to manifest a post as long as it garners over 10,000 likes. What if I were to publish a post about enhancing my physique, paired with an image of sculpted abs? If I successfully realized that post, could it alter my body, granting me chiseled abs and transforming me into a muscular man? In a moment of profound contemplation, Li Dong couldn't resist pulling out his phone to craft the desired post. Chapter 45. 100 billion in pocket money received. I am a man of 7 delights each night, each lasting half an hour. After composing his text, Li Dong searched online for a photoshopped image of an 8-pack, showcasing only the physique without revealing a face, and promptly shared it on his circle of friends. Beside him, Wang Mimi was momentarily taken aback as she witnessed Li Dong's peculiar post. After a lengthy pause, her curiosity piqued. She inquired, "Li Dong, why would you post something like this? Are you trying to proclaim your prowess to the women in your circle, hoping to entice them to approach you?" Seeing the evident misunderstanding on Wang Mimi's face, Li Dong chuckled softly. "Don't misconstrue my intentions. I simply enjoy looking at pictures of beautiful women. I have never reached out to any woman on WeChat. If I desired companionship, I wouldn't need to flaunt such abilities. Having wealth is more than sufficient. This WeChat account is solely for sharing my aspirations. Whenever I have a dream I wish to realize, I post it here. Eventually, I will achieve each one. Li Dong's face radiated an indescribable confidence. Although the notion of 7 delights each night sounded somewhat implausible, having witnessed the power of the super circle of friends, he believed it could help him fulfill his ambitions. Wang Mimi, unaware of the secrets behind Li Dong's super circle of friends, nonetheless found herself intrigued by his WeChat account. Gazing at him, she asked with curiosity, Li Dong, may I add this WeChat account of yours to see what aspirations you have? Grateful for an additional source of likes. Li Dong readily complied, generating a QR code for Wang Mimi to add his secondary account. Exhausted from the night's exertions, he soon fell asleep, while Wang Mimi, wide awake, began scrolling through Li Dong's circle of friends content. Unable to resist, she liked every post he had shared. In the early hours of the morning, after Wang Mimi had finished liking all of Li Dong's posts and drifted off to sleep, Li Dong abruptly awoke. Moments ago, a sound resonated in his mind, announcing the Super Circle of Friends notification. Ding. Your post has garnered 10,000 likes, randomly discovering a post content. Congratulations. The host has received pocket money amounting to 100 billion, which has been credited to the host's bank account. Please check your balance. Ding. Your agricultural bank account 9527 has received 1,000. 2 notifications echoed in Li Dong's mind, while another flashed across his phone screen. It was evident that, despite having been distracted by Qiao Shue's appearance at the nightclub 2 nights ago, the likes from the tools he had previously added, along with those from Wang Mimi, had enabled him to achieve another 10,000 likes. As he opened his eyes and regained his composure, Li Dong quickly grasped the situation. Glancing at the peacefully sleeping Wang Mimi, a tender smile graced his face as he gently picked up his phone to check the notifications. First, he opened his text messages, confirming that he had indeed received a staggering 100 billion during the night, leaving him utterly astonished. After all, such a substantial transfer typically involves numerous approval processes. The instantaneous arrival could only be attributed to the miraculous abilities of the Super Circle of Friends. Having verified the funds were received, he opened his WeChat account, unable to resist delving into the content of his posts to uncover what had led to this extraordinary windfall of 100 billion in cash. It is common knowledge that while there are many conglomerates worth trillions, very few possess a cash flow of 100 billion. Previously, Li Dong had been troubled by the impending financial needs of the Qiao family. He had worried whether the suppliers would accept his guarantee if he used the car dealership to back Qiao Shui, thereby alleviating the pressure on the Qiao family. Now, with this influx of 100 billion, such anxieties had dissipated. However, he was still left pondering how to navigate the situation, especially with Qiao Shui openly declaring her desire to distance herself from him and unwilling to accept his assistance for the time being. Never mind, where there's a will, there's a way. Let's first check the content on WeChat moments, Li Dong mused, suppressing the tumult of thoughts within him as he continued to scroll through the posts. After a brief moment, a particular post caught his eye, a picture brimming with stacks of cash, accompanied by the text, another 100 billion in pocket money has been deposited. I wonder which overseas relative transferred it. Are they worried I might return to seize control of the company? They only seem to want me to spend money. I yearn for a legitimate job, yet each day begins with a barrage of expenditures. This lifestyle is utterly mundane. In a fleeting moment, Li Dong couldn't help but scoff internally at the ostentation displayed. However, the realization that he was now the true owner of that 100 billion brought an exhilarating smile to his face. He secretly hoped for more such ostentatious displays on his social media feed. Yet, the thrill faded within 3 short minutes, leaving him with a sense of calm, akin to receiving a mere 100 yuan instead of 100 billion. Was he becoming desensitized to the ease of acquiring wealth? He found himself surprised by his emotional state. Fatigue soon enveloped him, and he succumbed to a deep slumber, dismissing such trivial concerns. It wasn't until dawn the following day, stirred by Wang Mimi's playful teasing, that he roused from his slumber. What's wrong, darling? Li Dong inquired, gazing at the alluring Wang Mimi nestled in his arms, his expression one of innocence. With a pout, she replied, You've stolen my blanket, sleeping so soundly while I froze awake. Upon hearing her complaint, a hint of embarrassment crept onto Li Dong's face. He realized that Wang Mimi's blanket was indeed too small, and his restless sleeping had left her feeling cold the previous night. All right, I'll be more mindful next time, he conceded, then mischievously added. But I've heard that if you're feeling cold, some exercise will do you good. Allow me to assist in warming you up and driving away the chill. Wang Mimi, fully aware of Li Dong's intentions, did not shy away. Instead, she embraced him, reciprocating his advances. Just as their playful war intensified, a loud knocking reverberated through the door. Outside, the middle-aged woman who had scolded them the day before resumed her tirade, starting early again. Can't you young people refrain from such activities? Both Li Dong and Wang Mimi were enveloped in embarrassment. The interruption extinguished Li Dong's enthusiasm. With a resigned smile, he lay back down, turning to Wang Mimi. Let us get up, find a breakfast place, and then I'll take you to buy a house. We'll move out of here today. Wang Mimi, momentarily taken aback by his seriousness, quickly declined. Li Dong, the 5 million I received from you is already more than enough. I can't possibly take more from you. Li Dong was taken aback by her firm refusal. However, seeing her earnestness, he immediately asserted, you promised to follow my lead for the next 3 years. So listen closely, my intention to buy you a house is not up for debate. It's what I am determined to do. All you need to do is accompany me to select a home that pleases you. I refuse to be reminded of our affair by that woman knocking on the door every time we're together. If this continues, I fear it might affect my performance. Despite his domineering demeanor, Wang Mimi felt a sweetness bloom within her. Nevertheless, she maintained her serious expression. I absolutely cannot accept a house. I can't reconcile that in my heart. Right now, being with you feels like a form of gratitude, but if I were to accept a house from you, the nature of our relationship would shift. I would feel like I'm being kept, and that would make me feel unclean. I cannot accept such a reality. Understanding Wang Mimi's perspective, Li Dong realized that she would not accept his offer. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, then let us buy the house together. I'll put it under my name, and you will have the right to live there. For the next 3 years, you'll reside there with me. Wang Mimi, touched by Li Dong's subtle attempt to alter her living situation, looked at him with gratitude. Li Dong, you shouldn't be so kind to me. What if I fall completely in love with you and can't bear to leave after 3 years? Then don't leave. I'll take care of you for a lifetime. Li Dong replied, his gaze unwavering and authoritative. He not only spoke these words, but also believed them deeply. While the events surrounding the pool party had led him to think that marrying Wang Mimi was impossible, he could not bear the thought of her leaving after 3 years. In his heart, once Wang Mimi chose to be his woman, she would remain so for life. He was more than capable of supporting another, so why should she depart? Wang Mimi, unaware of Li Dong's thoughts, gazed at him seriously. No, I will leave in 3 years unless you agree to marry me. Otherwise, I will return to a normal life, marry an ordinary man, and have my own children. I don't want to have children with you while remaining unmarried, living an unnamed life together. Her words struck Li Dong like a hammer, causing him considerable distress. He understood that their emotional bond was still in its infancy, primarily stemming from her gratitude after he saved her brother with that 5 million. Yet, witnessing her insistence on leaving 3 years hence left him feeling quite displeased. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, but from extravagance to frugality is challenging. I will show you the lifestyle of the affluent over these 3 years. And once you're accustomed to it, I cannot believe you would still want to leave me then, Li Dong thought to himself, quietly plotting. Yet on the surface, he maintained a facade of nonchalance. He smiled at Wang Mimi, feigning indifference. Who knows what will happen 3 years from now? Now, let us hurry and get ready. I can't bear to stay in this room any longer. All right, I'll go wash up, Wang Mimi replied obediently, rising from the bed without hesitation as she began to put on her sleepwear. Seeing her, Li Dong felt his heart race, yearning for a deeper connection with her. However, he ultimately managed to suppress all distracting thoughts, allowing her to dress and head to the bathroom. He had no desire to have his mood dampened again by another interruption. After all, the soundproofing in this room was exceedingly poor. Once Wang Mimi finished washing up and changed into a new outfit, Li Dong was once again captivated. Despite having already explored her beauty 3 times the previous night, he still found himself irresistibly drawn to her allure. Wang Mimi possessed a remarkable talent for dressing. Although her clothes were inexpensive finds from online stores, they perfectly complemented her pure, schoolgirl charm. On this day, she donned a sky blue blouse complemented by a figure-hugging black skirt, her long legs elegantly exposed. This ensemble exuded an air of professional competence, yet it also hinted at a lingering innocence, as if she had not entirely departed from her school days. Such grace, such beauty, such form. Indeed, few men could withstand the allure of Wang Mimi. It was precisely this captivating charm that had once fueled her aspirations to marry into a wealthy family and assume the role of a lady of leisure. At this moment, Wang Mimi noticed Li Dong gazing at her with an almost dazed expression, pride unmistakably gleaming in her eyes. After a prolonged silence, she playfully chided him, still staring? Hurry and wash your face. In a bit, I'll take you to a breakfast stall with particularly delightful offerings. But first, let me post something on my social media. With that, Li Dong opened his usual social media app, preparing to promote his daily advertisements. At Hunglong Used Car Dealership, we have exquisite pre-owned vehicles. There's bound to be one that captures your fancy. At Erlong Real Estate Agency, We will help you find the perfect home. A friendly reminder, today, I will be at Erlong Real Estate Agency, so if you're looking to buy or rent, come find me for the best deals. After completing his promotional post, Li Dong, at Wang Mimi's urging, proceeded to the restroom to freshen up. In the Minfu community, while Li Dong was busy in the restroom, Zhou Yuan, feeling bored, was scrolling through her social media feed when she immediately spotted Li Dong's advertisement. Excitedly, she turned to her cohabiting boyfriend, Lu Gang, and exclaimed, "Look, Li Dong is advertising for a real estate agency. That luxurious property at Tangshan Yiping must belong to some wealthy individual who listed it with his company. And now he is using it to show off to us. The manager of that agency probably has no idea. Today, let us go there and expose him right in front of his manager. He enjoys making us look foolish, so let us use this evidence to get him fired. And then we'll share the news in our class group. Let us see if he still has the face to show off after that." Chapter 47. The scandalous pair returns to cause trouble. At Erlong Real Estate Agency, upon entering the office, Zhang Jinfen began inquiring about every client's status, relentlessly dialing up old acquaintances to find ways to increase the agency's property listings. At that moment, she was brimming with enthusiasm, her previously polished professional demeanor evolving into that of a formidable businesswoman. As Zhang Jinfen returned to the office, the other female agents began whispering amongst themselves. "Have you noticed? Manager Zhang has changed significantly in the past few days. Her aura has become increasingly powerful, embodying the essence of a businesswoman. It seems she is determined to seize this opportunity to prove herself." The real estate industry has always been rife with legends. With our extensive collection of exclusive listings and school district properties, we can undoubtedly attract a plethora of high-quality clients, fostering a virtuous cycle that will allow each of us to reap substantial profits. Previously, I thought Zhang Jinfen aimed to leverage her beauty to attract the boss, seeking a swift ascent to becoming a wealthy matron. Now, I realize I underestimated her. She aspires to be a powerful businesswoman, to become affluent through her own efforts. As the women debated, admiration flickered in their eyes as they glanced at Zhang Jinfen's closed office door. The previously lackadaisical group promptly pulled out their phones to contact clients. It became evident that the work ethic of a company is significantly influenced by its leaders. Thanks to Zhang Jinfen's transformation, the overall work atmosphere began to shift positively. When Li Dong and Wang Mimi finished their breakfast and arrived at the company, the atmosphere was bustling. Those with clients were attending to them, while others were making calls in search of new clients. Witnessing this vibrant work environment, Li Dong felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Observing Zhang Jinfen, who was also busy in her office, he felt even more pleased with the company's status. "It appears you have fully resolved to rely on your own merits to earn a living. If my words have inspired the emergence of a business powerhouse, that would be quite amusing," Li Dong mused, turning to Wang Mimi. "This is my company. I assure you it will provide the finest properties." "All right, I trust you. But the property deed must bear your name. I am merely residing there temporarily," Wang Mimi replied sweetly, snuggling close to Li Dong as she stated her condition. "Very well. The deed will be in my name, merely allowing you to stay." Li Dong nodded in resignation and called out to a sales representative who had just hung up the phone. "Xiao Lu, please fetch Manager Zhang for me." "Understood, boss." The summoned sales representative stood up and quickly knocked on Zhang Jinfen's office door. Inside the office, Zhang Jinfen looked up at Xiao Lu's entrance, curiosity piqued. "Lu Jia, is there something you need?" Upon hearing Zhang Jinfen's inquiry, Xiao Lu promptly relayed that Li Dong had brought Wang Mimi to tour the office. The moment she learned that Li Dong had brought a stunning beauty along, Zhang Jinfen felt an inexplicable pang of discomfort. Was this beautiful woman a reminder to me to reassess my position? Rest assured I shall. I, Zhang Jinfen, will earn my success through my own abilities. This opportunity to be a manager will allow me to establish my reputation for performance, so that wherever I go, I can rely on my skills to make a living without depending on any man. Zhang Jinfen continually reassured herself internally, soon adjusting her demeanor as she looked at Xiao Lu. "All right, I'll go find the boss right away. You can return to your tasks for now." "Of course, manager." Upon hearing Zhang Jinfen's response, Xiao Lu respectfully exited. Watching him leave, Zhang Jinfen's previously composed expression transformed into one of slight dejection. Indeed, Li Dong's arrival with a beautiful woman was quite a blow to her. After Xiao Lu departed, instead of rushing out immediately, she took out a small mirror to touch up her makeup. Gazing into the mirror, she muttered to herself, "I must see just how beautiful the woman he brought is, and whether she can truly eclipse me." After finishing her makeup, she smiled confidently, setting the mirror down and stepping out. The first thing she noticed was Wang Mimi, nestled beside Li Dong. Observing the pure and ethereal aura emanating from Wang Mimi, akin to a meticulously filtered visage, Zhang Jinfen instinctively felt inferior. "No wonder you look down on me. It appears that the woman you casually bring along is of such exquisite caliber." In that moment, Zhang Jinfen felt an unexpected wave of insecurity, wishing to retreat. In truth, Zhang Jinfen's beauty was not inferior to that of Wang Mimi. The difference lay in their respective auras. Years of being the school belle had imbued Wang Mimi with a naturally innocent charm, whereas Zhang Jinfen, having dropped out of high school early, had been weathered by the harsh realities of life, leaving her with the calculated demeanor of common folk. However, after experiencing Li Dong's impact, she was beginning to regain her composure, her aura subtly shifting. She was on the cusp of a significant success that would fully cultivate her into a formidable businesswoman, at which point she would undoubtedly rival Wang Mimi. At this moment, Li Dong remained oblivious to the feelings of inadequacy that surged within Zhang Jinfen upon her first sight of Wang Mimi. As Zhang Jinfen approached, he immediately pointed to Wang Mimi, saying, "Manager Zhang, this is my woman. I wish to purchase a villa for her to reside in. Remember, money is no object. It must be suitable for her in every aspect." "Certainly, sir. Our company possesses a plethora of villa resources. I shall first escort Ms. Wang to my office to conduct a preliminary selection. Once a choice is made, I will take both of you to view the property." Zhang Jinfeng replied with a practiced smile, promptly turning to head towards the office. After Zhang Jinfeng departed, Wang Mimi stared at Li Dong in bewilderment. "Li Dong, a regular 2-bedroom or 1-bedroom apartment would suffice for me. A villa is far too large and expensive. It wouldn't suit my needs. This is not solely for your accommodation. It is also an investment. Go and look at the properties, and stop hesitating here," Li Dong asserted, his demeanor commanding as he pushed Wang Mimi towards Zhang Jinfeng's office. Seeing Li Dong's insistence, Wang Mimi could only offer a resigned smile, feeling an inexplicable joy as she followed him toward the office. Almost simultaneously as Wang Mimi entered Zhang Jinfeng's office, Zhou Yuan and Lu Gang made their entrance into the Erlong real estate agency. Upon spotting Li Dong, they exchanged glances, revealing a shared, malicious excitement. Chapter 48. She must have had her head kicked by a donkey. Indeed, Li Dong was affiliated with this real estate agency. The property at Tangchun Yipin undoubtedly belonged to their company, and he had secretly taken residence there, flaunting it to them, which had caused them to lose face in front of their classmates. Today, they planned to ensure he would be thoroughly humiliated before his colleagues, ultimately leading to his dismissal. Both were filled with exhilaration as they approached Li Dong, like avengers seeking retribution. Their presence immediately caught Li Dong's attention, and his brow furrowed deeply upon seeing the uninvited duo. Many believe that when betrayed by a woman, one should retaliate fiercely, perhaps even eliminate the offending pair to ease their own turmoil. However, Li Dong was different. He believed that the greatest revenge a man could enact upon a woman was to live a life far superior to hers, ensuring she remained perpetually regretful, ideally for a lifetime. This was why he had refrained from deleting Zhou Yao, his former girlfriend who had betrayed him, from his WeChat contacts, allowing her to witness every update he posted. Of course, when the chance arose to strike back, he would do so without hesitation. Now, observing the two intruders, he felt a curious intrigue about their intentions. As they approached him, Zhou Yuan wore a smug expression. "Surprised to see me? Did you think that your disgrace at the housewarming would simply be forgotten? Is it enjoyable to flaunt a property that isn't yours? Today, we shall expose you in front of your colleagues and reveal your hypocritical facade, leading to your complete dismissal. You've concealed your true nature well, pretending to be merely a tire salesman while moonlighting as a second-hand property and vehicle dealer. Yet today, your carelessness has unveiled your secret. Otherwise, we would have had no solid evidence of your prior vehicle sales." Lu Gang, gritting his teeth, glared at Li Dong, convinced that Li Dong's residence in the luxurious property had no relation to him whatsoever. Li Dong chuckled at their misguided assumptions. Realizing they believed he had been a part-time seller of second-hand properties and vehicles, mistakenly thinking that the upscale Tangchun Yipin residence belonged to a client. He found their intent to embarrass him amusing, but chose not to expel them from the company outright. Instead, he gazed at them with curiosity, eager to see how they would attempt to unravel their scheme of revenge. With a playful smile, Li Dong addressed them. "Please, commence your performance. Remember to be as expressive as possible. Make it entertaining enough to brighten my otherwise mundane day." Li Dong's reaction left Zhou Yuan and Lu Gang in a state of shock and disbelief. Initially, they had anticipated that upon realizing their intention to expose him, he would panic and plead for mercy. Yet his demeanor was entirely different. He appeared as a spectator, eagerly awaiting their act, while they felt like the performers in his game. Zhou Yuan glanced at Lu Gang, seeking his guidance. Under her watchful gaze, Lu Gang finally spoke. "Ignore him. Let us stick to our plan. He is merely trying to intimidate us with theatrics." Zhou Yuan had chosen to betray Li Dong and pursue Lu Gang because she had deemed Li Dong unambitious. Now, hearing Lu Gang's analysis, she resolved to follow through with their pre-discussed strategy. Feeling determined, She scanned the room to ensure all the real estate agents' eyes were fixed on her before she began. I believe you are all curious about my relationship with Li Dong. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Yuan, Li Dong's university classmate and former girlfriend. We once shared love, but he is far too complacent, a mere tire salesman struggling to make ends meet, expecting me to support him financially. Hence, we parted ways. And I am now with my current boyfriend, Lu Gang. Recently, Lu Gang and I moved to a new area and invited classmates to celebrate at our new home. In a bid to embarrass me at the gathering, Li Dong shamelessly exploited his position to occupy a luxurious residence belonging to a wealthy client. He audaciously claimed in a video that it was his newly purchased property, looking down on my modest two-bedroom apartment. I trust your company has regulations against employees residing in client properties. Such behavior disqualifies him from being a real estate agent. Could you kindly summon your manager to remove this scoundrel from your company? Having delivered her lengthy tirade in one breath, Zhou Yuan found herself slightly breathless. Yet, rather than feeling fatigued, she was overwhelmed with exhilaration. In her perspective, the real estate industry thrived on fierce competition, and with such a scandal involving Li Dong, the agents would surely seize the opportunity to deride him, ensuring his ejection from the company and leaving her with one less competitor. However, in the next moment, she felt utterly dumbfounded. The real estate agents were not responding as she had envisioned. They did not immediately call for the manager to oust Li Dong. Instead, their gazes were directed at her, murmuring among themselves as if she were a fool. This woman must be delusional. Does the wealthy boss need to reside in a client's property? He likely owns countless houses of his own. A single top-floor unit at Tangshan Yipin cannot possibly compare to his portfolio of 1,000 school district homes, all of which are in prestigious areas worth conservatively around 10 billion. A boss this affluent would never resort to flaunting someone else's property. No, she should not be considered a fool. Rather, she is merely materialistic. Clearly, the boss, during his school years, concealed his wealth and pretended to be impoverished, leading her to mistakenly believe he was genuinely destitute. Consequently, she ended their relationship, valuing someone who barely managed to purchase a two-bedroom apartment in Haidu, epitomizing the classic folly of losing a watermelon while picking up sesame seeds. No, this is not merely a case of losing a watermelon for sesame seeds. She has been struck senseless, her mind clouded. A chorus of voices erupted around them, their gazes toward Zhou Yuan increasingly laced with disdain, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 49. Zhou Yuan's anger leads to fainting. Creak. The tightly shut office door swung open, revealing Zhang Jinfeng, accompanied by Wang Mimi, as they emerged. Unaware of the commotion outside, Zhang Jinfeng approached Li Dong, maintaining an official demeanor as she stated, "Boss, I have escorted Ms. Wang Mimi to select several villas, and I plan to take her for an on-site inspection. Would you like to join us?" Wang Mimi, villas. At that moment, Zhou Yuan, still reeling from the earlier shock, instinctively turned her head to gaze at Zhang Jinfeng, who was reporting to Li Dong, and the figure of Wang Mimi standing beside her. Upon confirming that this Wang Mimi was indeed from her class, she felt a wave of confusion wash over her. In a fit of instinctive fury, she pointed an accusing finger at Wang Mimi. "Wang Mimi, are you with Li Dong?" "Indeed, I am with Li Dong," Wang Mimi replied, though she was baffled by Zhou Yuan's presence. However, at a subtle glance from Li Dong, she promptly affirmed the claim. Without hesitation, she sidled up to Li Dong, sweetly wrapping her arm around his, an unspoken declaration of their relationship. Witnessing this, Zhou Yuan finally regained her composure. Initially reluctant to believe that Li Dong was the owner of the real estate agency, she now fully accepted his prowess. Realizing he was not the penniless loser she had imagined, he was genuinely wealthy and even intended to purchase a villa for Wang Mimi. Although Zhou Yuan's heart began to accept that Li Dong was indeed affluent, the memory of his previous financial struggles while they were together ignited a fierce indignation within her. She pointed an accusatory finger at Li Dong. "Why are you willing to buy a villa for Wang Mimi, yet when we were together, you were so parsimonious that your pockets were emptier than your face?" Initially, the surrounding real estate agents were puzzled as to why Li Dong appeared so wealthy, while Zhou Yuan, as his former girlfriend, described him as a mere impoverished loser masquerading with company properties. Yet, upon hearing Zhou Yuan's vehement accusations, a dawning realization swept through the crowd. This woman was so foolish that she failed to recognize she had squandered an opportunity to marry into wealth. The boss had concealed his financial status, clearly treating her as a girlfriend with intentions of a future together. In contrast, the seemingly beautiful woman beside him, while attractive, had not been invited to share his home but instead was provided with a villa to reside in, marking her as a mistress, a distinction Zhou Yuan could not comprehend. In terms of looks, she was merely a refreshing beauty, significantly overshadowed by the true beauties surrounding the manager and the boss. She had failed to appreciate her position as the esteemed girlfriend of the boss and would likely live in regret for the rest of her life. Previously, upon watching television, she had observed how affluent heirs often disguised themselves as ordinary individuals in search of love. She never anticipated encountering such a scenario in reality. It was, in fact, quite understandable. Given the materialistic tendencies of modern women, revealing one's wealth would only attract those seeking monetary gain, not genuine affection. Thus, the boss's prior pretense of poverty was, in essence, a standard approach. The crowd continued to speculate, conjuring reasons for Li Dong's previous financial struggles. Li Dong listened to their interpretations, his expression one of exasperation. After all, only he knew that he had not been pretending to be poor. He had genuinely been impoverished. He was not a second-generation wealthy individual, but rather a true farmer's son. Now that he had acquired wealth, his parents were still unaware. He planned to surprise them by returning home in a luxury car, delivering a grand revelation. Lost in thought, he observed Zhou Yuan's face, now filled with resentment, and coldly remarked, "Having heard so much, do you still require my explanation? The path you chose was your own, and it was you who initiated the breakup. I truly do not understand why you still have the audacity to question me. I am now off to purchase a villa for Wang Mimi, so kindly clear the way. I have no desire to gaze upon your loathsome face any longer." With that, he pushed Zhou Yuan aside without a second glance and strode out with Wang Mimi. Seeing Li Dong's audacity in pushing her away, Zhou Yuan turned to Lu Gang, her eyes filled with grievance. "Lu Gang, he pushed me." Previously, if Zhou Yuan had confided in Lu Gang, he would have undoubtedly stood up for her, even if it meant resorting to violence. However, witnessing Li Dong holding Wang Mimi's slender waist as they departed, Lu Gang merely clenched his fists, too intimidated to confront Li Dong. He had been shaken ever since the women had called Li Dong boss, and he realized that the luxurious top floor of Tangshan Yiping belonged to him. His family had just a little money, which was insignificant in the sprawling metropolis of Magic City. It was conservatively estimated that Li Dong's fortune had reached billions. A person of such wealth would render Lu Gang too fearful to provoke him. Zhou Yuan, looking at Lu Gang's failure to support her, his silence a stark contrast to her expectations, felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Her eyes filled with deep regret. She lamented her choice to break up with Li Dong in favor of Lu Gang. "I had the opportunity to marry into wealth and live as a wealthy matron. Yet my short-sightedness destroyed this singular chance." Zhou Yuan's thoughts echoed relentlessly in her mind. Ultimately, she could no longer bear the psychological strain and coughed up a mouthful of blood, with a spurt of blood escaping her lips. Zhou Yuan succumbed to the immense emotional blow and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Observing her state, Lu Gang did not rush to assist her. Instead, he was overtaken by a profound sense of disdain. Under the watchful eyes of the real estate agents and customers, he callously stepped over Zhou Yuan's prone body, muttering as he departed, regretting it. "You let your envy over not marrying into wealth consume you. Once you find someone wealthier, you will undoubtedly discard me without hesitation. From now on, I have no need for you. Your life or death is of no concern to me." As Lu Gang walked away, leaving Zhou Yuan abandoned on the floor, the group of real estate agents stood in stunned silence. After a prolonged moment, an older agent finally spoke. "This is our company. After all, having her lie here is not good for our image. Let's call for an ambulance to take her away." Chapter 50. The $100 million Villa. The Teo Weiyuan Villa District. While perhaps not the most renowned in Magic City, undoubtedly ranks among the most popular. Its enchanting atmosphere is accentuated by the profusion of peach blossoms, and when they bloom, entering this villa area feels akin to stepping into a celestial realm. In this area, the villas are predominantly smaller in size, attracting many affluent women who appreciate a touch of bourgeois aesthetic. Upon Zhang Jinfeng's recommendation of this locale to Wang Mimi, she was instantly enamored with the surroundings, even expressing disinterest in viewing other villas. Consequently, after perusing the properties, both women swiftly finalized their choice and exited the villa. At that moment, as Wang Mimi stepped into the villa with Zhang Jinfeng and beheld the garden that mirrored the beauty depicted in photographs, her affection for the place intensified. Gazing at Li Dong beside her, she exclaimed with delight, "Li Dong, the environment here is simply exquisite. I also heard from Manager Zhang that the peach trees have been specially treated, ensuring no mosquitoes will disturb us even in the summer when the blossoms bloom." Each villa features a meticulously pruned peach tree in its garden, allowing us to relax under its shade with a book and tea in summer, and enjoy fresh peaches in autumn. Living here would undoubtedly be a delight. Moreover, these villas are compact, predominantly inhabited by single affluent women, creating a splendid environment that I find immensely satisfying. One aspect Wang Mimi refrained from articulating was her contentment regarding the villa's price. In the bustling metropolis where every inch of land is invaluable, villas in prime areas typically fetch several $100 million. Yet this one is available for merely 100 million, representing an exceptional bargain. Although Wang Mimi did not explicitly state this, Li Dong discerned her sentiments through the sparkle in her eyes. With a faint smile, he turned to her. I too am pleased with the surroundings, but I must clarify that my purpose in purchasing a property extends beyond mere accommodation. It is also an investment. If this villa does not meet my expectations, we must explore other options. You needn't worry about the financial aspect. A lesser investment implies diminished future returns, so refrain from calculating your personal gains. Indeed, if this doesn't satisfy, I shall heed your advice and disregard the price. Wang Mimi responded, her face aglow with happiness as she linked her arm with Li Dong's and followed Zhang Jinfeng into the villa enclave. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Jinfeng, positioned with her back to the pair, concealed her frustration and anger at their sweet exchanges. However, she quickly composed herself, continuing to introduce the community's features as though she were merely a standard real estate agent. Soon, under Zhang Jinfeng's guidance, they arrived at the villa currently on sale. The villa, though modest, boasted 3 stories with 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, a media room, and a small garden, all designed with remarkable finesse by top-tier architects. The interior was impeccably decorated in a refreshing style, particularly suited for women, with brand-new furnishings that required only a change of linens for immediate occupancy. Li Dong found the price of 100 million for such a villa remarkably reasonable. Noticing Li Dong's evident satisfaction with the villa's decor, Zhang Jinfeng continued her pitch. Under normal circumstances, this property could easily sell for 110 million. The owner is in a predicament requiring quick liquidity, which is why it is available for just 100 million. If you acquire this villa, it would be an excellent deal for both accommodating Ms. Wang and as an investment. However, the owner insists on a cash-only transaction due to their urgent need for funds, which has hindered the sale despite the villa's appeal. Many can afford a villa worth 100 million in this city, but very few can produce that amount in cash all at once. Upon hearing this explanation, Li Dong grasped why the petite villa was priced so attractively. With ample financial resources at his disposal, he turned to Zhang Jinfeng. I am quite satisfied with this villa. Wang Mimi and I will leave now. Please contact the owner and arrange for her to come to the office this afternoon so we can finalize the property transfer. I intend to stay here with Wang Mimi tonight. Understood, I'll handle it, Zhang Jinfeng replied in a professional tone, maintaining an air of propriety that concealed any implication of a personal connection with Li Dong. Meanwhile, Wang Mimi, upon learning of Li Dong's intent to purchase the villa where they would reside amidst such idyllic surroundings, was overwhelmed with joy. Without regard for Zhang Jinfeng's presence, she embraced Li Dong and playfully kissed his cheek. In response, Li Dong smiled affectionately. Now that we've settled on the house, let's find you a car and grab some lunch. We'll return in the afternoon to sign the contract. Everything will proceed smoothly. Ah, you're taking me car shopping? Wang Mimi exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment as she looked at him. This area is in the city center. Getting to my milk tea shop is convenient by subway or taxi. Do we really need a car? Relying on public transport can be inconvenient during inclement weather. Fear not. I won't buy anything extravagant, just a modest vehicle for your use, registered under my name. When you decide to part ways with me, the car will revert to me. After all, I run a used car dealership, so I won't incur significant losses when it comes time to sell it, Li Dong replied casually. His demeanor as relaxed as if he were merely discussing a children's toy car. Perhaps influenced by Li Dong's nonchalant attitude or the implication of the car being registered in his name, Wang Mimi ultimately acquiesced to his proposal. Observing their departure, Zhang Jinfeng's gaze turned complex as she watched them leave. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she regained her composure, retrieving her phone to contact the villa's owner. Once the call connected, a professional smile graced her face as she spoke. May I speak with Ms. Xiao Shui? This is real estate agent Zhang Jinfeng. We have a buyer interested in your listed villa, ready to pay in cash as per your terms. If you are available this afternoon, please come to my office to sign the contract. I will add you as a friend and send you the location of my company. All right. I'll come to your office this afternoon to sign the contract. Xiao Shui's voice remained as frosty as ever. However, after hanging up, her face betrayed a profound weariness. She felt utterly drained in her efforts to secure investments for her family's hotel and navigate through this crisis. She had been tirelessly soliciting funds by day and working late into the night to organize data, often resorting to alcohol just to drift into a semblance of sleep. At this moment, the knowledge that her listed villa was finally on the verge of being sold filled her with a bittersweet sense of loss. This villa had absorbed so much of her effort. Every detail of the decor was the result of extensive discussions with the designer. If not for desperation, she would never part with a property that held so many of her aspirations. She resolved to find a way to purchase a new villa from Teo Weiyuan when the opportunity arose. As she continued to console herself internally, she adjusted her mood and reached for her phone to pursue further investments. in the bustling exhibition hall of Magic City Plaza. He, who was preparing to buy a car for Wang Mimi, immediately took her to the auto show upon discovering that such an event was taking place. The exhibition was bustling with people, radiating a lively atmosphere. Although Wang Mimi initially exhibited some reluctance towards Li Dong's intention to purchase a car for her, she found herself irresistibly drawn to the dazzling array of luxury vehicles on display. Unbeknownst to her, under Li Dong's influence, they soon arrived at the Porsche section. Realizing that her gaze fell upon several Porsches, Wang Mimi suddenly understood that Li Dong intended to buy her one. Anxiously, she turned to Li Dong and said, "Li Dong, these cars are too expensive. Why don't we explore other options? The BMW Mini in the BMW showroom would be ideal. It's compact and easy to park." Nearby, a couple was selecting a car. The man appeared to be around 50, adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck, while beside him stood a woman, dressed in a form-fitting mini skirt and heavy makeup, exuding an overtly seductive aura. At that moment, the provocative woman clung to the man's arm and sweetly inquired, "Hey, darling, do you like the Porsche 911? Would you buy me one? If you do, I promise to pamper you tonight and treat you like a king every day thereafter." The older man, upon hearing her coquetry, disdainfully pointed at Wang Mimi. "Do you see that beauty? Can you compare to her? Do you possess her elegance? She merely desires a BMW Mini, and you have the audacity to aspire for a Porsche 911. If you want a car today, I'll consider a BMW Mini for you. Only when you bear me a son will I contemplate purchasing a Porsche 911 for you." The woman, taken aback by the man's dismissive remarks, felt her status plummet. Despite the disdain cast upon her, she refrained from voicing any complaints. Instead, her frustration turned towards Wang Mimi. Observing the striking beauty and grace of Wang Mimi, she sarcastically remarked, "Some people may appear innocent, but deep down, they're just as desperate, relying on men to sustain their lives. If you choose to depend on a man, you must shed your pride. Every little bit earned counts. Pretending to be reserved will only leave you empty-handed in the end." Although she did not mention Wang Mimi by name, it was evident to Wang Mimi that the flamboyant woman was targeting her, and a look of grievance washed over her face. She had never intended to gain anything from Li Dong. Her sole desire was to repay his kindness, fully aware that with her income, she would struggle to repay the 5 million she had borrowed from him in her lifetime. Taking a deep breath, Wang Mimi forced herself to ignore the provocative woman and prepared to lead Li Dong towards the BMW showroom. However, she found herself unable to pull Li Dong away, as he instead guided her in front of a Porsche 911. With a calm smile, Li Dong placed his hand on the pristine Porsche 911 on display. The Porsche 911, the entry-level model, is perfect for you to practice driving. When you decide to upgrade, we can look into a true limited edition luxury car. Forget about the BMW Mini. It simply doesn't match the villa I bought you in Taoyuan. Of course, if you truly wish for a BMW Mini later, we can get you one to alternate with. Driving just a BMW Mini might lead people to think you're a maid at the Taoyuan villa. Having two cars will establish you as the villa's owner, allowing you to garner respect from the community. Otherwise, you could reside there for a lifetime without making a single friend." Li Dong's words instantly caught the attention of the models in the Porsche showroom, their gazes lighting up as they began to preen and pose, eager for his attention. Recognizing that he was a man of means, the sales manager for the area almost hurriedly approached Li Dong and Wang Mimi. With a humble smile, the manager remarked, "What you say is quite right, sir. The Porsche 911 is indeed a standard entry-level model, exceptionally suitable for your companion to practice driving. As you mentioned, living in the Taoyuan villa, one must at least possess a Porsche 911. Without a car of this caliber, simply driving a BMW Mini would lead to disdain from the other residents in the community." Initially, Wang Mimi remained hesitant about accepting the Porsche 911, deeming it too extravagant for her daily transportation. However, upon hearing the sales manager echo Li Dong's sentiments, she nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll heed your advice and purchase this Porsche 911, but I prefer it in pink. So I can park it in the yard when the peach blossoms bloom. It will look splendid." "Very well, it shall be as you wish," Li Dong replied, promptly producing his card and tossing it to the manager. "Charge it. I want a pink Porsche 911. Watching as Li Dong effortlessly swiped his card, the showroom manager beamed with delight, receiving the card and quickly added, "Sir, the pink Porsche 911 requires special ordering. There are no available units nationwide, and it will take approximately a month to arrive. I felt it necessary to inform you." Li Dong, being knowledgeable about the used car market, gestured for the manager to proceed with the transaction. Once the manager began processing the payment, he turned to the beaming Wang Mimi. "We'll visit the BMW showroom afterward to get you a BMW Mini to drive for practice." Nearby, the provocative woman, witnessing Li Dong purchasing a Porsche 911 for Wang Mimi and planning to buy her a BMW Mini as well, was left utterly stunned. Chapter 52. From Porsche to BMW. Full payment to down payment. Was this an advanced tactic of retreating to advance? Wouldn't it seem rather unseemly to demand money with such a brazen demeanor? It appeared that I too needed to adopt a different approach. In that moment, countless thoughts echoed in the seductive woman's mind. Convinced she had deciphered Wang Mimi's strategy, she abruptly turned to her companion. Hey, darling, I've decided to hold off on buying a car for now. I know you're working on a big deal and might not be financially flexible. Let us wait until you've completed your transaction and have more funds available to buy me a car. The older man, taken aback by her words, revealed a look of surprise. Yet, despite his astonishment, seeing the woman's willingness to save him money brought a smile to his face. It seems my dear has become sensible, but don't worry, we'll still make the purchase. We can opt for full payment or installment plans. Let us just pay the minimum down payment now, and I'll handle the installments later. His words left the seductive woman dumbfounded. Watching the BMW Mini she thought was within her grasp transform from full payment into installments, she felt a wave of despair wash over her. Initially, she had intended to profit from the man and then leave him. Yet now, she found herself caught in a predicament. Leaving would mean she would have to repay the installments on her own. Essentially, after spending so much time with the older man, she would only have earned enough for a down payment. To someone like her, who thrived on the wealth of others, that paltry amount felt like a profound humiliation. In an instant, she couldn't help but reflect on Wang Mimi's situation, filled with regret. Wang Mimi remained oblivious to the fact that she had unwittingly become the epitome of a high-end green tea girl in the eyes of the alluring woman, who, in her pursuit to emulate Wang Mimi, found herself ensnared in a cycle of regret after making a full payment in installments. With a radiant expression of happiness, she accompanied Li Dong to the BMW exhibition area, where they swiftly secured a BMW Mini in stock. Due to certain connections, the exhibition manager took merely half an hour to arrange for Wang Mimi's vehicle, allowing her to drive her own pink Mini to the restaurant alongside him. It was evident that Wang Mimi had put considerable effort into learning how to drive, although she was not accustomed to it. She managed to follow Li Dong's car with remarkable steadiness. Before long, they arrived at a trendy restaurant nearby, where they quickly resolved their lunch before receiving a call from Zhang Jinfeng. Upon answering, Zhang Jinfeng immediately informed, "Boss, the owner of the villa is on her way. She has been quite busy lately, so we hope you can arrive soon and commence the transaction as soon as she arrives, to save her time." Li Dong, after hearing Zhang Jinfeng's words, responded with a faint smile, "Just in time. We've just finished our meal. We'll head back now. The sooner we complete the transaction, the sooner we can transfer the property. We still have time to purchase bedding this afternoon and can move into the villa tonight." Satisfied, he hung up and promptly informed Wang Mimi that the villa's owner was en route to the real estate agency, and they could sign the contract upon their return. Upon hearing this, a look of joy and anticipation illuminated Wang Mimi's face. Since visiting the Taoyuan villa earlier that morning, she had developed a deep affection for the property, eagerly awaiting the prospect of residing there that very night. Summoning the waiter to settle the bill, they promptly made their exit. Half an hour later, at Erlong Real Estate Agency, Xiao Shui entered and made her way directly to Zhang Jinfeng's office. Upon noticing that Zhang Jinfeng was both remarkably young and beautiful, having become the manager of such a prominent agency, a hint of surprise flickered in her eyes. Conversely, Zhang Jinfeng, observing Xiao Shui's striking beauty and commanding presence, was equally taken aback. However, she quickly masked her astonishment and, in a professional manner, addressed Xiao Shui, "Ms. Xiao, please bear with us for a moment. Our boss and his girlfriend are about to arrive. This villa is a gift from him to his girlfriend. He is quite affluent and intends to make a full payment, ensuring that today's transaction will proceed without any complications." Although Zhang Jinfeng had conveyed this information clearly over the phone, hearing it reiterated brought Xiao Shui an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Even though 1 billion couldn't entirely resolve the financial crisis of the Qiao family, any amount would be helpful, and at this moment, she was beyond concerned with the details. 5 minutes later, Li Dong and Wang Mimi's vehicle arrived at the Erlong Real Estate Agency. After stepping out of the car, Wang Mimi naturally entwined her arm with Li Dong's, the two appearing like a couple blissfully in love as they walked into the agency. At that moment, anyone observing them would undoubtedly perceive them as a pair of infatuated lovers. Earlier that day, their dynamic had not exhibited such intimacy. Despite having shared a close encounter the previous night, they had not yet developed the same level of closeness as they did now. Wang Mimi, while seemingly affectionate with Li Dong in the morning, had maintained a certain emotional distance due to her underlying motivations of gratitude rather than genuine affection. However, throughout the day, Li Dong's gestures of buying both a car and a house had unconsciously wormed their way into her heart. At that moment, she found Li Dong to be exceptionally wonderful, particularly during the incident at the Porsche showroom when the alluring woman had subtly criticized her, and Li Dong had quietly purchased a Porsche 911, effectively putting that woman in her place. This act had deeply touched her, and she began to harbor feelings for Li Dong. In that instant, she envisioned him as the archetypal domineering CEO from television dramas, silent yet assertively resolving all her issues with his wealth. Consequently, her feelings for him had begun to evolve beyond mere gratitude. Li Dong, unaware of the shifts in Wang Mimi's emotions, felt her grip around his arm tighten slightly as they walked, and he simply enjoyed the moment, relishing the delightful sensation of her touch. Upon learning that the owner of the Taoyuan villa had already arrived and was currently waiting in Zhang Jinfeng's office, he led Wang Mimi toward the office with purpose. As he opened the door to Zhang Jinfeng's office and stepped inside, he addressed her, "Manager Zhang, please prepare the contract. Since the villa owner has arrived, we shall proceed with the signing based on her quoted price, which is already the lowest in the market. I do not engage in haggling when someone is in need." However, upon completing his statement and noticing that Xiao Shui was seated across from Zhang Jinfeng, Li Dong was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 53. You are the one and only. The Taoyuan villa belongs to Xiao Shui. As the thought crossed Li Dong's mind, he felt an overwhelming impulse to flee the scene. After all, he had been intent on pursuing Xiao Shui, aspiring for her to become his legitimate girlfriend. Now, being caught in the act of purchasing a villa for Wang Mimi, which clearly implied that he was keeping Wang Mimi as a mistress, would undoubtedly complicate his pursuit of Xiao Shui immensely. Given Xiao Shui's independent and proud nature, the challenge of winning her heart had already been formidable, and now it had escalated to an insurmountable level, diminishing his hopes. Yet, the opportunity to escape had already passed. For before he could turn away, Xiao Shui had noticed him. Wang Mimi, with her arm entwined around his, radiating happiness as she followed him, captured Xiao Shui's attention as well. Observing Wang Mimi's innocent charm and beauty, which rivaled her own, as she nestled against Li Dong with a sweet expression, Xiao Shui's already frosty demeanor became even more frigid. A strong disdain flickered across her face as she remarked, "Li Dong, are you buying a house for the woman beside you? Have you begun to emulate the lifestyle of a sugar daddy? Truly, you are straying further down the path of a nouveau riche." Li Dong, upon hearing Xiao Shui's words, was instantly engulfed in embarrassment. Realizing that there was no escape, he decided to sit down and face Xiao Shui, stating, "Xiao Shui, you need not sell the villa. I can cover any shortfall. I have promised to assist the Qiao family through this crisis, and I will certainly do so." Xiao Shui responded with an air of haughty defiance. "I have already stated that I will not accept your money. The troubles with Qiao's hotel will be resolved through my own efforts. I do not need to trouble you." She continued, "You should hurry and sign the contract so you can purchase this villa for your little lover. I assure you she will cater to your every whim." The dialogue between Xiao Shui and Li Dong left both Zhang Jinfeng and Wang Mimi dumbfounded, especially for Zhang Jinfeng, who perceived the evident difference in Li Dong's demeanor towards Xiao Shui compared to the way he treated them. It dawned on her that Xiao Shui held a significant place in Li Dong's heart and was likely his ideal girlfriend. Moreover, Zhang Jinfeng began to suspect that Xiao Shui bore a striking resemblance to the woman who had vanished after intoxicating Li Dong at the nightclub just days prior. Could it be that night was indeed Xiao Shui? No wonder the boss looked down upon me so disdainfully after waking up that night. He had such a stunningly beautiful and aloof female CO by his side, who harbored no interest in his wealth, making me appear as nothing more than a mere trifle in comparison. As this thought emerged from the depths of Zhang Jinfeng's mind, she promptly made a wise decision to stand up and address Li Dong. "Boss, I will step out to print the contract. You two can remain in the room for now." Without waiting for Li Dong's response, she swiftly exited the scene. Beside Li Dong, Wang Mimi observed Zhang Jinfeng's departure and immediately stood up obediently, looking towards Li Dong. "I suddenly feel a bit thirsty and would like some ice cream. There's an ice cream shop across the street. I'll go get some. Please rest here for a while." Li Dong recognized that Wang Mimi was also attempting to create some space for herself. Although he had detected the unusual nature of his relationship with Xiao Shui, he exhibited no signs of jealousy. Rather, he was quite pleased with Wang Mimi's thoughtfulness, signaling that she could leave. Soon, the expansive office was left with only Li Dong and Xiao Shui. Upon realizing this, Xiao Shui cast a wary glance at Li Dong. Observing her demeanor, Li Dong could only feel a sense of helplessness. "Xiao Shui, with my financial means, I could have an abundance of women vying for my affection at any moment. I wouldn't resort to taking advantage of you." Hearing this, Xiao Shui lowered her guard, well aware that, as Li Dong had stated, countless women would indeed flock to him should he choose to express interest. In fact, not only ordinary women but also many affluent ladies from the elite circles of the city had their eyes on Li Dong. With the title of Dragon of Wall Street, he would undoubtedly not lack female admirers. If he preferred tall women and was willing to live abroad, he could encounter even more willing partners than those available domestically. Contemplating this, she fixed an exasperated gaze on Li Dong. Hurry up and sign the contract. Then go accompany that beautiful woman from earlier. Her eyes are filled with you. Unlike me, who lacks the charm to please others and merely causes men embarrassment. Though Xiao Shui appeared eager to draw a line between them, Li Dong could still discern a hint of jealousy in her words. It was evident that she still harbored feelings for him. After all, he was her first man. And being a traditional woman, she had never been with anyone else before him. If she had no feelings for him at all, that would indeed be abnormal. However, should Li Dong find himself entangled with other women, Xiao Shui's pride would compel her to completely sever ties, distancing herself from him. Because she was Xiao Shui, the one who had singularly transformed the fortunes of the Qiao family hotel. Even if the hotel were to face bankruptcy in the future, she possessed the capability to rebuild and expand it anew. She would never compromise her principles and endure Li Dong's extravagant lifestyle, filled with women merely because of his wealth. At this moment, Li Dong could perceive all of this, and it only served to deepen his headache. In the past, he could have accepted having only Xiao Shui. Yet, having just fully explored his relationship with Wang Mimi the previous night, experiencing newfound pleasures, the thought of facing only Xiao Shui moving forward was slightly hard for him to accept. However, the notion of completely parting ways with Xiao Shui was utterly unacceptable to him. Thus, rather than hastily signing the contract, he boldly gazed at Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui, I can sense your jealousy. You still have feelings for me. Why must you keep me at such a distance? I acknowledge that my involvement with other women while being with you is somewhat unrefined, but it stems from your consistent rejections. I am merely a normal man with physiological needs, and I couldn't restrain myself at that moment. I trust you understand that in the circles of the wealthy, it is common for men to have women outside of their homes. Yet, these are merely fleeting encounters. The true importance lies with the woman at home. And that woman is you. Xiao Shui smiled, observing Li Dong as he attempted to pursue her once more. And she immediately began contemplating how to frighten him into giving up. Chapter 54, Conditions of Mutual Happiness. At this moment, gazing at Li Dong's unwillingness to give up, Xiao Shui fell into deep thought. She indeed felt a certain fondness for Li Dong due to having given him her first time, an advantage that other men did not possess. However, that did not mean she could accept him having other women. Looking at the relentless Li Dong, she resolved to dissuade him completely. After some contemplation, Xiao Shui coldly stated, My dream is to see the Qiao family hotel continuously expand until it becomes a premier global chain, at least ranking among the top 10 worldwide. You claim you can help me achieve anything, correct? If you can assist me in reaching this goal, I will reconsider your pursuit. Until then, you may continue your playboy ways, but please do not disturb me. Her tone was extremely frosty, and Li Dong immediately recognized that Xiao Shui had intentionally set an exceedingly high bar, hoping to intimidate him into abandoning his pursuits rather than genuinely wanting his help to fulfill her dream. For an ordinary person, such a condition might be daunting. However, Li Dong was unperturbed. In his view, any problem solvable with money was not truly a problem. Yet, he was unfamiliar with the hotel industry and unsure how to help Xiao Shui achieve her ambitions. He smiled at her and said, To make the Qiao family hotel one of the top 10 global chains, I will ensure that dream becomes a reality. However, I need at least a standard to understand which direction to push in. Xiao Shui looked at Li Dong, surprised by his unwavering determination. To clarify, she earnestly explained, You know Super 8 hotels, right? They are one of the top 10 hotel chains globally. Super 8, known for being the largest budget hotel chain, has grown from 1974 to now, boasting over 100 locations worldwide, with more than 170 in China alone. Compared to it, our Qiao family hotel is like an ant next to an elephant. The market value of this hotel chain is at least around 200 billion renminbi. Therefore, if you wish to elevate the Qiao family hotel into the top 10 global chains, you would need to invest at least 200 billion. But even that amount only provides a chance to become one of the top 10. Even with such funding, it would take at least 10 years to achieve this expansion. Initially, Li Dong had contemplated investing in the Qiao family hotel, hoping to persuade Xiao Shui to accept his financial support so that she could expand aggressively and strive to become one of the top 10 global chains. However, upon hearing that even with his investment, it would take a minimum of 10 years for the hotel to reach such heights, he promptly abandoned the idea. Looking at Xiao Shui, he earnestly stated, I will find a way to acquire a hotel that ranks among the top 10 globally, and then I will present it to you as a betrothal gift, merging it with the Qiao family hotel, propelling it into the ranks of the world's top 10 hotel chains. Li Dong's response left Xiao Shui momentarily bewildered. The top 10 hotels in the global rankings all boast a market value exceeding 200 billion, and any aspiration for a complete acquisition would undoubtedly necessitate a premium purchase. Given the insatiable greed of capitalists, securing such an acquisition for 300 billion would be considered a commendable feat. Although Li Dong is revered with the title of the Dragon of Wall Street, in her eyes, earning several billion during his university years is already quite an achievement. Even if one were to overestimate, she believes his earnings could hardly surpass 100 billion. She understands well that even in the financial sector, once assets reach a certain scale, the pace of expansion inevitably decelerates. Even the illustrious stock market magnate Warren Buffett achieves an annualized return of merely 20%. From her perspective, even if Li Dong truly amassed 100 billion during his 4 years at university, it would signify the culmination of his rapid expansion thereafter. Irrespective of whether he possessed the prowess of the Oracle of Omaha, the prospect of amassing over 200 billion would be utterly implausible. Thus, regardless of Li Dong's ostensible confidence, she harbors no belief that he could secure such wealth to forcibly acquire a hotel chain ranked among the world's top 10. Doubtful of Li Dong's capabilities, she preferred to steer clear of the topic, casting a frosty glance his way. I, Xiao Shui, have never been one to go back on my word. If you genuinely can achieve this, I shall acquiesce to all your demands without fail. At this, Li Dong felt a surge of delight as he realized that even if he simply relied on the weekly rewards from his extraordinary social media presence, he would eventually possess the means to acquire a hotel valued at 200 billion. From his perspective, once Xiao Shui articulated this condition, she was as good as his. It was merely a matter of time. The thought of ultimately winning over Xiao Shui, free from the objections of other women, made him want to sing in celebration. Yet, observing her cool, impatient demeanor, he stifled his elation. Looking steadily at Xiao Shui, he replied, "Very well, let us agree on this. Once I secure a hotel chain ranked among the top 10 worldwide, I shall take you home to meet my parents. For now, let us discuss the matter of your villa. You need not sell it just yet. I will provide you with the funds for the villa as a loan." Xiao Shui, witnessing Li Dong's persistent offer of assistance, responded coldly, "Li Dong, I have made it clear that I will not accept any help from you. If you truly possess the capability to acquire a top 10 global hotel chain and gift it to me, I shall adhere to our wager and follow your lead thereafter. But that is a matter for the future. For now, let us finalize the contract. Until you meet my conditions, I would prefer you refrain from offering assistance, as I do not wish to owe you any favors." "Very well, let us proceed with the contract," Li Dong said with a faint smile. Recognizing the determination in Xiao Shui's eyes, he promptly instructed Zhang Jinfeng to bring in the contract without further ado. At a nearby club, while Li Dong began signing the contract with Xiao Shui, Qin Zheng was meticulously perusing a substantial stack of documents. Had Li Dong been present, he would have been taken aback, for the contents of those documents were entirely related to him, encompassing everything from his elementary school days to his university graduation, even including the details of distant relatives and acquaintances with social connections. For days, Qin Zheng had been scrutinizing these records to ascertain that Li Dong had no connections within the country and that none of his friends or relatives possessed any significant background. At last, a smile filled with malice crept across his face. Chapter 55, The Surprise Within the Tablet. Unbeknownst to Li Dong, who was oblivious to Qin Zheng's scheming for revenge, upon Zhang Jinfeng's entrance with the contract, he promptly affixed his signature, even transferring 100 million directly into Xiao Shui's account before the property had officially changed hands. At that moment, Wang Mimi returned. Witnessing Li Dong purchasing the villa on her behalf from Xiao Shui, her face lit up with joy. After realizing the unique bond between Li Dong and Xiao Shui, she had once believed the villa was beyond her reach. Now, with the purchase finalized, her heart swelled with happiness. Half an hour later, under Zhang Jinfeng's guidance, they navigated through the relevant departments, completing all the transfer procedures seamlessly and officially concluding the transaction. After the deal was finalized, Xiao Shui departed without a backward glance, choosing not to exchange another word with Li Dong, clearly maintaining a profound sense of wariness towards him. Observing her retreat, Li Dong felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. It was only when Xiao Shui had completely vanished that he turned to Zhang Jinfeng. "Are there any more villas available in Taoyuan? If so, purchase another one for Wang Mimi." Li Dong's words left both Wang Mimi and Zhang Jinfeng momentarily stunned. However, Li Dong paid no heed to their reactions. Placing the keys to the Taoyuan villa into Zhang Jinfeng's hands, "Keep the keys at the company. Have someone clean the villa regularly. I want it maintained in pristine condition, as I intend to return it to Xiao Shui when the opportunity arises." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinfeng immediately understood the significant place Xiao Shui held in Li Dong's heart, far surpassing Wang Mimi's standing. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted such a serious directive in front of her. "Boss, there are still 2 villas for sale in Taoyuan, both priced at the standard market rate, approximately 120 million each, with no willingness to negotiate. If you find this price acceptable, I can take Wang Mimi to view them. Go ahead, expedite the viewing process. If everything meets your approval, Contact the owner to sign the contract this afternoon. With a wave of his hand, Li Dong signaled Zhang Jinfeng to take Wang Mimi away. As for himself, he settled into a sofa chair, closing his eyes to rest. Throughout the entire exchange, Wang Mimi remained uncharacteristically quiet, appearing remarkably agreeable and understanding regarding which villa in Taoyuan she would purchase. It was not until she left that Li Dong reopened his eyes, gazing at the once-admired school belle, now so compliant before him. His expression grew increasingly complex as his thoughts drifted back to Qiao Shui, reminiscing about their tumultuous night together. Though both had indulged that night, rendering the details a blur, the memory lingered sweetly in his mind, igniting a desire to rekindle their connection and explore the depths of their relationship once more. Yet, he was acutely aware that such an opportunity would not present itself soon. After all, it was the intoxication that had led Qiao Shui to his hotel that fateful night. To win her over again, he would have to secure a top 10 global hotel chain, compelling her to fulfill their wager. Until then, the prospect of sharing a bed with Qiao Shui remained but a distant dream. What is unattainable, indeed, always seems the most desirable. Even as he had just won the affections of Wang Mimi, the school belle he had long fantasized about, his thoughts wandered back to Qiao Shui, revealing the latent tendencies of a scoundrel within him. With a sense of reflection, Li Dong realized he was becoming the very type of nouveau riche he despised the most. However, it was evident that he could not temporarily abandon this lifestyle. At least, he could not forsake Wang Mimi to exclusively cherish Qiao Shui. Alas, matters of the future would be addressed in due course. For now, it was prudent to savor the present. Li Dong, with a look of resignation, simply closed his eyes to rest, dismissing thoughts that troubled his mind. An hour later, Zhang Jinfeng and Wang Mimi returned, accompanied by a minor celebrity, a 30-year-old actress named Lu Yan, known for her striking figure and roles that primarily showcased her physique. In the past, Li Dong had been one of Lu Yan's admirers, often discussing her performances with classmates during university. It turned out that the villa they intended to purchase belonged to none other than Lu Yan herself. She was relocating her career from the bustling metropolis to the capital, as she had little time to reside in this property, prompting her decision to sell. Evidently, her home had been designed by a renowned architect, and after Wang Mimi inspected the two villas available for sale, she opted for Lu Yan's. At that moment, upon realizing that this residence was being sold to Wang Mimi by Li Dong, Lu Yan cast a gaze filled with enthusiasm towards him. She promptly produced her phone, opened her WeChat QR code, and directed it at Li Dong. "Mr. Li, here is my WeChat QR code. We in the entertainment industry greatly admire young and accomplished entrepreneurs like yourself. Let us connect as friends. Should you wish to invest in any upcoming productions, I can serve as your intermediary. Of course, if you aim to introduce anyone into the entertainment realm, feel free to reach out to me." Upon hearing Lu Yan's proposal, Li Dong immediately retrieved his phone to scan her QR code, thrilled at the prospect of following a star he had long admired and now gaining insight into her life. After they became friends, the two quickly finalized the contract for the property. Once everything was settled, Lu Yan turned to Li Dong with satisfaction. "Mr. Li, I must return to the set to continue filming. Should you have any thoughts regarding the entertainment industry in the future, don't hesitate to contact me on WeChat." "Certainly." Li Dong nodded in affirmation, indicating that he would reach out if he had any ideas. Satisfied by his response, Lu Yan departed with her manager. As Lu Yan left, Wang Mimi embraced Li Dong's arm. "Li Dong, Lu Yan's villa is beautifully decorated. Let us have dinner there tonight. I want you to experience my culinary skills firsthand." "All right. We shall dine at your new home," Li Dong replied indulgently, affectionately ruffling Wang Mimi's hair before standing up and following her outside. They quickly purchased some fresh ingredients at the supermarket before arriving at the villa that once belonged to Lu Yan. The villa was exquisitely decorated, exuding a warm ambience, making it an ideal residence for a woman. Wang Mimi was also pleased with the place, enthusiastically explaining how they would live there before heading into the kitchen, leaving Li Dong to explore the villa alone. Soon, Li Dong found himself in the bedroom. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a tablet lying in the gap of the door. Had Lu Yan left it behind in her haste? Li Dong chuckled softly, picking up the tablet, unable to resist the curiosity that compelled him to turn it on. Instantly, his eyes widened. The cover displayed a daring private photo of Lu Yan, one that was certainly not found online. With such an audacious cover, he wondered what other surprises lay within. Li Dong's excitement grew as he delved into the tablet's photo album. "Beautiful, bold, I like it," he thought, as he eagerly opened the album. Upon viewing the images, he could hardly contain his exhilaration. The photos in Lu Yan's album were as provocative and daring as he had hoped, some of which were unabashed selfies taken in her bedroom. While he could not comprehend why Lu Yan would capture such intimate images, it did not deter him from appreciating them. After all, this was a star he had long admired from afar. And now he was fortunate enough to behold the body he had fantasized about. This one is gorgeous. This one is bold. This one is audacious, he thought, feeling compelled to magnify and scrutinize each delightful photo. Despite being a wealthy and powerful man, his current behavior was undeniably juvenile. Ultimately, after viewing the final image, his fervor had reached a peak. His gaze drifted towards the kitchen, where Wang Mimi, resembling a lively fawn, was cheerfully organizing various ingredients, embodying the essence of a newlywed wife brimming with joy. At that moment, she was blissfully unaware of whether she was trying to win Li Dong's favor or simply being her true self, dressed in an adorable maid outfit that accentuated her long, fair, and slender legs, which proved irresistibly captivating to Li Dong. I can't hold back any longer, he murmured to himself, akin to a beast charging towards Wang Mimi in the kitchen. Before she could react, he had enveloped her in a tight embrace from behind. Realizing his intentions, Wang Mimi turned her head in exasperation. Li Dong, I'm preparing dinner. Stop messing around. Right now, I don't want to eat. I just want to indulge in you, Li Dong declared, excitement radiating from him as his gaze fixated on Wang Mimi, revealing a clear intention to claim her on the spot. Seeing his determination, Wang Mimi's expression turned anxious, and she looked at him imploringly. Not here. Let us go to the bedroom. Can't wait. Let us do it in the kitchen. This is the quintessential setting for romantic scenes. We ought to give it a try, Li Dong insisted impatiently, disregarding Wang Mimi's protests as he captured her lips with his own. Thus, the culinary battlefield erupted, and thankfully, being in a villa, there were no neighbors above or below to disturb, or else the sounds they made would surely bring unwanted attention. An hour later, in the bedroom, having moved the battlefield, Li Dong gazed at the contented Wang Mimi in his arms, his eyes filled with affection and satisfaction. She was simply too accommodating. Despite having only recently been introduced to such experiences, her eagerness to please Li Dong was palpable, and even as she protested, she complied with his unique preferences, much to his delight. At that moment, relinquishing Wang Mimi was an impossibility. After all, every woman possesses a distinct personality. The cool and aloof demeanor of Qiao Shui could never compare to the attentive nature exhibited by Wang Mimi. Wang Mimi, nestled in Li Dong's embrace, noticed the evident satisfaction on his face and could not help but smile blissfully. However, as darkness enveloped the sky, she shot him a disapproving look. Li Dong, I told you we'd do this later tonight. You couldn't hold back and went for it twice. Now it's late. And how am I supposed to prepare dinner for you? Let us go out to eat. We can save these ingredients for tomorrow, Li Dong replied sheepishly, quickly apologizing to Wang Mimi. Upon hearing his suggestion to dine out, Wang Mimi finally extricated herself from his embrace, ignoring Li Dong's appreciative gaze. She hurried to the bathroom to freshen up. 10 minutes later, after showering and changing, Wang Mimi emerged, her pure and innocent aura returning in full force. No one witnessing Wang Mimi at this moment would suspect the extent of her earlier frenzy, as she had been willing to adopt an array of poses to please Li Dong. Pure beneath the sheets, yet audacious atop them, Li Dong found himself increasingly satisfied with Wang Mimi. Soon, under her melancholic gaze, he hastily washed up and donned his clothes before departing together with her. As they drove aimlessly, they arrived at a restaurant that appeared quite reputable, and the two of them promptly entered. However, Li Dong couldn't help but notice that a formidable SUV had been tailing him ever since he left the community. Once his vehicle came to a halt in the restaurant's parking lot, that very SUV also parked nearby. Upon entering the restaurant, the individual from the SUV closely followed them, choosing a seat not far from their table. Inside the restaurant, Li Dong remained blissfully unaware of the surveillance he was under, engaged in quiet conversation with Wang Mimi. They resembled a couple deeply in love. What should have been a simple meal extended over an hour as they indulged in their dining experience. As they finished and made their way outside, the observer within the restaurant began pouring alcohol into himself with reckless abandon, ultimately consuming enough to redden his face and betray his inebriated state. Staggering, he made his way to the parking lot and clumsily settled into the driver's seat of his vehicle, his gaze filled with murderous intent as he fixated on Li Dong's car. Unbeknownst to Li Dong, after fastening his seatbelt, he hesitated to start the engine, instead turning to Wang Mimi. He had plans to visit a nightclub later that evening, seeking to recruit more individuals for his social media ventures. Although he had resolved not to revolve around his extravagant social circle any longer, he still intended to gather additional like contributors to amass the vast fortune necessary to acquire a top 10 global hotel and ultimately win over Qiao Shui. Yet, he found himself pondering whether to bring Wang Mimi along. After all, he anticipated being surrounded by numerous women at the club, and despite her seemingly docile demeanor, he couldn't guarantee she wouldn't feel jealousy in such an environment. At that moment of indecision, the man who had been monitoring him began to accelerate, his eyes radiating a manic determination as he prepared to ram into Li Dong's vehicle. Chapter 57. If you bring back two, I have no objections. The roar of the SUV's engine drew Li Dong's attention, and as the driver seemed to notice Li Dong's awareness, he pressed the accelerator hard, charging directly toward him. Damn it! Li Dong cursed inwardly, instinctively releasing the handbrake and flooring the gas pedal, unleashing his exceptional driving skills as the Bugatti Veyron executed a breathtaking drift. With a resounding crash, the SUV collided with the wall of the parking lot. To everyone's astonishment, Li Dong had managed to evade disaster with a remarkable maneuver. While the SUV's driver was violently thrown from his seat, shattering the glass and crashing into the wall, his head splintering like a watermelon upon impact, rendering him dead on the spot. Both Li Dong and Wang Mimi were taken aback by the scene, particularly Li Dong, whose heart raced with dread. He had clearly seen the driver's eyes filled with a desperate madness, a clear intent to take his life. Had it not been for his extraordinary driving skills and the impeccable performance of the Bugatti, he would have perished in that moment. This person wants me dead. Someone is indeed plotting against me. A flurry of thoughts raced through Li Dong's mind. Suddenly, the image of Qin Zheng, Qin Feng's younger brother, flashed before him. After their previous encounter, which had been marked by threats, he had almost forgotten about Qin Zheng. He had assumed that Qin Zheng was like any ordinary person, one who merely blustered and threatened without any follow-through. Now, he understood that the signs of wealth were a different breed. While ordinary individuals might bluster in person, few would act on their threats. The threats from the wealthy were not merely empty words. They were often followed by real retribution. Qin Zheng, in particular, was a man who sought his life. With this realization, Li Dong's expression darkened. No matter how formidable the Qin family's influence in Shanghai, I will ensure they pay the price. A cold glint of vengeance flickered in his eyes, wishing nothing more than to see Qin Zheng meet a gruesome end. Yet, he ultimately quelled the fury within, for he knew he lacked the strength to confront the entire Qin family at present. Meanwhile, Wang Mimi remained oblivious to Li Dong's turbulent thoughts. Assured that neither of them was harmed, she began to catch her breath, glancing at Li Dong. Li Dong, that person seems to be dead. Should we call the police? Let the restaurant staff handle it. I have things to attend to tonight, and I can't let this interfere with my plans, Li Dong replied darkly, gesturing for the restaurant owner, drawn by the commotion, to come over. The surveillance will reveal everything. You should report it without involving me. I understand. I won't cause you any trouble, the owner responded respectfully, recognizing that anyone capable of driving a Bugatti Veyron was not someone to be trifled with. He wasted no time in signaling for Li Dong to leave at his discretion. Seeing the owner's compliance, Li Dong promptly drove away. At that moment, he sought to find a nightclub, aiming to gather as many contributors for likes as possible, hoping to secure the resources necessary to overpower the Qin family and exact his revenge. Originally contemplating whether to bring Wang Mimi to the nightclub, he dismissed her feelings and turned to her. I'm planning to find a club to unwind. Do you want to join me, or shall I take you home first? I'll go with you, Wang Mimi replied, nodding in agreement. With her affirmation, Li Dong wasted no time and asked her to search for nearby large nightclubs. However, upon arriving at the venue, he did not exit the car immediately. Instead, he pulled out his phone and called Fatty Yun, eager to inquire about the expert he had asked him to contact. Today's encounter had profoundly impressed upon him the reality that those within the circles of wealth, while often charmingly deceptive, could be ruthlessly predatory. Lacking any skilled protection by his side made him anxious about the possibility of facing another attack without adequate defenses. After all, since Qin Zheng was intent on eliminating him, there would undoubtedly be no limits to his retribution. If he failed this time, he would surely attempt again. The call connected, and before Li Dong could utter a word, the plump voice of Yun came through the line. Li Xiao, to be honest, I have been meaning to call you, but I was uncertain how to broach the subject. Qin Zheng found out that I intended to arrange for a skilled bodyguard for you, and personally threatened my parents. My parents, not wishing to offend him, have forbidden me from getting involved in your affairs. Therefore, I can no longer introduce you to this expert. You will have to find a bodyguard on your own. With that, Yun hung up without giving Li Dong a chance to respond. Instantly, Li Dong's expression darkened further. Unable to secure a skilled protector, he resolved to become one himself. After midnight, he would promptly post on his social media, and he inwardly threatened the system. If it did not want to see its host perish, it should manifest a post with a reward of 10,000 likes. Although Li Dong understood that the super social media system was merely an automated program, devoid of true intelligence, he could not help but voice his silent threats, hoping the system would recognize the peril facing its host and accurately realize the post he required. However, all of this would take place after midnight. For now, he needed to add friends on Super WeChat to create more tools for garnering likes. As long as he had enough like generating tools, he could eventually achieve 1 or even 10 posts a day. What was the Qin family compared to that? Li Dong continually reassured himself, forcefully suppressing his rising anger, and promptly opened the car door, leading Wang Mimi into the nightclub. Upon reaching the entrance, concerned that Wang Mimi might feel jealous, he felt compelled to explain in advance, "I enjoy the lively atmosphere, and there may be many nightclub ladies joining us at our table shortly. Please don't feel jealous when they add me on WeChat. I simply appreciate browsing through their beautiful photos on social media when I'm bored. I have no special intentions towards them." Wang Mimi, interlocking her arm with Li Dong's, replied earnestly, "You don't need to explain yourself. If you have special intentions, I wouldn't mind if you brought back two tonight." Li Dong was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected response. Chapter 58. The conflict had spread. "Bring back two?" Li Dong stared at Wang Mimi in disbelief. "Have you become so open-minded?" Seeing Li Dong's clearly mistaken expression, Wang Mimi playfully clung to him. "What I meant by bringing two back is that you can take two women to the hotel. It doesn't mean bringing them back to my place to serve you. I can be very accommodating in bed, but there are still boundaries. I cannot serve you alongside other women." Li Dong felt a twinge of disappointment at Wang Mimi's words. After all, the idea of a shared experience was a fantasy many men had entertained. Yet, despite his slight disappointment, he had never seriously considered such a venture. With a gentle smile, he wrapped his arm around Wang Mimi's slender waist as they walked into the nightclub, playfully assuring her, "Rest assured, I have no interest in any of the women who come my way tonight. My sole purpose is to enjoy a drink and enrich my social media presence. I'll return home with you afterward. After all, you are so beautiful, and there are still many poses we have yet to explore together. How could I possibly be attracted to those superficial women?" His words brought a radiant smile to Wang Mimi's face as she clung to his arm, blissfully following him into the nightclub, saying nothing more. Soon, guided by a server, they arrived at a luxurious booth facing the dance floor. Li Dong, observing the server, promptly tossed his card onto the table. "Are you familiar with Jilong Xinxi? Prepare a set according to my standards, and inform everyone that I am here to make friends with beautiful women. Anyone wishing to join me for a drink at my booth is welcome. I will ensure there is an abundance of fine liquor. Tonight, I intend to finish every bottle of these Ace of Spades." Li Dong's declaration instantly filled the server with excitement, who cautiously inquired, "Are you Li Xiao, the one who created the Jilong Xinxi brand?" "Indeed." Li Dong confirmed with a faint smile. "Notify your manager to arrange everything according to my standards immediately. If it falls short compared to the other nightclubs I've visited, this establishment will find itself on my blacklist." Upon hearing this, the server eagerly grabbed his walkie-talkie to contact the manager. Manager. Li Xiao from Jilong Xinxi has arrived at our nightclub. He has ordered his exclusive brand. Please make the arrangements promptly, ensuring everything is up to his expectations. We cannot allow Li Xiao to feel that our nightclub is inferior to others. Inform Li Xiao that I will guarantee everything is perfectly arranged." 10 minutes later, the nightclub manager hurriedly approached, beaming like a puppy eager to please as he addressed Li Dong, who was seated with Wang Mimi in the booth. "Li Xiao, everything has been arranged perfectly. I assure you, tonight will be spectacular. Shall we begin?" Upon receiving the manager's affirmation, Li Dong waved his hand, signaling that they could commence. Gaining Li Dong's consent, the manager immediately relayed orders via the walkie-talkie. "Everyone, commence operations. Remember, today must be flawlessly executed. We must ensure Li Xiao's satisfaction. Anyone who falters today will find themselves expelled from the nightclub." As the manager's orders resonated, a chorus of acknowledgments echoed through the walkie-talkie. Subsequently, the nightclub lights dimmed dramatically, and the DJ's music abruptly ceased. Some patrons began to voice their discontent amid the uproar. Suddenly, beams of light illuminated various areas of the nightclub, each source showcasing a bottle of Ace of Spades on a tray, accompanied by a lineup of exquisitely dressed women. They either held up drinks or continuously launched confetti from their hands. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd was left utterly dumbfounded. 9 distinct bottles of Ace of Spades, highlighted by the unique lighting of the trays, appeared as if 9 shimmering dragons converging towards Li Dong's booth. Only when all the bottles reached him did the DJ erupt with fervor, proclaiming, "Jilong Xinxi, the exclusive brand of Li Xiao of the Magic City nightclub. Everyone has heard of it, and tonight, Li Xiao graces us with his presence at our Scala nightclub, ordering his distinct signature. Anyone wishing to take photos or records should hurry. Sharing this on social media will undoubtedly evoke envy in countless others." Li Xiao has expressed his fondness for making friends, especially with beautiful women. Tonight, he intends to consume every drop of alcohol. All lovely ladies are welcome to join him for a drink. If we run out, he will order more, ensuring every woman has a chance to enjoy the Ace of Spades. As the DJ's announcement concluded, many patrons began to cheer loudly for Li Dong. Li Xiao, Li Xiao, Li Xiao. In that moment, Li Dong was the king of the nightclub, the brightest star in the room. The wealthy second-generation patrons who had come to flaunt their companions found their brilliance overshadowed by Li Dong. Even the women they had brought along gazed longingly at Li Dong's booth, their attention diverted entirely from their original companions. Observing this scene, many of the young, affluent men wore expressions of discontent. What is the true background of this Li Xiao, who has seemingly appeared out of nowhere? Is his wealth simply a gift from the heavens, spent without a hint of remorse? I have heard whispers that he is a financial prodigy, having amassed a fortune on Financial Street during his university years. However, despite his wealth, he lacks any substantial connections and has inadvertently become embroiled in the power struggle for the Qin family's inheritance, incurring the ire of Qin Zheng. The latter has openly declared his intention to deal with Li Xiao, urging everyone to sever ties with him to avoid being drawn into the fray. A financial genius. One might question why he did not pursue a career on Wall Street after graduation, but chose to remain in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. Without a background, no matter how affluent, he cannot afford to provoke the elite offspring of the wealthy. He is merely courting trouble. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, their disdain for Li Dong was palpable upon learning his identity, yet their eyes betrayed a tinge of envy. Oblivious to the brewing conflict with Qin Zheng, which had already circulated among the affluent circles of Shanghai, Li Dong busied himself with his phone, eagerly adding various attractive women from the nightlife scene as friends. He yearned to enhance his social circle with a plethora of admirers, anticipating the stroke of midnight to make a grand statement on his social media, hoping to intimidate the system into submission, if only for a fleeting moment of satisfaction. Chapter 59, Hunyuan Taiji, Lightning 5 Whips. Li Xiao is known for posting bold and beautiful photographs on his social media, occasionally sharing exclusive content with select groups. You must take a look at his posts when you find yourself bored. I, too, often share enticing photos, and I hope you can appreciate them when time allows. I have dreamt since childhood of a prince on a white horse proposing to me, claiming I am the beloved he must protect through generations. Until I saw you, Li Xiao, I could not recall the prince's visage. Now, you embody that dream. A gaggle of nightclub women, eager to catch Li Dong's eye, seized the opportunity to promote themselves while adding him as a friend. Some boldly lowered their necklines, attempting to provide a visual feast for Li Dong's eyes. Others feigned urgency, stumbling into him and clinging tightly to showcase their figures. Various flirtatious remarks filled the air for any woman who had added him as a friend. A mere nod from Li Dong would suffice to whisk her away. If he so desired, he could easily take multiple women to his bed for the night, most of whom would not object. Though they were not in the business of selling themselves, in the presence of someone like Li Dong, they displayed a lack of boundaries that surpassed those of professional courtesans. After all, 80% of films in the domestic sector feature women of this ilk. Yet, Li Dong remained entirely uninterested in such women, who lacked principles for the sake of money. Instead, he found great pleasure in winning over those who held their standards high. There is a saying that captures the essence of a man's desires: to guide wayward women toward righteousness while tempting virtuous women into depravity. Li Dong exemplified this mindset. He had no interest in those who offered themselves for financial gain, yet he was eager to lavish money on women he cherished. Such was the case with Xiao Shui, and even more so with Wang Mimi. Although Wang Mimi aimed to repay a debt of gratitude by accompanying him for 3 years, he envisioned a lavish lifestyle that would bind her to him for a lifetime. In summary, his mentality could be distilled into this: I am willing to provide you with financial support, but you must not be motivated solely by my wealth. Finally, after spending the night entertaining the women of the club until 1 in the morning, Li Dong managed to dismiss them all. Beside him, Wang Mimi sat demurely, her arm draped around his, silently asserting her claim over him. Observing her behavior, Li Dong felt a surge of satisfaction. After all, no man enjoys having a woman who becomes jealous and troublesome when he socializes with others. Well, it's getting late. Let us head home, Li Dong remarked with a sense of nostalgia as he stood to leave their booth. Immediately, Wang Mimi followed suit, her arms still secure around him, drawing envious glances from the other women who coveted Li Dong. What a facade of innocence. If you were truly so pure, you wouldn't accompany Li Xiao to a nightclub or allow him to continuously add friends. She was merely a high-end plaything for Li Xiao, destined to be cast aside when he grew weary of her. Indeed, Li Xiao viewed her as nothing more than a toy. If he genuinely cared for her, he would not so openly add so many friends in her presence, clearly indicating his waning interest and his intent to seek new targets among them. Xiaoyai, why are you so silent, endlessly tapping away on your phone? What are you up to? I'm liking Li Xiao's posts. He seems to enjoy sharing updates on his social media, so I plan to like all his content in hopes of catching his attention. Instantly, the women who had previously derided Wang Mimi fell silent, their collective focus shifting to Li Dong's social media, eagerly liking his posts in a frenzy. Each person moved with the swiftness of a fighter jet, determined not to overlook a single update. As they scrolled through his content, many women found their eyes sparkling with desire, secretly vowing to seize any opportunity to be with Li Dong. Outside the nightclub, Li Dong remained unaware that a throng of women had transformed into a whirlwind of enthusiasm, incessantly liking his posts. Once he reached the parking lot and entered his vehicle, he hesitated before typing a message. Instead, he found a Tai Chi diagram online and posted it to his social media with the accompanying text: "The time has come. I will no longer pretend. I am the modern inheritor of Hunyuan Xingyi Taijiquan, and my lightning 5 whips are now perfected, capable of facing 100 foes single-handedly." Wang Mimi, observing Li Dong's delay in starting the car, was perplexed by his bizarre post, leaving her utterly speechless. She struggled to find the right words to express her feelings at that moment. Unbeknownst to her, Li Dong was oblivious to the complex emotions his nonsensical post had evoked. After sharing his update, he pressed the accelerator and drove toward the Taoyuan Villa district. Half an hour later, he parked smoothly in Wang Mimi's villa courtyard. However, as he stepped out of the car, ready to return to the villa with her, he suddenly froze in place. Just then, he heard the notification sound from the super social media. Ding! Your post has received 10,000 likes. A random post content will materialize. Congratulations. The host has acquired the inheritance of Hunyuan Xingyi Taijiquan, gaining invincible combat prowess against 100 foes. The relevant inheritance is currently being transmitted. Please be patient. As the voice of the super social media echoed in his mind, countless teachings regarding Hunyuan Xingyi Taijiquan surged within him. In an instant, it felt as if Li Dong had embarked on an endless dream. In his dreams, he began his journey as an innocent youth, diligently practicing the martial arts of the Hunyuan Thunder Fist and Tai Chi. The two forms, one fierce and the other gentle, embody contrasting philosophies. One advocates preemptive strikes, while the other emphasizes defensive counterattacks. The youth dedicated his entire life to mastering these techniques, challenging the world's greatest masters along the way. Ultimately, in his twilight years, he emerged as the universally acknowledged grandmaster, successfully integrating Tai Chi and Hunyuan Thunder Fist into a singular, formidable technique, the Lightning 5-linked whip, an unparalleled move that none could withstand. As the transmission of this legacy concluded, Li Dong slowly opened his eyes, feeling the profound internal energy cultivated throughout the youth's life of rigorous training surging within him. An overwhelming urge to unleash a powerful punch and test his current prowess flooded his senses. Chapter 60, Lu Yin discovers the tablet is missing. Casting his gaze around, Li Dong's eyes finally settled on the ancient peach tree in the courtyard. The trunk was thick, approximately the girth of a person, and its species remained a mystery. Observing the stout trunk, Li Dong was suddenly gripped by the desire to strike it with all his might, eager to gauge the true extent of his formidable strength. Beside him, Wang Mimi watched as Li Dong alighted from the vehicle, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the peach tree, prompting her curiosity to bubble forth. Li Dong, why do you keep staring at that peach tree? Is there something amiss with it? No, the peach tree is splendid. Its trunk is robust, a venerable specimen indeed. I simply haven't practiced my punches in quite some time, and I suddenly feel the itch to strike, to see if my peak strength has diminished. Li Dong replied with a mysterious smile, making his way toward the ancient tree. Wang Mimi, increasingly perplexed, could not fathom Li Dong's intentions. At last, under her bewildered gaze, Li Dong stood before the venerable peach tree. This punch encapsulates a lifetime of power. May you withstand it, he proclaimed dramatically, embodying the essence of a grand master. Before unleashing a powerful punch forward, bang! A thunderous sound erupted, and to Wang Mimi's astonishment, Li Dong's fist pierced through the enormous trunk of the ancient peach tree. Witnessing such an extraordinary feat left her utterly stunned, unable to believe her own eyes. After all, the trunk was nearly as thick as a human, and if Li Dong could penetrate it with a single punch, it implied he could do the same to a human body. Such terrifying strength was beyond the comprehension of an ordinary woman. Only when Li Dong retracted his fist did Wang Mimi gaze at him in disbelief. Li Dong, how did you manage to punch through the old peach tree? Naturally, it is the result of years of martial training. Alas, the tree was not substantial enough. It was not as satisfying as I had hoped. To truly relish the experience, one should engage in combat with tigers or leopards, witnessing those several hundred-pound northeast tigers and bears being flung through the air with a single punch. For that brings true fulfillment. Li Dong replied with a knowing smile, attributing his prowess to years of rigorous practice. Moreover, he did not exaggerate in the legacy he embodied. The Grand Master indeed ventured into the deep mountains to battle fierce beasts. Hundreds of pounds of black bears and northeast tigers were sent soaring by his lightning 5-linked whip, rendering him invincible. Regrettably, such beasts had become protected species, leaving Li Dong with his formidable skills but no outlet for their expression. At that moment, Hearing Li Dong's desire to fight tigers and bears, Wang Mimi stared at him in exasperation. All right, I get it. You're impressive. No need to boast. If you have pin-up energy, you can release it on me tonight instead of on my peach tree. I was looking forward to enjoying tea and blossoms when the peach trees bloom, but now you've made such a gaping hole in it. If the tree dies, how will we enjoy the flowers and tea? Upon hearing Wang Mimi's words, Li Dong's face flushed with embarrassment. In his eagerness to feel his own immense strength, he had completely overlooked the damage his punch had inflicted upon the old peach tree. He quickly explained to Wang Mimi, "It won't die. Trees possess remarkable vitality. Such a wound can surely be endured. If it doesn't survive, I'll compensate you handsomely for a new peach tree. I assure you, it won't hinder our enjoyment of flowers and tea." Hearing Li Dong's assurance, Wang Mimi's expression softened slightly. Gazing at him, she playfully teased, "Did those women at the nightclubs leave you feeling pent up, causing you to unleash your strength on that old peach tree? Don't worry. I won't let you stay pent up. No matter how much energy you have, tonight I will ensure you are completely spent, leaving you with no strength even to glance at those nightclub women." Li Dong was utterly taken aback by Wang Mimi's bold and audacious words, his eyes widening in astonishment. But after the initial shock came a wave of exhilaration, for he had just captured Wang Mimi's interest at a time when his attraction to her was peaking. As he observed Wang Mimi boldly flirting with him, his primal instincts surged, and he swiftly scooped her up, making his way into the house. Soon, the interior resonated with indescribable sounds. At a hotel in the Magic City film base, after a long night of shooting, Lu Yin returned to her hotel room looking utterly exhausted. After bidding farewell to her manager and taking a quick shower, she immediately collapsed onto her bed. Despite her fatigue, sleep eluded her. Instead, she reached for her bag, eager to capture some beautiful selfies. Lu Yin harbored a little-known quirk. She cherished taking daring photographs that she preferred to keep private for her own enjoyment. These images were often quite risque, with many revealing her in the nude. As a person with extreme self-love, she wished to document her youth entirely, so that when her beauty faded in the future, she could reminisce about her youthful allure. However, at that moment, when she opened her bag and rummaged through its contents, her countenance changed dramatically. "Where's my tablet?" she exclaimed, panic flooding her features. The photographs contained within were of paramount importance. Should they be exposed, her career would be irreparably tarnished. Even though she was merely a beautiful face in the entertainment industry, she aspired to remain in the spotlight rather than see her reputation ruined by leaked images. "Damn it, where could my tablet be?" Lu Yin pondered. Her forehead creased in worry as she tried to retrace her steps to locate the missing device. After a moment of reflection, she recalled that she had indulged in a bit too much to drink the previous day and had returned alone to the Taoyuan villa to rest. In a hazy recollection, she seemed to remember taking her tablet to snap some photos, carelessly tossing it aside when she became drowsy. However, upon waking, she had completely forgotten about this incident, mistakenly believing the tablet was safely in her bag until this very moment of realization. Having pieced together the situation, her expression darkened further. "Damn it, drinking really complicates matters. I hope they haven't seen my tablet or browsed through its contents." Filled with anxiety, Lu Yin hurriedly dressed, preparing to return to the Taoyuan villa in search of her tablet. As for calling to inquire, she found herself too apprehensive to do so. After all, she was uncertain whether Li Dong or Wang Mimi had discovered the tablet lying on the ground. Making that call would inadvertently expose the tablet and grant them an opportunity to view its contents. Chapter 61. The Reward. Absolute control of the Magic City film and television base. Never before had Lu Yin driven with such unparalleled speed. A journey that typically required half an hour was accomplished in just over 20 minutes as she arrived at the Taoyuan Villa district. She fervently hoped that they had not yet deleted her fingerprints from the biometric lock. After parking the car with a face full of anxiety, Lu Yin promptly placed her hand on the villa's fingerprint lock. A beep sounded as the lock automatically opened, and she let out a significant sigh of relief. Cautiously, she opened the door and stealthily made her way towards the upstairs bedroom, feeling akin to a thief. Deep within her heart, she incessantly prayed that Li Dong and Wang Mimi had not discovered her tablet or the contents within. Unbeknownst to her, she had unconsciously crept up to the second floor, arriving at Li Dong and Wang Mimi's bedroom. However, upon reaching the doorway, hesitation gripped her, and she faltered at the prospect of pushing the door open. Her villa had been meticulously soundproofed at great expense, and the bedroom door was sealed so tightly that not a whisper could escape, nor a glimmer of light seep through the cracks. At that moment, she could not ascertain whether Li Dong and Wang Mimi were indeed residing in that particular room. Although the curtains could be drawn back to reveal the peach tree in the courtyard, it was not the master bedroom. They surely must be sleeping in the master suite rather than here. Lu Yin continually reassured herself, finally mustering the courage to twist the doorknob and gently pushed the door open to peer inside. The sight that met her eyes rendered her momentarily speechless, and she instinctively let out a shrill cry. Inside, Li Dong was laboriously tending to his duties, nearly tumbling off the bed at the sound of her exclamation. While Wang Mimi stared dumbfoundedly at the doorway, completely taken aback. Regaining his composure, Li Dong quickly wrapped himself and Wang Mimi in a blanket, then frowned as he gazed at Lu Yin standing in the doorway. I have purchased this villa. What brings you here at such an ungodly hour? Wang Mimi, nestled in Li Dong's arms, cast an irritable glance at Lu Yin. We have already signed the transfer papers, and it was agreed that the house belongs entirely to us now. There is nothing left here that pertains to you. What is the purpose of your sudden return in the middle of the night? Upon hearing their inquiries, Lu Yin felt a swell of grievance within her. However, recalling the crucial photographs on her tablet, she awkwardly explained, I got drunk the other day and inadvertently left my tablet on the floor of this bedroom. It just dawned on me tonight. That tablet contains things of great importance to me, which must not be seen by outsiders, hence my hurried return. Initially, Li Dong was consumed with irritation at being disturbed and had not contemplated why Lu Yin had appeared so unexpectedly. Upon hearing her explanation, he began to grasp her reasoning. With a hint of embarrassment, he replied, Your tablet is not in the bedroom. It's on the coffee table in the living room. A wave of foreboding washed over Lu Yin upon hearing his reply. Without pausing to say anything further, she hurried downstairs, eager to check the contents of her tablet. As she discovered that it had been accessed, including the albums within, her expression transformed into one of complex emotions. After a prolonged moment, she ascended the stairs once more, clutching her tablet. Just then, Li Dong emerged from his room, now donned in his pajamas. Seeing him, Lu Yan's anxiety surged as she asked, Mr. Li, you haven't backed up the contents of that tablet, have you? Li Dong, understanding her implication, offered a sheepish smile and quickly clarified, I assure you. I merely glanced at the tablet out of curiosity. I did not make any backups. I have not stored any of your photos. Hearing his words, Lu Yan felt an immense relief. Yet, her figure was undeniably captivating, and as she took a deep breath, her clothing exhibited a noticeable rise and fall. Instantly, Li Dong's gaze was drawn to her. At that moment, he realized with startling clarity that Lu Yin was not wearing anything beneath her t-shirt. It was evident that in her haste to retrieve her tablet, she had carelessly thrown on her shirt without donning anything underneath. Li Dong's heart raced, his thoughts spiraling as he recalled the more daring photos of Lu Yin he had seen on the tablet. Under the intensity of his gaze, Lu Yin felt increasingly uncomfortable. Not daring to linger any longer, she quickly addressed Li Dong. Mr. Li, I have to return to the set for filming tomorrow, so I won't disturb your rest any longer. With that, she swiftly exited, embodying a rather flustered escape. Observing her retreat, Li Dong was left utterly bemused. Is it just because I saw a few photos? Isn't the entertainment industry known for its openness? Must it be this dramatic? Confused, he dismissed the matter and headed back upstairs. Having been interrupted earlier, his pent-up desires remained unsatisfied. With Lu Yin gone, he resolved to resume his previous endeavors. Before long, the bedroom was once again filled with the sounds of passion, only settling down an hour later. Yet, just as Wang Mimi stepped away to shower, and as Li Dong prepared to lie down to regain some strength before his own bath, the familiar notification from the Super Moments system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! The host has received over 10,000 likes on Moments content. A random piece of content has been materialized. Congratulations! The host has acquired 51% ownership of the Magic City Film and Television base, becoming the major shareholder. The host is to visit the Magic City Film and Television base tomorrow morning to take possession. The system's voice reverberated through Li Dong's mind, leaving him utterly astonished. Upon reviewing his moments, he discovered that many of the women he had interacted with that night had liked his very first post on WeChat after 3 years of sharing. Given that his WeChat was a secondary account with over 1,000 posts accumulated over 3 years, it was no small feat to achieve 10,000 likes. To have over 20 women like every single post was a rare stroke of luck that would not come around often. Understanding the mechanics of the Super Moment system, Li Dong realized that he could not solicit likes from others. They had to come willingly. Women typically only liked his most recent posts, and encountering someone who would like all of his content was a rare occurrence. To accelerate the manifestation of his moments, adding more such women to his WeChat was undoubtedly the best course of action. Regrettably, despite his extravagant spending, he was only able to add approximately 100 WeChat friends each day in the nightlife scene. Furthermore, the stringent regulations of the Super Moments dictated that he must personally add friends face-to-face for their likes to be deemed valid, even if he wished to take shortcuts. No such avenues were available to him. Thus, without a span of at least 6 months, it would be exceedingly challenging for him to amass over 10,000 female admirers, with every post in his moments garnering immediate likes in the morning. For now, he resolved to ascertain which specific moment had achieved such a feat. With a sense of reflection, Li Dong meticulously scrolled through his previously posted moments, eager to discover the exact content that had garnered attention. After a brief search, he finally stumbled upon the particular moment from his WeChat account. The background image depicted a photograph of the Magic City film base, accompanied by the text, "I possess absolute controlling rights over the Magic City film base. Here, even the biggest stars find it hard to resist my charm." Upon reading this, Li Dong immediately understood why he had only obtained 51% of the shares in the Magic City film base and not full ownership. His ambition had been too modest. He pondered why he hadn't boldly declared that the Magic City film base was his outright. With a sigh of exasperation, he criticized the earlier management of this WeChat account for their lack of audacity. After his musings, he resumed his online search for information regarding the Magic City film base, keen to ascertain its true scale and the monetary value of his 51% share. Soon enough, Li Dong unearthed details about the Magic City film base, discovering it ranked fourth among film bases nationwide. The top three were Hongdian Film Base, Beijing Film Base, and Suzhou Hangzhou Film Base, with the Magic City Film Base trailing in fourth place. Despite its position, Li Dong couldn't help but smile upon learning of its valuation. The total market value of the Magic City Film Base stood at 12 billion, making his 51% stake worth an astonishing 6 billion. Such a valuation was certainly not trivial. He resolved to visit the base the next day, intending to appoint a few of his own representatives there. For he was merely a major shareholder and not the sole ruler. Financial matters should never be taken lightly. With a heart brimming with excitement, he found himself impulsively drawn toward the bathroom, the sound of running water heightening his anticipation. As night fell, time slipped away unnoticed. Due to the previous night's exertions, Li Dong, who had intended to rise early to oversee the Magic City film base, awoke at 10 in the morning, stirred by the sounds of Wang Mimi preparing herself. Upon seeing him awake, Wang Mimi glanced over as she freshened up, saying, "I'm heading to my tea shop today. You handle your business during the day. And please call me when you're back tonight. I'll prepare dinner for you." "All right, go ahead." Li Dong waved her off, indicating she could leave after finishing her routine. He, in turn, took his time getting ready after she had completed her preparations. Once refreshed, he returned to his bed, only to furrow his brow at the sight of wrinkled clothes strewn about. After the prior night's passionate escapades, his garments were in disarray and utterly unsuitable for going out, especially on a day when he was to take possession of shares in the Magic City film base. Wearing such shabby attire would undoubtedly tarnish his personal image. He contemplated changing his clothes. However, that thought quickly extinguished itself. Returning to the Thompson Riviera to change would be a time-consuming detour. Instead, he deemed it far more efficient to purchase a new outfit from a nearby large shopping mall before proceeding to the film base. After all, he was not short on funds. Thus, he resolved to find a prominent shopping center to refresh his wardrobe before tackling the acquisition of his shares. As dawn broke, the entire film base embarked on a thorough cleaning, rendering the streets impeccably pristine. Staff members busily moved between various film crews, reminding them to exercise caution in their filming endeavors and ensuring that no mishaps occurred that day. Those in charge of managing the large crowds of extras had been explicitly instructed to maintain order amongst their ranks. Any extras causing disturbances that could tarnish the film base's reputation would be expelled immediately, with no chance of future employment at the Magic City film base. Additionally, some film crews were visited by senior executives from the film base, who sought to invite female actresses to a luncheon in honor of the new major shareholder. In the Tianshang Renjian film crew, Lu Yin had just completed a scene and was on a break when the producer approached her alongside a high-ranking official from the film base. The executive promptly presented his business card to Lu Yin, saying, "Hello, Lu Yin. I am Tang Fei, the general manager of the film base. Normally, I would not take up your time, as I understand how arduous filming can be. However, today is somewhat exceptional. A major shareholder has unexpectedly joined us, acquiring 51% of the film base's equity, thus having the authority to determine the fate of every executive here. He will be coming to formally accept his shares today, and we intend to host a luncheon to welcome him and would like to invite some actresses to join us. Since you are currently filming at our base, would you be willing to grace us with your presence at this gathering and help us extend a warm welcome to our new major shareholder?" Although Lu Yin was not particularly fond of socializing in such settings, she nodded in agreement upon hearing the manager's words. As an actress, such engagements were unavoidable. In the entertainment industry, lacking a well-connected background necessitated a keen ability to navigate relationships without offending those in positions of power. With no backing, she had to rely solely on her social acumen to avoid alienating influential figures and companies. As time passed, noon approached. Accompanied by her manager, Lu Yin swiftly arrived at the internal restaurant of the film base. This establishment catered exclusively to actors working at the film base, and only those with a certain level of fame were permitted entry. Today, the restaurant had been reserved for a private event, allowing only invited actors to participate. Upon entering the private room, Lu Yan noticed numerous female stars who were also filming at the Magic City film base. Given Lu Yan's level of fame, she found herself in the second tier of attendees. Paparazzi, having caught wind of the gathering, had already positioned themselves near the restaurant, eager to capture any sensational news. Inside the private room, the actresses engaged in seemingly cordial conversations, each hoping to glean valuable information from one another. The sudden emergence of a controlling shareholder at the Magic City film base, one of the 4 major film bases, had created quite a stir. Everyone was curious to learn more about this new investor. 51% of the shares, valued at over $600 billion, indicate that such a proprietor possesses assets far beyond this single investment. He is undoubtedly a hidden billionaire with a minimum worth of $1 trillion. By investing in a film studio, it is evident that he harbors an interest in the entertainment industry, which means he is likely to invest in film productions as well. Today presents a prime opportunity for relationship building. If one can establish a connection with the major shareholder of this film studio, future roles will be plentiful. A group of female stars engaged in various conversations, discreetly attempting to glean information about the studio's principal stakeholder from one another. However, despite their efforts, neither the other actresses nor the executives of the studio could provide any useful information. Finally, as all eyes turned to the studio's general manager, Zhu Dagong, a serious-looking man in his 40s, he helplessly explained, "Ladies, I only know the name and phone number of the new major shareholder. I don't even know what he looks like. Please be patient. I have already called him and informed him that we are hosting a welcome lunch here today. He is currently shopping nearby and should arrive shortly. I have also notified your respective film crews that you need not worry about filming this afternoon." Upon hearing that Li Dong was on his way, the actresses discreetly pulled out mirrors to touch up their makeup. Soon enough, Zhu Dagong's phone rang. After he answered and hung up, he immediately looked at the group of women. "The boss informed me that he is on his way but is unfamiliar with the restaurant's location. Please wait here while I go to fetch him." The group was quick to urge Zhu Dagong to go meet Li Dong, and seeing their eagerness, he wasted no time in getting up to leave. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the location provided by Li Dong, accompanied by several senior executives. As they approached, Li Dong stepped out of his Bugatti Veyron. Although the shareholder's profile indicated Li Dong's age, Zhu Dagong could not help but be taken aback by how youthful he appeared. With a polite smile, he promptly set aside his phone and approached Li Dong. "Hello, Mr. Li. I am Zhu Dagong, the general manager of the film studio. We have prepared a private room upstairs, where several actresses currently filming at the studio are waiting. Perhaps we should dine first, and afterward, we can tour the studio." Upon hearing Zhu Dagong's words, Li Dong felt a spark of interest. After all, every man dreams of mingling with the glamorous stars he sees on television. Of course, some paragon of virtue may never entertain inappropriate thoughts, but Li Dong had never been one to fit that mold. He simply refrained from coercing women and harbored his fair share of impure thoughts. Waving his hand, he gestured for Zhu Dagong to lead the way. Before long, they entered the restaurant. The door to the private room creaked open, and as Li Dong followed Zhu Dagong and the others inside, the group of actresses, who had been quietly discussing the latest news in the entertainment industry, immediately fixed their gazes on Li Dong, who was being so deliberately courted by Zhu Dagong. Dressed in a formal suit purchased from a store, featuring a light blue shirt and dark blue trousers, Li Dong's increasingly commanding presence exuded an air of a domineering CEO. The sight of the studio executives bowing and scraping before him only heightened the admiration of the actresses present. Only Lu Yan appeared shocked, staring at Li Dong with disbelief as he was introduced by Zhu Dagong. The major shareholder of the film studio, a hidden billionaire, turned out to be him. In disbelief, she recalled her decision to avoid meeting this man, who had deceived her into sharing private photos. Yet here they were, unexpectedly encountering each other in such circumstances, igniting an urge to flee. Meanwhile, Li Dong's eyes fell first on Lu Yan. Noticing her deliberately lowered gaze, as if wishing to avoid his attention, he couldn't help but smile. However, he chose not to reveal his thoughts immediately and simply took his seat at the head of the table, allowing Zhu Dagong to introduce him to the others. Once it became clear that Li Dong was the major shareholder of the film studio, the actresses eagerly began to introduce themselves, readily pulling out their phones to add Li Dong as a WeChat contact. "Mr. Li, I truly admire young talents like you who have achieved so much in your career. Let us connect. I might need your investment for future scripts. Mr. Li, I just graduated from Beijing Film Academy this year. We should be of the same generation and have plenty to discuss, so let us add each other. Mr. Li, I want to add you too. We're bound to have common interests." The actresses were bold and forward, enthusiastically adding Li Dong on WeChat, including one recognized for her pure image. If their fans were to witness this scene, they would surely be heartbroken. Yet Lu Yin remained seated, seemingly oblivious to the commotion around her. Beside her, a familiar actress could no longer contain her excitement and urged Lu Yin to stand. Lu Yin, quickly raise a toast to Mr. Li and add him as a friend. If your film crew needs funding in the future, you should turn to him. Chapter 64. When things become casual, they are no longer human. Adding friends, how do I add? The thought of Li Dong already being in her WeChat contacts left Lu Yin at a loss for words. At that moment, Li Dong finally spoke up. He raised his glass and clinked it with Lu Yin's, smiling as he addressed her. Lu Yin and I are already friends, so there is no need for her to add me again. Li Dong's words immediately drew the attention of the entire group to Lu Yin, noticing her averted gaze. The others quickly sensed that there was a story between Li Dong and Lu Yin. Instantly, several actresses began to tease. Lu Yin, since you already know Mr. Li, you must toast him. He raised his glass first, so you should drink 3 in return. Lu Yin, you've been hiding this well, knowing someone as influential as Mr. Li without revealing it before. Are you planning to keep him all to yourself and surprise the entertainment industry with a grand wedding? Mr. Li, the way you look at Lu Yin is rather suggestive. There is definitely something between you two. It seems we have no chance with you. The female stars were unabashedly bold, making playful jests about the relationship between Li Dong and Lu Yin. One actress even pulled Li Dong over to sit next to Lu Yin, hoping to deepen their connection. Unbeknownst to him, amidst all the flattery from the actresses, Li Dong had indulged a bit too much. At that moment, one actress, curious, gazed at him. Mr. Li, which of the actresses here do you find the most beautiful? Is it Lu Yin beside you, or someone else among us? Women have an innate desire to be admired and to compare themselves to one another. At this moment, the other actresses also looked on, eager to hear Li Dong's evaluation. Had he been sober, his answer would likely have been harmless. However, with his moderate drinking already compounded by the generous servings from the actresses, he had reached a point where his words were beginning to outrun his thoughts. Under the watchful gaze of numerous women, Li Dong boldly surveyed a group of stars, then pointed directly at Lu Yin beside him. In terms of beauty, each has its merits, but when it comes to figure, Lu Yin is undoubtedly the best. After all, I cannot ascertain whether any of you conceal excess flesh beneath your garments, but I can confidently affirm that Lu Yin's physique is flawless, curvaceous where it should be and slender where it ought to be, perfect without a hint of imperfection. Li Dong's words immediately conveyed to the female stars that he had indeed seen Lu Yin's figure, emboldening his assertion. Instantly, their gazes turned towards Lu Yin with a complex mix of emotions, making it evident that they suspected a deeper connection between Lu Yin and Li Dong. Faced with this perception, Lu Yin shot a frustrated glare at Li Dong. However, there was no way to clarify the situation. The more she spoke, the worse it would become. All she could do was cast a resentful look at him, yearning to hasten the conclusion of this lunch and escape the awkwardness surrounding her. Finally, as her internal turmoil reached a peak, the meal came to an end. The group of female stars, having had their fill of jesting, rose to bid farewell to Li Dong. As they departed one by one, Lu Yin exhaled deeply, preparing to leave the uncomfortable setting. Yet, before she could voice her intent, General Manager Zhu Dagong turned to her with a flattering demeanor. Lu Yin, this afternoon we plan to take young Master Li on a tour of the entire film base, to provide him with a preliminary understanding. Why don't you accompany us? After all, you often shoot here and are familiar with many areas. Having someone acquainted with young Master Li will ensure we do not mislead him, allowing him to feel at ease. Zhu Dagong's words compelled Lu Yin to swallow her protest. Before she could figure out how to decline, Li Dong decisively interjected, "Excellent. Lu Yin, you should join us for the tour this afternoon. I will treat you to dinner later as a token of my gratitude." Faced with Zhu Dagong and Li Dong's unwavering determination to include her, Lu Yin reluctantly acquiesced. Soon, the group exited the restaurant and began their exploration of the expansive film base in the metropolis. The base was vast, divided into 4 main areas: the rural zone, designated for filming rural dramas; the palace zone, tailored for historical and costume dramas; the campus zone, catering to youth-themed productions; and the urban zone, designed for contemporary urban films. Each area spanned tens of thousands of square meters, and it was said that securing the land for the metropolis film base had cost nearly 100 billion. Such an extensive area would require a full day to traverse on foot. Upon leaving the restaurant, Zhu Dagong promptly summoned a sightseeing train, thoughtfully arranging for Li Dong and Lu Yin to share a compartment. At the front, a professional guide equipped with a microphone provided commentary as Zhu Dagong and his companions maintained a stoic demeanor, deliberately avoiding any disturbances to Li Dong and Lu Yin in the rear. As only Lu Yin remained by his side, Li Dong's gaze instinctively fell upon her. At that moment, Lu Yin donned a simple outfit, a white short-sleeved shirt paired with black shorts, prioritizing comfort and coolness. Yet, Her figure was so striking that even the slightest movement seemed to draw Li Dong's entranced stare. If only he could behold her without any hindrance. It would be utterly perfect. Under the influence of alcohol, Li Dong, feeling emboldened, unconsciously voiced his innermost thoughts. Instantly, Lu Yan's face flushed crimson. Although she was known in the entertainment industry as a beautiful starlet, Li Dong's directness left her momentarily speechless. She glared at him, her face aflame with embarrassment. Quickly discard those errant thoughts from your mind and pretend you've never seen those photographs of me. The problem is, your figure is just too alluring. Those photos are simply stunning and irresistible. I can't possibly forget them. Li Dong, emboldened by drink, unabashedly expressed himself. Lu Yan felt as though she had unwittingly boarded a runaway train, staring at him in disbelief. Li Xiao, I am not a casual person. At that moment, a line from a film flickered through Li Dong's mind. I am not a casual person, but when I am not human. Though he refrained from uttering the latter part, his eyes betrayed a certain libertine spirit. Under the influence of alcohol, Li Dong grew bolder. Before Lu Yan could react, he wrapped an arm around her waist, looking down at her. Do you know? Back in college, I was your ardent admirer, always fantasizing about measuring your figure with my own hands. May I be granted this honor? Lu Yan, you've had too much to drink, she replied, attempting to suppress her discomfort while gazing at him with a hint of grievance. Had Li Dong dared to approach her like this the day before, she would have without hesitation slapped him and walked away. However, now, realizing he was a concealed billionaire, she felt apprehensive. Just as she contemplated a way to extricate herself from the situation, the sightseeing train abruptly halted, causing her to lurch into Li Dong's embrace. Although he had intended to flirt with her, he found himself relishing the unexpected closeness. Suddenly jolted, Li Dong felt as if his chest had been struck by two small footballs, nearly gasping for breath. Do you know how to drive? He exclaimed in frustration, directing his ire outward. The guide, visibly anxious, quickly explained, Li Xiao, someone suddenly blocked our path and insisted on seeing you. Upon hearing this, Li Dong released Lu Yan and descended from the train, only to be met by an unexpected sight. Standing before him was Qiao Yu, the younger sister of Qiao Shui. Though he remained unaware of their connection, the sight of this quirky, enchanting freshman brought a smile to Li Dong's previously angered face. What brings you here to the film base? I'm here specifically to confront you, you scoundrel, Qiao Yu declared, hands on her hips, glaring at Li Dong. Yet, despite her fury, her beauty radiated like a celestial being descended from the heavens, exuding a whimsical charm. Even in her indignation, her demeanor seemed to convey a playful pout rather than genuine anger. As she glared at Li Dong, countless onlookers turned their attention to him, sensing that this young lady had been wronged by a man who had callously abandoned her. In her youthful innocence, encountering such a rogue wealthy man was indeed her misfortune. The man beside her, it appeared, was none other than the renowned star Lu Yan, likely having used the film base as a means to pursue her, leaving the young lady heartbroken. The crowd murmured various speculations, painting Li Dong as the villain who had forsaken Qiao Yu, thus aligning themselves with her plight. Even Lu Yan maintained a discreet distance from Li Dong, subtly indicating her stance. Observing the behavior of those around him, Li Dong's brow furrowed deeply. Initially harboring a modicum of fondness for Qiao Yu, he immediately turned his cold gaze towards her. Qiao Yu, I distinctly remember that we merely shared a meal and had a drink at a nightclub. We have had no further interactions. I have never wronged you in any way, so why do you slander me so? Humph, while you may not have laid a hand on me, you certainly have on my sister, Qiao Shui. You once promised to address the issue concerning my sister. Yet now she has made it clear that she wishes to sever ties with you. Even if Qiao's hotel were to face bankruptcy and restructuring, she would never seek your investment. You must have committed some transgression against my sister for her to distance herself from you. And yet you still claim not to be a scoundrel. Qiao Yu glared at Li Dong, fury evident in her eyes. Listening to Qiao Yu's explanation, Li Dong was momentarily taken aback. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to respond. You are Qiao Shui's sister. Why did you invite me out in the first place? I was merely testing your worthiness to be my sister's partner, she retorted. That night, you showed no inappropriate intentions or actions, and I was satisfied, believing you to be a suitable match for my sister. However, now it appears I was mistaken. You are indeed a scoundrel. As she vented her frustrations, Qiao Yu flailed her arms like a small night owl, prompting Li Dong to worry she might suddenly launch herself at him, leaving him with a face full of bruises. Nevertheless, recalling her connection to Qiao Shui, he gestured for Qiao Yu to approach. There seems to be a misunderstanding that cannot be clarified in haste. Let us discuss it further on the sightseeing tram. Very well, but if you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation today, I shall not hesitate to paint your face in retaliation for my sister, Qiao Yu threatened fiercely as she boldly boarded the tram. Seeing her resolve, Li Dong breathed a sigh of relief and instructed Zhu Dagong to continue the tour of the film set while he returned to the tram compartment with Lu Yin. Inside, upon Li Dong's return, Xiao Yu immediately glared at him, demanding, "You may now explain." "Before I do, I must clarify one thing. Xiao Shui has never acknowledged me as her boyfriend, so in strict terms, we are not a couple. However, I am a man of sentiment, willing to assist your sister without hesitation, even if it requires me to part with 10 billion. Yet, I am still a man. How could I not have companionship? By chance, I helped a classmate from university resolve a family crisis, and in return, she offered herself to me. I momentarily succumbed to temptation, and we ended up together. I had intended to purchase her a villa, only to discover that the seller was your sister. Upon witnessing us together, she promptly severed ties with me. Yet, despite her pride, she refused my assistance, insisting that even if the hotel faced bankruptcy, she possessed the capability to restore Qiao's hotel to glory. At this moment, Li Dong, wearied by the recollection of his past with Xiao Shui, conveyed everything to Xiao Yu. Upon hearing his explanation, Xiao Yu was at a loss as to whether she should continue her grievances against Li Dong. After all, her sister had never claimed him as her partner. Thus, she had no grounds to defend her sister's honor. Realizing this, she felt somewhat deflated. However, recalling the impending arrival of the creditors, she couldn't help but plead with Li Dong. "Brother Li Dong, the creditors will come to demand repayment from our family tomorrow, and my sister is struggling to gather the funds. What are we to do?" Chapter 66. Boldly digging into Lu Yin's affairs. What shall we do? Li Dong observed Xiao Yu on the verge of tears and quickly reassured her with a smile. "Naturally, we will procure the funds from me, but my sister disallows it." Xiao Yu replied anxiously, unwilling to take money from Li Dong without Xiao Shui's consent. Seeing her distress, Li Dong couldn't help but feel exasperated. At that moment, Lu Yin interjected calmly, "Li Xiao, may I inquire about the issues facing the Qiao family? It is often said that 3 heads are better than 1. Perhaps with my involvement, we can devise a solution." Before Li Dong could respond, Xiao Yu, unable to contain herself, hastily shared their family's predicament. Upon learning that Xiao's hotel faced a nearly 10 billion yuan deficit, despite Xiao Shui's diligent efforts to gather funds, Lu Yin smiled knowingly. This issue is quite manageable. The suppliers are undoubtedly concerned about the hotel's potential closure and the loss of their payments. If Li Xiao could convene the suppliers and assure them that you will guarantee their payments should Xiao's hotel fail, they would have no reason to doubt your capabilities. Consequently, you would resolve the hotel's financial troubles without spending a cent and without violating Xiao Shui's principles. Lu Yan's words illuminated both Li Dong and Xiao Yu's faces. Li Dong immediately turned to Xiao Yu. "You are aware of the creditors associated with Xiao's hotel, correct? If so, you will be responsible for contacting them this afternoon, inviting them to a meal to discuss the hotel's debts. Be sure to inform them that I am the majority shareholder of the Magic City film base, controlling 51% of the shares. They will understand my significance and will not refuse." "Yes, I will contact them right away. Once I secure a reservation, I will send you the details. You must arrive promptly, Brother Li Dong," Xiao Yu exclaimed excitedly, clinging to his arm without a hint of hesitation. Noticing her eagerness to depart, Li Dong called to Zhu Dagong to halt the vehicle momentarily. After Xiao Yu disembarked, the sightseeing train resumed its leisurely course, allowing Li Dong and Lu Yin to continue their tour of the film base. However, once it was just Li Dong and Lu Yin remaining in the compartment, her gaze towards him grew wary. Realizing his previous actions had startled her, Li Dong, now slightly sober, felt awkward as he addressed her. "Lu Yin, I may have acted rashly earlier due to the effects of alcohol. Generally, I am quite composed. While I appreciate your figure, I would never resort to inappropriate advances." "I trust you, Li Xiao," Lu Yin replied with a faint smile, discreetly offering him an escape from the awkwardness. Seeing her response, Li Dong felt a wave of relief wash over him. To alleviate the tension, he purposefully engaged Lu Yin in a discussion about the layout of the Magic City film base, seeking her perspective as an actress. It must be said, the film base was indeed quite successful. While it ranked lower in size compared to others, this was merely due to its later establishment. Ironically, this very timing allowed for more rational planning. Regardless of the genre, actors could find suitable venues here, making it a favored location for filming. However, the allure of Lu Yin was simply too potent. As time elapsed, being an ardent admirer of Lu Yin, he found it increasingly difficult to restrain his gaze. Especially after the abrupt halt earlier when Lu Yin collided against him with considerable force, it felt akin to being struck by 2 small rubber balls. This encounter made him acutely aware of the authenticity of Lu Yan's physique, leading his thoughts to wander into realms of fantasy. Such is the nature of man. That which is readily available loses its charm, and the more elusive it is, the greater the desire to possess it, to personally explore it. Whether it be Xiao Shui, Zhang Jinfeng, or Wang Mimi, none could rival Lu Yan's outstanding figure. He pondered the secrets behind her impressive physique. Li Dong was filled with emotion, wishing to personally experience it instead of being so passively knocked about. Meanwhile, Lu Yan observed Li Dong, who was making an effort to appear serious while engaging in conversation with her, yet his eyes frequently betrayed him, casting glances downward towards her bosom. A hint of helplessness flickered in her gaze, but she chose to remain silent, accustomed as she was to such scrutiny. From a young age, she had developed faster than her peers, earning the nickname Little Milk Cow in middle school, often surrounded by boys who would leer at her. In the entertainment industry, this attention was even more pronounced. Despite her resignation to it, she understood that as a star, such gazes were part and parcel of her existence. Sometimes, at her agency's behest, she was required to don revealing attire to garner additional exposure. Many would fixate on her, seemingly indifferent to her feelings. Li Dong's attempts to control himself, stealing glances rather than openly gawking, was, in Lu Yan's eyes, a sign of respect. After all, it was a universal truth that no man could resist the allure of a woman, and with her figure so prominently displayed, it would be unnatural for any man to ignore her presence. Seeing that Li Dong was respectful after regaining his sobriety lifted Lu Yan's spirits considerably. Encouraged by his inquiries, she began to share her insights regarding the film base in Magic City. As the conversation unfolded, Li Dong's demeanor grew increasingly earnest. He realized that Lu Yan was far more astute than he had initially surmised. The stereotype of large breasts, small brains certainly did not apply to her. Her suggestions for addressing the Qiao family's issues and her recommendations for the film base revealed her remarkable business acumen. Having been entrenched in the film industry for so long, Li Dong was well aware of the various data supporting the planning and management of film bases, which rendered him a novice in comparison to Lu Yan's expertise. As he watched her eloquently articulate her thoughts, transforming into a figure of empowerment, a bold idea emerged from the depths of Li Dong's mind. Once Lu Yan had finished her suggestions, he unusually adopted a serious tone and asked, "Lu Yan, do you find happiness in acting? I recall you mentioning in an interview that you dress conservatively in private and that your bold attire at events is company mandated. Would you consider leaving the film industry, relinquishing your role as an actress, to work at my film base in Magic City?" Upon hearing Li Dong's proposition, Lu Yan was momentarily taken aback. After a prolonged pause, she regarded Li Dong with skepticism. "Li Xiao, are you suggesting that you intend to keep me as your mistress at your film base? If that is the case, I must advise you against such notions. While I may not be a top-tier star, I earn enough to support myself without seeking a benefactor." Li Dong, realizing she had misinterpreted his intentions, felt compelled to clarify. "Lu Yan, you misunderstand me. I have just become a major shareholder of the Magic City film base, and I lack trust within the organization, having no connections in the industry. Your insights into the film industry have impressed me. I believe you could assist me in effectively managing the Magic City film base. At the very least, having someone knowledgeable like you on board would prevent the higher-ups from taking advantage of my ignorance and mishandling funds." Li Dong's earnest expression left no room for deceit, and as she observed him, Lu Yan began to trust his words. Intrigued, she inquired, "What position do you intend to offer me, and what would the salary be?" "I earn around 20 million annually in the entertainment industry after expenses and commissions. If your offer is too low, I won't be inclined to accept." Hearing her annual income, Li Dong was taken aback. He had always perceived acting as a highly lucrative profession, often hearing reports of young stars earning millions from a single project or variety show. Given that Lu Yan owned a villa worth over 100 million, he had assumed her income would be significantly higher than 20 million. "Isn't it commonly reported that stars like you earn substantial salaries? How could you only make 20 million? He asked incredulously. Lu Yan, noting his disbelief at her earnings, couldn't help but feel exasperated. However, she patiently explained, "The figures released to the public are what the production companies pay the actors' agencies, which take a substantial cut. The remainder is then divided among the actor's small team, leaving the actual amount the actor receives quite minimal. For instance, if a production claims my fee is 10 million, I might only see 1 million. My 2 million comes from various appearances, hosting weddings, and performing at company events." Upon hearing this, Li Dong was genuinely astonished. It became clear to him that the glamorous facade of stardom belied the harsher realities beneath. With newfound clarity, he boldly proposed, "If you join me, I will appoint you as the Deputy General Manager of the Magic City film base, with an annual salary of 20 million based on your current standards. Of course, if your performance exceeds expectations, I will consider raising your salary. Conversely, if your abilities are average, as long as you can serve as a competent liaison, ensuring I have a clear understanding of the operations at the film base, I will retain you at that salary without any reductions." Li Dong's words ignited a spark of enthusiasm in Lu Yan. After all, while she earned the same in the entertainment industry, It required countless smiles and appearances to achieve that income. In contrast, this new opportunity promised a more straightforward path to the same earnings, provided she kept Li Dong informed about the realities at the film base. Yet, recalling Li Dong's earlier drunken advances, she regarded him with a hint of wariness. Can you guarantee that this salary is solely for my work and that there won't be any hidden expectations? I assure you, I will never coerce you in any form. Li Dong responded earnestly, raising his hands in a gesture of sincerity. Seeing his earnestness, Lu Yin finally relaxed and took his hand, declaring, Li Xiao, I shall be the deputy general manager of the Magic City film base from now on. I look forward to our fruitful collaboration. With a serious demeanor, Li Dong nodded in agreement, feeling immensely satisfied as he and Lu Yin continued to discuss the development of the Magic City film base. This time, the dynamic of their relationship as superior and subordinate lent a practical edge to Lu Yan's suggestions, reinforcing Li Dong's belief that choosing her as the deputy general manager was undoubtedly a wise decision. Ultimately, after a leisurely tour aboard the sightseeing train that circled the entire Magic City film and television base, Li Dong found himself still yearning for more conversation. With the tour concluded, it was time to announce the personnel decisions. Stepping off the train with lingering enthusiasm, Li Dong promptly waved to summon Zhu Dagong and his entourage. Meanwhile, Lu Yin, having disembarked, willingly trailed behind Li Dong, having fully acknowledged him as her employer and positioning herself as one of his staff. As Zhu Dagong and the others approached, Li Dong expressed his satisfaction. I have explored the majority of the Magic City film and television base. However, as an outsider, it is impossible for me to grasp the intricacies in a short span of time. Therefore, I have resolved to appoint Ms. Lu Yin as the vice president of the Magic City film and television base, accountable solely to me. No one else shall have the authority to direct her. He continued. Of course, this is not a reflection on any of you. Your positions will remain unchanged as long as your work meets expectations. However, should Ms. Lu Yin report to me any inadequacies in your performance, regardless of your affiliation to other shareholders, I will not hesitate to terminate your employment. Li Dong's declaration left the senior executives of the film base in a state of shock, their gazes fixed incredulously on Lu Yin, the renowned starlet who had suddenly transformed into their vice president. Observing their astonishment, Li Dong's expression turned stern. What is this? Is my appointment as the major shareholder of this company not valid? Do I need to convene a shareholders' meeting to exercise my voting rights to issue commands? His words swiftly jolted the executives back to reality. Zhu Dagong, the general manager, was the first to respond, stating emphatically, Mr. Li, you hold absolute control over the company. Everything is at your discretion, and appointing a vice president is certainly within your rights. As it is late, I will ensure that when Ms. Lu Yin reports to the company tomorrow, we will provide her with the necessary assistance for her onboarding. Furthermore, her role as our vice president will enhance the image of the Magic City film and television base, and we must organize a press conference to publicly announce this news. Chapter 68, The Attitude Shift of Suppliers. With Zhu Dagong's endorsement, the other executives quickly joined in, congratulating Lu Yin on her new role. Pleased by their responses, Li Dong nodded appreciatively. Excellent. Your awareness is commendable. This concludes today's meeting. Ms. Lu will report tomorrow, and for now, we shall take our leave. Without further ado, he led Lu Yin away, disregarding the thoughts of the higher-ups at the film base. During their ride, he had already conferred with Lu Yin about organizing a dinner with the hotel suppliers that evening, intending for her to accompany him. After all, claiming to be the major shareholder of the Magic City film and television base without substantial proof would be hard for others to accept. However, with a prominent star like Lu Yin by his side, there would be no question of his identity. Before long, Li Dong arrived beside his Bugatti Veyron. Upon seeing the globally limited edition vehicle, Lu Yin gazed at him with admiration. Mr. Li, is this your car? I recently heard about a racing expert in Magic City who scared off the car enthusiasts from the capital. Turns out, it was you. Surprised that even Lu Yin was aware of his racing exploits at the SSCC Racing Club, Li Dong's expression turned to one of astonishment. Lu Yin quickly added, Boss, you underestimate the influence of racing clubs. Luxury cars and high-end brands are perennial topics among women, and the entertainment industry is no exception. Many lesser-known actresses are constantly inquiring about various racing clubs, hoping to find a wealthy partner. And what about you? Li Dong asked, curiosity etched on his face. I refuse to disclose, Lu Yin replied with a mysterious smile, sliding into the passenger seat. Seeing her demeanor, Li Dong could only shake his head in bemusement as he took the driver's seat and sped toward the address provided by Qiao Yu. Meanwhile, a group of senior executives from the film base watched as Li Dong's Bugatti Veyron vanished from sight, unable to contain their mutual glances and opinions. That Vice President Lu Yin must have been placed here by Mr. Li to keep an eye on us, one speculated. I initially thought Mr. Li was merely a wealthy heir without management skills. Yet he has outsmarted us by recruiting Lu Yin as vice president. This is akin to placing a sword of Damocles over us all. Having navigated the entertainment industry for years, Lu Yin possessed considerable connections. Once she joined the company, it was certain she would assemble a network of her own. Although she might not completely control the Magic City film and television base, it was unequivocal that we could not act recklessly under her watch. Everyone would need to be more cautious to avoid giving her any leverage. Seeking favors from anyone would prove futile. With expressions of concern, they soon realized that faced with Lu Yin, wielding the authority granted by Li Dong, they had no means of resistance. At Li Jiakai, a restaurant rumored to have been managed by the imperial kitchen of Empress Dowager Cixi for generations, the authenticity of its prestigious culinary reputation is now difficult to ascertain. Yet its exquisite royal dishes have garnered acclaim from countless patrons. Signature dishes such as Beijing-style lobster, clear soup with swallow's nest, braised shark fin, and succulent abalone have left diners yearning for more, making reservations often a challenge, requiring bookings days in advance. Thus, Li Dong was taken aback by Qiao Yu's ability to secure a table on short notice at such a renowned establishment for a meeting with the hotel suppliers. After parking, he swiftly escorted Lu Yin inside. Inside the restaurant, Qiao Yu awaited alongside the hotel suppliers. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that impatience marked the expressions of the suppliers, who clearly harbored doubts about Qiao Yu's claims. Finally, after finishing a cup of tea, a supplier specializing in pork for hotels could no longer contain himself and turned to Qiao Yu. Qiao Yu, your sister Qiao Shui is quite capable. Yet she couldn't secure strong support to resolve your hotel's issues. Are you certain the person you brought can help? Don't tell me you're too young to be swayed. That person is merely after your beauty, fabricating an identity as a major shareholder of the Magic City film and television base, while being a fraud. Indeed, there are countless individuals online crafting false identities, pretending to be affluent. It's hard to believe someone in their 20s could be the major shareholder of the Magic City film and television base, which is valued at over 120 billion. To hold 51 of the shares equates to controlling over 60 billion, without a family fortune in the thousands of billions. It's implausible for a junior in the family to wield such financial power. Qiao Yu, you met this person online, right? If that's the case, I too suspect he might be a con artist, seeking to exploit your youth and beauty. Qiao Yu, when he arrives, let us take the lead in questioning him. Caught off guard, he will surely reveal a flaw that can expose his true identity. The hotel suppliers wore expressions of worry, their remarks only deepening their skepticism about Qiao Yu's ability to resolve the hotel's debts. Observing their demeanor, Qiao Yu too wore a troubled expression. Yet her concern did not stem from doubts about Li Dong's capabilities. She had no reason to question his financial strength. Rather, her worry lay in her inability to explain how she knew Li Dong, as she could not disclose the relationship between him and Qiao Shui. As Qiao Yu furrowed her brow in distress, the tightly shut door of the room was suddenly pushed open, revealing Li Dong accompanied by Lu Yin. The sight of Lu Yin beside Li Dong transformed the demeanor of the hotel suppliers, who had initially planned to confront Li Dong upon his arrival. They all donned smiles and greeted him warmly. You must be young Master Li. Indeed, as Qiao Yu described, you are quite the striking figure. When I first heard that someone was willing to back Qiao's hotel regarding its debt issues, I found it hard to believe. After all, the largest shareholder of the film base in the Magic City, at just over 20 years old, seemed almost fantastical. However, upon seeing you in person, I am immediately convinced of your stature. With an imposing presence, you exude the aura of a dragon among men. For someone of your caliber, overseeing a modest film base seems rather beneath you. Please, young Master Li, tell us how you wish to resolve the debt crisis of Qiao's hotel. We shall adhere to your directives without question. In the midst of Qiao Yu's astonishment, the group of hotel suppliers rose unprompted from their seats, moving to stand beside Li Dong, each bowing respectfully to shake his hand, none of them questioning him as they had previously threatened. Please, be seated. We can discuss the hotel matters after our meal, Li Dong replied with an air of ease, as he approached Qiao Yu. Soon, he settled beside her, with Lu Yin following suit on his other side. Only then did the suppliers take their seats, waving for the waiter, with one of the bosses immediately standing to present the menu to Li Dong. Observing the supplier's deference towards Li Dong, Qiao Yu was rendered speechless. Signature dishes such as Beijing-style lobster, clear broth swallow's nest, yellow braised shark fin, and succulent abalone were soon served. With a grand gesture, Li Dong ordered several signature items before passing the menu back to the suppliers for their selections. Before long, an opulent spread graced the table. Then, to Qiao Yu's utter astonishment, the suppliers, who had previously been insistent on collecting debts, ceased all talk of financial matters and instead continuously toasted Li Dong, as if the debts were of no consequence. Ultimately, the meal extended over 2 hours, during which the suppliers lavished praise upon Li Dong, declaring him a dragon among men, a deity from the heavens, the pinnacle of youthful talent. For Qiao Yu, who had never encountered such social dynamics, the relentless flattery nearly made her nauseous. At last, unable to endure any longer under Qiao Yu's watchful gaze, Li Dong turned to the suppliers. The amount owed to you by Qiao's hotel is not substantial. I intended to directly cover this debt. However, Qiao Yu's sister, Qiao Shui, is far too proud to accept my assistance. Thus, I cannot provide the funds directly. My proposal is to issue you a guarantee letter. Should Qiao's hotel face closure in the future, regardless of the amount owed, I will ensure payment on their behalf. If you agree, please take this guarantee letter to Qiao Shui and suggest she consider a repayment plan, alleviating her financial worries. Listening to Li Dong, the suppliers responded without hesitation. Young Master Li is correct. Our primary concern has been the potential collapse of Qiao's hotel and the retrieval of our funds. However, with your guarantee, we are no longer apprehensive. Qiao Shui's pride is well known in our circles. We comprehend your proposal. As long as you provide the guarantee letter, we will proceed as you advise. In principle, we all consent to your conditions. Once we have the guarantee letter, we will cease pressuring Qiao's hotel for repayment and continue supplying them as usual. The suppliers continually affirmed Li Dong's proposal, and he promptly summoned a waiter to bring paper and pen, drafting a guarantee letter for each of them. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu, who had silently observed the entire exchange, marveled as the crushing debt threatening to overwhelm her sister was so effortlessly alleviated by Li Dong's words. In that moment, her admiration for him swelled. Unbeknownst to Li Dong, after the suppliers departed with the guarantee letters in hand, he stretched luxuriously, stood, and let out a satisfied belch. Turning to Lu Yin and Qiao Yu, he suggested, "Let us find a nightclub to dance and unwind a bit." "All right, I'll go wherever you say, brother Li Dong." Qiao Yu replied sweetly, rising in tandem with him. Meanwhile, Lu Yin, with a hint of reluctance, said, "You two go have fun, I'll sit this one out. Going to a nightclub might adversely affect my image as an artist, especially since I'm currently filming a project and cannot jeopardize my standing with the company and investors." Li Dong nodded in agreement, producing his car keys and tossing them to Lu Yin. "Since I can't drive after drinking, you take my car back. Qiao Yu and I will catch a taxi to have some fun." Lu Yin accepted the keys without hesitation and, after exiting the restaurant, promptly drove off in Li Dong's Bugatti Veyron. Qiao Yu, observing Lu Yin's departure, felt a twinge of jealousy as she looked at Li Dong. "Brother Li Dong, you let Lu Yin drive your Bugatti Veyron. You must have feelings for her, right? What nonsense. She is here to support you. Without her, do you think those suppliers would have believed in my identity? Now that the meal is over, it would be a failure on my part not to see her safely home and instead leave her to take a taxi," Li Dong replied with a faint smile, unwilling to confess any feelings he harbored for Lu Yin. After all, he still wished to win Qiao Shui back. If she learned anything from Qiao Yu, it would only complicate his efforts. Realizing that Lu Yin's star power was the reason the suppliers had instantly believed in Li Dong's standing, Qiao Yu ceased to dwell on the matter of her driving and waved down a taxi. Pulling both of them into the back seat, she turned to Li Dong. "Brother Li Dong, we still have plenty of drinks left from our last outing at the nightclub. Let us go to that club near our school. Do you think I'm short on money? We'll drink what we have left during your college years. Tonight, we're finding a new nightclub." With an air of authority, Li Dong disregarded Qiao Yu's protests, addressing the driver. "Take us to the largest nearby nightclub. I'll give you 200 yuan for fare. Don't waste my time by taking us to some small place." "Yes, sir," the driver replied with a smile, promptly accelerating towards the largest nightclub nearby. Meanwhile, in the headquarters office of Qiao's hotel, Qiao Shui was busy making phone calls, tirelessly working to secure funds, refusing to abandon her dream of saving the hotel. Just then, her secretary hurriedly entered the room. Seeing that Qiao Shui had just hung up, the secretary nervously exclaimed, "President Qiao, all the hotel suppliers have arrived at our hotel. They might be here to demand payment. We should consider fleeing. The news we received indicated that they would only come tomorrow to collect the debts. Why have they arrived ahead of schedule?" Qiao Shui furrowed her brow deeply. Considering the funds she had painstakingly gathered over time, including the sale of her villa, amounted to barely 200 million, which was utterly insufficient to cover all the payments due. Her frown deepened, leaving her at a loss for what to do next. Chapter 70, Narrow Paths of Enemies. Observing Qiao Shui's troubled expression, her secretary, Tang Wanner, looked at her with concern. "President Qiao, why not take the opportunity, while they have yet to come up, to find a place to hide?" "Hide." Upon hearing her secretary's suggestion, Qiao Shui, who had initially appeared hesitant, suddenly became resolute. While arranging her appearance in front of the mirror, she turned to her secretary and stated, "Have you ever seen me evade a problem? Inform them to bring those suppliers to our internal conference room. I will go down there and speak with them." "President Qiao, They are clearly here to demand payment. How can we negotiate without money? The secretary's face was etched with anxiety, and she attempted to persuade Xiao Shui to conceal herself temporarily. In this society, hundreds of thousands can provoke fierce confrontations, and with Xiao's hotel owing these suppliers a staggering 1 billion. She could hardly imagine the wrath they would unleash upon Xiao Shui if she could not produce the funds. Seeing the secretary's distress, the usually icy Xiao Shui smiled nonchalantly. If we lack money, we still have many hotels under the Xiao banner. At worst, Xiao's hotel can declare bankruptcy and restructure, leasing out all properties, which would suffice to repay their debts. When that time comes, I will take the remaining auction proceeds and start anew from a small inn. I believe that with my capabilities, I will one day restore the Xiao Hotel's reputation. Tang Wanner, who had been by Xiao Shui's side for a long time, immediately recognized that Xiao Shui had made up her mind. The thought that Xiao Shui would rather see her hotel collapse than become a debtor filled her with admiration. Without further ado, she left the office to escort the suppliers to the hotel's internal conference room. Watching her secretary depart, Xiao Shui promptly resumed her preparations in the mirror, even pulling out her makeup kit to retouch her look. She was Xiao Shui, proud and resolute. The more perilous the situation for the hotel, the more she would attend to her appearance, even if the hotel were to close. She would not allow herself to appear disheveled. Soon, her reflection revealed a flawless visage. Satisfied, she nodded and exuded a frosty demeanor as she opened the office door and strolled leisurely toward the internal conference room. Inside the conference room, a group of suppliers had been seated under the careful arrangement of Xiao Shui's secretary, with fruit platters and water before each, as if they were the hotel's esteemed guests. Yet, despite this high-level reception, the secretary still feared it would not quell their anger, and that once Xiao Shui arrived, they would unleash their frustrations upon her. Upon entering the conference room, anxious about the supplier's potential outburst that could leave her with no recourse, Xiao Shui immediately addressed the suppliers. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand you are here to collect debts, but I have only managed to gather 200 million, which I can offer you for now. The remainder will be collected gradually. Of course, I know this request may seem excessive, and you may not agree, but I am prepared to declare bankruptcy. We agree, they interjected. In business, harmony breeds prosperity. Since President Xiao's hotel cannot currently raise more funds, given our long-standing partnership, we would not genuinely wish to drive Xiao's hotel to the brink of closure. You may repay us at your own pace. We heard you have been troubled by fundraising recently, so we wanted to inform you that you can gather the funds gradually. We will continue to supply your hotel normally, ensuring your business remains uninterrupted. The suppliers spoke over one another, not allowing Xiao Shui to finish her thoughts. Stunned, she gazed at the accommodating suppliers. Her previously prepared lines about selling Xiao's hotel to repay debts suddenly caught in her throat. Weren't you here to demand payment? How is it that before I even mentioned repayment, you are already compromising? A look of confusion crossed Xiao Shui's face. She instinctively felt there must be something she was unaware of. She turned to one of the suppliers, Uncle Zhang. Something must have happened for you all to change your minds, hasn't he? Old Zhang, recognizing Xiao Shui's sharp intellect, candidly explained, tonight, Li Xiao, a friend of Xiao Yu, treated us to dinner. He is a major shareholder in the Shanghai film base, and on account of Xiao Yu, he has guaranteed your hotel. If Xiao's hotel were to collapse, he would cover this debt. Our prior insistence on payment was primarily due to concerns about future defaults. Now that there is a guarantee, we naturally have no intention of making things difficult for you. Li Xiao. Upon hearing this explanation, Xiao Shui understood the supplier's sudden change in demeanor. So, in the end, it was your assistance that spared Xiao's hotel from disaster? At that moment, a complex mix of emotions washed over Xiao Shui, and she felt an inexplicable urge to meet Li Dong. After the suppliers expressed their intentions and departed, Xiao Shui could no longer resist the impulse to reach for her phone, feeling an overwhelming desire to call Li Dong. At the lively nightclub, Li Dong and Xiao Yu were already reveling in the festivities. Once the signature Nine Dragons Presenting Joy performance commenced, Li Dong instantly became the center of attention, captivating all the women around him. In his VIP booth, beautiful ladies entered every few minutes. Xiao Yu, who initially intended to join in the fun with Li Dong, watched in dismay as he focused solely on adding these glamorous women as friends, neglecting her presence entirely. Jealousy surged within her. Humph, all men are the same. Which of these enchanting women could possibly compare to me? How could he disregard me like this? Next time, I will make sure to impress him with a stunning hairstyle and a beautiful outfit, leaving him in awe. Let us see if he dares to ignore me again. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yu, her concern for Li Dong had escalated to an inappropriate level, far beyond what a sister-in-law should feel for her brother-in-law. In booth 005, Qin Zheng was enjoying himself with a group of friends at the nightclub when he noticed Li Dong's ostentatious entrance, which drew all the women's attention. even causing a few from his own booth to leave. His expression darkened. Seeing this, a burly man with a tiger tattoo on his bald head turned to Qin Zheng eagerly. Young Master Qin, do you know that rising star Li Xiao? Not only do I know him, but we have significant grievances. The last time I tried to deal with him, he managed to evade me. I was just contemplating how to address him again when I unexpectedly ran into him here. Qin Zheng admitted, his face clouded with resentment. Upon hearing this, the tattooed man leapt up excitedly. Young Master Qin, why wait for another day? I'll go over now and deal with him, giving you satisfaction in advance. Chapter 71. This 10,000 yuan is a token of gratitude for the sandbag you provided me. Very well. If you manage to teach him a lesson today and let me vent my frustrations, from now on, you, Lei Laohu, will be under my protection. Should you encounter any trouble, you may invoke my name, Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng replied with a playful smile, making a promise to Lei Laohu. Upon hearing Qin Zheng's assurance, Lei Laohu stood up, brimming with excitement. As he walked, he smiled at Qin Zheng, saying, rest assured, young Master Qin, I, Lei Laohu, may not possess many talents. But when it comes to causing trouble in nightclubs, I am undoubtedly top-notch. Just watch as I conjure up a reason to have him hospitalized for a few months. With that, Lei Laohu strode purposefully towards the private booth. Once outside, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number, and soon 4 or 5 tattooed men appeared. Following closely behind him as they marched towards the booth where Li Dong was seated, the group advanced menacingly towards Li Dong's booth. Upon their arrival, several waitstaff assigned to Li Dong immediately sensed the ill intent of the newcomers. One of the waitstaff, visibly anxious, looked to Lei Laohu and said, Sir, the patrons inside are esteemed guests of our nightclub. If you disturb them, our boss will hold us accountable, and we cannot bear that burden. Hearing this, Lei Laohu scoffed dismissively. His reputation in the bustling metropolis was built on sheer ruthlessness, even earning him a place before influential figures like Qin Zheng. Having resolved to curry favor with Qin Zheng, he was prepared to offend the nightclub's owner as well. With a cold smirk, he shoved the waiter aside, declaring, Step aside. Don't think you can intimidate me with your boss. I, Lei Laohu, am not easily frightened. Tonight, I will enjoy myself here until late. If there are any objections, have him come to my booth to discuss it. The other waitstaff exchanged anxious glances, recognizing Lei Laohu's notorious reputation as a formidable thug. Surrounded by a band of idle companions, the average nightclub owner would hesitate to provoke him, and these ordinary waitstaff lacked the courage to confront him. Thus, they quickly parted ways to clear a path. Inside the booth, Li Dong remained oblivious to the unfolding drama outside. Preoccupied with exchanging contact information with various women from the nightclub, he was also keen to avoid being too intimate with them, as many appeared unsteady on their feet, likely from excessive drinking. Some women would collapse into his arms, their strength failing them, while others would inadvertently kiss his cheek or grasp his hand, leading to unintended touches that made him uncomfortable. With several women around him, many of whom had loosened their clothing, he found himself in a precarious situation. Thankfully, he maintained a sense of integrity, promptly assisting those who needed help fastening their clothing to avert any embarrassing incidents. Yet, with so many women vying for attention, he felt overwhelmed, realizing that being a gentleman could be exhausting. Li Dong sighed as he helped yet another woman with her buttons, but in doing so, his hand inadvertently brushed against her inappropriately, eliciting a blush from her that made him question whether he possessed some magical touch. It reminded him of a comic he had read where a mere touch could send a woman into rapture. At the entrance, Lei Laohu and his entourage entered to find a throng of women fawning over Li Dong. Coincidentally, the woman he had just assisted with her buttons was among them, and she had been the one accompanying Qin Zheng earlier. The sight of her behaving so provocatively in Li Dong's presence, after having been so reserved with him, ignited a surge of anger within Lei Laohu. These shameless women deserve a lesson, he thought. Seizing the opportunity to confront Li Dong under the pretense of reclaiming what was his, he shouted towards Li Dong, You bastard! Bobo is my woman. How dare you lay a hand on her? You're courting death. In front of Li Dong, Bobo was gazing at him with longing, hoping he would notice her alluring demeanor and be impressed enough to consider a deeper relationship. She was aware that displaying such boldness would likely preclude her from becoming his official girlfriend, but she harbored no grand expectations. Even a single night with him would suffice, especially given Li Dong's apparent wealth. However, upon hearing Lei Laohu's sudden outburst, Bobo panicked. She quickly turned to Li Dong and explained, Young Master Li, don't listen to that Lei Laohu. I have nothing to do with him. A friend mentioned there were wealthy guests needing companions, so I just want to help out. But he has someone from a rough background, and he can be quite heavy-handed, so it might be wise to steer clear of him. Someone from a rough background. Li Dong chuckled at Bobo's concern. In the past, he might have avoided such individuals, but now, possessing the prowess of a master martial artist, he was eager for a chance to test his skills. The prospect of having someone eager to provoke him thrilled him. With a wry smile, he turned to Bobo and asked, "By the way, what is your name?" "Bobo," she replied quickly. Upon hearing her name, Li Dong took out his phone and transferred 10,000 yuan to her account. Bobo was taken aback, bewildered by his sudden generosity. Seeing her dazed expression, Li Dong smiled and said, "This 10,000 yuan is a token of appreciation for bringing me a few sparring partners. I need you to help me provoke them into action so that I can claim self-defense when the time comes." Without waiting for her reaction, he boldly pulled Bobo into his embrace, his hand daringly resting on her chest as he defiantly gazed at the approaching Lei Laohu and his gang. Chapter 72. Before the strike, they all fell. As Lei Laohu observed Li Dong's audacious demeanor, unabashedly embracing Bobo and challenging him with a provocative gaze, surprise flickered in his eyes. He had encountered wealthy heirs before, but whenever he unleashed his fury, they typically cowered like frightened kittens, unwilling to confront him. To put it bluntly, despite his attempts to curry favor with Qin Zheng, if a confrontation were to erupt, even Qin Zheng wouldn't dare to challenge him. After all, a wise man does not suffer needless humiliation. No matter how grand one's background, conflicts are best settled after the fact. In a face-to-face confrontation, the feeble limbs of these wealthy heirs would not withstand a single blow from him and his crew. It appeared that Li Dong had never faced the harsh realities of life and believed that wealth could shield him from consequences, so today would serve as a valuable lesson. With a sinister expression, Lei Laohu led his band of tattooed men directly towards Li Dong. The women surrounding Li Dong instinctively scattered, though Qiao Yu boldly stepped closer, positioning herself beside Li Dong, silently declaring her allegiance. Li Dong, noticing Qiao Yu's loyalty, felt a surge of satisfaction and admiration. However, his gaze swiftly shifted to Lei Laohu, observing the man's clearly muscular physique, a testament to his daily regimen of rigorous training. With a feigned air of disdain, he remarked, "What is this? Do you think that sheer numbers confer strength? Let me assure you, I intend to claim that Bobo today. Initially, my plan was merely to add you as a friend, but given how you've embarrassed me today, I shall take Bobo with me and bestow upon you a grand green hat. Furthermore, I kindly ask you to refrain from glaring at me with your nostrils flared like a gorilla, radiating such fury. Do you truly dare to lay a hand on me? A mere thug, the dregs of society, you can only bully those of your own ilk. As for someone of my wealth, I could easily crush you with a mere flick of my purse. Even if you had tenfold the courage, you would only dare to bark like a mad dog. Never to touch me, not even a finger." Li Dong displayed an audacity that surpassed even that of Lei Laohu. Instantly, the tattooed men surrounding Lei Laohu and the women scattered around the nightlife venue gaped at Li Dong, unable to comprehend his audacity. Young Master Li is exceedingly arrogant, showing no respect to Lei Laohu whatsoever. Those familiar with the nightlife knew all too well of Lei Laohu's notorious reputation. He was a force to be reckoned with. Although he had recently toned down his antics due to a falling out with his backers, rumors suggested he had aligned himself with a new patron and was back to his brash ways. Li Dong's lavish spending in the nightlife scene had made it clear that he was not short on funds. Perhaps he could indeed outspend Lei Laohu in the long run. Yet, in a direct confrontation, could he truly contend with Lei Laohu and his entourage? If it were merely common lowlifes, the nightlife crowd might rally to protect Li Dong, but Lei Laohu's gang was far too formidable. The patrons of the venue would undoubtedly shy away from defending him, leaving Li Dong in a precarious situation that night. A group of nightlife women looked on with worry etched across their faces, lamenting their lack of martial skills that could save Li Dong and perhaps win his favor. Behind Lei Laohu, the tattooed men glared at Li Dong with menacing intent, eager to pounce at Lei Laohu's command. Across from Li Dong, Lei Laohu's expression grew increasingly sinister. Initially, he had contemplated striking Li Dong to curry favor with Qin Zheng, but now he was thoroughly incensed by Li Dong's insolent words, driven by a primal urge to teach him a lesson for his audacity. With a ferocious grin, Lei Laohu swung a fist toward Li Dong, bellowing, "Today, let the tiger demonstrate whether I possess the courage to strike you." Beautiful, splendidly executed, Li Dong thought, as he witnessed Lei Laohu's fist hurtling toward him. Knowing that everyone in the booth had witnessed Lei Laohu's initial aggression, he swiftly extended his left hand to grasp Lei Laohu's fist, halting the impending blow as if it were ensnared by an iron clamp. In the next moment, to the disbelief of all present, Li Dong lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick to Lei Laohu's abdomen. The resounding impact echoed through the air. Lei Laohu, who had weathered Li Dong's kick, immediately fell to his knees, his expression contorting in agony as if he were stricken by constipation. Witnessing Li Dong's seemingly ordinary physique take down Lei Laohu with a mere punch and kick left everyone in stunned silence. How is this possible? Young Master Li so effortlessly subdued Lei Laohu. Could it be that Lei Laohu was inebriated, his limbs rendered powerless? Nonsense. Lei Laohu swung his fists with such ferocity. It was hardly the act of a man lacking strength. Any ordinary individual would have surely crumpled under that blow. Could it be that young Master Li has undergone training? Not only is he young and affluent, but he also possesses an alarming prowess. Such a man is simply too perfect. To share a bed with him would be sheer ecstasy. The women looked on, excitement gleaming in their eyes, wishing they could rush to embrace Li Dong and shower him with fervent kisses. Behind Lei Laohu, the tattooed men, although momentarily taken aback by Li Dong's display of strength, charged at him like wild dogs, seeking to avenge their fallen leader. A cacophony of punches and kicks erupted once more. Under the admiring gazes of the nightlife women, Li Dong appeared to toy with the tattooed men, effortlessly bringing them all to the ground. Not a single one of them could withstand Li Dong's strikes, and throughout the encounter, none managed to land a blow on him. With a long exhale, Li Dong surveyed the feeble attempts of his adversaries and felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. After all, he had intended to engage in a proper workout, yet he hadn't even unleashed a fraction of his strength before the fight concluded. Feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, Li Dong promptly gestured for the stunned staff of the venue to remove Lei Laohu and his entourage. Before long, Li Dong's booth was tidied up, and the establishment, seeking to apologize to him, sent over additional drinks and fruit platters. As Li Dong prepared to dismiss the current batch of women from his booth and welcome a new group, Bo, reluctant to leave, gazed at him with a charming smile. Young Master Li, Lei Laohu has recently aligned himself with Qin Zheng from the Qin family. The booth I was in earlier was part of Qin Zheng's arrangement. Now that you've struck Lei Laohu, Qin Zheng will undoubtedly come to his aid, especially since many know Lei Laohu is merely a dog under Qin Zheng's command. Upon hearing Bo's words, Li Dong instantly grasped that Lei Laohu's aggression was not truly aimed at him, but rather a misguided attempt to defend Qin Zheng's honor. With this realization, he broke into a smile and wrapped an arm around Bo's waist. Take me to Qin Zheng's booth, and I shall reward you with 100,000. Women frequenting the nightlife scene often fell into one of two categories: those who succumbed to exploitation or those who were astute and cunning. Bo undoubtedly belonged to the latter. Li Dong's demeanor indicated that he was unafraid of Qin Zheng and seemingly sought to confront him. However, should Li Dong find himself at the mercy of Qin Zheng, Bo would inevitably share in the fallout. Yet, recalling Li Dong's earlier display of dominance, she hesitated only briefly before agreeing to lead him to Qin Zheng's booth. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, observing Li Dong prepare to depart with Bo, stood and called out to him, "Brother Li Dong, I wish to accompany you. Stay here obediently. I fear that the situation may not be suitable for a student like you. Once I finish my business over there, I shall return to keep you company." Li Dong affectionately ruffled Xiao Yu's hair, gently guiding her back onto the sofa before leaving the booth with Bo. At booth 005, a server rushed in, hurrying to Qin Zheng's side. "Young Master Qin, just moments ago, Lei Laohu and his men clashed with young Master Li at his booth, and it appears that they were all single-handedly defeated by him. We have just arranged for them to be sent to the hospital." Qin Zheng was taken aback. Upon hearing the server's report, he found it difficult to believe his ears. Lei Laohu, with all his flaws, had garnered Qin Zheng's favor solely for his formidable fighting ability and the loyalty of his men, suitable for any dirty work that might arise. Yet, he had never imagined that one day, Lei Laohu and his gang would be brought down by a single individual, the investment prodigy, a master of driving, and a practitioner of ancient martial arts. Good heavens, how elevated is your intelligence to achieve such perfection? Is it truly wise to provoke such formidable foes? A multitude of thoughts surged within Qin Zheng's mind, and for the first time, he found himself regretting antagonizing Li Dong. He even began to contemplate whether to abandon his plans for revenge against Li Dong, opting instead to focus on troubling Qin Feng. Yet, it was evidently too late to entertain such notions, as Li Dong had already entered, embracing Bo. Upon arrival, he cast a condescending glance at Qin Zheng. They say one must consider the owner when dealing with a dog. Just moments ago, a rabid dog was causing a ruckus at my table, and I dealt with it. Hence, I came to ascertain who the owner was, only to discover it is you. This worthless wretch. I recall during the last pool party at Qin Feng's, you boasted of seeking revenge against me. Yet here I stand, unscathed, revealing you to be naught but a barking dog that lacks the bite." Arrogance dripped from Li Dong's demeanor, showing no regard for Qin Zheng whatsoever. Following a near collision, he had thoroughly investigated the Qin family. The Qin family was a venerable aristocracy in Haidu, boasting assets amounting to approximately 200 billion, much of which was tied up in fixed assets. The cash flow they could mobilize was at most around 10 billion, and in terms of liquidity, Li Dong was not at all inferior to the Qin family. While the total wealth of Li Dong might not match that of the Qin family, He possessed the unique advantage of being able to maneuver his assets freely, a privilege no member of the Qin family could claim. Most significantly, Li Dong's control over the Modu film base endowed him with a level of influence incomparable to that of the Qin family. With this alone, he felt entirely unperturbed. After taking over the Modu film base that morning, he began devising his revenge against Qin Zheng, especially after nearly being killed by one of Qin Zheng's associates. Even if old Lei did not pose a threat that night, knowing Qin Zheng was present, he would not let the opportunity for retaliation slip away. Qin Zheng, witnessing Li Dong's audacity to taunt him, immediately wore a grim expression, fixing a dark glare upon Li Dong. Do you comprehend? I was contemplating whether to spare you and concentrate on dealing with Qin Feng, but since you were so oblivious to your own peril, I have no qualms about thoroughly crushing you before I attend to Qin Feng. Nearby, a group of sycophants, sensing Qin Zheng's fury, began to shower praise upon him while disparaging Li Dong. What is it to take down old Lei? You truly think the world is yours, kid? The only truths in this world are background and wealth. The era where brute strength dictated reality has long since vanished. Be wise and kneel to young Master Li, or he will find 100 ways to ruin you. With a sharp crack, the sound of a resounding slap echoed through the air. While the sycophants continued their flattery of Qin Zheng, Li Dong abruptly raised his hand and delivered a fierce slap across Qin Zheng's face. Instantly, 5 distinct red marks appeared on his cheek. The members of the Qin family stared in disbelief, unable to fathom what had just transpired. Opposite Li Dong, Qin Zheng erupted with rage, rising to confront Li Dong. You dare to strike me? You are courting death. With that, Li Dong swiftly struck Qin Zheng's other cheek, following up with another slap. After delivering 2 resounding blows, he regarded Qin Zheng with satisfaction. Did you know? From the moment I was nearly run over, I have yearned to give you a thorough beating. And this is not the end. It is merely the beginning of my retribution against you. Not only you, but the entire Qin family will fall within the scope of my vengeance. You believe your wealth and power shield you from me. I shall ensure the complete ruination of the Qin family, casting you as the pariah, despised by all, even in death. Though Li Dong's threats were not loud, they brimmed with resoluteness, leaving no doubt regarding his determination. Struck by the humiliation, Qin Zheng clenched his fists, aware that Li Dong's physical prowess far surpassed his own. He stifled his impulsive rage, glaring at Li Dong in fury. Do you think reality operates as the stock market, where mere ability suffices? In the stock market, you may be the dragon of Wall Street, but my family holds no power over you. Yet in reality, you are merely the owner of a small second-hand car dealership. To think you can obliterate the Qin family is sheer folly. A second-hand car dealership? Li Dong observed that Qin Zheng had not updated his information, and he coldly began to introduce himself. Your information is outdated. Allow me to present myself with due formality. I not only possess a large second-hand car dealership, but also a real estate agency, with an impressive inventory of 1,000 optical district properties. However, both the dealership and the agency are mere trifles to me. Today, I became a major shareholder in the Modu film base, acquiring 51% of the shares, valued at over 60 billion. In the future, I shall invest even more assets in Haidu, targeting every industry of the Qin family until its complete collapse. Li Dong's voice, though not raised, resonated like thunder within the hearts of everyone present. After delivering his proclamation, he paid no heed to Qin Zheng's reactions and strode away, wrapping his arm around Bobo. As Li Dong departed, one of the sycophants cautiously turned to Qin Zheng. Young Master Qin, can we call for reinforcements? That Li Dong actually dared to strike you. Call for what? Old Lei's men were easily dispatched by him. He cannot be dealt with by mere numbers. Qin Zheng barked in irritation, his countenance darkening. In truth, he was less concerned about the pain on his face and more troubled by Li Dong's menacing words. He understood clearly that if Li Dong truly had become a major shareholder in the Modu film base, he possessed the power to compete with the Qin family. After all, it was common knowledge that Li Dong was the dragon of Wall Street, amassing vast sums of money there. No matter how lucrative a business may be, it could not match the speed at which he capitalized on opportunities in Wall Street. Thus, he realized that if Li Dong could afford to invest 60 billion to acquire shares in the Modu film base, he likely had access to at least 600 billion, if not more. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, Qin Zheng felt as though his head might explode. Regret over having provoked Li Dong flooded his mind, and he turned to a companion nearby. I recall you mentioned that a relative of yours holds shares in the Modu film base. Please inquire whether there is indeed a new major shareholder. Yes, young Master Qin. The individual, displaying utmost respect, promptly retrieved his phone and made a call. Soon, he hung up, anxiety etched across his face as he addressed Qin Zheng. Young Master Qin, my uncle confirmed that the film base has indeed acquired a new major shareholder, having directly purchased 51% of the shares for over 600 billion. He also mentioned that since Li Dong has clashed with you, It would be detrimental for me to remain by your side, so I must take my leave. Without regard for Qin Zheng's darkening expression, he rose and exited. To his family, Li Dong was deemed far more formidable than the Qin family, prompting them to advise him to distance himself from Qin Zheng to avoid any misunderstandings. Damn it! Qin Zheng seethed as he watched the individual depart, clenching his fists in frustration. However, before he could vent his anger, several others in the booth also stood up, preparing to leave. Young Master Qin, I just received a phone call. There are some matters at home that require my attention, so I must take my leave. Young Master Qin, I believe I may have upset my stomach today. I will head home to find some medicine. Young Master Qin, A multitude of individuals concocted a myriad of excuses, continuously bidding farewell to Qin Zheng. In the blink of an eye, the once vibrant booth, filled with esteemed guests, was reduced to just 3, including Qin Zheng. Unable to contain his mounting ire, Qin Zheng abruptly seized his drink and hurled it violently to the ground. Damn it, do they truly believe the Qin family is no match for him? He is merely a recent university graduate who has made a small fortune on Wall Street. Does he genuinely think himself invincible? Li Dong remained oblivious to the series of changes that transpired at Qin Zheng's booth after his departure. Following his exit, he transferred 100,000 to Bobo, sending him on his way before returning to revel in his booth once more. After all, toppling the colossal Qin family would require an immense amount of capital. Only through diligent endeavors could he hasten their demise. As for the friendship he once shared with Qin Feng, that bond seemed trivial in light of the near-fatal threats he had faced. Xiao Yu felt quite vexed, observing how, upon Li Dong's return to the booth, he merely engaged in casual conversation with her before being inundated by various alluring women from the nightlife scene, completely disregarding her presence. She was almost inclined to drag Li Dong away from the nightlife altogether. Humph, next time I will adorn myself splendidly, dazzling everyone. I shall see if he can still ignore my existence. Seething with indignation and boredom, Xiao Yu snapped a photo and promptly posted it on her social media. At the Qiao family hotel, Xiao Shui had been hesitating whether to call Li Dong when she suddenly noticed Xiao Yu's social media post. Her eyes lit up as she set her phone down. Immediately, she summoned her female secretary. Let's conclude today's overtime here. Inform everyone they can leave. Also, let everyone know that our company has weathered the crisis, and they need not worry about tomorrow's potential collapse. From tomorrow onward, each person must work diligently and refrain from conveying the impression that they are ready to flee at any moment. Understood, President Xiao, the secretary replied promptly. The moment she recalled that she herself was among those who had contemplated fleeing, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Xiao Shui smiled at her secretary's flustered expression before rising and heading outside. In the nightclub, within the booth, Li Dong continued to sway gently to the DJ's shouts, managing the incessant influx of social media sycophants. At that moment, a server hurried to Li Dong's side, her face brimming with respect. Young Master Li, there is a group of rich second-generation heirs outside who wish to offer you a toast. They claim to have just been at young Master Qin's booth and are unaware of the situation between you and him. They would like to clarify that they will not involve themselves in any conflict between you and young Master Qin. Upon hearing the server's words, Li Dong's eyes betrayed a hint of surprise. He promptly gestured for the server to allow the group entrance. After all, having the sycophants surrounding Qin Zheng vacate the premises was indeed advantageous, and there was no reason for him to refuse. Soon, the group of affluent heirs who had been at Qin Zheng's booth entered Li Dong's space. Youth Master Li, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation as the Dragon of Wall Street. Today, I must raise a glass in your honor. Youth Master Li, the conflict between you and Qin Zheng is his own affair. We were merely present at that booth and did not partake in any of the events. Should you seek reckoning with the Qin family, please do not implicate us. A chorus of flattery ensued, as they clearly expressed their steadfast intent not to assist Qin Zheng in any manner. Ultimately, the group proactively added Li Dong on WeChat before gracefully taking their leave. Watching them depart, Li Dong gestured for the server to continue allowing more nightlife women to enter. However, just as he prepared to add another wave of social media sycophants, an unexpected figure appeared at the entrance. Xiao Shui stood there, striding in with purpose, immediately fixing her gaze on Xiao Yu. Who permitted you to drink? You are still just a university student. Your current responsibility is your studies. You must return home this instant. Fine, sister, Xiao Yu replied with resignation, accustomed to Xiao Shui's authoritative demeanor, and promptly stood to leave with her. Yet Xiao Shui swiftly shook off her hand, pointing at Li Dong. I meant you should go back. I have matters to discuss with that fellow. You return home on your own. Chapter 75. After all, it is you who is drunk. I will go home. You stay, Xiao Yu said, taken aback by the earnestness in Xiao Shui's gaze. However, accustomed to following Xiao Shui's directives over the years, she obediently stood up. Reluctantly bidding farewell to Li Dong, she departed the booth under Xiao Shui's watchful eye. Once Xiao Yu had left, Xiao Shui settled onto the sofa. Noticing that Xiao Shui remained silent, merely casting a cold, piercing gaze at him, Li Dong retorted, "Forget about me. Continue adding your friends. Once you've added enough, then you can come over to drink with me." Li Dong's face flushed with awkwardness at Xiao Shui's words. Yet, having declared war on the Qin family, he was determined to gather as many social media sycophants as possible to bolster his resources against them. However, with Xiao Shui present, he found it difficult to loosen his grip and refrain from assisting the fallen women or fastening the buttons of those whose attire had slipped. An hour later, with no new nightlife ladies remaining in the booth, Li Dong approached Xiao Shui and inquired, "So, do you intend to get me drunk tonight, leaving me at the mercy of some woman? Are you not aware of the chaos that ensues in such places? If I were to be taken by some deranged woman, could you bear the consequences?" Xiao Shui was an exceptionally astute woman. Otherwise, she would not be able to manage the Qiao family hotel. Upon hearing Li Dong's words, she immediately realized that a change had occurred since her last visit to the nightclub. Her expression shifted to one of disbelief as she scrutinized Li Dong. "Impossible. Given your standing in the nightlife scene, those people would ensure you are escorted safely to your hotel, never allowing those unsavory women near you. But one of my female employees happened to be there, and she took me away." Leveraging her familiarity, Li Dong replied, exasperated as he recounted this most frustrating incident. Upon learning that Li Dong had been taken advantage of by a female employee, Xiao Shui felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she gazed at him. "You are a man. You won't suffer from that. If you dislike her, simply pay her off. I guarantee that if you become inebriated, I will personally ensure you are taken to the hotel." "And what if you become drunk?" Li Dong challenged, his gaze teasing. "If I were to get drunk, you may do as you wish with me," Xiao Shui replied, her expression icy, clearly unperturbed by Li Dong's insinuation. Having previously witnessed Xiao Shui easily intoxicate him, Li Dong understood her confidence in this regard. With a mysterious smile, he raised his glass and clinked it with Xiao Shui's. Today, he intended to demonstrate to Xiao Shui the meaning of absence makes the heart grow fonder. For he had recently discovered a remarkable change. His drinking capacity had soared. With his body now enhanced by the mastery of inner strength, consuming alcohol felt akin to drinking water. Now, his capacity for alcohol could easily surpass that of 10 versions of his former self. If he were unable to outdrink Xiao Shui, he would permanently renounce alcohol. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Raising his glass and tilting his head back, Li Dong downed the drink in one go, exuding an air of audacious bravado. Observing this display of confidence, Xiao Shui, undaunted, mirrored his actions and drained her own glass. Yet, regardless of the action, her beauty rendered even the simplest gestures captivating. While Li Dong's drinking appeared wild and untamed, she radiated an indescribable chill elegance. As the red wine glided past Xiao Shui's alluring crimson lips, and her throat visibly swallowed, Li Dong instinctively swallowed hard, yearning to savor the essence of the wine through her. Unbeknownst to them, each had already consumed an entire bottle. The typically aloof and reticent Xiao Shui began to loosen up. Under Li Dong's watchful gaze, she proactively filled her glass and looked at him, saying, "Li Dong, regardless of the circumstances, it is thanks to you that the Qiao Hotel has weathered this crisis. This toast is my gratitude to you. You are my woman. If I don't help you, who will?" Li Dong replied casually, raising his glass and gulping it down without hesitation. "No, I have long since made you forget about that night. If you wish for me to be your woman, you must pursue me earnestly until I agree. There is another way. Get me drunk tonight. As long as I am intoxicated, you can do as you please with me. But alas, your drinking capacity is lacking. Even if given the opportunity, you wouldn't seize it," Xiao Shui said, pouring herself another drink while maintaining her icy pride as she fixed her gaze on Li Dong. She remained oblivious to the fact that, despite downing an entire bottle, Li Dong's eyes remained clear and devoid of inebriation, while she herself began to feel the effects of the alcohol without realizing it. Observing her state, Li Dong raised his glass to clink with hers once more. 1 cup. 2 cups. Ultimately, he lost count of how many he had consumed. Even with his enhanced drinking capacity, fortified tenfold by his mastery, he began to feel the effects, while Xiao Shui finally reached her limit. With a thud, Xiao Shui, attempting to raise her glass for another toast, found herself unable to steady it due to the intoxicating haze, and collapsed onto the sofa, spilling the contents all over herself. Realizing that Xiao Shui had indeed drunk too much, Li Dong swiftly approached her, supporting her. "Xiao Shui, you've had enough. Let me find you a hotel to rest." "Nonsense. I can still drink. I am not drunk," Xiao Shui insisted, attempting to push him away to continue drinking. With her blurry gaze fixed on Li Dong, she unexpectedly revealed a rare flirtation. "You think you can get me drunk and then take me to bed? Your tolerance is far from sufficient. Let us keep drinking." Regardless of gender, Anyone intoxicated tends to deny their state, insisting on continuing the revelry. Even the typically composed Xiao Shui was no exception. Watching her, Li Dong could only chuckle helplessly as he wrapped an arm around her waist and led her outside. At the entrance, a server observed Li Dong supporting the inebriated Xiao Shui and couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. After all, Xiao Shui's beauty was undeniable, particularly her icy demeanor that kept ordinary people at bay, making her a rare sight in nightlife venues. They understood that such exquisite beauty was only accessible to someone like Li Dong, affluent and privileged. They, who mingled at the bottom of the nightlife hierarchy, would never have such an opportunity. Unaware of the envy emanating from the servers, Li Dong continued to support Xiao Shui as he instructed one of them. Please arrange for a car for me. Chapter 76. Beasts, or worse than beasts. In the car, as soon as they settled in, Xiao Shui suddenly wrapped her arms around Li Dong. So, you become this open when drunk, he mused, instinctively embracing her. Yet before Li Dong could revel in this moment, Xiao Shui unexpectedly vomited, covering them both in the process. Li Dong, caught off guard, wore an expression of exasperation under the driver's disdainful gaze, and quickly interjected, "Driver, I'll compensate you 2,000 yuan. Please take us to the nearest hotel. Star rating doesn't matter. Just make sure you hold your lady steady," the driver replied. And upon hearing Li Dong's willingness to pay, he accelerated, swiftly delivering them to a nearby hotel. Though modest in size, the hotel was bustling with patrons waiting to check in, and upon noticing the drunken couple reeking of alcohol and vomit, the waiting guests recoiled in disgust. Even the front desk staff abandoned their polite smiles, handing Li Dong the room key with a grimace while pinching their noses. The nearby attendants also kept their distance, clearly repulsed by the odor. Li Dong understood their reactions. He himself found the scent unbearable and wished to escape it immediately. The very thought of assisting Xiao Shui in changing or bathing was daunting due to the stench. He couldn't help but admire those who frequented nightclubs to pick up intoxicated women without qualms. With a resigned smile, he addressed the front desk. "I'll pay 2,000 yuan to have someone come help her shower and change." "Sir, I can take care of that for you," one of the staff members, previously scowling, eagerly stepped forward. "I worked as a bath attendant, and I promise I can clean her thoroughly." Eventually, after a brief assessment, he selected the attendant who had previously mentioned her experience. Soon, the three of them were in the room, and before Li Dong could say anything, the attendant swiftly began to undress Xiao Shui. By the time Li Dong noticed, Xiao Shui was already stripped bare. Instantly, her flawless figure was revealed before him, nearly rendering Li Dong speechless. It wasn't until the attendant guided Xiao Shui into the shower to wash away the odor that he regained his senses. "Are they mistaking us for a couple?" Li Dong pondered, reminiscing about the earlier scene, his eyes filled with a mix of amusement and nostalgia. Only when he caught a whiff of his own unpleasant scent did he decide to head to another room for a shower. With no concern for expenses, Li Dong booked the most luxurious suite at the Langtian Grand Hotel. However, the luxurious suite proved rather modest, essentially a standard double room with a small living area. As the tub filled with water, Li Dong sank into its comforting embrace, even uncorking a bottle of red wine to savor leisurely. This lifestyle was indulgent and satisfying, a stark contrast to what he had previously known. In his eyes, this was living. What had come before was merely existence. In this moment, as he luxuriated in the comforting embrace of the spacious bathtub, a pang of longing for his family struck him. After all, his familial circumstances were rather unremarkable. His parents had never truly indulged in life's pleasures. Now that his existence had ascended to such lavish heights, could he still consider himself a dutiful son if he did not bring his parents along to partake in the joys of life? The May Day holiday was just around the corner, and he envisioned returning home to treat his parents, allowing them to see just how well their son had fared. Li Dong felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, an eagerness to return to his hometown bubbling within him. Half an hour later, having concluded his bath and ensured that he bore no lingering scents, he wrapped himself in a towel and stepped out of the bathroom. However, upon emerging, he found himself momentarily frozen in the doorway, gazing at the bed. There, sprawled in an ungraceful manner, lay Xiao Shui. Most notably, her arms and legs, exposed beyond the confines of the blanket, left little doubt as to her state of undress beneath it. In an instant, Li Dong comprehended that the attendant must have bathed Xiao Shui and, upon hearing him in the adjoining room, had brought her here. Was it truly necessary to provide such attentive service for a mere 2,000 yuan? Li Dong felt a mixture of disbelief and complexity in his gaze as he studied Xiao Shui. Initially, he had intended for them to occupy separate rooms. To take advantage of a woman who was inebriated seemed beneath him. If intimacy were to occur, it should be when Xiao Shui was lucid, allowing him to savor the thrill of conquest. Yet, as he beheld her exquisite form, he found himself momentarily paralyzed. After all, The last time he and Xiao Shui had been together, the recollection was hazy at best, marked by an inebriation that clouded his memories. Now, with her perfect physique laid bare before him, apathy would be a testament to his manhood. To engage or not to engage. To be a beast. Or to be lesser than a beast. A tempest of conflicting thoughts swirled in Li Dong's mind, his feet seemingly anchored to the spot, as if nailed down. At that moment, Xiao Shui, in her stupor, appeared to sense his gaze, slowly opening her eyes. Upon seeing Li Dong wrapped in a towel, she waved her hand and exclaimed, "Drink. Keep drinking. If you can manage to get me intoxicated tonight, I shall be yours for the evening. Don't pretend you don't desire me. I can see the hunger in your eyes every time you look at me." As her words trailed off, she succumbed to her intoxication once more. Observing her in this state, Li Dong could no longer restrain himself and took a step toward the bed. "You said it yourself. If I can get you drunk tonight, then you are mine. Thus, my actions now are not simply taking advantage of you," he reassured himself, emboldened as he lifted the blanket and reached towards Xiao Shui. Chapter 77. Am I voluntarily offering myself? Oh no, how wicked. I'm not even that drunk yet. And here you are taking advantage of me. Ugh, what weapons do you hide beneath your skin? Murmured Xiao Shui in her drunken stupor, igniting a primal battle of human procreation. From the bed to the carpet, from the room to the living room and the bathroom, that night, Li Dong finally grasped the unrestrained fervor of a woman thoroughly intoxicated. She was a woman of striking beauty and pride, yet once enticed, she transformed into a wild, passionate creature, repeatedly striving to conquer him. Ultimately, however, it was he who prevailed, triumphantly claiming victory in this intimate contest. Exhausted, with aching limbs and a body that longed for rest, he held Xiao Shui close and sank into a deep slumber. That night, with the woman he had long desired nestled in his arms, Li Dong experienced an unprecedented comfort. He even dreamt a vivid dream. Returning home from a day, he brought Xiao Shui with him, and his parents were exceedingly pleased. Under their guidance, they swiftly married, indulging in a life that was both blissful and blush-inducing. Xiao Shui bore him a robust son, and in his dream, she was entirely his, allowing him to maintain a balance of domestic loyalty and external allure. His wealth burgeoned, accumulating seemingly effortlessly through the rewards of his thriving social endeavors, elevating him to the status of the world's wealthiest individual, amassing an astonishing fortune in just 3 short years. As dawn broke, the subpar hotel curtains could not shield him from the sun's intrusion, rousing him reluctantly from his dream. As his eyes fluttered open, they were greeted by the flawless, exquisite visage of Xiao Shui. Instinctively, he leaned forward to brush his lips against hers. However, as he became engrossed in the kiss, Xiao Shui's brow furrowed, and her eyes fluttered open. Realizing that his uninvited kiss had awakened her, he offered an awkward smile and greeted her, "Good morning." With Li Dong's salutation, Xiao Shui fully regained her composure, and the reality of sharing a bed with him crashed over her like a tidal wave. Memories of the previous night surged in her mind. Her intention had merely been to express gratitude to Li Dong for his assistance with the hotel, not to offer herself in return. She had been oblivious to how much he had been drinking, and the realization of her own drunkenness left her feeling disoriented. She had repeatedly asserted that if he could get her intoxicated, she would belong to him for the night, but she had only meant for that evening. A flurry of thoughts coursed through her mind, chilling her already frosty demeanor even further. Unlike a typical woman who might react with outrage to such an unexpected situation, Xiao Shui, under Li Dong's watchful gaze, calmly donned the hotel's night clothes. Once dressed, she turned to Li Dong and stated, "I came to thank you for your support of the hotel. I had no intention of offering myself in gratitude. I never anticipated your drinking capacity would increase so dramatically, leading me to become inebriated and end up sharing a bed with you. However, I shall not hold you accountable for this, as I did say that if you managed to intoxicate me, I would be yours for the night, but only for that night. Don't think that because we slept together, I am now your girlfriend. Furthermore, I am giving up alcohol for good. I will never drink again, and you will have no further opportunities." Li Dong, taken aback by Xiao Shui's sudden transformation into a frosty figure, was at a loss for words. Yet, understanding her seriousness, he realized that any further advances toward Xiao Shui would be impossible in the near future. The idea of bringing her home to meet his parents over the May Day holiday now seemed utterly unattainable. Coming to this realization, he sighed in resignation. "Fine, for now. We shall remain just friends. When I acquire one of the top 10 hotels in the world, then you shall be my girlfriend. Should you achieve that in the future, I shall honor my promise." With a chilly demeanor, Xiao Shui, eager to leave the situation behind, reached for her phone on the bedside table to notify the front desk to send her clothes. Soon, a waiter delivered the freshly dry-cleaned garments to the two individuals. After brushing her teeth and refreshing herself, Xiao Shui immediately transformed back into the cold and domineering CEO, exuding an aura that would leave anyone who had witnessed her wild antics in bed after a drunken night utterly incredulous. Li Dong gazed at Xiao Shui, now clad in her elegant attire, and felt a pang of regret. In truth, it was this version of Xiao Shui that he cherished the most. He harbored fantasies of seeing her in her striking CEO ensemble at the office. However, he was acutely aware that with Xiao Shui's icy and proud disposition, even if he were to fully conquer her heart, achieving such a feat in her office would remain an arduous challenge. Noticing Li Dong's gaze lingering on her, Xiao Shui rolled her eyes in exasperation and declared, "I'm heading out for breakfast. Care to join me?" "Absolutely," Li Dong replied, his face lighting up with excitement as he hurriedly dressed and groomed himself. After all, Xiao Shui's invitation to share breakfast indicated that she bore no resentment toward the events of the previous night and likely held some affection for him. Otherwise, given her aloof nature, it was unfathomable that she would extend such an invitation. Xiao Shui's current reluctance to accept him stemmed solely from her inability to tolerate his connections with other women. Li Dong mused merrily to himself. "Once I acquire one of the world's top 10 hotel chains, that will be the moment you fulfill your promise and lower your defenses." With that thought, he swiftly completed his morning routine and departed the hotel alongside Xiao Shui, arriving at a quaint breakfast establishment that exuded character. Meanwhile, at the Qin family estate in the Yunding Villa area, an unusual family meeting was convened early in the morning. Within the internal reception room, a large photograph of Li Dong was projected onto the screen, accompanied by a plethora of information regarding his visible assets. Those in attendance included not only members of the Qin family based in the bustling metropolis, but also Qin Feng, who had hastily returned from the capital. Clearly, Li Dong's declaration of war against the Qin family had unsettled them all. At this moment, the Qin family scrutinized Li Dong's dossier, astonished by the stark contrast between his humble beginnings in a working-class family and his recent ascent as a formidable figure on Wall Street. Boasting over 60 billion in tangible assets and a staggering 100 billion in cash within a domestic bank account. The true extent of his wealth on Wall Street remained shrouded in mystery, leaving the entire Qin family in a state of disbelief. "Is this even human?" they murmured, incredulous that a recent college graduate could amass such a fortune while still in the internship phase. "It's as if our ancestral graves have emitted smoke, birthing a dragon of unimaginable prowess. Had I not seen these documents with my own eyes, I would scarcely believe such genius exists in this world." The pivotal issue was that, due to Qin Zheng's actions, Li Dong had resolved to confront the Qin family head-on, openly declaring his intent to dismantle them. The question arose, how should the Qin family respond? While they acknowledged that they could not compete with Li Dong's financial might, they also recognized their long-standing roots and intricate influence in the metropolis. Dismantling the Qin family would not be an easy task for Li Dong, whose foundation primarily lay on Wall Street, as various family members expressed their opinions, asserting that the Qin family was not to be trifled with. The furrowed brows of the assembly revealed their seriousness regarding the matter. The world had indeed changed. No relationship could rival the intimacy of financial ties. Following Li Dong's acquisition of a substantial stake in the metropolis's film and television base, no one dared to question the credibility of his title as the Dragon of Wall Street. His displayed financial prowess had far exceeded everyone's expectations. Even the illustrious Qin family, a conglomerate worth billions, had taken decades to achieve their status, while Li Dong's methods of wealth accumulation defied all conventional understanding. Seated at the head of the conference table, Qin Tianqing, the family patriarch, addressed the silent assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, word has spread throughout the affluent circles of the metropolis regarding Li Dong's intent to annihilate our family. His financial resources pose a genuine threat to us. As the head of the Qin family, I cannot unilaterally decide on such a critical matter. Thus, I invite everyone to share their thoughts. What say you? This predicament is one created by your son, Qin Zheng. It is only fitting that he resolves it," a voice chimed in. "In this society, wealth reigns supreme. When financial resources reach a certain threshold, one can indeed act with impunity. Clearly, Li Dong possesses greater wealth than our family, and it would be prudent to seek a way to reconcile with him. Shall we truly engage in a direct confrontation solely due to your son's folly? This world is governed by capital, and the titans of finance reside on Wall Street. Li Dong's ability to snatch opportunities from his peers showcases his fierce nature. It is bewildering that your son would provoke him in such circumstances. I dare say he must be lacking in sound judgment," another member interjected. "The troubles your son has stirred are of no concern to the Qin family. If you can mediate, do so. If not, expel him from the family. We cannot allow our clan to be dragged down by his missteps." A chorus of condemnation erupted against Qin Zheng, showing no regard for the family ties that bound them. This was the inherent flaw of large families. Even if one triumphed in the contest for inheritance, there was no guarantee of respect from others. When the opportunity arose, they would readily cast aspersions, and if the chance to seize power presented itself, they would act without mercy, disregarding familial bonds. Witnessing such discord, Qin Tianqing felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He realized that this family meeting had devolved into a spectacle for others to witness his embarrassment, rather than serving any purpose in addressing the crisis. With a resigned wave of his hand, he declared, "Given the sentiments expressed, let us adjourn this meeting." As the family members rose to leave, the expansive conference room soon became empty, save for Qin Tianqing, Qin Feng, and Qin Zheng. After a moment of silence, Qin Tianqing turned to Qin Feng. "I have heard that your rapport with Li Dong is amicable. Perhaps you could step in to help our family navigate this crisis. After all, an adversary as wealthy as Li Dong poses a significant challenge for us." "Father, I shall do my utmost. However, my encounters with Li Dong have been limited, and I cannot assure you that I will be able to persuade him to abandon his vendetta against the Qin family." With a rueful smile, Qin Feng rose from his seat and exited the conference room, contemplating how to broker peace and resolve the conflict with Li Dong. Ultimately, after considerable thought, he retrieved his phone and dialed Li Dong's number. In a restaurant, Li Dong had just finished breakfast with Xiao Shui. As he watched her depart, he stretched languidly, pondering where to venture next. At that moment, his phone rang, displaying a call from Qin Feng. Instantly, he understood that Qin Feng intended to act as an intermediary for the Qin family. The vendetta between them was profound, and yet he dared to seek reconciliation. "Truly underestimating my temper," thought Li Dong with a cold smile. Disregarding Qin Feng's number, he terminated the call without any intention of engaging in conversation. From the moment he had nearly been run over by Qin Zheng, the entire Qin family had become his adversary, and Qin Feng was no exception. After hanging up, he hailed a cab, ultimately deciding to head to the Magic City film base. After all, his Bugatti Veyron had been driven there by Lu Yin the previous day. He preferred it over the vehicles at the used car dealership. He cherished his personal vehicle, unlike the second-hand cars that often bore the quirks of previous owners, some of whom even retained spare keys, leaving them vulnerable to theft while parked. He preferred a new car, one that he had gradually adjusted to suit his driving habits. On the other side, Qin Feng, upon realizing that Li Dong had not even bothered to answer his call, immediately comprehended that he too had become an enemy in Li Dong's eyes. With this realization, his brow furrowed deeper as he began to make inquiries about Li Dong's whereabouts. Once he discovered that Li Dong had entered the Magic City film base, he promptly drove there himself. Chapter 79. A man must take joy in revenge at the Magic City film base. Li Dong sat in a lofty office, surveying the entire establishment from his elevated position, his heart awash with myriad emotions. Just moments ago, Lu Yin had brought a group to commence their employment, although they were merely entering ordinary management roles. This would enable Lu Yin to gain insights into every aspect of the film base, with these individuals acting as her eyes and ears. It would be impossible for the higher-ups at the Magic City film base to bypass Lu Yin in any of their dealings. After briefing them, Lu Yin returned to the set, as her own filming had only reached the halfway mark. Once she completed this final project, she would resign from the company and officially promote herself as the vice president of the Magic City film base. Li Dong was thoroughly pleased with Lu Yin's first day on the job, as she had managed to recruit so many individuals from various film bases. This demonstrated that Lu Yin did not wish to merely be a decorative figure. After returning home yesterday, she must have made countless calls to assemble a team of her own overnight. He could now confidently entrust the Magic City film base to her. Contemplating how to swiftly resolve matters with the Qin family once he acquired wealth, a sudden knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Upon granting permission, a secretary clad in a standard business skirt entered. Her first impression was one of overt allure, with her white blouse deliberately unbuttoned at 3 points, ensuring that everything that should and shouldn't be seen was immediately apparent. Below her short skirt, she wore fishnet stockings, and one might mistake her attire for something more risque, if not for the office setting. As she approached Li Dong, she bent slightly, feigning respect while casting a flirtatious glance his way. "Boss, there is a man named Qin Feng here to see you, but he did not make an appointment. Would you like to meet with him?" Initially, Li Dong was put off by the secretary's crude attempts at seduction, eager to send her away. However, upon hearing her report, he was drawn into contemplation, momentarily forgetting to dismiss her. After an extended silence, he finally spoke, his voice cold as he remarked, "Let him in. And if you wish to remain my secretary, learn to exhibit discernment. Simply perform your duties." The secretary was taken aback by Li Dong's words, but understanding that he held the power of life and death over everyone at the film base, she dared not utter a word in protest and promptly exited the office. Watching her leave, Li Dong returned to his chair. Though the secretary was undeniably attractive and possessed a perfect figure, he felt a sense of aversion due to her behavior. realizing she likely possessed the traits of a promiscuous individual. He had no interest in such women, having only issued a warning because he had yet to find a suitable replacement. Soon after, the door opened once more, and the secretary entered, escorting Qin Feng inside. At this moment, her blouse was fully buttoned, having deliberately unfastened it earlier to entice Li Dong. Now, with an audience present, she adopted an impeccable demeanor. After Qin Feng took a seat opposite Li Dong, she respectfully poured tea for both men before gracefully retreating, having fulfilled her duties as a secretary commendably. Once alone, Li Dong fixed a cold gaze upon Qin Feng. Originally, I had no intention of meeting with you, but considering how vast the Magic City is, it would be impossible for me to evade you indefinitely. Therefore, I shall grant you this opportunity to disabuse yourself of any hope. Qin Feng, feeling the chill of Li Dong's stare, quickly realized that resolving the conflict between Li Dong and the Qin family would be exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, as a member of the Qin family, he steeled himself and addressed Li Dong. Li Xiao, we had a pleasant conversation at the last pool party. Why then? Has your animosity toward me suddenly intensified due to Qin Zheng's actions? You know full well that Qin Zheng does not represent the Qin family, and I have always been at odds with him. Our relationship need not be so fraught. Li Dong scoffed at Qin Feng's explanation. After a lengthy pause, he fixed his gaze on Qin Feng and declared, do you understand? Qin Zheng attempted to have me killed by running me over with a car. If it weren't for my driving skills, I would be dead by now. If my foundation were not so precarious and I had allies to help eliminate Qin Zheng without implicating me, he would have been dead long ago. But mark my words, I will eventually bring about his demise. I intend to strip him of even the courage to live. Do you think that if I were to kill Qin Zheng, your father would not seek vengeance? Your father is the current head of the Qin family, and he would undoubtedly leverage the family's power to retaliate against me. As a member of the Qin family, how could you possibly escape unscathed? Therefore, to preemptively avoid any retribution from your family, I believe it is best to deal with the Qin family as a whole. Qin Feng fell silent upon hearing Li Dong's words, as he found himself at a loss for suitable responses. After all, in the face of such a profound enmity, the pool party he had hosted for Li Dong seemed utterly trivial. Looking at Li Dong, he reluctantly asked, is there truly no other means of reconciliation? The Qin family could send Qin Zheng abroad. A man must take joy in revenge. If I have amassed such wealth yet cannot settle this blood feud, what kind of man am I? With a stern countenance, Li Dong signaled toward the door, dismissing Qin Feng. I have said all that needs to be said. You may leave now. The next time we meet, we shall be irrevocably enemies. Qin Feng lapsed into silence. Realizing that there was no possibility of reconciliation with the Qin family, Li Dong finally rose to his feet. To be frank, my family, the Qin family, would stand resolutely against you due to Qin Zheng. Yet, as you have stated, the Qin family is a unified entity. Should we indeed become adversaries in the future, I must extend my apologies in advance. With this, Qin Feng understood that there was no turning back and promptly made his way outside. Almost simultaneously with Qin Feng's departure, Li Dong began to contemplate the primary businesses of the Qin family. According to his investigations, the Qin family primarily engaged in three major industries: Qin real estate, Qin chain supermarkets, and Qin chain restaurants. Among these, the Qin chain supermarkets and Qin chain restaurants provided the necessary cash flow for Qin real estate, enabling its rapid expansion to a staggering scale of 200 billion. To ensure the downfall of the Qin family, it was imperative to first bring about the collapse of the Qin chain supermarkets and Qin chain restaurants. As Li Dong pondered these matters, a sudden alert rang in his mind from the system. Chapter 80, True Wealth and Indulgence. Ding. Your social media post has received 10,000 likes. Randomly manifesting a social media content. Congratulations to the host for acquiring all supermarkets under the Costco chain. Relevant paperwork has been completed. Please proceed to the headquarters of Costco in Magic City to take possession. The system's notification abruptly echoed in Li Dong's mind, prompting him to instinctively pull out his phone and search for this supermarket. As he delved into his search, he was astonished to discover that this relatively obscure supermarket ranked 7th among global supermarket chains. Established in 1978, it boasted over 350,000 employees. It employed a remarkable strategy. Whenever venturing into a new market, it would conduct local assessments and acquire a multitude of supermarkets. Once sufficient acquisitions were made, the company would uniformly rebrand them and announce its entry into the city. In major first-tier cities, this could mean simultaneously rebranding hundreds of large supermarkets, instantly generating significant advertising effects and making the local populace aware of the arrival of a new large-scale chain. At present, Li Dong had not heard the name Costco in Magic City, clearly indicating that Costco was still in the early stages of acquisition and had yet to officially enter the market. Had my system intercepted this opportunity, compelling Costco to forego the Magic City market? With these supermarkets in hand, I could launch a direct assault on the Qin family's chain supermarkets, effectively severing one of their cash flow channels. In an instant, such thoughts sprang to Li Dong's mind, his eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. Originally intending to explore the Magic City film base and observe which beloved actresses were filming there, he suddenly lost all interest. Now, his sole desire was to rush to Costco's headquarters in Magic City and promptly take possession of all their supermarkets. Aiming to strike at the Qin family's chain supermarkets starting from May Day, he opened the door and stepped outside. At the secretary's desk, the alluring female secretary immediately stood up upon seeing Li Dong emerge. Once informed of his departure, she attentively escorted him to the door. It was not until she witnessed him getting into his car that she returned to her desk to rest, still feeling unsettled from Li Dong's reprimand that morning, anxious about her performance and the possibility of being dismissed. Unaware of the secretary's internal turmoil, Li Dong drove with the navigation system activated, arriving at the Costco headquarters on Economic and Trade Street. This was a standard CBD building in Haidu, with Costco occupying a full 57 floors. At this moment, the entire workforce of 57 floors was seated at their respective stations, each face reflecting a sense of confusion and helplessness. Many of them had been with Costco for over a year, assisting in market assessments, acquiring suitable supermarkets, and training staff. Now, everything was in place for the planned opening on May Day, which would undoubtedly astonish everyone in Magic City. However, just moments ago, a call from the American headquarters had announced that Costco was preparing to abandon the Tiandu market, and the supermarket business in Magic City had been entirely sold off. With contracts already signed, the new owner would soon arrive to take over everything. Whispers circulated among the employees. Would the new owner initiate mass layoffs or reduce employee benefits? Rumor had it that the new owner was quite young, seemingly fresh out of university, likely a wealthy second-generation heir, which raised hopes that he would be generous and not cut the incomes of ordinary employees. Indeed, they felt reassured, though the upper management was less certain. Standing at the entrance as if welcoming guests, their hearts filled with anxiety. Amidst the murmurs of ordinary employees, their curiosity piqued as they turned to the entrance, eager to catch their first glimpse of the new owner. Finally, under their watchful eyes, Li Dong made his entrance. Although he was notably young, it took just one glance for everyone to realize that he was indeed the new owner of the company. The powerful aura he had developed over the past few days, combined with his luxurious attire, made it impossible for anyone to mistake his identity. While the ordinary employees were still grappling with their astonishment at Li Dong's age, a group of executives waiting at the entrance eagerly approached him. "Welcome, sir, to our company. I am Zhou Yunhai, the interim general manager." The lead manager extended his hand in greeting, while the other executives introduced themselves in succession. Once the introductions concluded, Li Dong turned to Zhou Yunhai. "Let us proceed directly to the conference room. I need to be apprised of the company's current situation." "Of course, sir," Zhou Yunhai replied respectfully, promptly leading Li Dong, followed closely by the group of executives, into the conference room. As Li Dong took his seat at the head of the table, the executives immediately began to report on their work. Through their briefings, Li Dong swiftly gained a clear understanding of the supermarket's current status. He learned that he now owned a total of 100 large supermarkets, in addition to nearly 1,000 community supermarkets, with a total market value of approximately 30 billion. With all preliminary plans set for the May Day opening, he stood up excitedly and addressed Zhou Yunhai. "Are you familiar with the Qin chain supermarkets? My sole purpose in acquiring Costco's supermarkets in Magic City is to bring down the Qin chain supermarkets. I never intended to profit from it. Starting from May Day, I have but one request: operate the supermarkets at zero profit. As long as we can cover the employees' wages, regardless of how much we earn. Invest all funds into supermarket promotions until the Qin chain supermarkets collapse." Acquiring a chain of supermarkets valued at 30 billion merely to settle a score astounded Zhou Yunhai and the other executives. In that moment, they truly understood what it meant to be wealthy and capricious. They recognized that while Li Dong might not possess extensive business acumen, if he were displeased, the consequences would be dire. Any lingering thoughts of manipulation quickly dissipated, and they no longer dared to entertain any ulterior motives towards Li Dong. Led by Zhou Yunhai, everyone promptly expressed their commitment to exert their utmost efforts until the Qin chain supermarkets could no longer sustain themselves and ultimately fell. Satisfied with their assurances, Li Dong felt a profound sense of contentment. Waving his hand, he signaled for the crowd to disperse and immediately opened his phone to check his social media feed. Eager to ascertain whether he owned any chain restaurants substantial enough to rival the Qin family's dining empire. Chapter 81. The unimpressed neighboring sister of Li Dong. Ultimately, after perusing over 1,000 posts on his feed, Li Dong found no mentions of any commercial dining ventures. Observing this, he resolved to make a post. Yet, as his finger hovered over the screen, he hesitated, the image of Qiao Shui materializing in his mind. along with their wager. If he were to post about acquiring a hotel ranked among the top 10 in the world, wouldn't that render the acquisition process itself unnecessary? In that moment, Li Dong was filled with a myriad of emotions and promptly shared news of his acquisition of one of the top 10 hotels on his social media. Ding! The system notification chimed, alerting him that his current energy was insufficient to materialize content worth over 100 billion. It urged him to continue accumulating likes to facilitate the system's upgrade. The message vanished from his phone as quickly as it appeared, leaving Li Dong astonished and curious about the potential new functions that might arise post-upgrade. After all, mere accumulation of wealth, beyond a certain threshold, became nothing more than a numerical game, hardly deserving of his attention. After some contemplation, he decided to post about his restaurant chain instead. I possess a restaurant group valued at 99.9 billion. Understanding the current limit for materialization was 100 billion. Li Dong cleverly adjusted the valuation to the extreme. As for how precisely the future super social media would handle this figure, it was beyond his concern. Days turned into 2, and under Li Dong's directive, Costco was officially rebranded as Li's Chain Supermarket, while all other operations continued as per Costco's prior plans. As for Li Dong, he transformed into a hands-off proprietor, casually inspecting a few companies by day and visiting nightclubs to enlist like-givers for his WeChat account by night, living an exceedingly carefree life. However, over the past few days, his fortune had waned. The quantity and quality of the like-givers he added were vastly inferior to before, and he hadn't accumulated a single new like. Mayday dawned, and as the alarm rang, Li Dong struggled to open his eyes, preparing to brush his teeth and wash up for his journey home. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a weekly automatic sign-in reward, a limited edition Mercedes G65 AMG 40th anniversary model, parked in your designated spot, with the keys on your bedside table, ready for you to drive at any moment. The system's notification jolted Li Dong into realizing he had been in possession of the super social media system for an entire week. Yet, at this moment, the much-anticipated weekly reward turned out to be merely a Mercedes G-Class, which left him feeling somewhat disgruntled. Having recently secured a 60 billion valuation reward from the Magic City film base and another 300 billion from Costco, he found such trinkets beneath his notice. In hindsight, he should have been more discerning when choosing his WeChat account. A small account flaunting a Mercedes G-Class was hardly worthy of his attention. With a sigh, he didn't rush down to inspect the car, but instead took his time brushing his teeth and washing up. Today was May Day, and he intended to return home. Having relished this life long enough, it was time to share the joy with his parents. After freshening up and donning his attire, he hesitated momentarily before opting to forego the Bugatti Veyron keys in favor of the Mercedes G-Class. After all, Li Dong hailed from an ordinary small county where many roads were unsuitable for supercars. Clad in Armani, with 2 outfits stowed in his bag and keys in hand, he swiftly descended the stairs to behold his Mercedes G-Class. Originally harboring little expectation for this reward, upon seeing it parked beside the Bugatti Veyron, he unexpectedly developed an affection for the vehicle. It was simply magnificent. Its size was imposing, with both the body and wheels notably large, exuding a sense of wildness and dominance. In comparison, the neighboring Bugatti Veyron appeared almost toy-like. This was the true vehicle of a man. Gazing at the limited edition black Mercedes G-Class, Li Dong was filled with emotion. Tossing the gifts he had prepared for his parents into the car before starting the engine and driving out of the community. Roaring, the accelerator thundered beneath his foot. And as he enjoyed the expansive view higher than that of the Bugatti Veyron, he instantly cherished this driving experience. Soon, he reached the highway entrance and called his parents to inform them he would return by noon. Li Dong's hometown was Liangcheng, an unassuming small county. With only a 3-hour drive separating it from the Magic City, most residents worked there, leaving little talent behind, resulting in a rather backward locale. The family residence was an old, dilapidated building for employees of the Liangcheng grocery factory, and it was here that Li Dong's home lay. At that moment, as Li Dong's parents awaited him downstairs, their neighbor Aunt Zhang and her family also gathered to greet their daughter's return. Observing Li Dong's parents, Aunt Zhang casually initiated a conversation. Sister-in-law, how is your Li Dong faring in the Magic City? Does he have a girlfriend? He had one during university, but they broke up not long ago. Li Dong's mother responded naturally, her gaze fixed on the entrance of the community. Aunt Zhang seized the opportunity to continue. Is that so? My daughter happens to be single as well. She works in the Magic City, just like your Li Dong. Why not seize this chance to introduce them? Hearing this, Li Dong's mother beamed with enthusiasm. That sounds wonderful. Xiaoxua has grown up before our eyes, and if she and Li Dong hit it off, we would treat her like our own daughter. Nearby, Li Dong's father chimed in eagerly. How about I arrange a restaurant for lunch? We can have both our families welcome the kids. Good. Aunt Zhang's husband concurred. Both parents evidently keen on keeping their daughters close by, and favoring the amicable relationship with Li Dong's family. At that moment, a BMW Mini pulled up beside them, and a fashionable urban woman with voluminous, wavy hair stepped out of the car. Upon seeing her, Aunt Zhang rushed over, pulling the woman aside for a hushed conversation. This woman was none other than their daughter, Xiaoxue. Upon hearing that a matchmaking arrangement was being made with Li Dong, she immediately frowned and exclaimed loudly, "Mom, are you joking? That Li Dong is just an ordinary university graduate. With that kind of diploma, he can only earn a living in sales in the Magic City. And he will never make much money. I'm already earning a starting salary of 300,000 a year, with significant room for advancement. How could I possibly be interested in someone like him?" Chapter 82, A Series of Invisible Blows. Xiaoxue's remarks left Li Dong's parents feeling utterly embarrassed. Meanwhile, Xiaoxue's parents watched their daughter with equally unforgiving expressions, sharing in the awkwardness of the moment. Understanding that today's meal together was no longer feasible, Aunt Zhang quickly and awkwardly explained to Li Dong's mother, sister-in-law, "I suddenly recalled that I have some matters to attend to at noon. Perhaps we should reschedule for another day." "All right, we can arrange for another day," Li Dong's mother replied, her demeanor courteous despite a sense of relief within. It was precisely because of the amiable nature of Li Dong's parents that Xiaoxue's parents were eager to matchmake Li Dong with Xiaoxue. Observing her continued good temperament, both parents couldn't help but feel a pang of regret that Xiaoxue was unable to be with Li Dong. Suddenly, the blaring of a horn pierced the air just as Xiaoxue's parents were preparing to leave with her. A sleek black Mercedes G-Class halted before Li Dong's parents. The three of them instinctively turned their gazes toward the driver's seat of the luxury vehicle. At that moment, Li Dong slowly opened the door and stepped out of the car. Spotting his parents waiting downstairs, he joyfully opened the trunk, exclaiming, "Mom and Dad, I've prepared a plethora of gifts for you. It's perfect. You can help me carry them upstairs, as I wouldn't be able to manage them all alone." With that, Li Dong began unloading the meticulously chosen gifts for his parents. Mao Tai, Wolyanya, several premium cigarettes, shark fin, bird's nest, and various health supplements. In the blink of an eye, a substantial array of valuable items was laid out before Li Dong's parents. As they absorbed the scene, Li Dong's parents finally regained their composure. Looking at Li Dong, his mother directly inquired, "Son, what is the story behind this car and all these gifts? Weren't you involved in sales? How have you suddenly become so affluent?" Nearby, Xiaoxue and her parents, who had been preparing to leave, perked up their ears, intrigued by Li Dong's mother's question, eager to learn more about his newfound wealth. Li Dong, noticing the curious gazes from his parents, flashed a confident smile. "Of course, I earned the money myself. Your son is a financial prodigy. During my 4 years at university, I traded stocks on Wall Street and amassed a considerable fortune. This car and these gifts are but a drop in the ocean for me." His parents, however, were taken aback by his explanation, struggling to comprehend how their son could have become so wealthy overnight. Remembering the recent TikTok videos showcasing individuals pretending to be affluent to deceive women, Li Dong's father, usually stern, cast a serious glance at him. "Why have you never mentioned your earnings from university? If you've made so much money, why did you ever work in tire sales?" Xiaoxue, overhearing her father's inquiries, listened intently with a concerned expression, feeling an inexplicable tension, as if she had missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Unbeknownst to Li Dong, Xiaoxue was just as invested in understanding the source of his wealth as his own parents. Aware that his father's integrity demanded a thorough explanation, he promptly elaborated, "I kept my earnings discreet to enjoy a peaceful university life. As for the tire sales, it was a test to see if my ex-girlfriend would still love me after entering the world and facing societal temptations. I lost that gamble, quite miserably, and eventually grew weary of the charade. Dad, if you don't believe me, after the May Day holiday, I'll take you to Shanghai for a few days. I've invested in several companies there, spending nearly $1 billion. Once you see the scale of my enterprises, you'll understand that your son is indeed flourishing. The car and these gifts are merely trifles in comparison." Upon hearing this, Xiaoxue's eyes brimmed with profound regret. Despite her outward confidence, her own company was merely a small entity, barely valued at over 100 million. Realizing she had squandered the chance to marry into a family with a minimum fortune of $1 billion due to her arrogance, her face turned pale with remorse. Glancing at her mother, she shamelessly interjected, "Mom, didn't you say we were supposed to have lunch with Uncle Lee's family? Since I have no plans now, why not invite them over for a meal? I've recently learned a few new dishes in Shanghai and would love to showcase my culinary skills." Without waiting for her mother's response, she eagerly approached Li Dong. "Li Dong, since you've developed in Shanghai, don't you think you should catch up with Sister Xiaoxue? Now that you're wealthy, are you too good for your old neighbors? At the lunch table, you must drink 3 cups as a form of self-punishment." Li Dong was taken aback by Xiaoxue's overly familiar demeanor. Although they were neighbors, He was acutely aware that she looked down upon him for attending a regular university. During past encounters, she had always walked past him with an air of superiority, devoid of even a polite nod. This sudden warmth felt out of character. Did she overhear my conversation with my parents? The thought flickered through Li Dong's mind, as the distance had made it impossible to hear their discussion clearly without deliberate effort to eavesdrop. While Li Dong was unaware of how awkward Xiao Shui had made her own parents feel earlier, he knew that she was merely an average beauty, her appearance not meeting his standards. To preempt any misunderstandings, he quickly replied with an awkward smile, "Sister Xiao Shui, I have a girlfriend now. She isn't fond of me socializing too much with other women, which is why I haven't contacted you in Shanghai. Also, my girlfriend wishes to video call during lunch to see my parents. To avoid any confusion, I'll have to decline your invitation." Li Dong's swift rejection left Xiao Shui momentarily stunned. However, he paid no mind to her reaction and, eager to distance himself from her, took up the gifts and headed inside with his parents. Finally, as they reached the entrance, Li Dong's parents seemed to regain their senses. Reflecting on Li Dong's refusal of Xiao Shui, his mother looked at him with a hint of joy. "Son, do you have a new girlfriend?" "No. I just broke up with my girlfriend. It's too soon to find someone new. It's just that my standards have risen. Someone like Xiao Shui, an ordinary city girl, doesn't catch my eye. To prevent her from thinking she can take advantage of your son's newfound wealth, it's best to dissuade her intentions early on." With a carefree smile, Li Dong quickly reassured his parents. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Shui and her family had followed closely behind, overhearing his explanation in its entirety. Chapter 83. The Class Beauty, Lu Jingjing. In an instant, Xiao Shui felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Her parents' expressions mirrored her shock. Aunt Zhang immediately considered stepping in to defend Xiao Shui, but her father restrained her. Xiao Shui was quite disrespectful to Li Dong's parents earlier, yet they remained composed. Now, Li Dong's casual remark is not intended to be malicious, unlike your daughter's deliberate actions. How can you confront him? Unbeknownst to Li Dong's family, the conversation between Aunt Zhang and her family unfolded as they quickly entered the hallway. Back at home, Li Dong's parents promptly busied themselves in the kitchen, while he sat on a sofa that seemed older than he was, gazing at the sparsely furnished living room. This house was no longer suitable during the May Day holiday. He must buy his parents a new home, ideally one that was move-in ready. In that moment, Li Dong resolved to take action, even considering taking his parents out to purchase a house right after dinner. After all, money is not an issue. There is no need to delay in bringing my parents enjoyment. Mom and Dad, let's have a simple lunch. In the afternoon, I'll take you to purchase a house. If time permits, I'll also buy Dad a car. Li Dong strode into the kitchen and promptly conveyed his decision to his parents. Upon hearing Li Dong's words, his parents were momentarily taken aback, but considering that Li Dong had already invested billions, they quickly acquiesced to his suggestion. "Yes, let us buy a property in Muden Garden. It's a newly developed community in our county, filled with peonies that bloom beautifully in spring. Recently, a colleague bought a wedding house there for his son and has been bragging about it every day. Once we secure our new home, I'll definitely share a couple of photos on social media. I'm all for getting a car too. I've long desired a large pickup truck, perfect for both driving and hauling things. It's incredibly convenient." Li Dong's parents were beaming with joy, continuously discussing their plans at the dining table. Before long, the family finished their meal, and Li Dong drove his parents straight to the Muden Garden sales office. As they exited the luxurious Mercedes-Benz G-Class, a young saleswoman approached them with enthusiasm. "Mr. Li Dong, is that you?" Her standard greeting turned into a pleasant surprise, and only then did Li Dong recognize her. It was Lu Jingjing, his high school classmate and the belle of their class, who had initially performed worse academically than Li Dong, but had ended up attending a vocational school. Now, she had evidently struggled in the big city and returned to work as a real estate salesperson. Recognizing her, Li Dong greeted her warmly. "I'm back for a break during the holiday, just casually buying a house for my parents." Upon hearing this, Lu Jingjing's enthusiasm for Li Dong surged. "What are your requirements for the house? Are you looking for a villa with a private yard? My mother loves gardening, and my father enjoys raising dogs, so a larger yard would be ideal to accommodate their interests." With a bright smile, Li Dong promptly articulated his desires. Although they understood their son was financially capable, Li Dong's intention to buy a villa still left his parents somewhat astonished. Looking at Li Dong, his mother expressed her reluctance, saying, "Son, a modest 3-bedroom apartment would suffice. A villa is too extravagant, and it's too large for your father and me to maintain." Seeing his mother genuinely concerned about the villa's size, Li Dong chuckled. "Mom, there's a profession called housekeeping, which specializes in cleaning. If I can afford a villa, I can certainly afford to hire help for cleaning. Moreover, I've mentioned that I'm quite wealthy now, in a small place like Liangcheng. The cost of a villa is merely a trifle. Please don't worry about the price." Beside them, Lu Jingjing watched Li Dong's lavish demeanor with wide eyes. Once Li Dong had successfully persuaded his parents, she couldn't help but gaze at him and asked, "Old classmate, what have you been up to lately? How did you suddenly become so affluent? Speculating in stocks and dabbling in finance. This field may lack other merits, but the money comes quickly. So don't skimp on expenses. Select the best villa for me, preferably one that's move-in ready," Li Dong stated confidently, laying out all his requirements. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingjing was immediately excited. "Wait here for a moment. I'll fetch the keys to our best property and ensure you're satisfied." Without waiting for Li Dong's response, she dashed back into the sales office. Li Dong watched her sprinting in high heels, mildly concerned she might trip. 2 minutes later, Lu Jingjing returned with a set of keys, looking somewhat embarrassed. "Li Dong, I haven't bought a car yet, so let me guide you in your vehicle." Li Dong promptly opened the car door, inviting Lu Jingjing in. After she and his parents were settled, he took the driver's seat and followed her directions into the depths of Muden Garden. The community was divided into 3 areas: the high-rise section, the garden-style apartments, and finally, the villa area. The deeper they ventured, the more exquisite the environment became, with the villa area resembling a small park, which pleased Li Dong immensely. Upon entering the villa Lu Jingjing had selected, she began her enthusiastic introduction. "Li Dong, this villa was designed by a French architect, and all the furniture is from top international brands. It boasts 3 levels, including a cinema room, a game room, and a gym. Various functional spaces are all included. The yard is over 200 square meters, perfectly catering to your requirements. This one will do. Have someone bring the contract so we can aim to finalize the purchase today." Li Dong nodded in satisfaction, promptly deciding to buy the villa for his parents. Caught off guard by Li Dong's swift decision and his lack of inquiry regarding the price, Lu Jingjing stared at him in astonishment. "Li Dong, you're not even going to ask about the price? Why bother? It's not like I can't afford it. Besides, you're my old classmate. I trust you won't play any tricks with the pricing. Do you think those who can afford such villas worry about being swindled?" Li Dong chuckled, dismissing her concerns. These days, it's the wealthy who prey on the poor. When they meet someone wealthier, they seek to ingratiate themselves rather than cheat. Realizing this, Lu Jingjing smiled at Li Dong and quickly called her company to bring the contract and company seal. After hanging up, she gazed curiously at Li Dong. "Li Dong, with your newfound wealth, you'll surely astonish everyone at tonight's class reunion." As Li Dong heard this, he was momentarily puzzled. Noticing his confusion, Lu Jingjing chuckled. "You haven't been keeping up with the class group chat, have you? I was busy driving this morning and only just returned home for lunch before bringing my parents to buy a house. I haven't had the chance to check the group chat," Li Dong explained, offering an awkward smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingjing continued. "The class monitor, Zhao Yilong, sent a message this morning inviting everyone to a reunion during the May Day holiday back in our hometown. Your high school crush, Zhou Qingqing, will be there as well." Zhou Qingqing. Li Dong instantly recalled his high school days. In his class, there were 2 prominent beauties, Lu Jingjing and Zhou Qingqing. The 2 were entirely different in style. Lu Jingjing was bold and vivacious, often drawing attention with her striking appearance, while Zhou Qingqing was the epitome of quiet elegance. Always seen with a book in hand, a true academic beauty, Li Dong, who had a strong affection for Zhou Qingqing during high school, had even penned her a love letter, only to receive a heart-wrenching rejection. Now, with Lu Jingjing mentioning Zhou Qingqing, he felt a mix of embarrassment and an inexplicable urge to see her again. "I'll go home tonight, and once the house transaction is complete, I'll buy a car for Dad. You should join us. We can attend the reunion together," Li Dong said, lost in nostalgia as he looked at Lu Jingjing. Listening to Li Dong, Lu Jingjing eagerly nodded. "Sure, I will accompany you to buy a car for your uncle shortly. For a valued client like you, I must ensure that I provide exemplary service. Even our boss wouldn't dare to consider it absenteeism." Soon, amidst their casual conversation, Lu Jingjing's colleagues arrived. Upon learning that Li Dong intended to purchase the building outright, their expressions transformed into sheer astonishment. Given Lu Jingjing's connection to Li Dong as classmates, they promptly divulged the base price of the villa, 35 million. After Li Dong produced his card for immediate settlement, the sales staff swiftly prepared for the transfer of ownership. With special arrangements made, the property transfer was completed in just over half an hour. Following this, Li Dong, accompanied by his parents and Lu Jingjing, made their way to a venue hosting a car exhibition. This time, rather than adhering to his own preferences, Li Dong acquiesced to his father's wishes and purchased a pickup truck, not a domestic model, but a luxurious Land Rover, costing him over $1 million. His mother, lacking a driver's license, refrained from purchasing a vehicle for now. "All right, I will take your mother back to our new home to check if anything needs filling out. You go ahead and attend the class reunion," Li Dong said, his parents beaming with joy as they signed the contract, hopped into the car, and drove off. As he watched his parents depart, Li Dong turned to Lu Jingjing. "Well, time is of the essence. Please direct me to the restaurant for the reunion. Are you that eager to see Zhou Qingqing? After all, I am also one of the class flowers. Your haste makes me feel rather inadequate, Lu Jingjing teased, her gaze playfully scrutinizing him. It wasn't until a hint of embarrassment flickered across Li Dong's face that she suggested, "First, drop me off at home, so I can change. We can go afterward." Noticing that Lu Jingjing was still in her work attire, Li Dong awkwardly smiled and gestured for her to lead the way. Before long, guided by Lu Jingjing, they returned to Mutant Garden. It turned out that Lu Jingjing's parents had also purchased a modest 2-bedroom apartment there. They waited downstairs for a full 20 minutes before Lu Jingjing finally emerged. As she reappeared in Li Dong's line of sight, he felt a sudden unease about where to look. Simply put, Lu Jingjing was dressed provocatively. On top, she wore a simple black bandeau, while below, she sported the shortest black shorts imaginable, her long, flawless legs on full display. The subtle makeup she wore at work had been replaced by a sultry smoky eye. Her lips painted a daring shade of dark purple, and her previously neat bob was styled into a deliberately messy look. She exuded the wild spirit of an untamed mare, evoking a strong desire to conquer and ride her. Watching her approach his car, Li Dong was transported back to high school memories. Back then, Lu Jingjing's attire mirrored that of a wild horse, brimming with untamed energy. Yet, her wildness made it evident that she was not someone who could be tamed by the students within the ivory tower of academia. Despite her bold fashion choices and a reputation for being rather daring, she had never been linked romantically with any boy. By day, she donned white shirts and black trousers, effectively concealing her vibrant personality, which led Li Dong to perceive her merely as an old classmate he hadn't seen in ages, devoid of any special sentiments. In that moment, gazing at Lu Jingjing in her true, radiant essence, Li Dong rediscovered her beauty. He even mused that, in light of his current aesthetic preferences, Lu Jingjing's style was far more captivating than that of the literary-minded Zhou Qingqing. However, Zhou Qingqing was still the woman he had once admired, and he felt compelled to attend the reunion to catch a glimpse of the goddess who had once occupied his heart. Before long, the door swung open, and Lu Jingjing re-entered the vehicle. Clad in a new outfit, she seemed to radiate newfound confidence, casually reclining in the passenger seat and boldly locking her gaze on Li Dong. "You were staring at me in the car earlier, weren't you? You must think I'm more beautiful than your former goddess, Zhou Qingqing. If, during the reunion, you suddenly find Zhou Qingqing less appealing than me, feel free to pursue me. As an old classmate, I'll allow you to jump the line and take the first spot among my admirers," she teased, her words laced with implication. Li Dong sensed that Zhou Qingqing's reality might diverge significantly from his recollections. However, he chose not to probe Lu Jingjing further, simply signaling her to direct him. Disappointed by his lack of engagement with her banter, Lu Jingjing complied and began giving directions. After half an hour, they arrived at a restaurant named Jinyuan Hotel. To Li Dong's dismay, the expansive parking lot was already filled to capacity, forcing him to park in front of a black Volkswagen. Approaching the front desk, he tossed the keys to the attendant, indicating that the owner of the Volkswagen would need to vacate the spot shortly, before making his way with Lu Jingjing toward the private dining room designated for their classmates. As they entered the room, Li Dong and Lu Jingjing found a throng of their high school classmates already assembled. At that moment, a group of them were showering Zhao Yilong with flattery, igniting a strong urge within Li Dong to exit the scene. "Zhao Yilong, you've landed a job at Huawei with an annual salary exceeding 500,000. Here I am, barely scraping by with just over 100,000. It feels like such a vast chasm between us," one voice lamented. 500,000 may be a mere trifle to him, given that his family owns a business worth tens of millions, another chimed in. As the sycophants continued to praise him, Zhao Yilong basked in their adoration, a smug smile spreading across his face. "To be honest, I intended to gain some experience at Huawei for a few years, but my father insists that as the only son, I must return to familiarize myself with the family business. They expect me to elevate our factory to new heights in the future." Listening to Zhao Yilong, the envy in the room intensified. One individual, eyeing Zhou Qingqing beside Zhao Yilong, remarked with a hint of bitterness, "Perhaps taking over the family business is just a pretense. Pursuing the beautiful Zhou Qingqing is his true aim." This sparked a chorus of laughter and jeers. Historically, beauty and heroism have often been paired, and someone of Zhou Qingqing's caliber, a prominent figure and a graduate of Peking University, seemed destined to be with someone like Zhao Yilong. Whether or not they were truly compatible remained uncertain, but at the very least, Zhao Yilong had the credentials to pursue her. While many of their peers felt unworthy of even attempting, given their lack of both educational pedigree and familial wealth. Who says a nobody can't pursue Zhou Qingqing? Don't you remember how Li Dong once sent her a love letter? She even said that if he got into the same university as her, she'd give him a chance. That was just a polite brush-off. Knowing full well Li Dong's academic struggles, came the dismissive retort. As the group continued to fawn over Zhao Yilong, they even used Li Dong as a stepping stone in their praise. At that moment, Zhao Yilong, seated at the head of the table, noticed Lu Jingjing and Li Dong entering. Taken aback by Lu Jingjing's striking appearance, a glimmer of admiration crossed his eyes. However, recalling his intentions, he suppressed his desire and turned his attention to Li Dong, feigning joviality. Li Dong, do you think Zhou Qingqing was genuinely looking to give you a chance? Or was she simply making excuses to reject you? How about we play a game? Let's see which of us Zhou Qingqing chooses to sit next to when we create some space beside us. Beside me lies a brand new Huawei smartphone, still in its packaging. Should Zhou Qingqing choose you, I shall bestow this device upon you. However, should you lose, I shall not require any recompense, for, after all, you are rather impoverished and unable to offer anything of worth in my eyes. Li Dong observed Zhao Yilong, who clearly intended to use this opportunity as a stepping stone, and immediately chuckled. Though he regarded the phone with indifference, he was nonetheless curious to see whom Zhou Qingqing would choose to sit beside. Thus, under Zhao Yilong's gaze, he replied with a nonchalant smile, "Very well, let us witness Zhou Qingqing's choice." With that, he found a seat and settled down. As for LV Jingjing, she took a position right next to Li Dong. Coincidentally, on her other side sat another female classmate with whom she shared a close rapport, and no one seemed to notice that her true intention was to be near Li Dong. A group of sycophants quickly gathered around LV Jingjing, showering her with attention in hopes of getting closer to her. Yet, LV Jingjing paid them no heed, engaging instead with a few close female friends while discreetly observing Li Dong. Realizing their chances were dwindling, some individuals, in an attempt to curry favor with Zhao Yilong, turned their disparaging remarks towards Li Dong. Li Dong, it is essential to possess self-awareness, yet you seem entirely devoid of it, neither in school nor now. During our academic years, the competition was based on grades, and as a student of mediocre standing, pursuing an academic elite like Zhou Qingqing is sheer folly. Upon entering society, the competition shifts to financial prowess, and given that your parents are ordinary workers, your pursuit of a prestigious student like Zhou Qingqing is equally misguided. In stark contrast stood Zhao Yilong, whose annual salary and family background outclassed Li Dong's existence entirely, making him the sole contender worthy of Zhou Qingqing's affections. Do you know what kind of car Zhao Yilong drives? A Beijing Benz, famously known as the Little G. Do you even own a vehicle? I suspect you can hardly afford a taxi, let alone endure the subway during your daily commute. A throng of individuals eager to please Zhao Yilong disregarded the bonds of camaraderie, shamelessly belittling Li Dong. Witnessing their antics, Li Dong felt an overwhelming sense of disdain. Had he not been waiting for Zhou Qingqing to arrive, he would have left this so-called gathering of classmates without a second thought. Meanwhile, LV Jingjing found it almost laughable that these individuals were flaunting Zhao Yilong's Beijing Benz, having spent the entire afternoon in Li Dong's larger G class. She couldn't help but wonder how these people would react upon discovering Li Dong's true financial standing. Even Li Dong himself was nearly amused to hear them boast about Zhao Yilong's vehicle. Just as he was about to chuckle, the door to the private room swung open, revealing Zhou Qingqing, adorned with glasses and exuding the refined aura of a studious scholar. While she might not rival LV Jingjing in beauty, her natural scholarly presence was undeniably powerful, captivating everyone present. Instantly, all attention shifted toward Zhou Qingqing, eager to discern whom she would choose to sit beside. Unaware of the dynamics within the room, upon spotting Li Dong, her eyes gleamed with delight as she approached him and settled by his side, completely ignoring Zhao Yilong. As if he were invisible. Could it be that Zhou Qingqing's previous words were not a gentle rejection, but rather an encouragement for Li Dong? In that moment, many minds echoed this thought, while Zhao Yilong anxiously called out to Zhou Qingqing, "Qingqing, I recall you expressing a desire to purchase the latest Huawei phone last time in the group chat, but it was perpetually out of stock. I've managed to acquire one through internal channels, and it's right in my bag. Come take a look at the color. If you don't like it, I'll gladly exchange it for you." Clearly, Zhao Yilong aimed to use this tactic to lure Zhou Qingqing away from Li Dong and into his orbit. Li Dong, observing Zhao Yilong's audacity to present the phone he was about to lose in such a shameless manner to deceive Zhou Qingqing, found himself increasingly curious about her response to Zhao Yilong's offer. Chapter 86. From now on, just call me Qingqing under the watchful eyes of Li Dong and the others. Zhou Qingqing turned her gaze towards Zhao Yilong. However, she showed no interest in his phone, addressing him with evident displeasure. "Zhao Yilong, we are merely classmates. Please refer to me by my full name. As for the phone, I will gradually attempt to purchase one online. I cannot accept your gift. I believe in the principle of earning what one receives." Beside her, Li Dong regarded Zhou Qingqing's clear disavowal of Zhao Yilong with a disdainful look directed at Zhao Yilong. "Zhao Yilong, cease your tricks and hand over the phone." Upon hearing Li Dong's mockery, Zhao Yilong's expression soured significantly. Yet, being a person of pride, he could not backtrack on the bet he had initiated. Especially with so many witnesses present, he could not afford to lose face in such a manner. Consequently, he threw the Huawei Mate 40 Pro box at Li Dong. Witnessing this exchange, Zhou Qingqing, the academic achiever, quickly grasped that there was a story behind this, likely connected to her. At that moment, Li Dong opened the phone box and handed the device to Zhou Qingqing. Zhao Yilong wagered on where you would choose to sit upon entering. Should he lose, he would gift this phone to me. I have no need for an additional phone, and since this one was won through your choice, I shall gift it to you. How dull, Zhou Qingqing remarked, casting Li Dong a disapproving glance. Yet she promptly powered down her old phone and inserted her SIM card into the new device. Meanwhile, Zhao Yilong, witnessing Zhou Qingqing accept Li Dong's phone after previously rejecting his offer, felt utterly confounded. She accepted Li Dong's phone solely because it was one due to her. Frowning, Zhao Yilong attempted to reassure himself internally. Yet, the next moment shattered Zhao Yilong's heart completely, as Zhou Qingqing looked at Li Dong. And once the new phone powered on, she feigned annoyance and remarked, Li Dong, you didn't address me this way during school. Qingqing, Li Dong tentatively called out to her. Yes, from now on, you must continue to call me that. Don't forget, Zhou Qingqing responded, her scholarly demeanor softening into a childlike smile. Observing her joy, it became painfully clear to everyone around that Zhou Qingqing harbored feelings for Li Dong. After all, she had firmly insisted that Zhao Yilong address her formally. Yet now she sought a more intimate appellation from Li Dong, indicating her affection for him. Li Dong, witnessing Zhou Qingqing's demeanor, was transported back in time. In high school, although she had rejected his love letter, it had granted him the privilege of calling her Qingqing. However, following their drastically different college entrance exam results, their connection had gradually faded. During that time, Zhou Qingqing had reached out to Li Dong a few times, but he had never responded. Consumed by insecurity and feeling unworthy of her excellence, the courage he once possessed to pursue her had evaporated the moment the exam scores were released. Very well. I shall continue to call you Qingqing. When you visit Shanghai in the future, I shall ensure you are well entertained, Li Dong said, a smile of genuine happiness gracing his face, as if they had returned to the days of high school once more. At this moment, Li Dong exuded a confidence that surpassed even that of his earlier days. The courage he once mustered to pursue his feelings was merely a product of youthful arrogance. Now, however, he genuinely believed he was worthy of Zhou Qingqing in every aspect. Observing the growing rapport between Zhou Qingqing and Li Dong, Zhao Yilong felt a pang of anxiety. Without hesitation, he covertly gestured to a male classmate beside him, discreetly producing his car keys and indicating that he should intervene. Responding to his signal, the classmate turned to Zhou Qingqing and remarked, Zhou Qingqing, Zhao Yilong mentioned earlier that he plans to organize a camping trip with our classmates tomorrow. You should join us in his car. He just bought a Beijing Benz, which, while slightly smaller than a G-Class, bears a striking resemblance to it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yilong feigned modesty as he picked up the keys, saying, it's much smaller than a G-Class, but its off-road capabilities are indeed commendable. Let's head to the picnic park together tomorrow. I'm not interested, Zhou Qingqing replied coolly, returning to her conversation with Li Dong. Just as they had during their high school days, unaffected by their educational differences, Zhao Yilong's urgency intensified. Disregarding any semblance of camaraderie, he directed a sharp gaze at Zhou Qingqing and declared, Li Dong is merely a graduate from a third-rate university, destined for a dismal future. I fail to comprehend what makes him worthy of your admiration. Is it solely because he mustered the courage to write you a love letter back in high school, while I could only harbor my affections in silence? It's utterly repulsive. Li Dong, observing Zhao Yilong's exaggerated display of emotion towards Zhou Qingqing, felt an overwhelming urge to retch. Yet, Zhao Yilong remained oblivious to his own absurdity, continuing to gaze at Zhou Qingqing. Your current fondness for Li Dong is merely a reflection of your naivete. Once you step into society, you'll realize that a man's family background and financial acumen should take precedence in matters of courtship. Individuals like Li Dong, with poor academic credentials and a lack of financial resources, are the least appealing to women. Even among our classmates, none of the women would look at him twice. Let alone you, a beauty with such impressive credentials. Instantly, several female classmates eager to align themselves with Zhao Yilong expressed their agreement. Qingqing, Zhao Yilong is absolutely right. While Li Dong may attract some attention in school, he will lack any competitive edge in the real world. Frankly, I may not be as beautiful as you, but I certainly wouldn't consider a man like Li Dong. You, being a graduate student from Peking University, are destined for greatness upon graduation. Li Dong, in every respect, is unworthy of you. Zhao Yilong, with his superior education, capabilities, and family background, is truly deserving of your attention. A chorus of women, utterly unconcerned with Li Dong's dignity, continued to belittle him to elevate Zhao Yilong. Sensing their agreement, Zhao Yilong felt a surge of pride. resolved to distribute small red envelopes in their chat group to maintain their favorable opinions of him. However, just as he reveled in his triumph, the astute Lu Jingjing, seated next to Li Dong, suddenly interjected. With a beauty that even surpassed Zhou Qingqing's, she boldly stated, "I believe you are all mistaken. Once a man enters society, financial strength becomes paramount. In terms of wealth, Zhao Yilong is utterly unworthy to even carry Li Dong's shoes. Naturally, I choose Li Dong." Chapter 87. His villa alone is worth 80 million. Lu Jingjing's declaration left the room in stunned silence, disbelief etched on their faces. Lu Jingjing, have you lost your mind? Li Dong's parents are merely ordinary workers, everyone knows that. How could he possibly compare to Zhao Yilong? Unless Li Dong won the lottery. But even the grand prize wouldn't amount to a fortune comparable to Zhao Yilong. Lu Jingjing, do you possess information that we are unaware of? A mixture of curiosity and skepticism filled the room as some classmates, familiar with Lu Jingjing's character, probed her further. Just then, the door of the private room swung open, and the restaurant's manager, clad in a suit, hurried in. To everyone's astonishment, she approached Li Dong and respectfully handed him the keys to the G-Class. "Sir, we have secured a parking space for your G-Class. Here are your keys. Please place them here," Li Dong replied with a casual nod. Gesturing to a spot in front of him, the manager complied, placing the keys down before gracefully retreating from the room. As she exited, the previously hushed atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. "Wait, a G-Class? That manager just said she parked it for you. Did you actually buy one? Is it possible? I recall your parents are factory workers. I recently saw them in their uniforms. There's no way they could afford such an extravagant vehicle. Li Dong, we all graduated together, barely out of our internships. How could you possibly afford a G-Class? Surely it must be borrowed. Someone must have lent it to you out of goodwill. Just be careful with it. You can't afford any damages." A flurry of whispers filled the air, as they dismissed the notion that the G-Class was Li Dong's own. Observing their continued doubts, Lu Jingjing couldn't contain herself any longer and addressed the crowd of sycophantic classmates. "Do you know? Today, Li Dong purchased a villa for his parents from me. It's the crown jewel of Muden Garden, valued at 80 million. Even if Zhao Yilong's parents sold their supermarket, they wouldn't match the worth of that property. Does he still need to borrow a car? Moreover, I spent the entire afternoon in Li Dong's brand new vehicle. The contract is even in the passenger seat, under his name. Do you require any further proof?" The room fell into an uncomfortable silence, faces frozen in shock. Though bewildered by how Li Dong's previously modest background had transformed into newfound wealth, they understood that he had become someone they could no longer provoke. Those who had previously mocked Li Dong for Zhao Yilong now exhibited palpable anxiety, fearing retribution. Even Zhao Yilong, once so arrogant, stood up, pouring himself a generous glass of wine. Without waiting for the dishes to arrive, he approached Li Dong with an ingratiating smile. "Li Dong, I sincerely apologize for my earlier remarks. Please, don't hold it against someone as insignificant as me. I'll down this glass in penance." Watching Zhao Yilong's demeanor shift, those who had previously sought to curry favor with him now filled their glasses, raising a toast to Li Dong. "Li Dong, you've truly made it. In school, I always sensed you were quietly scheming something grand, and indeed, you are destined for greatness. Let us not forget our old friendships. May you remember us, your classmates, when fortune smiles upon you. Li Dong, what industry are you involved in now? Why not let us old classmates follow your lead? After all, we're all familiar faces, and it would be reassuring to work with someone we know." A group of people, shamelessly oblivious, had completely forgotten how they had previously belittled Li Dong to extol Zhao Yilong. Now, witnessing Li Dong's success, they shamelessly sought to align themselves with him. As Li Dong observed his former high school classmates, now weathered and insidiously worldly, a wave of revulsion washed over him. He had no desire to remain in such a gathering for even a minute longer. Without hesitation, he stood up and coldly addressed the group. "Rest assured, out of respect for our past camaraderie, I shall not hold today as transgressions against you. However, our bond ends here. Your despicable behavior renders you unworthy to associate with me." Li Dong's words instantly ignited a tempest of anger and shame on Zhao Yilong and the others' faces. Yet, they were but a bunch of craven sycophants. Upon realizing Li Dong's formidable stature, they had long lost the courage to confront him. Even as he reprimanded them, they could not muster the audacity to utter a single retort. Witnessing their cowardice deepened Li Dong's disappointment, and he resolved never to attend such gatherings again. Turning away from their repugnant visages, he immediately looked towards Zhou Qingqing and Lu Jingjing. "This gathering lacks any merit. Let us find a more enjoyable place to assemble." "Sounds good," Zhou Qingqing replied with a serene smile, promptly rising to her feet. Although Lu Jingjing said nothing, her actions spoke volumes as she stood up in agreement. Observing the two women, Li Dong seized his car keys and led them outside. As the trio departed, the once vibrant room descended into a hushed fervor, each individual unable to suppress their curiosity about Li Dong's sudden prosperity. Even in their discussions, their tones were laced with a hint of reverence, as they were evidently intimidated by Li Dong's newfound wealth and dared not utter any disrespectful remarks behind his back. Unbeknownst to Li Dong, as he drove the two women, he inquired about their preferences and decided to head to a nostalgic barbecue stand. Soon, they arrived at the establishment near their school. After casually selecting a table, their eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the person who brought them the menu, Xiao Yunxi, their former homeroom teacher from their senior year. At that time, Xiao Yunxi had just graduated from university and was their first teacher. Her beauty had garnered admiration, even surpassing that of Lu Jingjing and Zhou Qingqing. Her eyes were always adorned with a smile, evoking a warmth akin to basking in sunlight. Yet now, her face bore the weight of sorrow, clearly indicating recent hardships. "Teacher Xiao," the trio exclaimed in unison, recognizing her. It was then that the previously numb Xiao Yunxi recognized them. A genuine smile of joy lit up her face at the sight of her former students. "Li Dong, Lu Jingjing, Zhou Qingqing. I can hardly believe you three are dining together. Yes, we gathered unexpectedly today, but the atmosphere there was unpleasant, so we decided to have a small get-together." Li Dong explained with a faint smile, his curiosity piqued. "Teacher, the salaries for our school's faculty are quite decent in the county. Why are you working here instead of enjoying a vacation during the May Day holiday?" Initially, Xiao Yunxi's face brightened at the sight of her former students. But upon hearing Li Dong's question, her expression dimmed. With a tinge of melancholy, she merely handed him the menu and replied, "There have been issues at home. I am no longer a teacher. Please, go ahead and order. It's peak time, and the skewers take a while to prepare. I will inform the chef that you are my students, and you can have priority service along with a discount." Noticing her reluctance to elaborate, Li Dong wisely refrained from pressing her further. He casually ordered some skewers and crayfish, returning the menu to her. After taking the order, Xiao Yunxi fell silent and hurried to the kitchen to place it. Once she finished, she began clearing the table of the dishes left by departing customers. Seeing his once radiant and cheerful teacher in such dire straits filled Li Dong with a profound sense of sorrow. He turned to Zhou Qingqing and Lu Jingjing, asking, "Do you two know what has happened? Why has teacher Xiao left her position to work here?" Zhou Qingqing instinctively shook her head, utterly unaware. However, Lu Jingjing seemed to recall something and turned to Li Dong. "I've heard a bit. It seems her marriage caused the trouble. Teacher Xiao has a medical condition that prevents her from conceiving. They divorced within 6 months of marriage. Later, her ex-husband wanted to reconcile, but she refused. He created a ruckus and spread rumors about her, resulting in a terrible reputation at school, which led to her resignation. Initially, she hoped to find a teaching job elsewhere, but her ex-husband threatened to harass her parents if she left the county, leaving her with no choice but to take on odd jobs." As Lu Jingjing spoke, Li Dong, filled with indignation, snapped the disposable chopsticks in his hand. Though Xiao Yunxi had not sought his assistance, he resolved to help his former teacher, not merely out of obligation, but in gratitude for the dedication she had shown to every student, treating them with fairness regardless of their backgrounds or academic performance. He immediately turned to Lu Jingjing. "Jingjing, please contact some acquaintances and see if you can find out more about teacher Xiao's ex-husband. Also, reach out to the developer of Mutant Garden. Tell him I'd like him to intervene on teacher Xiao's behalf. Consider it a favor owed to me, and if he ever needs assistance in the future, he can come to me in Shanghai." Upon witnessing Li Dong's determination to stand up for Xiao Yunxi, Lu Jingjing's face lit up with admiration, and she readily agreed, pulling out her phone to make calls. With her occupied, Li Dong's gaze shifted back to Zhou Qingqing. At that moment, this academic prodigy was scrutinizing him, and when their eyes met, she gazed at him with a complex expression. "Li Dong, I tried to reach you a few times during college, but you never responded. Were you busy making money? It seems you have a remarkable talent for it. Earning a substantial fortune during your years at university, even purchasing an 8 million villa for your parents without hesitation." Li Dong chuckled at Zhou Qingqing's observation and explained, "I possess a certain aptitude for finance. I managed to earn quite a bit on Wall Street during my college years. Yet, I must commend you for pursuing a master's and doctorate. It's truly impressive. What is there to admire? I'm an academic, but I'm not oblivious to reality. The world has changed. High degrees are no longer as sought after as wealth, like yours," Zhou Qingqing replied with a wistful expression, quickly segueing into reminiscing about their high school days. It is evident that Zhou Qingqing's world remains as uncomplicated as it was in high school. Though she laments the futility of academic credentials in this era, she continues to relish discussions about school and learning, embodying the essence of a diligent scholar who delights in the pursuit of knowledge. Even after obtaining her doctorate, she intends to remain at the university to engage in research, showing no desire to enter the workforce. Observing her unwavering demeanor, Li Dong's gaze fills with admiration, having encountered numerous women who readily offered their affections. He finds himself increasingly drawn to this naive spirit. Meanwhile, Lu Jingjing watches as Li Dong and Zhou Qingqing become increasingly engrossed in conversation, a hint of anxiety creeping into her demeanor. After all, it is impossible for her not to harbor thoughts about a wealthy individual like Li Dong, especially as they share a history as old classmates. I am no less than Zhou Qingqing. I refuse to believe that I cannot capture your attention when I take the initiative, she muses. Swiftly, she communicates via her phone, and once her business is concluded, she interjects into the dialogue between Li Dong and Zhou Qingqing. An hour later, as the trio has nearly finished their meal, a disheveled man with a bruised face appears at the barbecue stand. His clothes are torn, and many wounds are still healing. When Li Dong and the others notice him, the man suddenly kneels before Xiao Yunxi, who is busy clearing the table, exclaiming, Xiao Yunxi, I truly realize my mistakes this time. I promise never to speak ill of you again. Wherever you are, I will keep my distance. I beg you to spare me from that group of beasts. They are not human. They are savages. They have violated me in ways too cruel to describe. They also threatened that if I cannot earn your forgiveness, my family would never know peace. Please, I implore you to forgive me this once. Do not let them torment me further. A ripple of laughter escapes from the onlookers as they hear the man's humiliating confession. Only Xiao Yunxi stares in shock at her ex-husband, pondering how he has devolved into this state. Reflecting on her otherwise mundane day, consisting solely of an encounter with 3 former students, she glances at Li Dong and his companions, sensing that one of them might have played a role in dealing with her persistent ex-husband. Chapter 89. The sole discoverer of the teacher's secret. With Xiao Yunxi's silence, her ex-husband begins to bow repeatedly. Not known for her ruthlessness, Xiao Yunxi's heart softens at his display. Very well. As long as you never appear before me again, we shall consider our past settled. Thank you, thank you. I assure you I will never show my face again, he responds with relief, scrambling to his feet and scurrying away like a dog. Watching him leave, Xiao Yunxi's expression transforms into one of melancholy and liberation, released from her burdens. A long-lost radiant smile graces her features, reminiscent of the enchanting teacher adored by male students throughout the school. Under the gaze of Li Dong and his companions, she strides lightly towards them, inquiring, which of you helped the teacher? As her question lingers in the air, Lu Jingjing and Zhou Qingqing instinctively turn their eyes to Li Dong, instantly revealing to Xiao Yunxi that it was he who resolved her issue with her ex-husband. With this realization, her gaze toward Li Dong grows complex. Li Dong, the teacher must express her gratitude to you tonight. I finish work at 11. Would you wait for me? I would like to treat you to a late-night meal. I know you are doing well and may not care for a simple dinner, but once I am financially stable, I promise to treat you to a grand feast. All right, I will await you. Teacher, Li Dong replies, nodding earnestly. Upon hearing his agreement, Xiao Yunxi breathes a sigh of relief and gestures for the trio to continue eating while she resumes her task of clearing the table. Although she no longer requires this job, she adheres to her principles and intends to fulfill her duties until her employer hires a replacement. With Xiao Yunxi's departure, Li Dong and his companions resume their conversation. However, Zhou Qingqing's phone soon rings. After hanging up, she chuckles helplessly, my parents are calling me home. Li Dong and Lu Jingjing exchange astonished glances. After all, Zhou Qingqing is a graduate student, and at her age, many women are already married. It is surprising that she is still required to return home on time like a high school student. Zhou Qingqing appears slightly embarrassed by her statement, even sticking out her tongue awkwardly. Observing this, Li Dong stands up, saying, all right, I'll give you a ride. Lu Jingjing, witnessing Li Dong's decision, reluctantly rises as well, accompanying them back to the car. Soon, under Zhou Qingqing's direction, Li Dong finds himself driving to Muden Garden, where Zhou Qingqing's parents have purchased a new home. Once parked, Zhou Qingqing unbuckles her seatbelt and glances at Lu Jingjing, saying, Jingjing, I recall your family also resides in Muden Garden now. Let us head home together. After all, Teacher Xiao will likely want to speak with Li Dong, and it may not be appropriate with you present. Initially, Lu Jingjing felt a sense of triumph upon learning that Zhou Qingqing was leaving. After all, Li Dong had once confessed his feelings for Zhou Qingqing in high school, and she was uncertain if she could surpass her. However, with Zhou Qingqing's departure, she felt her opportunity had arrived. Yet, Zhou Qingqing's comment doused her hopes like a bucket of cold water, leaving her visibly discontent. Instinctively, she contemplated expressing her desire to stay, but she refrained, realizing that being too forward would only diminish her allure in Li Dong's eyes. In that moment, Lu Jingjing repeatedly reminded herself of this, ultimately exiting the car alongside Zhou Qingqing under her watchful gaze, waving goodbye and suggesting they keep in touch via phone or WeChat. Li Dong drives off towards the barbecue stand where Xiao Yunxi is working. having promised to wait until she finishes her shift. He remains true to his word regarding this teacher he once admired. Before long, his car is parked once again beside the barbecue stand. Upon seeing him, Xiao Yunqi's face lights up with a smile. Without waiting for him to exit the vehicle, she opens the door, reminding him not to slip away alone again. Li Dong waits until 11 o'clock, even feeling a bit hungry again by the time Xiao Yunqi's night shift concludes. Once her duties are complete, she eagerly joins him in the passenger seat, beaming, "Li Dong, tonight I must express my gratitude to you for helping me resolve my ex-husband's issues, allowing me the opportunity to seek a respectable, high-paying job again." Hearing her words, Li Dong replies sincerely, "Congratulations, Teacher Xiao, on regaining your freedom. With your teaching prowess and qualifications, you are sure to find a commendable position. Yes, once the May Day holiday concludes, I will begin my job search anew." Xiao Yunqi's face radiates with a sunny smile, filled with hope for the future. Meanwhile, Li Dong gazes at her genuine happiness, momentarily entranced. He has encountered numerous beautiful women, each vying for attention in the nightlife, yet none possess a smile as warm and healing as Xiao Yunqi's. Though at this moment, Xiao Yunqi's short hair appeared somewhat disheveled and her attire slightly outdated, her radiant and healing smile accentuated her inherent beauty, rendering her even more enchanting. For a fleeting moment, Li Dong felt as if no other woman in the world could possibly compare to her. Despite having once been Li Dong's teacher, Xiao Yunqi found herself blushing under his gaze. Clearing her throat, she feigned a cough to draw his attention back, reminiscent of her days as a teacher when she would prompt a distracted student. Instantly, Li Dong snapped back to reality, feeling a twinge of embarrassment upon realizing he had been staring at Xiao Yunqi, and he awkwardly remarked, "Teacher Xiao, you cannot blame me. It is primarily due to the passage of time that you have become even more beautiful and charming. Back in school, you were already a goddess in our eyes. And now, your allure is simply irresistible." Xiao Yunqi, with an exasperated expression, couldn't help but recall an incident from their senior year. One day, she had woken up late and, in her haste to get dressed, had inadvertently left her home without proper undergarments, wearing only a t-shirt to school. Luckily, the shirt was thick enough that her oversight went unnoticed at first, allowing her to relax her guard. However, when Li Dong came to her office seeking assistance, she instinctively bent down to examine his problem, inadvertently exposing herself to his gaze. It was only when she noticed the blood trickling from his nose that she became aware of her wardrobe malfunction, realizing a student had seen her indiscretion. Chapter 90. The beautiful homeroom teacher gets drunk. At that moment, Xiao Yunqi nearly cried out, but suppressed the impulse, fearing that labeling a student as a peeping Tom could ruin his life. Instead, she feigned ignorance of the situation and continued to assist Li Dong while pretending to just notice his nosebleed, offering him a tissue. To this day, Li Dong remained oblivious to the fact that his accidental voyeurism had been entirely witnessed by his teacher. Indeed, it seems that no matter how much experience a man possesses, his inherent lustfulness remains unchanged. As Xiao Yunqi observed Li Dong, now a man of stature, captivated by her smile, she felt a wave of emotions wash over her. Yet, inexplicably, she did not resent his gaze. Rather, she felt a small thrill of delight. Unaware of Xiao Yunqi's contemplative thoughts, Li Dong, after a moment of awkward laughter, turned to her and inquired, "Teacher Xiao, where do you plan to take me for a late-night snack?" He added, "I haven't had dinner yet either. Why don't you take me around to find a suitable place for a nighttime meal?" Upon hearing Li Dong's request, Xiao Yunqi felt a twinge of embarrassment as she responded. Over the past years, due to her ex-husband's incessant harassment, she had taken on various odd jobs, becoming nearly disconnected from society. Li Dong, upon hearing her words, immediately drove around in search of a place suitable for their late-night repast. However, he overestimated the nightlife of Liancheng, a small county town. Much like Xiao Yunqi's employer closing up shop, the roadside barbecue stalls and small restaurants had all shuttered for the night. After traversing nearly half the county, they found no establishment open for a late-night snack. Realizing this, Li Dong awkwardly suggested, "Teacher Xiao, it appears that most of these places are closed. Perhaps we could arrange for you to treat me another time." Xiao Yunqi, feeling helpless, was ready to acquiesce to his suggestion of postponing their outing. Just then, however, Li Dong's stomach audibly protested, growling twice in a most unceremonious manner. Suddenly, Xiao Yunqi found herself at a loss for words. Regretting that she had asked him to wait, which now left him hungry, she awkwardly pointed to a 24-hour supermarket nearby and said, "Since no restaurants are open, let us go there to buy some ingredients. I'll cook for you tonight. I insisted you wait for me after work. I cannot let you go home hungry." Upon hearing that Xiao Yunqi would cook for him, Li Dong was taken aback, but seeing the earnestness in her eyes, he complied and parked the car beside the supermarket. After Xiao Yunqi purchased some items, Li Dong followed her directions to her home. Half an hour later, Under Xiao Yunqi's guidance, he parked in a neighborhood slated for renovation within the village. The area was filled with old courtyard houses, their blue tiles and green bricks steeped in history. As they entered, Xiao Yunqi unlocked the courtyard and explained to Li Dong. The rent here is affordable, though it is somewhat distant from the county seat, leading to fewer residents. Currently, I am the only one living in this courtyard. However, I enjoy the tranquility and appreciate the environment. I grew up in a similar courtyard, and it truly is quite lovely. Li Dong, filled with nostalgia, recalled the days before his parents were separated by their jobs, when such courtyards housed multiple families, creating a lively atmosphere, albeit rife with its share of mischief. The most notorious tales were undoubtedly those revolving around overheard intimate moments, as the poor soundproofing allowed for the sounds of neighbors' merriment to seep through the walls. As Li Dong was lost in thought, an embarrassing noise erupted from the adjacent courtyard, revealing that a couple next door had commenced their own nocturnal activities. Both Li Dong and Xiao Yunqi felt a wave of embarrassment, but pretended not to hear the sounds as they made their way inside. Upon entering the room, Xiao Yunqi gestured for Li Dong to sit, promptly retreating to the kitchen to prepare. Seeing her busying herself, Li Dong exhaled a sigh of relief. Leaning back in a wooden chair that had seen far more history than that of his own home, and began to check his phone for messages. On his screen were reports from the heads of several companies, detailing the successes achieved during the May Day holiday. From Zhang Jinfeng's management of the Erlong Real Estate Agency to Su Yorong's oversight of the Hunglong used car dealership, all had benefited significantly from the holiday promotions. However, the most gratifying news for Li Dong came from Zhou Yunhai, who was temporarily managing the Li family supermarket chain. Due to Li Dong's policy of prioritizing benefits for the community over profit, aiming merely to outlast the Qin family supermarket chain, the Li family supermarket's activities exceeded expectations. Coupled with the substantial advertising effects stemming from the numerous stores, each Qin family supermarket was inundated with customers. Consequently, the Qin family's attempts to capitalize on the May Day holiday to gather a substantial cash flow fell flat, with their efforts yielding less than a tenth of their usual earnings. As Li Dong awaited the late-night meal that Xiao Yunqi was preparing, the Qin family was thrown into a state of disarray due to the supermarket's revenue. In the Qin family's conference room, the patriarch, Qin Tianqing, convened a late-night video meeting, furiously berating the supermarket executives. Incompetent fools! Are you unaware that my Qin family real estate requires cash to bid on land? If we cannot generate sufficient profit during this May Day, how do you expect us to acquire the land? I don't care what methods you employ. You must ensure the Qin family earns enough cash during this holiday. On the other end of the phone, the manager of the Qin family supermarket awkwardly explained, "Boss, in order to forcibly absorb funds, we can only choose to relinquish all profits, much like the Li chain supermarkets. Though this allows us to sell a substantial amount of goods, after deducting labor costs, it amounts to little more than futile effort. Even if it is futile, we must first secure the funds. After Labor Day, Qin Realty will urgently need this money." Facing the screen, Qin Tianqing erupted in fury. Witnessing his ire, the supermarket manager ultimately relented, saying, "All right, I will initiate new promotions. However, if you proceed to gather funds for Qin Realty in this manner, the supermarket will be left with virtually no cash. Should any issues arise, it could jeopardize our financial stability." Yet Qin Tianqing dismissed the manager's concerns, reiterating the necessity of securing the funds first before abruptly hanging up. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of Xiao Yunqi, Li Dong remained unaware that he had inadvertently disrupted Qin family's fundraising efforts for Qin Realty. Having begun his late-night meal with Xiao Yunqi, he soon noticed that she, who had been enthusiastically toasting him in gratitude, had overindulged and was now unable to restrain her words. Chapter 91. The teacher must punish you. Li Dong, today I must express my heartfelt gratitude. Without your intervention, I would have remained mired in this quagmire for a lifetime. I never imagined that you, who ranked merely in the middle of our class during the college entrance examination, would evolve into such a prominent figure within just a few years. I still remember how mischievous you were back then, lacking the demeanor of a student. Once, in a moment of haste, I inadvertently exposed myself, and you, that little rascal, caught sight of it, causing blood to rush to my collar. You were so audacious. Had I cried out, your reputation would have been irrevocably tarnished, and you would have become the laughingstock of the school. Fortunately, I suppressed my instinct to scream, pretending not to notice. At that moment, Xiao Yunqi, having released years of pent-up pressure, seemed to let go entirely. Li Dong even speculated that she had likely never consumed alcohol before, as she exhibited no awareness of her inebriation, continuously pouring herself another drink. Listening to Xiao Yunqi's ramblings, Li Dong felt an overwhelming sense of relief. He realized that, given his nature, had he found himself in such a predicament, he would have been too ashamed to return to school. Reflecting on how he had failed to notice the blood dripping onto her, He awkwardly glanced at Xiao Yunxi and remarked, "It cannot all be blamed on me. Your neckline was too alluring, and being of an age where passions run high, it is only natural that I could not control my gaze. If I were to encounter such a situation now, I would certainly remind you to adjust your attire, striving to be a paragon of virtue. Is that so? Then, should the opportunity arise, I shall put your rectitude to the test, to see if you can truly amend your ways." Xiao Yunxi replied with a serious expression, surprisingly adopting the role of a teacher despite her intoxication. Moments later, she stood up restlessly, exclaiming, "This outfit is far too uncomfortable. I shall change into something more suitable." Without waiting for Li Dong's response, she made her way to the bedroom. A few minutes later, she emerged wearing a loose white t-shirt, exclaiming, "Ah, this is so much more comfortable. That previous outfit is only suited for going out, not for relaxing at home." She then seated herself across from Li Dong and raised her glass for a toast. However, as their glasses clinked, Li Dong unexpectedly realized that Xiao Yunxi had once again neglected to wear anything beneath her shirt. Was it a hasty change of clothes, or was she deliberately testing him? Gazing at her slightly dazed eyes, he surmised that her intoxication might preclude her from any intricate plotting. His thoughts swirling, he found it difficult to divert his gaze from the enchanting sight before him, reminiscent of the moment he first discovered that captivating view at school. Just then, Xiao Yunxi smiled, rising slowly to approach him. "You have been disobedient. You failed to alert me about my wardrobe malfunction. As a wayward student, you must face the consequences. I spared you once, but I cannot let you off the hook again. Otherwise, you will continue to err. Punish me? With you in such a state? Can you truly impose any punishment?" Li Dong observed, bemused, as Xiao Yunxi staggered in her steps. Seeing her wobble, he decided to assist her and gently guided her toward the bedroom. "Teacher, you've had too much to drink. It's time for you to rest." "No, I cannot rest. You, the naughty student, have yet to receive your lesson. I cannot allow myself to sleep." Xiao Yunxi, her words slurred, clutched Li Dong tightly as he helped her to the edge of the bed. In a moment of carelessness, she tugged at him, and they both tumbled onto the bed, landing in a manner reminiscent of a dramatic scene from a romantic drama, their lips inadvertently colliding. Yet, unlike the sweet moments portrayed in such tales, the impact was jarring, leaving them both in pain. "Ouch!" Li Dong winced, and Xiao Yunxi, equally pained, glared at him. "You naughty boy. Not only did you spy on your teacher, but you also dared to steal a kiss. I must punish you by kissing you back." Li Dong was momentarily taken aback by her words. Before he could collect his thoughts, Xiao Yunxi leaned in and kissed him fervently. Is this truly a form of punishment? Li Dong thought, hastily pushing himself up from the bed. Despite Xiao Yunxi being inebriated, he remained clear-headed. Though he had once secretly admired her beauty, he found himself unable to take advantage of her vulnerability. Just then, in a bewildering twist, as he attempted to rise, Xiao Yunxi clung to him tightly, refusing to let him go. "No, the teacher has not yet punished you. You cannot escape. I have decided that you shall stand beside me, and I will keep a watchful eye on you, ensuring you do not stray from my sight." Her intoxicated voice resonated, her arms wrapped around him with surprising strength, as if her embrace itself was a form of punishment. Faced with her tenacity, Li Dong felt a deep sense of helplessness. Given her firm hold, it was impossible for him to extricate himself without resorting to force, which would be too cruel. Resigned, he thought it best to remain by her side for a while, waiting for her to fall asleep before making his exit. With a wry smile, he relaxed his arms, surrendering to the situation and lying down beside her once more. Yet soon, he found himself struggling to remain still. In his arms, Xiao Yunxi seemed to instinctively worry about his potential escape, her long legs entangling around his waist like an octopus, firmly locking him in place. How infuriating! Was this a test of my resolve as a young cadre? Does Teacher Xiao place such trust in me? Li Dong wore a look of exasperation, deeply concerned that he might succumb to the allure of her beauty. Chapter 92. Cousin Li Mu's Woman. Soft snores emanated from Li Dong's lips, as he had intended to leave after Xiao Yunxi fell asleep. Yet the effects of alcohol had taken their toll, and he found himself unknowingly cradled in her embrace. As they slept, the two instinctively adjusted their positions for greater comfort. Initially, it was Xiao Yunxi who tightly coiled around Li Dong, but eventually, she found herself leaning against him, held securely in his arms, with one of his hands slipping beneath the hem of her loose t-shirt. Maintaining this intimate posture, both of their faces reflected serene slumber as they drifted into deeper sleep. As dawn broke, the sunlight pierced through the curtains, rousing Li Dong from his drowsy state. Upon awakening, he was immediately struck by the intimate position he shared with Xiao Yunxi. His face flushed with embarrassment, particularly when he realized his hand had ventured beneath her t-shirt. He hoped fervently that Teacher Xiao had not noticed anything amiss. Anxiously, he withdrew his hand from her embrace and quietly tiptoed out of the room. However, unbeknownst to him, Just as he was leaving, the seemingly still sleeping Xiao Yunxi opened her eyes. Her hand instinctively found its way under her t-shirt, resting where Li Dong's hand had just been, as if she were trying to capture the warmth he left behind, perhaps to continue fulfilling a duty. A minute later, as she became aware of her own instinctive action, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Xiao Yunxi, what are you doing? That's your student. Are you trying to replace his touch? She chastised herself inwardly. Even after years without a woman, you should have more self-respect. She reminded herself that last night, they had merely indulged in a drunken embrace, and nothing more. She must not overthink it. In this moment, Xiao Yunxi continuously berated herself for her behavior, feeling guilt only for her recent actions, while the fact that she had been held and touched by Li Dong during the night seemed to matter little to her. It appeared that even being caressed by him was something she could accept. All of this remained unbeknownst to Li Dong, who, having quietly exited, believed Xiao Yunxi had not perceived his actions. He let out a sigh of relief and promptly drove towards Mutant Garden. Upon returning home, he found his parents in the living room. Li Mother, unable to suppress her curiosity, exclaimed, "Son, you didn't come home last night. Were you with that female classmate?" She had observed the woman and remarked, "She is quite a figure. She seems like a good prospect for a son. If you like her, marry her soon so we can hold our grandchild early." Li Father, overhearing Li Mother's comments, turned his gaze towards Li Dong, stating, "It's said that one should settle down and establish a family. Now that you have such a substantial career, it's time to think about marriage." Li Dong, feeling exasperated, replied, "I was drunk last night and didn't end up with Lu Jingjing. But don't worry, I'm not lacking for female company. It's only a matter of time before you have grandchildren. Just make sure you're not overwhelmed when that happens." He then hurried to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash up. Seeing him like this, his parents exchanged resigned smiles. Understanding that now that Li Dong had a flourishing career, they could no longer exert the same control over him as before, and they relinquished their attempts to persuade him. Before long, Li Dong finished his grooming and changed into fresh clothes. When he came downstairs, Li Father informed him, "Your second uncle mentioned that he wants to host a family dinner tonight. Your cousin Li Mu is bringing his girlfriend back to introduce her to our relatives." Upon hearing this, Li Dong's brow furrowed deeply. Unlike his parents, who were ordinary workers, his second uncle's family consisted of civil servants with various advantages and hidden benefits, often looking down upon Li Dong's family. Their disdain became even more palpable when Li Mu was accepted into a prestigious university while Li Dong merely attended an ordinary one. At family gatherings, they would flaunt their superiority, and Li Dong had no desire to associate with them. Noticing Li Dong's evident reluctance, Li Father quickly added, "Your grandparents and aunt will also be attending. This gathering is essentially our family reunion, so whether you like it or not, you must come tonight." "Fine. I will definitely join you," Li Dong replied with resignation, acquiescing to his father's wishes. Pleased by his response, Li Father and Li Mother nodded approvingly and resumed their examination of the villa's decor, contemplating where to place additional decorative items. Meanwhile, Li Dong took out his phone and began playing games. At noon, the family prepared a simple meal together, enjoying a rare moment of warmth and togetherness, which Li Dong cherished. In the afternoon, he unexpectedly received a call from Lu Jingjing. On the phone, Lu Jingjing excitedly said, "Li Dong, Wan Xiaoqing wants to invite you to dinner tonight. I'm here to play the intermediary and see if you're free." Wan Xiaoqing was the leading real estate mogul in Liangsheng, with half of the local developments under his belt, making him one of the most prominent figures in the area. The large Mutant Garden complex was also one of his ventures. Yesterday, it was Wan Xiaoqing's people who had helped Li Dong deal with Xiao Yunxi's ex-husband. So Li Dong owed him a favor. Normally, he should not refuse such an invitation, but his parents had restricted him from going out since the afternoon, fearing he might concoct an excuse to skip the family gathering. With a resigned smile, Li Dong replied, "This evening, my cousin is bringing his girlfriend home for the first time, and the whole family will be there, so I really can't make it. Please convey my apologies to Wan Xiaoqing, and let him know I will host him for lunch tomorrow." Upon hearing Li Dong's response, Lu Jingjing's disappointment was palpable, but she replied, "All right, I'll let Wan Xiaoqing know. But when you invite him to dinner tomorrow, make sure to bring me along. I've always been curious about this legendary figure in the real estate industry." "Of course, I'll take you with me," Li Dong assured her. And only after Lu Jingjing seemed satisfied did he hang up. At the Fortune restaurant, Li Dong's second uncle's family had arrived early to reserve a private room, as it was the best restaurant in the county, and any delay would likely result in no available seating. At that moment, Li Dong's cousin Li Mu was cozily embracing a woman, chatting amiably with her. If Li Dong were present, he would undoubtedly be taken aback upon recognizing that the woman in Li Mu's arms was the same one from the night they had spent together at the nightclub. Chapter 93. Is this what it means to be betrayed? At 5 o'clock, under the urging of his parents, Li Dong finally set off in the car, taking them both to the Fortune restaurant. Without a doubt, The restaurant was the most prestigious establishment in the entire county. When Li Dong and his companions arrived at Fuyun Restaurant, they were astonished to find the parking lot nearly full. After securing their vehicle, the trio promptly entered the restaurant, making their way toward the private room indicated by Li Dong's second uncle. Inside the room, Li Dong's grandparents, along with his second uncle's family and his eldest aunt's family, were already present. Upon noticing the tardy arrival of Li Dong's family, Li Dong's second uncle's face visibly expressed his displeasure. However, not wanting his son's girlfriend to witness familial discord on her first visit, he forced a smile as he introduced Bo Bo. Bo Bo, allow me to introduce you to my elder brother and sister-in-law, as well as my nephew. With a sense of pride, Li Dong's second uncle turned to Li Dong, saying, Li Dong, this is Bo Bo, a local from our hometown. Like you and your cousin, she also works in the bustling metropolis. Be sure to engage her in conversation at the dining table. Perhaps she could even introduce you to a girlfriend. In his mind, Li Dong's second uncle believed that his suggestion would elicit a look of surprise and gratitude from Li Dong. Yet, after delivering his remark, he was met with silence, only to discover that Li Dong was gazing at Bo Bo with a scrutinizing intensity. Meanwhile, Bo Bo appeared as though she had been caught in a compromising situation. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Li Dong recognized Bo Bo, though her attire today, a formal t-shirt, shorts, and flat shoes, was far more modest than the striking ensemble she had worn during their previous encounter at the nightclub. Nevertheless, Bo Bo's ample bosom remained unmistakable. Although that day had been a performance, the influence of alcohol had led him to touch her intimately, and he could not mistake her identity. To his astonishment, he learned that Bo Bo was indeed from the same hometown. Now, with the realization of Bo Bo's identity, Li Dong's mind became a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Pondering whether his past encounter with Bo Bo might inadvertently place a metaphorical green hat upon his cousin Li Mu. Unbeknownst to Li Dong's second uncle, who failed to grasp Li Dong's inner turmoil, he assumed Li Dong was simply entranced by Bo Bo's beauty. He cast a cold glance at Li Dong, admonishing, Li Dong, no matter how beautiful she is, Bo Bo is your cousin's girlfriend. You cannot regard her in such a manner. Beside Bo Bo, Li Mu quickly wrapped his arm around her waist, directing his gaze at Li Dong. Li Dong, I know my girlfriend is stunning, but your persistent gaze is excessive. If you wish for a girlfriend as lovely as Bo Bo, I can arrange for her to introduce you to some of her beautiful friends. However, be warned that their standards are rather high. You must earn at least 400,000 to 500,000 annually to catch their attention. If your income does not rise, they are unlikely to be interested. Meanwhile, Bo Bo also recognized Li Dong. To her, the fact that he had dared to confront Qin Zheng indicated he was a formidable character. Although she was unaware of the familial connection between Li Mu's family and Li Dong, she nonetheless sought to affirm her stance, cheerfully addressing Li Dong. Li Dong, don't pay attention to Li Mu's nonsense. Someone like you is highly sought after in my circle of friends. Whatever type you desire, I can introduce you to. And if none satisfy you, I could even consider introducing myself. Bo Bo's words left both Li Mu and Li Dong's second uncle utterly speechless, struggling to believe their ears. Yet, Bo Bo paid no mind to their astonishment. After all, Li Mu was merely one of her many admirers, and should he dare to voice discontent, he could easily be replaced. Ignoring the incredulous expressions of the father and son, she promptly pulled Li Dong to sit beside her, showering him with attention and care, embodying the archetype of an adoring admirer. Observing this, Li Mu, though puzzled, dared not question her, knowing well her domineering nature, and thus remained quietly seated beside her. Initially intending to use Bo Bo to showcase his status, Li Dong's second uncle felt utterly humiliated as he witnessed his son's girlfriend lavishing attention on Li Dong, completely disregarding her own partner. Only Li Dong's parents, aware of their son's current accomplishments and Bo Bo's origins from the metropolis, began to piece together the situation. However, being inherently modest individuals, they chose not to comment and simply settled down beside Li Dong's grandparents. Soon, the dishes began to arrive, and the family commenced their meal. However, it was not long before Li Dong's second uncle's family furrowed their brows once more, particularly Li Mu, whose expression resembled that of a man whose bride had been whisked away. Bo Bo, seemingly oblivious to her boyfriend's predicament, eagerly served Li Dong, filling his plate with food and pouring him drinks. When the lobster was presented, she went so far as to peel it for him, almost as if she were prepared to feed him herself. Li Mu began to suspect that if Li Dong were to express a desire for a private moment, Bo Bo's enthusiasm would not allow her to refuse. Was this what they termed love at first sight? Just a single encounter, and his girlfriend had been captivated by his cousin's looks? He could not fathom why his girlfriend was drawn to someone who was merely above average in appearance. A typical young man at best. They were merely visiting relatives together before marriage. How could he risk losing her in the process? The more he pondered, the more frustrated he became. Yet as a devoted admirer, he dared not confront Bo Bo about it. opting instead to drown his sorrows in drink. At this rate, it seemed he would be intoxicated within 5 minutes. Just then, Li Dong's second uncle stood up, hastily pulling the still morose Li Mu to his feet. The door to the opposite private room just opened, and to my surprise, it's General Wan Xiaoqing. Didn't you mention wanting to buy an apartment in Yuden Garden for your wedding? Let us go toast him. When General Wan was handling matters at my workplace, we got along splendidly. I'll mention to him my intention to purchase a wedding home for you, and he will surely give us a discount. Upon hearing his father's words, Li Mu immediately rose, eager to drag Bo Bo along to toast. However, Bo Bo shrugged off his hand, saying, I still need to peel shrimp for Li Dong. You and your father can go. Her words left both Li Mu and his father increasingly embarrassed. Yet, recognizing that they seldom had the chance to encounter Wan Xiaoqing, Li Dong's second uncle disregarded any further comments and promptly led Li Mu toward the neighboring private room. As they approached the private room, they were suddenly confronted by several burly men who blocked their path. Chapter 94. The Influence of the Second Uncle. Li Dong's second uncle and Li Mu were taken aback by the imposing figures standing before them. One of the men, maintaining a vigilant demeanor, finally spoke. Our boss has instructed that no one is to enter for toasts. He is currently preoccupied with a significant business deal and wishes to avoid any distractions. Hearing this, Li Dong's second uncle felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. However, considering that a single word from Wan Xiaoqing could secure a substantial discount on the apartment, he still attempted to ingratiate himself with the bodyguard, saying, I am Li Ergang from the Urban Construction Bureau. The last time I spoke with General Wan, we hit it off quite well. Please, could you inform him of my presence? The bodyguard maintained a stern expression, showing no inclination to relay Li Dong's second uncle's message. In fact, he regarded Li Dong's second uncle with an air of condescension. After all, a real estate magnate like Wan Xiaoqing would never grant a private audience to an ordinary employee from the Urban Construction Bureau. Li Dong's uncle and Li Mu exchanged glances, noting that Wan Xiaoqing's bodyguards showed no inclination for leniency. With a resigned smile, they raised their glasses and returned to their private room. Once inside, the uncle, still with a wry grin, addressed the group. I had initially intended to purchase a spacious flat at Muden Garden for Li Mu, with a total price nearing 4 million. I thought to discuss a discount with Wan Xiaoqing, but it appears he is currently preoccupied with a significant deal and cannot be distracted. It seems I shall have to wait until later to approach him. Upon hearing his uncle's words, Li Dong's grandfather immediately instructed him. Great figures are always engrossed in their own affairs. Gather more information and visit him when he is free. After all, a 20% discount would save us 70 to 80,000. Indeed, Li Dong's uncle nodded emphatically. Then, as if recalling something, he turned to Li Dong's parents with a hint of bragging. Brother, sister-in-law, Li Dong is approaching the age for marriage. Have you saved enough for his down payment? If so, I can inquire with General Manager Wan and strive to secure an internal price for you as well. However, you must save enough for the down payment. If you lack even that, I cannot advocate for you. No need. We no longer require a house. Li Dong's father shook his head, firmly rejecting his brother's suggestion. After all, they were already residing in a grand villa and had no need to purchase a separate wedding home for Li Dong. Yet, his uncle misinterpreted this refusal. Assuming Li Dong's parents had not saved enough, he exclaimed loudly, now that Li Dong is grown, how can you not even manage to save for a down payment? In today's world, women are quite pragmatic. Without a home, who would want to marry Li Dong? Li Mu, observing his father's demeanor, quickly turned to Li Dong. Li Dong, it's not just your cousin speaking. Since your parents cannot provide a better life, you must double your efforts. If you work hard with my income, you could secure a modest home on your own. With that, he discreetly glanced at Bobo, hoping she would lose interest in Li Dong once she learned of his family's circumstances. In his mind, Bobo had always been quite materialistic, despite his decent salary. He spent little on himself, mostly on her, and it was only due to their shared hometown that he managed to be her boyfriend. Thus, he believed that even if Bobo inexplicably found Li Dong appealing, she would quickly distance herself upon discovering his financial background. However, to his disappointment, Bobo seemed oblivious to their conversation and continued to peel shrimp for Li Dong. As she worked, she sweetly addressed him. Li Dong, cousin, I am quite skilled at peeling shrimp. Once we return to the Magic City, I will treat you to a meal where you can indulge in shrimp to your heart's content. I will find a place that serves authentic lobster. And if you're not satisfied, I will accept any punishment you deem fit. Li Mu felt himself nearing a breaking point. Watching his girlfriend so eagerly arrange to meet Li Dong privately upon their return, he sensed an overwhelming jealousy wash over him. As if a vivid green hat was being placed upon his head, the mere thought that this cap could be bestowed by his cousin, whom he had always looked down upon, sent him into a tailspin. Yet, despite his turmoil, he dared not express his frustration to Bobo. In her presence, he was nothing but a devoted admirer, unwilling to suggest a breakup as long as she did not initiate one. Li Dong, unaware of his cousin's inner turmoil, interjected to his uncle. Uncle, I actually purchased a house at Muden Garden yesterday, so you need not worry for my family. Upon hearing this, Li Dong's uncle's face registered a moment of shock. Yet, accustomed to boasting in front of Li Dong, he stubbornly continued. Why the rush to buy a house without consulting the family first? I could have mentioned it to General Manager Wan on your behalf, possibly securing you a discount. But do not worry, I will still speak to him when I see him, aiming for a 2% reduction for you. All right, uncle. Then I will mention it to General Manager Wan and see if he might consider a 2% discount out of respect for you, Li Dong replied. Already feeling disdain for his uncle, he stood up and headed toward the room where Wan Xiaoqing was located. Li Dong's uncle, caught off guard by this bold move, wore a look of disbelief. After all, nobody would willingly part with money they had earned. His words were mere formalities. If Wan Xiaoqing discovered that he had boasted about offering Li Dong a discount, it could sour their relationship, jeopardizing his own future negotiations for a discount on a house for Li Mu. The thought of this outcome filled him with anxiety, and he almost reached out to pull Li Dong back. Yet, recalling that even he had been denied entry to Wan Xiaoqing's room, he suppressed the impulse. After all, he could not enter anyway, and his words would not reach Wan Xiaoqing. Standing at the door to the room, Li Dong's uncle smiled at him. Li Dong, as I mentioned before, General Manager Wan is currently busy with significant business matters and is not meeting with anyone. Even I cannot enter his room. So why would you think you could? At that moment, Li Dong's uncle almost stated outright that since he could not see General Manager Wan, how could Li Dong possibly gain entry? However, even without articulating it, Li Dong discerned the underlying message. With a cold smile, he pretended not to understand his uncle's insinuation and continued toward Wan Xiaoqing's room. As he approached the door, the bodyguards, as predicted by Li Dong's uncle, promptly blocked his path. Witnessing this, Li Dong's uncle feigned regret. With your uncle's stature, I cannot even enter General Manager Wan's room. How can you not see the situation and insist on trying for yourself, risking embarrassment? Do not worry, I will notify General Manager Wan via WeChat. Li Dong replied with a faint smile, retrieving the contact information for Wan Xiaoqing that Lu Jingjing had given him earlier that afternoon. General Manager Wan, I am outside your room and have been stopped by your bodyguards. Li Dong's actions left his uncle utterly bewildered. Seeing that Li Dong had General Manager Wan's WeChat, Li Dong's uncle sensed that the day's events were spiraling beyond his control, particularly considering his son's girlfriend, who had always looked down on Li Dong, was now treating him with kindness. He began to suspect that something significant was unfolding with his nephew that he was entirely unaware of. At that moment, the door to the room swung open. The very General Manager Wan, whom Li Dong's uncle had longed to meet but never could, emerged with an excited expression. Looking at Li Dong, Wan Xiaoqing greeted him warmly. Young Master Li, when I invited you to dinner this afternoon, Lu Jingjing informed me that your uncle was hosting your family today. I was somewhat disheartened that I could not invite you, only to unexpectedly run into you at this restaurant. It is a pity I did not see you first. Otherwise, I would have personally come over to toast you, rather than having you seek me out. Li Dong gazed in astonishment at Wan Xiaoqing, who was excessively cordial and utterly devoid of the demeanor one would expect from the wealthiest man in the county. Behind Li Dong, his second uncle was equally astonished, particularly at how Wan Xiaoqing addressed Li Dong so respectfully. At that moment, it became abundantly clear to him that his nephew had undergone a profound transformation. As a top-tier businessman, Wan Xiaoqing quickly recognized the surprise reflected in Li Dong's eyes and realized that he had perhaps been overly enthusiastic. He tempered his demeanor and directed his attention toward Li Dong, saying, Young Master Li, since you sought me out during the family gathering, I presume you have matters to discuss. Upon hearing Wan Xiaoqing's words, Li Dong smiled and gestured toward his second uncle. It's nothing significant. My second uncle mentioned that he knows you and wanted to visit, but your bodyguard stopped him. I thought I would facilitate a connection to avoid any delays for him. Li Ergang, upon being pointed out by Li Dong, felt a surge of nervousness but, recalling the house he intended to purchase for Li Mu, he forced a smile and addressed Wan Xiaoqing. Mr. Wan, I am Li Ergang from the Urban Construction Bureau. Li Ergang's self-introduction immediately left Wan Xiaoqing with a look of confusion. His expression indicated that he had no recollection of Li Ergang, and everyone present soon realized that the casual conversations Li Ergang had mentioned were merely trivial exchanges with strangers during mundane business dealings. In that moment, Li Ergang also recognized this truth, and his embarrassment deepened, especially since the door of the private room remained ajar, allowing the entire Li family to witness his predicament. He felt mortified, wishing he could disappear into a hole. After years of maintaining an air of superiority within the Li family, he had suddenly lost all semblance of dignity. However, Wan Xiaoqing continued to observe him. Even though it was clear that Wan Xiaoqing had no recollection of him, Li Ergang stubbornly pressed on. Mr. Wan, I am considering purchasing a large flat for my son from you. I've heard you have some internal pricing for good units, and I wonder if you could extend that pricing to me." Upon hearing Li Ergang's singular request, Wan Xiaoqing relaxed and smiled. "Since you are young Master Li's uncle, I will certainly reserve one of those flats for you at the internal price. And I'll arrange it near the 80 million yuan villa owned by young Master Li, making it easier for your family to visit." 80 million yuan for a standalone villa. Li Ergang was once again taken aback by Wan Xiaoqing's words, feeling as though he was struggling to breathe. He recalled boasting earlier about getting a discount on the housing fees for Li Dong, and he promptly closed his mouth, fearful that Li Dong might bring it up. After all, that was no small sum. Conservatively estimated, it was nearly 20 million. For Wan Xiaoqing to pull such an amount from his pocket without reason would be utterly foolish and would surely offend Li Dong. Noticing that Li Ergang refrained from mentioning the earlier matter, Li Dong chose not to bring it up either. After all, Wan Xiaoqing had been exceedingly amiable today, behaving more like a friend than a developer. He worried that if his uncle did raise the issue, Wan Xiaoqing might genuinely offer a discount, which would leave him indebted to Wan Xiaoqing. Li Dong was determined not to owe anyone favors that could be resolved with money. Observing his uncle's obsequious demeanor, Li Dong turned to Wan Xiaoqing. "Mr. Wan, since my uncle's matters have been settled, I shall not keep you any longer. My family awaits me in the private room. I'll be hosting lunch tomorrow, and we can gather then." "Excellent. I shall not intrude on you any longer. Young Master Li, however, given that you primarily develop in the Magic City and may not be familiar with our county, I will arrange for a private dining experience tomorrow, allowing you to savor authentic local cuisine." Wan Xiaoqing replied with enthusiasm, reiterating that he would treat Li Dong to lunch before returning to the private room. As Li Dong watched Wan Xiaoqing depart, he refrained from further conversation and promptly returned to his own private room, taking his seat beside Bobo once more. As he settled in, the gazes of the entire Li family fixated on him, as if they were seeing him for the first time, scrutinizing him with an intensity that felt almost penetrating. Finally, it was Li Dong's grandfather, Li Jianguo, who could no longer contain his curiosity and turned to Li Dong. "Li Dong, what have you done to earn such respect from Wan Xiaoqing? And what is this business about the 80 million yuan villa?" Li Dong's grandfather was known for his fairness, treating the three siblings of Li Dong's father equally and extending the same affection to Li Dong's generation. Thus, when his grandfather inquired, Li Dong felt no need to conceal the truth. He met his grandfather's gaze and explained, "Yesterday, I returned and purchased a standalone villa for my parents for 80 million. As for why Wan Xiaoqing is treating me so warmly, I am somewhat at a loss as well." Upon confirming that he had indeed spent 80 million on a home for his parents, the members of the Li family were left speechless, their faces filled with a myriad of questions, yet unsure of what to ask. Ultimately, it was once again Li Dong's grandfather who spoke up, gazing at Li Dong with a beaming smile. "In just 4 years of university, you've amassed a fortune of 1 billion. This is a testament to our ancestors' blessings, for the Li family has produced a true dragon. You must return for the next Qingming festival so we can honor our ancestors together and ensure that everyone in Li village knows that our family has given rise to a remarkable talent." Chapter 96, Wan Xiaoqing's Anticipation. "During my 4 years at university, I opened an account on Wall Street specifically for trading stocks, futures, and foreign exchange rates. The exact amount I earned remains my absolute secret, one I dare not reveal, for if the titans of Wall Street were to discover it, they could trace my movements and preempt my strategies. Instead, I will share my recent ventures in the Magic City. I currently have full ownership of one of the top 10 large secondhand car dealerships and a prominent real estate agency, which includes 1,000 units of school district properties that belong to me personally. Additionally, I hold 51% of shares in the Magic City film base, and yesterday, my Li family chain of supermarkets officially opened. Altogether, my assets approximate 100 billion. With a faint smile, I selectively disclosed a portion of the truth. While possessing wealth, I do not believe in concealing it from my family. I am well aware that one cannot hide their prosperity and return home in obscurity, pretending to be impoverished, only to reveal their true identity later and confront scorn. I cannot fathom the mindset of those who act in such a manner." At that moment, as I spoke casually, the members of the private room were once again taken aback by my revelations. Even Bobo, who had long understood that I was no ordinary person, was astonished by my seemingly nonchalant disclosure of assets. A billionaire, and this was merely my tangible wealth. On Wall Street, my assets were beyond imagination. As Bobo grasped this realization, his gaze toward me became almost glazed. Li Dong's second uncle's family and his eldest aunt's family exchanged complex glances, wanting to say something yet uncertain of how to approach the subject. My wealth had exceeded their wildest imaginations. They had never interacted with anyone of my caliber, and thus found themselves at a loss for words in conversing with someone of my stature. Flattering or seeking connections was not an option for them. especially in front of my parents, as they found it difficult to swallow their pride. They couldn't maintain their elder status and lecture me in the presence of someone with at least 100 billion in assets. Ultimately, it was once again my grandfather who broke the silence. Looking at me, he wore a broad smile. In just 4 years of university, you've accumulated a fortune of 1 billion. This is a clear sign that our ancestors have blessed us, and the Li family has produced a true dragon. You must return for the next Qingming festival, so we can honor our ancestors together and ensure that everyone in Li village knows of our family's extraordinary achievement. Furthermore, if any member of the Li family requests assistance from you in the future, I implore you to extend your aid whenever possible. Even if it does not involve shared prosperity, please endeavor to secure them a suitable position, ensuring they can maintain a stable livelihood. Such actions will inevitably lead the villagers of Li family village to speak of our family with admiration and respect. Nodding in agreement, Li Dong readily acquiesced to his grandfather's wishes, delighted by the old man's cheerful demeanor. Soon, as a succession of dishes was served, the atmosphere in the private dining room grew increasingly lively. Although it was Li Dong's uncle who was hosting, the gathering felt as if it were centered around Li Dong, with most conversations revolving around him. Even Li Dong's cousin, Li Mu, set aside his jealousy and began to flatter Li Dong, expressing his hope of joining him in endeavors after the May Day holiday. However, Li Dong chose to disregard his cousin's comments entirely, showing no intention of involving Li Mu in his affairs. The villagers of Li family village were relatively easy to accommodate. Securing them a position at the lower levels of the company would suffice. Their relationship would remain neither too distant nor too close, and they would simply express gratitude through hard work, lacking the entitlement to leverage his reputation for personal gain. In contrast, Li Mu presented a different scenario, being blood relatives. Their familial bond was undeniable. If Li Mu were to exploit their kinship to assert influence within the company, the higher-ups would indeed hesitate to intervene. Ultimately, after the meal concluded, Li Dong refrained from making any declarations. He drove his parents home, departing the restaurant. Outside, as Li Dong's uncle and his family watched him drive away in his luxurious Mercedes-Benz G-Class, their expressions were filled with mixed emotions. Particularly, Li Dong's uncle could not help but cast a reproachful glance at his wife, lamenting, "In the past, my brother and I had a harmonious relationship, but your incessant scheming has strained our bond, all in pursuit of petty advantages. Had it not been for you, my brother would have undoubtedly insisted that Li Dong arrange a position for Li Mu, rather than remaining silent." His wife, upon hearing his words, retorted, "Am I the sole culprit? If you weren't also coveting those trivial benefits and eager to claim a larger share of the family assets, would we be in this predicament?" As Li Mu witnessed his parents bickering, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Li Dong remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. After dropping his parents off at their villa, he opted not to indulge in nocturnal revelry as he might have in the bustling metropolis, but instead chose to sit with them in the living room, watching television. After all, Liang City was merely a small county, lacking the vibrant nightlife of the metropolis, and he preferred to avoid tarnishing his reputation in front of his parents and elders. As the night quietly slipped away, the next day at 9 in the morning, while Li Dong was strolling with his parents in the community garden, he received a message from Wan Xiaoqing, providing a location. "Young Master Li, I have reserved a private room at Wanzhou residence. Please come over at noon." The tone of Wan Xiaoqing's message conveyed a sense of reverence that was palpable even through the phone. Li Dong noted with intrigue that Wan Xiaoqing had arrived at the restaurant so early to await his arrival, leading him to ponder what request might compel such urgency. After all, as the wealthiest individual in the county, he must be inundated with obligations and responsibilities, making it unnecessary for him to insist on treating Li Dong to a meal. Curiosity piqued, Li Dong promptly replied, "Very well, I shall arrive punctually at noon." After closing the messaging app, he informed his parents of his lunch engagement, expressing that he would not be dining at home, and then proceeded to contact Lu Jingjing. Given Lu Jingjing's insistence that she accompany him whenever he dined with Wan Xiaoqing, he felt it was only appropriate. Upon hearing Li Dong's invitation, Lu Jingjing responded with immediate excitement. After ending the call, she hurriedly began to prepare herself, her earnest demeanor suggesting she was readying for a significant occasion, almost akin to a blind date. At Wanzhou residence, in the esteemed private room, Wan Xiaoqing's secretary, observing her boss's meticulous invitation to Li Dong, could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Mr. Wan, although young Master Li is not lacking in wealth, neither are you. Why the insistence on treating him? In the past, you've not shown this level of attentiveness to other affluent visitors to Liang City. I aim to establish my business in the metropolis, but no local tycoons are willing to guide me. It is through individuals like young Master Li that I can secure a foothold in the city," Wan Xiaoqing explained. Though his mind was preoccupied with the research he had conducted on Li Dong, the more he reflected on Li Dong's actions in the metropolis, the more he anticipated their meeting. An hour later, Li Dong received a message indicating that Lu Jingjing had finished her makeup. Women are indeed troublesome, he thought, exasperated, as he drove to wait for her outside her building. Shortly, Lu Jingjing emerged, and upon seeing her, Li Dong couldn't help but feel that such beauty should not be confined to this small county. Her transformation was striking. Yesterday, she had resembled a wild stallion, but today, she embodied the essence of a seductive, untamed leopard. Her short hair was styled in a deliberately tousled manner, and she wore a leopard print tank top paired with snug black shorts that barely covered her curves, her long legs unapologetically on display. On her feet were open-toed sandals. Her toenails painted a deep mahogany, exuding an indescribable wildness. Such fiery boldness was rare in this small county, and Li Dong found it perplexing that someone as vivacious as Lu Jingjing would choose to work here. Finally, under Li Dong's gaze, she slid into the passenger seat, settling in with an air of nonchalance. Almost immediately, she kicked off her shoes and propped her legs up on the dashboard, her beautiful feet resting there. Her gaze boldly meeting Li Dong's as she asked, "So, do you think I'm hot and sexy? Surely, I'm no less than the women in the metropolis." Li Dong was taken aback by her unexpected question, his expression a mixture of surprise and disbelief. Yet, under her expectant gaze, he replied earnestly, "I have encountered many beautiful women in the metropolis, and few can compare to you." "Few? So that means there are some," Lu Jingjing remarked, her disappointment flickering in her eyes. Just as Li Dong prepared to start the car, Lu Jingjing suddenly added, "Li Dong, once your lunch with Wan Xiaoqing concludes, let us find a quiet place to talk. I have something to ask of you." Her pleading expression caught Li Dong off guard, yet he nodded in agreement. "All right. After my meeting with Mr. Wan, we shall find a place to discuss." Elated by his acquiescence, Lu Jingjing's face lit up with delight. As Li Dong drove, she fixated on him, as if he were a rare treasure. Following the coordinates provided by Wan Xiaoqing, they arrived at an old alleyway. The alley was so narrow that the car could not enter. After parking, Li Dong stepped out, and immediately, a woman in professional attire approached them briskly. "Young Master Li. Greetings. I am Mr. Wan's secretary. He instructed me to wait for you here, as the restaurant is rather secluded and difficult to locate. Please lead the way." Li Dong replied with a nod, signaling for her to guide them. Upon hearing Li Dong's command, the woman immediately took the lead. Although it was uncertain whether it was due to habit or the excessive height of her stilettos, as her gait was decidedly swaying. The fitted skirt clung tightly to her backside, seemingly enticing Li Dong in an intangible manner. Beside Li Dong, LV Jingjing observed the secretary's provocative walk and instinctively leaned closer. Whispering, "Li Dong, that secretary's manner of walking suggests she is not a virtuous woman. She must be involved with President Wan. You must not entertain any thoughts about her." Li Dong, taken aback by LV Jingjing's evident jealousy, was momentarily astonished. After all, his relationship with LV Jingjing was merely that of ordinary classmates, far less intimate than the past flirtation he shared with Zhou Qingqing, rendering her jealousy unwarranted. However, this was not the moment for such reflections. He could only muster a wry smile and continue following the secretary. Before long, the trio arrived at the private room where Wan Xiaoqing awaited. Upon seeing Li Dong and LV Jingjing enter, he promptly rose to greet them. After a round of pleasantries, the three settled into their seats, with the secretary taking a place directly beside Wan Xiaoqing. The dynamics of their interaction revealed a close relationship, evident as she deliberately served him food, an act that went unrebuked by Wan Xiaoqing. If their affair were merely casual, he would not permit such familiarity in a professional setting, as it could tarnish his reputation in the eyes of outsiders. As the meal progressed, Wan Xiaoqing finally turned to Li Dong, inquiring, "Might you have an interest in real estate? If so, my company would be delighted to offer you a stake, allowing us to profit together in the future." Li Dong was taken aback by Wan Xiaoqing's proposal for investment. After all, Wan Xiaoqing was no ordinary real estate developer. He had constructed half the buildings in the city, generating an unimaginable annual income from property management fees. His foresight in acquiring land before the real estate market's explosion was commendable, and his reputation in the county was impeccable. His properties never faced a shortage of buyers. Theoretically, Wan Xiaoqing had no need for financial backing, as banks would readily extend credit to such a reputable client, leaving little reason to recruit Li Dong as an investor. Sensing the confusion in Li Dong's expression, Wan Xiaoqing continued, "Li Dong, I have heard about your recent endeavors in Modu. I have long sought an opportunity to enter the Modu real estate market, but it has eluded me. Now, I perceive a chance. Your substantial investment to dismantle the Qin family's supermarket chain demonstrates your resolve. I believe you will require your own real estate company, especially since the Qin family's primary business is real estate. Once the Qin family's empire falls, we could seamlessly acquire some of their operations together." Li Dong found Wan Xiaoqing's reasoning compelling. "Very well, prepare a proposal, and we can discuss the investment ratio. However, let me make it clear, I dislike meddling in affairs and detest being deceived. Otherwise, I assure you, I will handle you as I would the Qin family. Li Dong's authoritative demeanor, looking down at Wan Xiaoqing, signified his preliminary agreement to the collaboration. Rather than being offended, Wan Xiaoqing appeared even more enthusiastic. After their meal concluded, noting the beautiful LV Jingjing by Li Dong's side, Wan Xiaoqing refrained from scheduling any further activities, indicating he would return to prepare the proposal, and thus concluded the dinner. Meanwhile, LV Jingjing, witnessing Wan Xiaoqing depart with the secretary, excitedly turned to Li Dong. Li Dong, now that President Wan has left, the rest of the time is yours. I have booked a room at a private cinema. Let us head there directly. Chapter 98. Pretend to be my boyfriend. Private cinema. Li Dong was momentarily taken aback by LV Jingjing's arrangement. He had heard of private cinemas, places seemingly dedicated to watching films, yet the emphasis on private was noteworthy. Typically, such venues were frequented by couples, prioritizing an undisturbed world for two once the door closed. Some couples, with their sole intent being to enjoy the large bed, might not even bother to play a film. Under normal circumstances, friends seeking a quiet place to converse would opt for a cafe or dessert shop. This was Li Dong's first encounter with the notion of such a secluded spot for conversation. Hoping he was overthinking the situation, Li Dong silently mused as he followed LV Jingjing outside. Guided by her, they soon arrived at a private cinema named Destined for Life. Although he had long heard of private cinemas, this was his inaugural visit. After collecting the room key from the front desk, they quickly entered a room. Upon entering, the first sight that greeted them was an enormous double bed, comically large, where two people could frolic without concern for space. Opposite the bed was an expansive screen, ready for them to select a movie. As soon as the door closed behind them, LV Jingjing effortlessly chose a currently trending film, then, as if at home, kicked off her shoes and climbed onto the bed. Reclining against the headboard, she patted the space beside her, gazing at Li Dong. What are you waiting for? Come watch the movie. All right, Li Dong replied with a faint smile, though he remained puzzled about LV Jingjing's intentions. Nevertheless, he joined her by the bed, leaning against the headboard. The physical distance between them was minimal, akin to that of a couple, yet marked by a slight gap, suggesting an unfulfilled intimacy. Soon, the film commenced, portraying a romantic comedy about a pair feigning a relationship to deceive their parents, only to find themselves genuinely falling for each other amidst a series of misunderstandings. As the plot unfolded, LV Jingjing suddenly turned to Li Dong, saying, I told my parents that you were my boyfriend. After this May Day holiday, I plan to move to Modu with you. They wish to meet you in the evening. Li Dong was taken aback by her unexpected revelation. Given that he had considered numerous possibilities upon hearing of the private cinema booking, including the potential for intimate encounters, the notion of pretending to be her boyfriend had never crossed his mind. After a lengthy pause, he curiously asked, Why would you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend? With your attributes, surely there are countless admirers willing to assist you in deceiving your parents. Because I want to leave this small county and experience life in a bustling metropolis like Modu, LV Jingjing replied. Her expression one of frustration as she glanced at Li Dong. But my parents only have me as their daughter and are reluctant to let me go. They claim that in a place like Modu, with so many outstanding individuals, I would inevitably overlook the men here in the county. Little do they know that even if I don't work outside, I wouldn't be attracted to those who are content with life in this county. Upon hearing Li Dong's words, I realized that the opportunity to persuade my parents lay in their perception of you as my boyfriend, given your remarkable qualities. They would surely be convinced that no one in this bustling metropolis could possibly take me away from you, allowing me to leave this city alongside you. Li Dong, upon hearing Lu Jingjing's declaration, instantly comprehended why this woman, exuding an untamed spirit, had remained in the small town of Liangqing. The thought that Lu Jingjing, with her inherently wild nature, was constrained by her parents to stay in her hometown elicited a smile from him. Sensing Li Dong's inclination to laugh, Lu Jingjing shot him an indignant glare. However, desiring to rely on him to escape the metropolis, she sweetly implored, Li Dong, please assist me just this once. It would cost you nothing. Very well, I shall help you this time, but let it be known that this is merely a pretense. I will only accompany you for tonight's dinner. Beyond that, I shall not be responsible for any repercussions, Li Dong replied with a faint smile, ultimately yielding to Lu Jingjing's beseeching gaze. Her joy was palpable as she beamed at him. In the next moment, before Li Dong could react, this spirited woman embraced him, making him acutely aware of her alluring physique. Could this be a gesture of goodwill towards me? Excitement coursed through Li Dong as he instinctively placed his hand at Lu Jingjing's waist, contemplating the sensations of her body. After all, he was not some paragon of virtue, and Lu Jingjing had once been the belle of his class. Should circumstances unfold, he would not mind at all. Of course, he only sought a purely physical relationship. perhaps offering her a sum of money afterward, but he had no intention of entangling himself further. Just as his hand grazed Lu Jingjing's waist, it was swiftly swatted away by Jingjing. With an incredulous expression, Lu Jingjing remarked, "Li Dong, it seems that over the years, not only have you accumulated wealth, but also acquired a rather unsavory skill in handling women. You've clearly had ample practice." Caught off guard by her commentary, Li Dong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Indeed, as Lu Jingjing pointed out, he had become quite accustomed to such interactions with women. Although he had not engaged with those who were overtly forward, his hands had inevitably taken liberties in various situations. Initially, it was the women who had drawn him in, and gradually, his hands had developed a reflexive response. Whenever he found himself with a woman, he instinctively reached out. However, he could not admit this. Instead, he chuckled awkwardly and withdrew his hand, stating, "Your figure is simply too enticing. I momentarily lost control. However, since we are discussing meeting your parents, I should prepare some gifts for them. Let us go shopping together." "Excellent. Let's head to the mall. But I must insist that, as the gifts are for my parents, I will choose them, and I will cover all expenses. We are not officially a couple yet, so I cannot spend your money," Lu Jingjing said cheerfully, taking hold of Li Dong's hand and leading him outside. Li Dong, taken aback by her insistence not to spend a single cent of his money, felt a flicker of surprise. Did she genuinely not care about money, or was she merely biding her time for a larger catch? As he observed Lu Jingjing's firm grip on his hand, he felt a sudden urge to test her resolve during their upcoming shopping excursion. Chapter 99, The 1.88 million Cartier watch. At Xianxing Shopping Plaza, the largest shopping center in Liaocheng, if one sought to purchase branded luxury clothing or jewelry, this was the only destination. Likewise, for acquiring truly exquisite gifts, this shopping center proved to be the most suitable choice. Typically, Lu Jingjing never ventured here, for the reason could be summed up in one word: poverty. However, today was different. Given Li Dong's status, she felt compelled to select gifts that befitted his stature, thus deciding to brave the expense for her parents' meeting gifts. Upon entering, Li Dong did not immediately follow Lu Jingjing to the skincare section, but instead made a beeline for the watch area. "I recently realized that I lack a decent watch. Since we are together, help me choose one that complements my style," Li Dong stated nonchalantly, not bothering to solicit Lu Jingjing's opinion as he ascended to the second floor and headed directly to the luxury watch section. Before long, they arrived at the Rolex counter. Rolex had always been synonymous with entry-level luxury, with online discussions suggesting that true connoisseurs gravitated towards brands like Vacheron Constantin or Patek Philippe. Yet, in this small town, a Rolex was the finest watch available, and to find anything better, one would have to return to the metropolis. "Hello, sir and madam, I am the sales associate. Xiaoyu. It is a pleasure to assist you," the enthusiastic voice of the saleswoman rang out. Recognizing Li Dong's designer attire, she immediately understood that they were dealing with a high-profile customer. Li Dong, sensing her eagerness, instructed her to select a temporary watch that matched his outfit. However, upon viewing the selection, he felt a pang of disappointment. The watches presented were clearly outdated and of lower quality, with the most expensive priced at just 300,000, which was utterly unworthy of his ensemble worth nearly several hundred thousand. In disbelief, Li Dong inquired, "Is this truly the finest selection available? Are there no better options?" "Apologies, sir, but due to the limited purchasing power in Liaocheng, we cannot stock higher-end items. However, we can place orders. I can fetch the catalog for you. Any model you select can be ordered from the metropolis, and you could collect it tomorrow," the saleswoman replied, her enthusiasm increasing as she recognized Li Dong's financial capacity. Yet, Li Dong had no intention of reserving a watch only to return the next day. Disappointed, he shook his head and said, "Forget it. I will wait until I am back in the metropolis to purchase a watch. In the meantime, choose a few watches suitable for my father. Find one for formal occasions, one for sports, and one for casual outings. Price is not an issue, but they must be appropriate for him." As he spoke, Li Dong retrieved his phone and pulled up a photo of his family from the previous day taken in their villa. Once the saleswoman caught sight of his father's features, she promptly selected 6 watches suitable for middle-aged men. "These 2 watches are appropriate for formal wear, these 2 for sports, and these 2 for casual outings. Each is priced around 300,000, considered our high-end selection. Your father would undoubtedly make a statement wearing these around the county. In a big city, those top luxury brands would likely go unrecognized here, thus failing to create the desired impression. Sir, I recommend you select one from each category. This will adequately cater to your father's needs in any setting." Listening to the saleswoman, Lu Jingjing was prepared to showcase her expertise in helping Li Dong choose 3 watches. However, at that moment, Li Dong waved his hand and pulled out a card, addressing the saleswoman. "These are all lower-end watches. Combined, they do not amount to much. Just charge them to my card." Li Dong's gesture left both Lu Jingjing and the saleswoman momentarily stunned. It wasn't until the saleswoman excitedly accepted his card to process the payment that Lu Jingjing finally regained her composure. Gazing intently into Li Dong's eyes without so much as a blink, Lu Jingjing found herself astonished by the sheer magnitude of his financial prowess. Having just spent nearly 2 million on 6 timepieces for his father, once they had completed the transaction and exited the boutique, she could no longer restrain herself from addressing Li Dong. If those classmates from yesterday were to witness you casually spending close to 2 million on watches for your father, their expressions would surely be priceless. Let us not dwell on them. It's rather trivial. Let us explore the women's watch store, Li Dong replied with a gentle smile, immediately guiding Lu Jingjing towards the nearby Cartier counter. His extravagant purchase of 6 Rolexes had already attracted the attention of everyone in the vicinity of luxury timepieces. Upon seeing him approach, the manager of the Cartier boutique greeted them with warm enthusiasm. "Good day, sir and madam. How may I assist you today?" The manager inquired with a beaming smile. "Please help the lady beside me find a watch. I trust you understand the price range." Li Dong replied nonchalantly as he settled into a chair in front of the counter. Instantly, the sales associate responded with palpable excitement. "Sir, we have a special edition Cartier Blue Phoenix Queen model, flown in from the Magic City for our May Day event. There are only 100 pieces in the world. It is undoubtedly the pinnacle of luxury. If the lady were to wear it, it would certainly enhance your prestige." As she spoke, she signaled to a fellow clerk to retrieve the exquisite timepiece. Lu Jingjing, initially under the impression that Li Dong intended to purchase a watch for his mother, was taken aback to realize he was actually selecting one for her. Just as she was about to decline his generous offer, the Cartier Blue Phoenix was presented before her. Captivated by its beauty, Lu Jingjing found it impossible to divert her gaze. The watch, adorned with 18K diamonds, sparkled brilliantly from its intricately designed bracelet to the face, which was encrusted with gemstones far larger than those typically found on a woman's engagement ring. Yet, the piece de resistance was the watch's hands. Fashioned into a magnificent blue phoenix composed of rare white and blue diamonds, its wings poised to take flight, dominating the dial and exuding an aura of regal elegance. The estimated worth of the diamonds alone was a staggering 1 million. Naturally, Cartier would not engage in unprofitable ventures. This exquisite timepiece bore a price tag of 1,800,000, categorizing it among the most opulent items even within the esteemed brand. Lu Jingjing, having never encountered such an extravagant luxury, was utterly awestruck by the Cartier, a watch valued at 1.88 million. Forgetting her initial intention to refuse, she instinctively extended her wrist as the sales associate adorned her with the magnificent piece. Sophisticated and bold, the watch perfectly matched Lu Jingjing's spirited demeanor. Observing the effect it had on her wrist, Li Dong felt as if the watch had been custom-tailored for her. Overwhelmed with joy, Lu Jingjing examined her reflection from various angles, her eyes shimmering with delight. Seeing her so enamored, Li Dong promptly produced his card and handed it to the boutique manager. "Please proceed with the transaction. Let her wear the watch." "Certainly, sir," the manager exclaimed, her face alight with surprise as she began processing the payment. At that moment, Lu Jingjing regained her composure, casting a nervous glance at Li Dong. "Li Dong, this watch is far too extravagant. I cannot accept such a lavish gift." "Why not? Consider it a token of appreciation for accompanying me to dine and browse for watches." "To me, spending less than 2 million is akin to spending 200, Li Dong replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by the price of the Cartier timepiece. Nearby, the sales associates began to chime in, further persuading Lu Jingjing. "Dear lady, since your boyfriend insists, you should accept the watch. Clearly, your boyfriend is someone of great means. He must associate with influential individuals. Without a proper watch, you would be compromising his reputation." The chorus of flattery from the sales associates positioned Li Dong as Lu Jingjing's boyfriend, showering her with compliments that left her feeling unexpectedly elated. Ultimately, unable to resist, she turned to the sales staff. "All right, I will take the watch." Li Dong, witnessing her acceptance, felt a twinge of disappointment. While he understood that women are often attracted to a man's wealth and men to a woman's beauty, he yearned for a connection devoid of monetary influences. Thus, he had always placed great importance on his relationship with Qiao Shui. Soon after completing the transaction, Li Dong shook off his contemplations and led Lu Jingjing to the Chanel boutique. "Please select a few bags for my mother." Upon hearing his request, Lu Jingjing raised her wrist, her gaze fixed on Li Dong with a hint of challenge. "You're only buying bags for my mother? What about a few for me?" Caught off guard by her boldness, Li Dong was momentarily taken aback. Yet recognizing the bags were merely a trifling expense for him, he nodded. "If you desire them, feel free to choose a few." Without hesitation, Lu Jingjing selected several suitable bags for Li Dong's mother and added 2 of the latest styles for herself, totaling over 300,000 when the necessary accessories were included. Remarkably, Lu Jingjing seemed to have embraced her role as Li Dong's girlfriend. What was initially agreed upon as her financial responsibility for health supplements transformed into Li Dong treating her to upgraded items, all charged to his card. In the parking lot, as Lu Jingjing loaded the trunk with their purchases, Li Dong could no longer contain his curiosity. Lu Jingjing, what has prompted this sudden transformation in you? Lu Jingjing smiled, her demeanor playful as she glanced at him. Isn't this the outcome you desired? From the moment you gifted me that 188 million watch. Didn't you intend for this very scenario? I merely expedited the process, allowing you to win me over without delay, making it clear that I am indeed motivated by wealth. Li Dong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him upon hearing her candid confession. Instinctively, he sought to clarify, I didn't mean it that way. I simply wanted to gauge your reaction, to see if you truly disregarded money or were merely biding your time to reel me in as your boyfriend. Lu Jingjing laughed, her amusement evident. You don't find your little test to be rather unnecessary? Regardless of gender, who wouldn't want a more accomplished partner? For women, a man's ability to earn is undoubtedly a significant factor in today's world. For you men, the more beautiful the woman by your side, the better. Do not speak to me of depth. I cannot believe that a woman who is entirely indifferent to wealth would be with you purely for love. Therefore, from the very beginning, my attraction to you stemmed from your affluence. I considered you the ideal match. Is this not a perfectly natural sentiment? Or do you believe your godlike visage alone can compel countless women to swoon and declare that they could marry no one else but you? Li Dong, upon hearing LV Jingjing's candid admission that her interest in him was motivated by his wealth, fell into a profound silence. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for any rebuttal to her assertions. Just as she had articulated, he too first assessed women based on their appearance. Beauty is undeniably the primary allure, followed subsequently by character and other qualities. Without beauty, no matter how noble her heart, or how disdainful she might be of material wealth, he would feel no flicker of attraction. If he were devoid of riches, what reason would a woman have to be drawn to him? In an instant, Li Dong experienced an awakening. Since acquiring the system, he had been in pursuit of pure love, yet now he realized that love has never been pure. Men are attracted to women's beauty and physique, while women are drawn to men's financial stability and responsibility. This is merely a matter of matching various conditions. He had foolishly sought to eliminate external factors in his quest for love, which was inherently an impossible endeavor. I ought not to seek love. What I should do is relish life. It is rather absurd that I have fretted over this for so long. Suddenly enlightened, Li Dong turned to the woman who had catalyzed his awakening, a smile illuminating his face. You make a compelling point. I find great wisdom in your words. I must repay you for this insight. Let me reward you by allowing you to be one of my women. Chapter 101, Cornered by a Woman. Upon hearing Li Dong's declaration, LV Jingjing was momentarily speechless. Observing the way her words seemed to awaken Li Dong's latent playboy tendencies, she gazed at him with an assertive intensity. At present, I am merely one of your women, but in the future, I shall be your only one. In that moment, LV Jingjing exhibited an unrestrained confidence, showing no signs of embarrassment over being perceived as someone who was after his wealth. In fact, Li Dong found himself inexplicably admiring her spirit. However, in the next instant, as he regarded her with admiration, LV Jingjing's actions startled him profoundly. With an assertive demeanor, she extended her hand and, in a classic move, pinned him against the wall of the parking lot, kissing him fervently before he could fully comprehend the situation. Caught off guard, Li Dong had never imagined he would be kissed so passionately by a woman. They eventually parted, both panting. Breathing heavily, LV Jingjing looked at Li Dong with a triumphant glimmer in her eyes. Today, I'll give you a taste of sweetness. After dinner with my parents tonight, I shall reward you properly. Reward? What reward? Li Dong's gaze instinctively drifted to her leopard print tank top, admiring her figure. LV Jingjing possessed the quintessential physique, tall and slender, with the right curves in all the appropriate places. The loose-fitting leopard print tank top clung to her body, accentuating her form. Noticing his gaze, LV Jingjing unabashedly allowed him to admire her. Once he had taken in her appearance, she proudly inquired, So, what do you think of my figure? It's quite exceptional, isn't it? My beauty and physique are undoubtedly first-rate. You are drawn to my allure, and I, to your wealth. Together, we form a perfect match. Li Dong realized that his gaze had been a touch too direct. With an awkward smile, he felt ill-equipped to handle her boldness and promptly opened the car door to take his place at the driver's seat. LV Jingjing, seeing his reaction, smiled with satisfaction and settled into the passenger seat. This time, with their prior understanding, she made herself at home, removing her shoes and casually propping her legs up on the dashboard. Her long, slender legs were displayed prominently before him. As Li Dong's gaze instinctively fell upon her legs, LV Jingjing provocatively placed her hand on her thigh, sliding it boldly as she challenged him with her eyes. Isn't it all the rage to wear black stockings these days? Do you think my legs would look stunning in them? Perhaps I shall wear them for you next time we meet. Seductress. Li Dong chuckled in disbelief. Yet internally, he began to anticipate the moment when she would don those black stockings. Only when LV Jingjing urged him did he finally focus on the road ahead. Realizing that after their lengthy detour at the mall, time was slipping away. If they did not hurry back, they would miss the customary dinner hour. After all, this was his first visit to LV Jingjing's home as her boyfriend. Arriving late would be rather inconsiderate. At 5 o'clock, he arrived punctually at her building. Once parked, they quickly gathered the health products they had purchased and ascended the stairs to her home. As they entered, LV Jingjing's parents warmly welcomed Li Dong. After placing their items down, they casually engaged him in conversation, subtly inquiring about his current situation. So, Li Dong, I hear you and Jingjing were high school classmates. You've liked her since then, and now that you've found success in Shanghai, you've mustered the courage to pursue her, hoping she might join you there as your financial director. I understand you've recently acquired a company and are in need of trustworthy financial oversight. Mr. LV asked Li Dong with a hint of reticence, while Mrs. LV was more direct, looking at him earnestly. Li Dong, could you share the scale of your company? After all, our daughter is quite beautiful, and if your company is too small, we worry she might be pursued by someone more accomplished in Shanghai. She is our only child, and we hope she will remain nearby, so we can see her during the holidays. We would rather not have her with someone from Shanghai. Li Dong, observing the genuine concern etched on LV Jingjing's parents' faces regarding his ability to provide for their daughter, felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. While it is often said that a daughter is a flower nurtured by her parents, the fear of her being whisked away by another was something he had never encountered before. With a bemused smile, under the watchful eyes of her parents, he confidently replied, I have recently acquired several supermarkets and established a large chain with a market value exceeding 30 billion. We just opened on May Day. You can easily find all the information about the supermarket in the Shanghai News. Since Jingjing studied accounting in college, and I currently lack personnel in that area, I plan to appoint her as the financial director to oversee the company's finances. As Li Dong spoke, he could see the astonishment grow in the eyes of LV Jingjing's parents. To them, $1 billion or $2 billion was already a considerable fortune, especially coming from someone who had once been Jingjing's classmate and had emerged from humble beginnings to establish a business. They had never dared to envision something so grand. Now, hearing Li Dong mention over 30 billion left them utterly flabbergasted. After all, even the wealthiest person in Liangsheng, Wan Xiaoqing, possesses a fortune that barely exceeds 100 billion, a figure that surpasses their wildest imagination. Observing the astonished expressions on her parents' faces, Lu Jingjing, concerned that they might doubt Li Dong's words, promptly elaborated, Mom and Dad. This noon, our county's tycoon Wan Xiaoqing hosted a banquet to invite Li Dong, aiming to bring him on board as an investor in Wan Xiaoqing's real estate company, discussing a joint venture into the property market of Modu. Upon hearing Lu Jingjing's explanation, her parents' gazes toward Li Dong became increasingly warm. Reflecting on the dishes she had prepared in the kitchen, they even felt that the meal was somewhat insufficient. Lu's mother immediately turned to Lu Jingjing. Jingjing, please keep Li Dong company for a while. Your father and I will step out to stir-fry a few more dishes. The preparation time was a bit short, and many of my signature dishes couldn't be made in time. Next time you bring Li Dong over, remember to let us know a few days in advance so your father can go back to the village and collect some wild game. Those delicacies are great for men and are hard to find in the city. Chapter 102. Do I look like I need supplementation? Do I look like I need to supplement anything? Li Dong inquired as Lu Jingjing's parents re-entered the kitchen, unable to suppress his gaze upon Lu Jingjing. Since becoming a master in his field, his physique appeared remarkably standard. Though not muscular in the conventional sense, he was certainly no slouch. Hearing his remark, Lu Jingjing awkwardly chuckled. I forgot to mention, my mother is a urologist, and to her, no man is ever truly robust. Even my father has been subjected to her various kidney tonifying remedies. As of now, since you are not yet married to me, she subtly encourages you to try dietary supplements. Once you marry me, she will arrange for medicinal enhancements. She leaned in conspiratorially and added, let me share a little secret. My mother is an expert in urological supplementation. Numerous hospitals in Modu have sought to recruit her, had it not been for her reluctance to leave my grandparents. She would have long since become a specialist in a Moda hospital. If you marry me, my mother will provide you with professional care, ensuring your vitality becomes the pinnacle of performance, never to face depletion. Upon hearing Lu Jingjing's words, Li Dong was struck dumb. My vitality is quite satisfactory as it is. Even without any adjustments, it's already top tier. Sooner or later, I will demonstrate that to you. He looked forward to that moment. Lu Jingjing nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Li Dong observed how Lu Jingjing seemed thrilled, completely devoid of the usual modesty exhibited by ordinary women, and found himself at a loss for words. Fortunately, being in Lu Jingjing's home, even her wildness was somewhat restrained. She dared not create too much commotion. Soon, an array of exquisite dishes was presented by Lu Jingjing's parents. For Li Dong, the first-time prospective son-in-law. They were filled with enthusiasm, and during the meal, they confirmed that Li Dong could take Lu Jingjing with him to Modu after the May Day holiday. Clearly, they found no faults with their wealthy future son-in-law. As the meal concluded, Li Dong felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, fearing that her parents might suddenly announce their engagement with Lu Jingjing. After leaving her home together, Li Dong finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Noticing his reaction, Lu Jingjing burst into laughter. Have you laughed enough? I remember you promised me a reward. Isn't it time to fulfill that? Li Dong gazed at her, bemused. Don't be impatient. I will reward you. But not just yet, Lu Jingjing replied, a gleeful expression on her face. She hopped into the front passenger seat of Li Dong's car and said, let's head to the mall we visited earlier. I need to buy some things. Am I your personal errand boy now? Li Dong mused, bemused by how naturally she commanded him, as if she were genuinely his girlfriend. However, with nothing else to occupy his time, he complied with her request, driving to the mall to see what Lu Jingjing had in mind. This time, since she didn't invite him to accompany her inside, he found himself bored in the car, playing a mobile game. Time passed as he indulged in his game, achieving impressive kills with his favorite hero. After a few rounds of triumph, Lu Jingjing finally reappeared before him. He was taken aback by the transformation. She had dyed her hair a vibrant purple, maintaining a wild, tousled look. Her outfit had also changed. The previous attire was replaced by a form-fitting zebra-striped dress, accentuating her figure, paired with trendy fishnet stockings, and her lips adorned with a deep crimson hue, radiating a sense of wildness and allure. With her beauty and charisma enhanced by her ensemble, even in the nightlife of Modu, she would undoubtedly stand out as the most striking woman, a quintessential nightlife queen. She resembled a wild stallion, yearning for a man to conquer her, to ride her with unbridled fervor. Yet, without a vast pasture at home, sustaining such a woman would inevitably lead to a need for one. Li Dong, possessing wealth, could easily procure a sprawling expanse whenever needed. Regardless of how wild Lu Jingjing became, he could corral her, ensuring she wouldn't have to seek sustenance elsewhere. Lu Jingjing gazed at Li Dong, her expression filled with pride. I've heard that in Hong Kong, they refer to their women as mares because they believe women are meant to be ridden by men. People I know say I am a wild stallion full of spirit. I wonder what kind of man could ride me. Today, I want to offer you the chance to ride me, but you must post a photo of us together on your social media. I wonder if you dare. Without hesitation, Li Dong handed his phone to Lu Jingjing, indicating she should take the photo and post it. Surprised by his willingness, Lu Jingjing exclaimed, by posting this photo, you're effectively severing ties with Zhou Qingqing. Given how she behaved yesterday, it's clear she still has feelings for you. Hearing her words, a hint of melancholy crossed Li Dong's face. He was well aware of Zhou Qingqing's sentiments from the previous day, awakening to the realization that she was now eager to relish life, despite having the means to enjoy it, yet still seeking love, seemed paradoxical. Undoubtedly, Zhou Qingqing, still entrenched in her studies, was merely a woman in search of romance, much like how he felt women could not provide the love he sought, nor could he offer the campus romance she desired. Thus, rather than dwelling on Zhou Qingqing, it would be far more gratifying to embrace Lu Jingjing, the wild stallion. With that thought, he reached out, pulling Lu Jingjing into his embrace, signaling for her to take the picture. Snap. With that, Lu Jingjing snapped the photo, no longer holding back, and even took the initiative to open Li Dong's WeChat, posting a status update. The content read, on our first day together, from now on, this wild stallion is under my private care. She then excitedly opened her own phone, sharing her own post, which stated, from today onward, this wild stallion has been thoroughly tamed. Those who used to greet me morning and night can now delete me from their friends list. I no longer need to play intermediary, and I don't want to be pestered daily under the guise of real estate offers. In her exuberance, she remained blissfully unaware that Li Dong's current WeChat account was scarcely utilized, with a secondary account being his primary means of communication. Unfamiliar with the circumstances, she immediately directed a piercing gaze at Li Dong after posting on her social media. All right, I've shared my post. From this moment onward, I am one of your girlfriends. You may now indulge in the liberties of a boyfriend at a hotel. Moreover, I shall assess your stamina, should it prove lacking. I can have my mother procure some restorative tonics for you before this May Day holiday concludes. Chapter 103. The Conquest of Lu Jingjing, the Wild Stallion. Although Lu Jingjing had always exhibited a wild demeanor since high school, reminiscent of a spirited stallion, Li Dong was still taken aback by her unabashed questioning of his masculine prowess. With a bemused smile, he promptly replied to her, today, I shall show you what it means to be a man. If you do not beg for mercy tonight, do not expect me to go easy on you. Let us see if you dare to call me weak again. With a haughty expression and a gaze brimming with provocation, Lu Jingjing exuded confidence. Observing her demeanor, Li Dong no longer hesitated. He drove straight to the only five-star hotel in the county, the Baiyun Grand Hotel. Despite being a small county, it was filled with luxurious cars. After parking, he approached the front desk and booked the hotel's most opulent suite, costing 18,000 a day, and was promptly escorted to the door by the attentive hotel staff. Once inside, with only the two of them remaining, Lu Jingjing boldly looked at Li Dong and said, "Be a good boy and wait for me. Once I finish my shower, I will slowly examine you." Li Dong, observing her confidence, felt as though he was the one being led to the room by Lu Jingjing rather than the other way around. Traditionally, men pursued women, yet tonight, it seemed as though he was the one being toyed with. Determined not to be merely a puppet in her hands, he resolved to take the initiative. In that moment, as Lu Jingjing entered the bathroom, he silently mused to himself. With the sound of running water resonating from the bathroom, he too decided to head towards it, completely disregarding her instruction to wait patiently. "Li Dong, you need to go out. You are my first target, and I expect you to show me some respect." With a loud bang, accompanied by her shriek, Lu Jingjing pushed him out before he could even enter the bathroom. Returning to the bed, Li Dong pondered Lu Jingjing's words. Still somewhat incredulous, her wild demeanor was beyond anything he had anticipated. He never imagined she would be untouched by any man before him. He held no particular expectations regarding her past experiences, as it was perfectly reasonable for anyone, regardless of gender, to succumb to temptation when the moment was right. His only requirement was that she could not be promiscuous or engage in underhanded tactics to be with him. He recalled Zhang Jinfeng. Had she pursued him while he was sober, he would have accepted her. However, her calculated approach while he was intoxicated had left a sour taste in his mouth. Thus, despite unconsciously believing Lu Jingjing to be quite wild, he did not harbor any special thoughts about it. Of course, if she were indeed a novice, that would be even better. Just the thought of such a spirited woman being inexperienced left him incredulous. But he would know the truth once her shower was finished. After indulging in his wandering thoughts, he lay back on the bed, patiently awaiting her return. Soon enough, Lu Jingjing emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a white hotel towel. Beneath it, she had deliberately donned fishnet stockings, and her tall figure paired with slightly tousled hair exuded an untamed allure. Yet, despite her wild appearance, she was still a woman. Under Li Dong's unwavering gaze, a hint of bashfulness crept into her demeanor as she pointed towards the bathroom. "Li Dong, you should take a shower first. You've been out all day and must be in need of a freshen up." "All right, I'll heed your advice." Li Dong chuckled resignedly, eager to validate his suspicions, but he complied with her serious expression and headed to the bathroom to wash up. The sound of running water filled the air, and Lu Jingjing sat on the bed, her gaze fixated on the bathroom door. Had Li Dong been able to perceive her anxiousness, he would have immediately comprehended that she was indeed telling the truth. She had not been with any man. For a woman as wild as Lu Jingjing, if she had experienced intimacy with another, she would not exhibit such nervousness. Finally, as the water ceased, her expression shifted from anxiety to one of wild anticipation, completely shedding her previous demeanor. When Li Dong emerged wrapped in a towel, Lu Jingjing had already nestled under the covers. In fact, when he glanced at her, she buried her head beneath the blanket, avoiding eye contact. Initially, Li Dong had harbored doubts about her claims of being untouched, given that her appearance aligned with the societal archetype of a promiscuous woman. For someone like her, the notion of being inexperienced seemed ludicrous. However, witnessing her shyness now made it evident to Li Dong that she truly had not been in a relationship before. Thus, regardless of her previously wild behavior, she now shied away from meeting his gaze. Realizing this, he approached her with excitement, determined to tame this wild stallion, making her wholly his own. Half an hour later, as the storm settled and the battle concluded, Li Dong gazed down at Lu Jingjing in his arms. "Now, tell me, are you satisfied?" "I am, my love. You are simply the best. Today has brought me unparalleled happiness. I shall never doubt your abilities again. You are undoubtedly the finest husband in the world, both in earning and in strength. I feel so fortunate to have you." Despite having surrendered completely, Lu Jingjing's gaze still held a wild glint, a hint of insatiable desire lingering in her eyes, reminiscent of a cat that has just tasted blood. Li Dong, amused by her demeanor, couldn't he help but smile. Remembering that Lu Jingjing had indeed been a novice, he felt a surge of curiosity. "Jingjing, you were always the wildest and most captivating in school. It's truly surprising that you are still inexperienced." Chapter 104. A chance encounter with a first love outside the hotel. Upon hearing Li Dong's remark, Lu Jingjing lifted her head from his embrace. Her eyes filled with indignation as she challenged him. "I may be wild, but I am neither promiscuous nor flirtatious. I have never been ambiguous with any man. How could you entertain such thoughts? In the eyes of men, Do you truly believe that a woman's bold attire equates to promiscuity and a lack of virtue? Might it not simply be that a woman chooses to dress in such a manner because she finds it beautiful and expresses her individuality? Furthermore, I not only wish to dress this way. Upon my arrival in the bustling metropolis, I aspire to get tattoos as well. I desire to embody a fiercely untamed woman. Why should that be unacceptable? Upon hearing Lu Jingjing's words, Li Dong found himself enveloped in embarrassment, at a loss for words. He had always subconsciously assessed women based on their attire, instinctively categorizing those who dressed modestly as virtuous and those who donned bolder outfits as dubious characters. There exists a notion online that states, I have tattoos and frequent nightclubs, yet I am not promiscuous. Li Dong vehemently disagreed with this sentiment. However, gazing at Lu Jingjing in that moment, he recognized that his perspective was rather narrow-minded. Indeed, among women with wild spirits, a significant majority may exhibit wanton behavior, often associated with being promiscuous or frivolous. Yet, there are those like Lu Jingjing, who are simply spirited and enjoy life. Since high school, she had been more adventurous than many women of the social scene, exuding an innate wildness that many would label as bad. However, tonight, she made it abundantly clear to Li Dong that her wildness was purely for the thrill of living, devoid of any promiscuity. Reflecting on Lu Jingjing's words, Li Dong soon realized that she was indeed just a carefree spirit. Throughout her 3 years in high school, she had never engaged in early romantic relationships. In fact, when confronted with confessions of affection, she had always rejected them outright, never indulging in any ambiguous interactions. She was genuinely a playful spirit, entirely unrelated to notions of promiscuity. With this understanding, Li Dong awkwardly smiled and admitted, I have been too narrow-minded, influenced by various online opinions, and have been judging people through a biased lens. From now on, I shall strive to understand individuals personally, without the influence of external factors. Lu Jingjing looked at Li Dong, appreciating his candid acknowledgement of his misunderstanding, and her admiration for him deepened. In the next moment, she tilted her head back, her curiosity piqued, and asked, Li Dong, what kind of tattoo do you think I should get? Currently, I want to have a pair of wings inked on my back. Imagine how striking it would look when viewed from behind. Additionally, I envision having a gun tattooed on each thigh, pointed inward, from your perspective. The visual effect would be exhilarating, wouldn't it? Upon hearing Lu Jingjing's words, Li Dong instinctively envisioned these tattoos adorning her body, and he found the thought undeniably thrilling. If she were indeed to get them, her already wild nature would undoubtedly become even more pronounced, especially when considering the tattoos of guns on her long legs. An inexplicable excitement surged within him. Beaming with joy, he cast aside any preconceived notions regarding tattoos and good girls, eagerly nodding in agreement with Lu Jingjing. I wholeheartedly support your vision. Once we return to the metropolis, I will connect you with the finest tattoo artist to ensure you achieve the look you desire. Overjoyed by Li Dong's endorsement of her tattoo aspirations, Lu Jingjing promptly embraced him and shared a passionate kiss. Caught up in his own excitement at the thought of her tattooed form, Li Dong found himself further exhilarated by her kiss. Without hesitation, he disregarded her protests and once again set out to conquer her. As the night slipped away unnoticed, Li Dong could scarcely recall how many times he and Lu Jingjing had intertwined. All he knew was that she was indeed wild, and when it came to playfulness, she was utterly uninhibited. Despite it being her first experience, she had seamlessly unlocked an array of positions, marking it as one of his most enjoyable nights. In contrast, his previous encounters with the university's belle Wang Mimi and the aloof CEO, Xiao Xue, had not been nearly as liberating. Wang Mimi, despite her efforts to let go of her pure nature, could not match Lu Jingjing's level of abandon due to her inherent personality. Xiao Xue had been even more restrained. Their encounters had only occurred when she was intoxicated, and even then, she had merely vented her frustrations without engaging in any true connection. Lu Jingjing, on the other hand, was not only audacious and wild but also eager to explore, often displaying more curiosity than Li Dong himself. Had it not been for her awkwardness, one might never suspect that she had only just experienced her first intimate encounter. However, her spirited escapades came at a cost. Upon awakening the next morning, while Li Dong merely felt a slight soreness in his back, she was in considerable pain, struggling to walk and unable to close her legs. Anyone familiar with her situation would instantly comprehend what transpired the previous night. Seeing her in such a state, Li Dong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he scratched his head. I apologize. You were so wild last night. In my eagerness to conquer you, I completely forgot it was your first time. I may have gotten a bit carried away. Beast. You are a beast, completely lacking in tenderness, Lu Jingjing retorted, a rare hint of playfulness in her voice as she pouted at him. After a moment of exasperation, she turned to Li Dong. I had intended to enjoy a few more days in my hometown before the May Day holiday, but now I can only rest at home for a couple of days. I must warn you, while I am home, I am your only girlfriend. You absolutely cannot flirt with other women, especially not with Zhou Qingqing, with whom you once exchanged love letters. You must not contact her. It is said that a man's first love is the hardest to forget. And while I am confident in my ability to surpass other women in your life, I have no assurance when it comes to Zhou Qingqing. Rest assured. I have no intentions of pursuing Zhou Qingqing, Li Dong replied earnestly, his face alight with sincerity. He genuinely had no desire for her. Some women are simply meant to be encountered during specific times, and once that period passes, they become unsuitable. Pleased with Li Dong's assurance, Lu Jingjing nodded in satisfaction as he assisted her in leaving the room. After a simple breakfast, Li Dong promptly drove towards Mudanuan, preparing to return Lu Jingjing home. However, just as they exited the hotel parking lot, an unexpected scene unfolded. Zhou Qingqing and the wealthy magnate Wan Xiaoqing unexpectedly emerged from the hotel, fortuitously walking directly in front of Li Dong's car. As their eyes met, Li Dong and Zhou Qingqing recognized each other instantly, taking in the sight of him with Lu Jingjing in the vehicle. Despite Li Dong's earlier nonchalance about Zhou Qingqing, witnessing his former crush exit the hotel with an older man caused a pang of heartache to ripple through him. Beside Zhou Qingqing, Wan Xiaoqing noticed her suddenly halting and inquired, "What is the matter, my dear? Why have you stopped?" "Nothing. I just ran into a classmate unexpectedly." Zhou Qingqing replied with a faint smile before linking arms with Wan Xiaoqing and continuing on, not uttering a single word to Li Dong. As for Wan Xiaoqing, he failed to catch sight of Li Dong in the car due to the angle. The pair quickly circumvented Li Dong's vehicle and proceeded onward. As they walked, Wan Xiaoqing glanced at Zhou Qingqing with a pleasing smile and said, "My dear daughter, why not assist your father in persuading your mother? Let me return home. We can discuss your connections with the outside world once you've severed ties with those frivolous distractions." Zhou Qingqing wore an expression of helplessness, remaining resolutely silent. Inside the car, due to the exceptional soundproofing of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Li Dong was oblivious to the conversation between Zhou Qingqing and Wan Xiaoqing. Only when he saw the two gradually walking away did he gather his thoughts and continue driving outward. Before long, the vehicle arrived at Mudan Garden. In the passenger seat, LV Jingjing felt the pain coursing through her body and shot Li Dong a discontented glare. "You won't need to contact me for the next few days. I need time to recuperate at home. Just pick me up on the 5th, and we can head back to Shanghai together." "All right, I'll reach out then." Li Dong replied with an awkward smile, understanding that it would be difficult for LV Jingjing to walk for the next few days. He dared not say much more, assisting her upstairs and escorting her to the door. He even hurriedly descended the stairs without waiting for her parents to answer. Feeling a bit daunted by the prospect of facing them, especially after the events of the previous night, upon returning home, Li Dong refrained from venturing out again. As there was little to entertain him in the small county of Liangqing, he preferred to spend more time with his parents. On the morning of May 4th, as the holiday concluded and the return-to-work rush commenced, Li Dong drove to wait beneath LV Jingjing's building. This time, she did not keep him waiting long. Within a minute of ending their phone call, she burst out of the building. Seeing Li Dong, LV Jingjing was like a wild horse released from its reins, promptly taking her place in the passenger seat. "Let us go. Our destination is Shanghai," she declared, waving her hand exuberantly, as if embarking on a grand expedition. Li Dong, observing her enthusiasm, realized that these years in her hometown had stifled her spirit, and she was eager to escape Liangqing. As they approached the highway entrance, LV Jingjing excitedly pointed out the window. "Li Dong, look, isn't that teacher Xiao waiting by the roadside with a bag?" Upon hearing her words, Li Dong immediately slowed down and turned his gaze toward the side of the road. Sure enough, Xiao Yunqi appeared, holding a bag, waiting for a ride. Li Dong understood that she was likely waiting for a vehicle, as locals in Liangqing seldom preferred to wait at the station, opting instead for roadside pickups. Confirming Xiao Yunqi's identity, Li Dong gradually brought the car to a stop in front of her. Rolling down the window, he called out, "Teacher Xiao, where are you headed?" "I'm on my way to Shanghai. I've completed online tests for several high schools and am preparing for interviews," Xiao Yunqi replied with a bright smile, exuding the same warmth she had during their school days, seemingly unaware of the events that had transpired the previous night. Seeing her demeanor, Li Dong's last remnant of worry evaporated. He opened the back door and gestured for her to join them. "Teacher Xiao, I'm heading to Shanghai as well. Please ride with us." "Sure," Xiao Yunqi replied naturally, taking her seat in the back without inquiring about how Li Dong and LV Jingjing had come to be together, engaging instead in a normal conversation akin to a reunion between teacher and student. During their drive, curiosity struck Li Dong, and he turned to Xiao Yunqi. "Teacher Xiao, don't rush to rent a place once you arrive in Shanghai. I have access to some school district properties. Once you finalize your school, I can rent one to you at an internal rate. I'm planning to interview at Yucai High School, in Yuan High School, and Cambridge Bilingual High School. All three are prestigious institutions, and the surrounding properties are quite expensive. Do you have school district properties for those? Xiao Yunqi looked skeptical, clearly doubting that Li Dong could conveniently possess properties in all three sought-after schools. Recognizing her skepticism, Li Dong promptly retrieved his phone, dialed Zhang Jinfeng, and activated the speakerphone. "Hello, boss," Zhang Jinfeng greeted respectfully on the other end. Now, she had positioned herself appropriately as an employee, as if the events of that night had never occurred. Li Dong was pleased with her demeanor and instructed, "Please check if we have any properties near Yucai High School, Ingyuan High School, and Cambridge Bilingual High School." "Yes, boss," came her prompt response. Within 30 seconds, Zhang Jinfeng reported, "Boss, we have 13 properties in the Yucai High School District, 19 in the Ingyuan High School District, and 3 in the Cambridge Bilingual High School District. Would you like me to reserve one here?" Many inquiries have been made, and they will likely be rented out within 3 days. In the back seat, Xiao Yunqi was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Jinfeng's response. The notion of having dozens of school district properties seemed far-fetched to her as a lower-income individual. After Li Dong instructed Zhang Jinfeng to reserve one property in each district and ended the call, Xiao Yunqi could no longer contain her curiosity. "Li Dong, just how many school district properties do you have?" 1,000, he replied nonchalantly. "I invested in 1,000 school district properties, concentrated in major districts. I have compatible properties near virtually all prestigious schools in Shanghai." He smiled lightly, explaining with ease, while discreetly observing Xiao Yunqi's reaction upon learning of his extensive holdings. Chapter 106, An Unexpected Sign-In Reward. In the back seat, Xiao Yunqi was utterly astonished by Li Dong's revelation. Given her intention to work in Shanghai, she had researched the prices of school district properties. Had it not been for the high salaries offered by the 3 prestigious high schools, she might have reconsidered her decision upon discovering the exorbitant property prices. Now, hearing that Li Dong possessed 1,000 properties, which nearly dissuaded her from pursuing her career, how could she not be shocked? After a prolonged silence, she finally regained her composure and looked at Li Dong with a complex expression. "In just a few years, you've accumulated such wealth. Li Dong, I underestimated you." He chuckled mischievously but chose not to elaborate further, focusing instead on the road. Observing Li Dong's demeanor, Xiao Yunqi resumed conversation with LV Jingjing in the front seat. As they neared the highway exit, LV Jingjing turned to Xiao Yunqi. "Teacher Xiao, Li Dong has a luxurious flat in the prestigious Tangshan Yiping worth over 100 million. I'll be staying there when I arrive. Why not join me for a few days? Once you finalize your school, Li Dong can help you find a place and save you a few days' worth of hotel expenses." LV Jingjing's suggestion visibly intrigued Xiao Yunqi. After years of juggling various part-time jobs, she had managed to save little. Although the high schools offered generous salaries, she needed to wait for her first paycheck to ease her financial strain. Simply observing the evident romance between Lu Jingjing and Li Dong, she hesitantly turned her gaze towards Lu Jingjing, pondering, "Is it appropriate? Will I be intruding upon your time together?" "Teacher Xiao, there's no issue at all. Li Dong has his work during the day, and I am to be appointed as a financial director at a company he has arranged for me. I'll only be returning home to rest, so you won't be disturbing us," Lu Jingjing replied with genuine enthusiasm, as if she had already assumed the role of the lady of the grand residence at Tangshan Yiping. Beside them, Li Dong echoed her sentiments. "Teacher Xiao, you can stay at my place for the next few days. It'll save you money on hotel expenses. After all, you've been working odd jobs and don't have much savings. Once you've confirmed where you'll be teaching, I'll arrange accommodation for you directly. Your rent will be my responsibility going forward. You can pay me in full after the new year. For now, let us hold off on that. And once your first salary comes in, your life in the metropolis will be far less stressful." Acknowledging Li Dong's words, Xiao Yunqi nodded in agreement. "All right then. I shall impose upon you both for the next few days." Upon hearing Lu Jingjing's enthusiastic affirmation, Li Dong ceased his chatter and focused intently on driving. Despite the misunderstandings that had transpired between them 2 nights prior, he held a profound respect for Xiao Yunqi as a teacher. His intentions were sincerely aimed at alleviating her living costs, enabling her to enjoy a more comfortable life. As they journeyed, Lu Jingjing engaged in lively conversation with Xiao Yunqi, while Li Dong drove attentively, unwittingly exiting the highway and arriving at Tangshan Yiping. Upon parking beside a Bugatti Veyron, Lu Jingjing, stepping out from the passenger seat, gazed at the supercar, which loomed like a beast crouched upon the ground, her eyes brimming with admiration. Li Dong, a Bugatti Veyron, one of the rarest supercars globally. It's no surprise that Tangshan Yiping, one of the most prestigious affluent areas in the metropolis, boasts such an extraordinary vehicle, she mused, as if she were witnessing the manifestation of her ideal man. In an instant, she rushed to the side of the car, seeking the perfect angle, eagerly whipping out her phone to capture the moment. Observing her excitement, Xiao Yunqi inquired curiously, "Lu Jingjing, Is this car truly remarkable? Is it more valuable than Li Dong's G-Class? Hearing Xiao Yunxi's question, Lu Jingjing enthusiastically transformed into a saleswoman for the Bugatti Veyron, elaborating on its specifications. After an extensive explanation, she concluded, most importantly, this car is a limited edition, priced at nearly 50 million, with its second-hand value skyrocketing to over 100 million. Even Li Dong's commemorative G-Class, at most, is worth around 10 million. It pales in comparison. Xiao Yunxi was utterly astonished by Lu Jingjing's revelation regarding the Bugatti Veyron's price. A car valued at over 100 million was beyond the realm of her imagination. However, what took her aback even more was the following moment. As their conversation drew to a close, Li Dong unexpectedly retrieved a Bugatti-branded key from the central console and tossed it to Lu Jingjing. If you wish to take photos, hop in and do so. Once you're done, make sure to head upstairs to drop off your things, then we can find a place to eat. I've been driving for a while and am quite famished. Catching the key, Lu Jingjing momentarily froze, and upon realizing that the Bugatti Veyron belonged to Li Dong, she wasted no time in opening the door and settling into the driver's seat, excitedly snapping pictures of herself. Meanwhile, Xiao Yunxi, now aware that this billion-dollar Bugatti Veyron was also Li Dong's vehicle, regarded him with increasingly complex emotions. After all, who could afford a car worth over 100 million without a fortune exceeding 100 billion? Is this truly the student I taught? Initially, he was merely a somewhat playful ordinary student, and now he possesses a fortune in the billions, Xiao Yunxi reflected. Her heart filled with amazement at the surreal nature of the world. Unbeknownst to Li Dong, who was oblivious to Xiao Yunxi's intricate thoughts, he led the two women into the building after Lu Jingjing finished her photo session. Swiping the exclusive owner's card, they ascended to the top floor. As the elevator doors opened, revealing Li Dong's sprawling luxury apartment, both Lu Jingjing and Xiao Yunxi were once again awestruck by the opulence surrounding them. Even though Lu Jingjing had previously worked as a real estate agent, she was still taken aback by the extravagant nature of Li Dong's residence. Li Dong's own astonishment upon entering for the first time surpassed even theirs. He was acutely aware of their sentiments. Without drawing attention, he guided them through the layout of the rooms. As they observed the indoor swimming pool and the expansive private cinema within Li Dong's quarters, both women were left speechless. Despite their understanding that Li Dong was financially well off, they were still somewhat overwhelmed by his lavish lifestyle. Especially as they stood together on the grand terrace, surveying the entirety of the metropolis from a height, they felt an unparalleled sense of comfort residing in such a place. At that moment, while Li Dong reveled in the breathtaking view beneath him, contemplating what the three of them might eat for lunch, a sudden notification chimed in his mind from the super circle of friends. After several days of silence due to a lack of new helpers, the super circle of friends, which had been virtually mute for 5 days, had finally accumulated over 10,000 likes, activating a new reward. Most astonishingly, this reward exceeded his expectations, ranking among the top rewards of his circle, significantly enhancing his influence within the metropolis. Chapter 107, Attendance Reward, a prestigious high school. 5 days had passed since the last weekly attendance reward, and Li Dong was finally greeted with a new reward. This was the longest interval he had experienced since acquiring the Super Circle of Friends system. Yet upon seeing the reward's contents, he felt it was all worthwhile. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating over 10,000 likes, successfully signing in automatically. Congratulations on manifesting a piece of content for your circle, and on acquiring a private high school, the Cambridge Bilingual High School. The necessary procedures have been completed, and you may proceed to the school to accept the property. In that moment, as Li Dong recalled the system's announcement, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. On the way back, he had mentioned to Xiao Yunxi that she had applied to 3 high schools, one of which was the Cambridge Bilingual High School, and throughout their journey, she had praised this private institution profusely. In the entirety of the metropolis, the Cambridge Bilingual High School stood as one of the most prestigious high schools, being the only private institution among the key high schools in the area. This school maintained a remarkable college acceptance rate of 90% annually, with a key rate exceeding 50% each year. Although the acceptance rate was influenced by the relatively lower admission thresholds in the metropolis compared to other regions, the sheer fact that it could achieve such a rate spoke volumes about the school's excellence. In terms of value, the school was worth at least several billion, and when accounting for its potential, it could reach a staggering 100 billion. However, the local influence of this institution was unmatched, surpassing that of many billion-dollar conglomerates. By becoming the principal of this school, Li Dong had effectively garnered an additional layer of protection. As a major stakeholder in the metropolis's film and television industry, and now a principal of a prestigious high school, while many individuals in the metropolis might have greater wealth, in terms of influence, he undoubtedly ranked among the elite. Even those wealthier than him would think twice before provoking him. Should conflicts arise, They would dare to confront him only through honorable means, never resorting to underhanded tactics. At that moment, noticing Li Dong's sudden smile, Lu Jingjing turned her gaze towards him, curiosity piqued. Li Dong, what has brought about your sudden joy? A secret, one that cannot yet be disclosed. Li Dong smiled mysteriously, offering no further explanation. He merely urged the two to hasten their pace in setting down their belongings. Eager to find a place to dine, intrigued by Li Dong's enigmatic demeanor, the two felt a sense of curiosity regarding his thoughts, but chose not to press him further. Setting down their items and proceeding with Li Dong toward the exit. Initially, Li Dong had intended to treat them to a lavish meal. However, in consideration of Xiao Yunxi's feelings, he opted for a modest restaurant to facilitate their lunch. After their meal, Lu Jingjing immediately turned to Li Dong. Li Dong, did you not say you would have me serve as the financial director of your supermarket? Please take me there directly. The supermarket is in its early stages of operation, and profits are at their peak. I need to review the accounts from the past few days to prevent any discrepancies. Hearing Lu Jingjing's intent to leave, Xiao Yunxi quickly stood and addressed Li Dong. Li Dong, you should accompany Lu Jingjing. I will take the subway to the 3 schools for my interview. Seeing Xiao Yunxi prepare to depart, Li Dong promptly stood as well. Raising his keys, he cast a mysterious smile at Xiao Yunxi. Teacher Xiao, why not join us? After I drop Lu Jingjing at the supermarket headquarters, I will also head to Cambridge Bilingual High School. Our paths align perfectly. Li Dong's words took Xiao Yunxi by surprise. Noting his serious expression, she instinctively assumed he had business near Cambridge Bilingual High School, completely unaware that their destinations were identical. Once the two women boarded the vehicle, Li Dong swiftly made a call to notify the supermarket's upper management of Lu Jingjing's imminent appointment as the vice president, overseeing financial matters, with the financial director required to report to her henceforth. Vice president? Upon hearing Li Dong's directives, Lu Jingjing's spirits soared. Although her responsibilities remained those of a financial director, the title of vice president undoubtedly sounded far more prestigious than that of a financial director. Instantly, her anticipation for the role grew. After Li Dong dropped Lu Jingjing off outside the headquarters of Li's supermarket chain, she waved at him and eagerly joined the staff awaiting her, ready to commence her first day on the job. Observing her enthusiasm, Li Dong simply smiled faintly and activated the navigation to locate Cambridge Bilingual High School. Once he confirmed the directions, he set off toward the school. However, the journey to Cambridge Bilingual High School was not without its distance. It took a full half-hour before Li Dong finally arrived. At that moment, although classes had only just begun in the afternoon, the area outside the school was already filled with luxury vehicles awaiting to collect children. From entry-level Mercedes and BMWs to luxury vans worth millions, the modest school entrance resembled a high-end car exhibition. Noticing the lack of parking space, Xiao Yunxi turned to Li Dong. Li Dong, just let me out here. There's no room to park inside, and you'll have to circle back. Leave? Why would I leave? I intend to conduct business at Cambridge Bilingual High School. Li Dong replied with a mysterious smile, continuing toward the school. Ultimately, upon reaching the entrance, Li Dong parked the car, much to Xiao Yunxi's confusion. She looked at him, displeased that he had halted in front of the school. Li Dong, I remember teaching you that regardless of wealth, one must prioritize virtue. Parking here will hinder the children's departure. Please move your car. Li Dong regarded Xiao Yunxi's admonishment with another enigmatic smile as he raised his keys. Just a moment. I'll have the school security open the gate. It appears there's a row of parking spaces inside. Li Dong, those spaces are reserved for school staff and do not permit outside vehicles, Xiao Yunxi explained, exasperated. Li Dong maintained his inscrutable smile. But I am an insider at the school. Naturally, I have access to those spaces. An insider? Xiao Yunxi was bewildered by Li Dong's self-description, feeling that he was unusually secretive today, as if concealing something significant. Unable to comprehend the situation, she chose not to hinder Li Dong any further, allowing him to approach the school security, curious to uncover the truth behind his cryptic demeanor. Chapter 108. A school with a net profit of 1 billion a year. Finally, under Xiao Yunxi's inquisitive gaze, Li Dong approached the security officer. The guards at Cambridge Bilingual High School were evidently former soldiers, standing at attention at their posts like steel sentinels. As Li Dong approached, one of the guards politely advised him, "Good day, sir. Parking is prohibited at the school entrance. Please move your vehicle. I am the new principal of the school. Could you please verify my identity with the Human Resources Department and open the gate?" Li Dong said, producing his identification for the guard to inspect. Upon hearing Li Dong's self-introduction, the guard promptly used his radio to report to the administration. 3 minutes later, a response came through the radio. Li Dong, ID number XXXX. Completed the acquisition of our school this morning. Please ensure the security department registers the principal's new vehicle and grant immediate access to the new principal. Upon receiving this confirmation, the guard opened the gate, signaling for Li Dong to enter. Li Dong noted the guard's lack of excessive deference after confirming his identity, which only heightened his satisfaction with the school's management and clarified why this private high school was among the elite institutions in the city. The security personnel were clearly chosen from the elite ranks of veterans, and the selection process for teachers was equally rigorous. In light of this, Xiao Yunqi's success in securing a position through an online interview highlighted her continuous self-improvement during her hiatus from teaching, allowing her to stand out rather than be eliminated. As Xiao Yunqi absorbed the revelation that Li Dong had become the principal of Cambridge Bilingual High School, she felt her mind was struggling to comprehend the situation. It wasn't until Li Dong returned to the vehicle, inviting her to join him, that she looked at him in bewilderment. Li Dong, when did you become the principal of Cambridge Bilingual High School? Earlier today, before May Day, I had someone assist me in acquiring a prestigious high school. To my surprise, the school they secured for me was Cambridge Bilingual High School. I thought of you, Teacher Xiao, since you were going to interview here. So I decided to keep it a surprise until now, Li Dong replied with a broad smile, effortlessly delivering the premeditated fib. As Xiao Yunqi processed Li Dong's words, a look of realization washed over her face. However, the thought of him becoming a principal of such a prestigious institution left her feeling somewhat dazed, as if she were caught in a dream. It wasn't until Li Dong drove into the campus and parked securely in the designated area that she fully regained her composure, finally believing that he had indeed become the principal of this esteemed high school. Outside the parking lot, two vice principals were approaching with a group of school executives. As Li Dong and Xiao Yunqi exited the vehicle, the group arrived at the front of the car, their expressions revealing surprise at Li Dong's youthful appearance. Principal Li, you appear even more youthful than in your photographs. Had it not been for the security's recent report, I would scarcely have believed you were our new headmaster. Welcome to our school for your inspection. I am Vice Principal Li Yuan, responsible for education, and as fate would have it, we are of the same lineage. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Vice Principal Zhao Jing, overseeing discipline and daily management. A multitude of individuals continued to introduce themselves to Li Dong, quickly granting him a lucid understanding of the school's hierarchy. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Dong gestured towards the head of the Human Resources Department, indicating Xiao Yunqi. This is my high school homeroom teacher, Xiao Yunqi. She is here to interview for a teaching position, and I brought her along. Please escort her to the interview, he instructed, while requesting the remaining staff to return to their duties, and asked the two vice principals to accompany him on a tour of the school to familiarize himself with its particulars. Upon Li Dong's directive, the school's senior officials immediately turned their attention to Xiao Yunqi, with the HR director proactively approaching her. You must be Teacher Xiao, correct? I am the HR director responsible for the teacher recruitment interviews. Shall we proceed? Without hesitation, Xiao Yunqi departed with the HR director, her initial apprehensions about the interview dissipating. After all, in this society, connections hold significant weight. Her successful performance in the online interview attested to her teaching capabilities, and the interview would primarily assess other facets of her profile, being Li Dong's high school teacher and accompanying him. Anyone with a modicum of social awareness would not subject her to scrutiny in other areas. Soon, Xiao Yunqi left with the HR director, while Li Dong, flanked by the two vice principals, began his leisurely stroll around the school grounds, absorbing the current state of the institution. Ultimately, after completing a circuit, Li Dong gained a clear understanding of Cambridge Bilingual High School. It is a prestigious institution that employs a semi-militarized management approach, with its faculty comprising elite educators whose salaries far exceed those of their counterparts at conventional universities, often 3 to 4 times higher. To teach here, one's annual salary starts at a minimum of 500,000, a figure that, even in the bustling metropolis, constitutes a substantial income. Some instructors who have cultivated multiple outstanding classes can earn an astonishing annual salary in the millions. However, the expenses are equally staggering. As a private institution, its tuition fees are tenfold that of regular high schools, amounting to over 300,000 per student each quarter. Although the student body is relatively small, with just over 5,000 pupils, the net income, after all expenses, reaches approximately 1 billion annually. A private high school with an external valuation of merely 100 billion generates a net profit of around 1 billion each year. Initially regarding the school merely as a protective charm, Li Dong was taken aback by this immense profit. It is no wonder that the online discourse claims the education sector is the most lucrative industry, with over 5,000 students. Such profits suggest that the educational field is essentially a gold mine. At that moment, Li Dong was struck by the realization of why many business magnates have begun to venture into the education sector. Meanwhile, at the Qin family estate, the aftermath of the May Day holiday saw the family grappling with the continued unprofitability of the Li chain supermarket, which had led to a concerning lack of cash flow. In the conference room, Qin Tianqing, The head of the Qin family surveyed the assembled members with a furrowed brow, explaining, "The promotional activities of the Li chain supermarket have not ceased with the end of the holiday. In fact, they are intensifying. I have even gleaned from high-ranking officials at the Li chain that Li Dong has issued a strict mandate. The purpose of the Li chain supermarket is to undermine our Qin chain supermarket. Until our establishment collapses, the Li chain will continue to hold activities, regardless of their profitability." His words elicited furrowed brows among the Qin family members, who were painfully aware that the Qin real estate firm has always operated beyond its means, reliant on the financial support from the Qin chain supermarket and Qin chain restaurant to maintain stability. If the Qin supermarket fails to provide funding, the real estate enterprise will find itself in dire straits, utterly incapable of withstanding risks. Upon realizing this, several members of the Qin family could no longer remain seated, rising in indignation to voice their outrage. "Li Dong truly seeks our ruin. If he is so resolute, we must respond in kind. Let us arrange an accident to eliminate him." In this day and age, with sufficient resources, there are myriad ways to orchestrate an unexpected demise. If he is so oblivious to the consequences, we shall teach him the ultimate lesson. A wave of vitriol swept through the assembly, with many harboring murderous intent towards Li Dong. Observing their fervor, Qin Tianqing, filled with exasperation, retorted, "I have just received word that Li Dong is not only a major stakeholder in the film and television base, but also the principal of a prestigious private high school. His influence in society is substantial. Should he meet an untimely end, an investigation would undoubtedly ensue. There are no perfect crimes, and a thorough inquiry would expose the truth. Dragging our family down with him. We must devise a legitimate strategy to address Li Dong. Any underhanded tactics are inadvisable." Evidently, Qin Tianqing had been arranging for investigations into Li Dong's affairs, as he was quick to disseminate information about Li Dong's recent appointment as principal. Upon hearing of Li Dong's current status, the room fell silent, none daring to propose any nefarious schemes against him. Some even chastised Qin Tianqing, insisting that the matter was one for him and his son to resolve. Left with no choice, Qin Tianqing dismissed the assembly, retaining only Qin Zheng and Qin Feng. Addressing Qin Feng, he sighed, "Can you reach out to Li Dong for me? I wish to speak with him in person." Qin Feng, his expression laden with resignation, replied, "Father, even I cannot secure a meeting with him. The last time, I had to corner him in his office just to see him, and our relationship has since soured. It is improbable for me to arrange another encounter. Moreover, now that he has taken such definitive steps against us, there is no chance he would relent." Hearing this, Qin Tianqing's face bore the weight of deep resignation. After a long pause, he sighed, "The supermarket is nearing its settlement date, and I have transferred all its cash reserves to the Qin real estate firm. We must devise a plan to contact bank executives to see if we can secure a loan to tide us over." Qin Feng responded to his father's arrangement with a sense of futility. "Father, the loan limits for the Qin real estate firm have already been significantly exceeded. With our offices mortgaged elsewhere, we lack any eligibility for loans. Only the private Shanghai Development Bank may consider granting us a loan. However, if we were to secure a loan from the Modu Development Bank, it would only be for short-term liquidity, with interest rates significantly higher than those of conventional banks. Moreover, we would have to mortgage our sole positive asset, the Li's chain of restaurants, to even have a chance of obtaining the loan. Thus, we shall proceed to mortgage the Li's chain of restaurants, aiding the supermarket in overcoming this hurdle. If the supermarket fails to settle its debts promptly, the suppliers will cease deliveries to Qin's supermarket, leading to its immediate collapse." Qin Tianqing, with a countenance marked by helplessness, nonetheless issued orders to Qin Feng. Upon hearing Qin Tianqing's words, Qin Feng promptly retrieved his phone to connect with the Qin family's network. Days passed, and unbeknownst to them, Li Dong had returned to Modu with Lu Jingjing and Xiao Yunxi for 2 days. Under Li Dong's arrangements, Xiao Yunxi secured accommodation in the Cambridge Bilingual High School district at the lowest rate and officially became a teacher there. Thanks to Li Dong's connections, she was exempted from the internship period, earning a remarkable salary of 60,000 in her first month. As for Lu Jingjing, she ascended to the position of vice president at the company, working late into the night every day. Although they cohabited, she was so busy that she scarcely had time to spend with Li Dong, merely cuddling him to sleep each night without engaging in any intimate activities. Eventually, overwhelmed by pent-up desires, Li Dong reached out to Wang Mimi, finding a complete release in her company. During those 2 days, he remained idle by day and indulged in the nightlife by night, continuously adding like tools to his WeChat account. However, the engagement of these tools proved inadequate. For 2 consecutive days, they failed to help Li Dong manifest a single WeChat moment. Alas, he resigned himself to awaiting the automatic weekly sign-in the following day. On the top floor of the Tangshan Yipin, Li Dong gazed at the empty space beside him, realizing Lu Jingjing was evidently working late again. and chose to close his eyes and drift into slumber. The night passed unnoticed. The next day, as the sun rose in the east, Li Dong's mind was abruptly awakened by the system's weekly sign-in notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received your weekly automatic sign-in reward, which consists of 100% shareholding in the Modu Development Bank. The relevant procedures have been completed, and the host may directly visit the Modu Development Bank to claim it. The system's notification startled Li Dong from his slumber. To his astonishment, he discovered he had become a shareholder in a bank. After all, it is a bank. Ordinary individuals may fantasize about suddenly acquiring wealth, but seldom do they envision owning a bank, and he was no exception. Even if the name suggested it was merely a local private enterprise bank, Li Dong could not resist pulling out his phone to investigate the Modu Development Bank status. Chapter 110. The Versailles Banker, Li Dong. Established in 1980. The Modu Development Bank had been in operation for 30 years, with a registered capital of 100 billion, a collaboration among several established local tycoons. Although the Modu Development Bank is merely a private bank and cannot be compared to the four major commercial banks, it stands as one of the largest private banks in the nation, especially considering that many local banks have registered capital of less than 1 billion. Currently, the Modu Development Bank boasts over 300 branches and employs more than 5,000 staff, firmly positioning itself as a healthy and developing private bank. Upon conducting some online research regarding the Modu Development Bank, Li Dong quickly grasped that his shareholding was valued precisely at 100 billion, aligning with the system's maximum realizable market value. What pleased Li Dong even more was that he held a complete and total ownership stake, unlike the Modu film and television base, where he had to contend with other shareholders and convene shareholder meetings for significant decisions. This was indeed a delightful surprise. I could now add the title of banking entrepreneur to my repertoire. Once time permits, I shall convene a meeting for all my companies, ensuring that all financial transactions are routed through my own bank. Li Dong was positively elated, akin to having consumed 10 cans of Red Bull, invigorated to the point where every cell in his body pulsated with excitement, compelling him to take action and channel his exhilaration. Ultimately, his gaze landed on Lu Jingjing, who had returned late that night. Observing this woman, who had once proclaimed her desire for tattoos and wild abandon upon arriving in Modu, only to become a workaholic, he hesitated momentarily but could not resist extending his hands toward her. A tumultuous encounter ensued, with Lu Jingjing's initial resistance giving way to surrender. Following their passionate union, he experienced a sensation of near exhaustion, as if completely drained. After the storm subsided, Lu Jingjing lay docilely in Li Dong's embrace, her curious gaze fixed upon him. You are not limited to me alone. I caught a whiff of another woman's perfume on you yesterday, a scent that can only linger after intimate encounters. By all accounts, you shouldn't have been so pent up. What has happened to make you so fervent this morning? Li Dong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him upon hearing Lu Jingjing's words. After all, he had showered after returning from Wang Mimi's, believing he had left no trace. Observing his discomfort, Lu Jingjing laughed mischievously. Fear not, I am not yet your only girlfriend. You are free to indulge as you please. No need for awkwardness. Once I become your sole partner, then I shall concern myself with your extramarital escapades. But for now, tell me, what has you so excited this early in the day? Nothing much, just acquired a bank, Li Dong replied with a nonchalant smile, striving to maintain a calm demeanor, though his face betrayed his uncontainable joy and excitement, embodying the current trendy term, Versailles Li Dong. Lu Jingjing, upon hearing Li Dong's explanation, was momentarily taken aback. While she understood that Li Dong's hundreds of billions in supermarket revenue were not merely for show, but rather a means to engage in competition, the revelation of him having acquired a bank astonished her. After a prolonged moment of silence, she sprang up, wrapping her arms around his neck with excitement. A bank? You have acquired a bank. You have leapfrogged from an ordinary wealthy individual to a major capitalist. Tonight, I will demand that my company channel all future funds through your bank. Quickly tell me, which bank did you acquire? I need to arrange for the finance department to open a corporate account there. The Modu Development Bank, Li Dong revealed. That is the name of the bank I have acquired. Please instruct the finance team to go and open an account. Not only the supermarket, but all my companies will establish accounts at my bank to facilitate financial transactions. After all, I have complete control over the Modu Development Bank. Rather than placing funds in other banks where they profit from our capital, it is far more prudent to let my own bank generate that revenue. Li Dong, brimming with excitement, spoke animatedly while his hands wandered over Lu Jingjing's form, clearly desiring another encounter. Lu Jingjing, witnessing his enthusiasm, rolled her eyes at him in exasperation before promptly reaching for her phone to inform the finance department to open an account at the Modu Development Bank. Once she hung up, she initiated a new round of passion without waiting for Li Dong to take the lead. Evidently, After several consecutive days of being untouched by Li Dong, she found herself stirred just moments ago, not only failing to be completely satiated by him, but also having her appetite thoroughly ignited. The flames of desire surged uncontrollably. She had initially intended to enjoy a leisurely morning with him before he departed to oversee the bank, but she was ultimately dragged into the afternoon by LV Jingjing. Throughout the morning, the two engaged in a playful back and forth, neither yielding to the other, leaving one with a sore back and the other with weak legs. While their stomachs voiced their discontent, they were compelled to cease their playful skirmish. Gasping for breath, Li Dong looked at LV Jingjing in his arms and, with a hint of satisfaction, said, "My little wild horse, what would you like to eat for lunch? I can place an order for a sumptuous meal. After all, we both exerted ourselves this morning, and our bodies deserve some nourishment." Upon hearing Li Dong's words, LV Jingjing scratched her head in resignation. "The lunch hour is too brief. Let us forego the grand feast and opt for some fast food instead. I have to return to the company this afternoon. The supermarket's shipment volume has been overwhelming, and the workload is exceptionally heavy. Although the finance department is urgently hiring, they are still shorthanded for the time being. Once they've recruited enough staff and I have more leisure time, you can take me out for lavish meals every day, and we can truly enjoy ourselves in Haicheng." "Very well, let us seek out a buffet then. There's no need to wait. We can simply eat to our heart's content and finish early. After I see you off to work, I will head to the bank." At that moment, observing LV Jingjing's eagerness to return to her job, Li Dong promptly acquiesced. After dressing and freshening up, the two swiftly descended the stairs, heading straight for a high-end buffet restaurant specifically designed for the affluent residents of Tangcheniping. Meanwhile, as they commenced their meal, Qin Feng had already arrived at the Modu Development Bank with Qin Tianqing. Following 2 days of networking, the Qin family had finally established a connection with a senior executive at the bank, preparing to inquire about loan options. Chapter 111. Taking over the Modu Development Bank. In the vice president's office of the Modu Development Bank, Lin Jinan sat comfortably in his chair while Qin Tianqing and Qin Feng respectfully occupied seats opposite him, presenting the share documents related to the Lin family's catering group. After perusing the materials, Lin Jinan nodded. "We have dispatched personnel to investigate the operations of your Lin family chain of restaurants. Indeed, it is a well-functioning entity. However, the financial situation appears to be rather chaotic. Our investigation reveals that your group has consistently diverted funds to the Lin family real estate, leaving your net profits nearly depleted. Thus, despite the sound operations of your restaurant group, we can only approve a loan of up to 1 billion yuan, and that would be short-term financing." "And how short is short-term?" Qin Tianqing inquired, his nerves palpable as he regarded Lin Jinan. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Jinan replied, "The shortest would be 1 month, and the longest, 6 months. If you agree, I can submit the proposal this afternoon after our new president takes office." Upon hearing that the shortest duration was merely 1 month, Qin Tianqing hesitated. However, considering the ongoing financial crisis at the supermarket, he quickly relented with a smile. "President Lin, please go ahead and submit the proposal. Once the loan is approved, I will host a grand banquet in your honor and prepare a substantial gift as a token of gratitude for assisting our family in this urgent matter." Lin Jinan, hearing Qin Tianqing's words, shook his head with a serious expression. "Mr. Qin, this is strictly a business transaction. My application for the loan is based on the potential profitability for our bank, with the risks remaining manageable. I will not engage in any private dealings with you. We are a private bank, and our commission income is already substantial. There is no need for you to employ any of the tactics you might have used with the state bank here." Qin Tianqing was taken aback by Lin Jinan's refusal, a hint of embarrassment flashing in his eyes. Yet, being a seasoned businessman, he quickly regained his composure and smiled apologetically. "President Lin, I truly admire your integrity. I assure you that we will conduct our affairs with utmost propriety and will not tarnish your reputation." Satisfied by their exchange, Lin Jinan nodded, gesturing towards Qin Tianqing. "Very well, you may take your leave. I will call you tomorrow morning with the approval results." Understanding the dismissal, Qin Tianqing rose and made his way towards the exit. Soon, the two arrived at the parking lot. Just as they were departing in their vehicle, Li Dong's Bugatti Veyron pulled into the bank's premises. Upon seeing Li Dong's unique supercar, Qin Feng could not help but exclaim, "Dad, that car belongs to Li Dong." The moment Qin Tianqing heard this, a look of animosity flickered in his eyes. After a prolonged silence, he remarked darkly, "He operates in finance. Small banks facilitate transactions far more conveniently than state banks. He must be conducting some business here. Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. Once my family has weathered this crisis he has brought, we can deal with him at our leisure." Listening to his father, Qin Feng fell silent, yet he was inexplicably uneasy, sensing that something ominous loomed on the horizon. Could there be issues with the loan tomorrow? Anxiety etched on his face, Qin Feng pondered where they would source funds should the Qin family's loan fail to materialize. In the parking lot, after Li Dong parked his car, he promptly made his way towards the bank. At the front desk of the Modu Development Bank, a well-groomed receptionist immediately greeted him. "Good day, sir. May I ask if you have an appointment? Which executive do you wish to see? We can notify them for you." Observing the receptionist's courteous demeanor, Li Dong nodded in satisfaction. "I have just fully acquired the Modu Development Bank and have come to oversee the transition. Please inform the current executives to come and meet with me." The receptionist's reaction was one of sheer astonishment, unable to fathom that the entire bank had been singularly acquired by Li Dong. Yet, sensing his seriousness, she quickly signaled another receptionist to notify the bank's higher-ups. Before long, two vice presidents, accompanied by a cadre of senior executives, emerged to greet Li Dong. Lin Jianan was the first to approach him with enthusiasm. "Mr. Li, when I learned this morning that the entire bank had been acquired by one individual, I was intrigued to discover the identity of such a remarkable figure capable of securing stock from so many obstinate shareholders. Now that I see you, I understand what it means to be a youthful hero. I imagine those shareholders must have been utterly captivated by your commanding presence, leading them to willingly sell their shares to you." Known for his meticulous work ethic, Lin Jianan was uncharacteristically effusive in his praise, leaving the other bank executives bewildered. As realization dawned upon them, they too began to shower Li Dong with adulation, elevating him to celestial heights, in their words, with an exasperated smile. Even Li Dong found it difficult to endure their flattery, waving his hand in playful dismissal. "Let only Vice President Lin and Vice President Zhao remain to brief me on the company's specifics. The rest may return to their respective duties." As a private bank, the upper management does not tolerate idleness. Each individual has their designated responsibilities. Upon hearing Li Dong's assertion, the senior executives, after a brief round of self-introductions, promptly departed to return to their respective duties. Only Lin Jianan and Zhao Jinkai, the two vice presidents, remained by Li Dong's side to elucidate the current state of the bank. Lin Jianan oversees the bank's loan operations, while Zhao Jinkai is responsible for wealth management. Two additional vice presidents handled deposit operations and internal discipline, but they were not present at the headquarters at that moment, leaving only the two to report on the internal affairs of the bank to Li Dong. Soon, the duo provided Li Dong with a comprehensive overview of the bank's status, revealing that, as noted online, the Modu Development Bank is indeed experiencing robust growth, firmly establishing itself as a top-tier private bank engaged in virtuous development. Upon grasping this information, Li Dong felt a surge of satisfaction towards the Modu Development Bank. Observing the pleased expression on Li Dong's face, Lin Jianan, with a serious demeanor, proceeded to report, "Director Li, I have introduced everything necessary. Now, I would like to inform you about a particular matter. The local Qin chain of restaurants intends to apply for a loan of 1 billion from our bank. Our staff has conducted a thorough investigation into the Qin chain and believes that this loan can be granted." Upon hearing Lin Jianan's words, a look of unexpected delight brightened Li Dong's eyes. The Qin family's primary business, Qin real estate, has thrived largely due to the cash flow generated by the Qin chain of supermarkets and restaurants. Currently, due to the emergence of the Li chain of supermarkets, the Qin chain can no longer provide any financial support to Qin real estate. Should the Qin chain of restaurants also fail to contribute funds, it would spell the end for Qin real estate. If Qin real estate collapses and is unable to repay its debts to various banks, the Qin family would face total bankruptcy, thus resolving the animosity between Li Dong and Qin Zheng once and for all. However, Li Dong had yet to devise a suitable strategy to dismantle the Qin chain of restaurants. Now, upon learning that the Qin family plans to secure a loan from the Modu Development Bank, he realized that an opportunity had presented itself, indicating that Zhao Jinkai could leave. He turned his attention to Lin Jianan. "Lin Jianan, can I trust you implicitly?" Lin Jianan, sensing that Li Dong had something significant to convey, immediately adopted a solemn expression. "Director Li, I graduated from Harvard University with a degree in economics and attained my position as vice president through merit. My capabilities are recognized by everyone in the bank, and I am absolutely loyal to the Modu Development Bank. Now that you hold 100% of the bank's shares, I am entirely devoted to you. Please, command me as you see fit." Li Dong, pleased by Lin Jianan's prompt display of loyalty, nodded in satisfaction. He then addressed Lin Jianan. "Vice President Lin, I will authorize this loan. But my intention is not to finance the Qin chain of restaurants. Rather, I aim to ensnare them. I need you to establish a flexible repayment timeline. Should we detect any operational issues within the Qin chain of restaurants, we reserve the right to reclaim the funds we have lent them at any moment. If the Qin chain is unable to repay, we shall have the authority to seize their assets and petition the court for the auction of the Qin chain of restaurants." Li Dong's words filled Lin Jianan with astonishment. Yet, Under Li Dong's watchful gaze, he hesitated for only 3 seconds before responding affirmatively. Rest assured, Director Li. I will draft a special contract for the Qin family. When you need to withdraw this funding, I guarantee we can legally and reasonably compel the Qin family at any time. Lin Jinan's response left Li Dong exceedingly pleased. He nodded, signaling for Lin Jinan to take his leave. However, Lin Jinan did not depart immediately. Instead, he looked at Li Dong. Director Li, I have already arranged for your office to be tidied up. However, you will need to select your own secretary. I have arranged for a group of outstanding female employees to be sent over. If you have the time, you may wish to review them to see if any meet your approval. If not, we can also provide you with the profiles of exceptional female employees from various branches, allowing you to make a selection from them. All our employees have been meticulously chosen for their professionalism, appearance, and capabilities. I am confident you will find someone to your liking. What was intended to be a simple selection of a secretary felt more akin to a small-scale beauty pageant, leaving Li Dong somewhat speechless. Work is work, and life is life. He was quite adept at distinguishing between the two. With a faint smile, not wishing to waste too much time on the selection of a secretary, he cheerfully replied, Very well, I shall await in my office. Please send over the chosen outstanding employees, and I will select one from among them. Understood, Director Li. I will arrange this immediately. Furthermore, once the contract with the Qin family is finalized tomorrow, I will update you via phone. Lin Jinan replied respectfully as he escorted Li Dong to his office door before departing at a measured pace. 5 minutes later, 10 women entered Li Dong's office. Each was aged between 25 and 30, tall and attractive, dressed in the bank's standard uniform. Clearly, they had been summoned from various branches on short notice. Had they been there to apply for the role of secretary, they would have worn the typical business attire rather than bank uniforms. Despite their hasty arrival, each had evidently taken the time to touch up their makeup, presenting themselves as strikingly beautiful. At that moment, aware that Li Dong's gaze was scrutinizing them, the 10 bank employees stood tall, showcasing their figures prominently. Among them were those with statuesque frames, and others who were petite and delicate. For a moment, Li Dong found himself utterly dazzled by the array of choices before him. With a bemused expression, Li Dong decided to pick up the files of the 10 candidates to review their basic information. Ultimately, his eyes settled on a woman named Jiang Tingting. As her work experience stood out, the dossier indicated that Jiang Tingting, at the age of 27, had only been with the bank for 4 years but had already excelled in multiple positions: bank teller, lobby manager, loan officer, debt recovery agent, and asset evaluation specialist. This woman clearly possessed a broad understanding of various roles, albeit lacking in-depth expertise in any single area, making her a versatile asset. Such an employee could competently handle assigned tasks, but rarely brought forth innovation, one of the favorites among lower-level management. Given Li Dong's limited knowledge of the bank's internal workings, this adaptable secretary was undoubtedly well-suited for his needs. You shall do, Li Dong thought to himself, a satisfied expression gracing his face as he lifted his gaze to observe Jiang Tingting more closely. Jiang Tingting was indeed striking, though not the archetypal tall, slender beauty. Her figure was somewhat voluptuous, exuding a mature presence, yet she was far from overweight. Her curves were perfectly proportioned. Particularly noteworthy was her ample posterior, which even surpassed her shoulders in width, prompting concerns that her pants might not withstand the strain. Her physique resembled that of a grand gourd. And gazing at her curvaceous form, Li Dong was reminded of a widely circulated phrase in certain circles: a wide but broader than the shoulders, pleasure like an immortal. Although her legs were somewhat thick and not the traditional beautiful figure, Jiang Tingting's body was undoubtedly the kind of top-tier figure in the eyes of old lechers. Unfortunately, Li Dong was exactly a man with a hidden old lech disposition. After carefully observing Jiang Tingting's figure and recalling her work experience, Li Dong immediately pointed at her. From now on, you will be my personal secretary. At this moment, just after Li Dong had decided on Jiang Tingting as his secretary, Lin Jinan had already personally drawn up a special contract and began calling Qin Tianqing to arrange for him to come the next morning to sign the contract and release the funds. Chapter 113. The little secretary has many thoughts. Jiang Tingting was very excited, seeing Li Dong confirm her as his secretary at the bank. She immediately looked at him and declared, "Chairman, from now on I will seriously complete every task you assign and will absolutely not hold you back." After saying that, she bowed deeply to Li Dong to show her respect, but she forgot about the state of her collar. As she bent forward to bow, and because Li Dong was sitting directly opposite her from a higher angle, everything that should and shouldn't be seen fell into his eyes. At once, Li Dong's eyes nearly went blank. Fortunately, he still remembered that besides himself and Jiang Tingting, there were 9 other candidates in the room. After only one glance, he withdrew his gaze and looked seriously at the other 9. Since the candidate has been decided, return to your original posts and continue working. Jiang Tingting, stay here and help me tidy up this office. I'll also tell you my preferences so you can serve me according to this standard in the future. Yes. Chairman Li, Jiang Tingting responded respectfully and bowed again. After hearing Li Dong's order, the other 9 women quickly walked out. But as each of them left the office, they cast reluctant looks at Jiang Tingting, their eyes full of envy and jealousy. Because from today onward, Jiang Tingting's status in the bank would be as different from theirs as heaven and earth. Previously, she had been the same low-level employee as them. But from today on, she would become the president's secretary, her status even no lower than that of the 2 vice presidents. After all, even a minor official at the prime minister's gate holds rank. Jiang Tingting represented Li Dong's will in the bank. Though she held no specific authority, her status was uniquely special. And that was not the most important point. The most important point was that her salary would leap across levels. Originally, her salary had been around 20,000, the same as theirs. From the moment she became Li Dong's secretary, it would immediately rise to around 100,000, with her annual income stably entering the million range. Even in Magic City, a million-level annual salary was top tier for bottom-level bank staff like them. Jiang Tingting's treatment was simply a transformation of rising to the heavens in a single step. How could they not feel envy and jealousy? Jiang Tingting clearly understood she had gained a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After the other 9 women left, the respect in her gaze toward Li Dong grew even stronger, and she bent her waist even lower. Immediately, Li Dong's gaze uncontrollably followed the wide-open collar downward. The scenery was infinitely beautiful, though half-hidden. With a face full of emotion, Li Dong carefully looked at Jiang Tingting before him. This time, with the other 9 women gone, his gaze was even somewhat unrestrained. It had to be said that Jiang Tingting being sent up from below meant she truly had her own capital. She was not a traditional beauty. Her figure was not tall and slender, but slightly plump. Her skin tone was also not the traditionally prized fair complexion, but somewhat wheat-colored, clearly the result of frequent exercise. This kind of figure was truly top tier in the eyes of old lechers. This kind of skin tone, though not the traditional fair beauty, looked very healthy and always made people want to reach out and test how she felt to the touch. After observing for a while, Li Dong finally spoke slowly under Jiang Tingting's nervous gaze. My requirements aren't too high. Just keep the office clean every day, and normally dress yourself beautifully so that when I come to work, it's pleasing to the eye. Also, I like to drink plain boiled water, not tea. Remember that. After being chosen as Li Dong's secretary, Jiang Tingting had already prepared herself to work late every day. After all, her annual salary would jump to the million level. She had to work hard to deserve it. Now, hearing that she only needed to dress beautifully and clean the office to be competent for the job, her first reaction was that Li Dong had not chosen her for her ability, but valued her as a person. When there's work, the secretary does it. When there isn't, the boss does the secretary. In an instant, this widely circulated crude joke appeared in her mind. Immediately, her heart became extremely nervous. But thinking of the million-level annual salary about to be in hand, even though she seriously doubted the nature of the job, she did not dare say any words of refusal. After hesitating for a while, she even looked at Li Dong seriously and said, Chairman Li, what style of clothes do you like me to wear? In the future, I'll try to dress in a way that suits your taste while working. For the upper body, match it yourself. For the lower body, mainly hip-hugging skirts. Your figure is very suitable for them, Li Dong said lightly, instinctively voicing his evaluation. But realizing it was inappropriate to comment on his secretary's figure, he hurried to remedy it. Don't worry, I don't have any special thoughts about you. I just want you to dress in a pleasing way. Having a beautiful vase in the office during work always makes people feel happier. I believe in your character. Chairman Li, after all, with your wealth, you wouldn't lack any kind of woman. Jiang Tingting looked relieved, like a sheep escaping a tiger's mouth, even patting her chest and letting out a long breath. Seeing her like this, how could Li Dong not understand that she had clearly thought he had special intentions toward her and only relaxed after hearing his explanation? But thinking that she had misunderstood him and still silently accepted continuing as his secretary, a bold thought suddenly arose in his heart. Her attitude was undoubtedly saying that even if he did something to her, she would not resist. At this moment, Li Dong could not help muttering inwardly, and the crude saying he had heard in childhood surfaced again in his mind, a wide but broader than the shoulders, pleasure like an immortal. Although Li Dong had already slept with several women, he truly had never touched a plump beauty like Jiang Tingting. Immediately, he felt an urge to try. In the past, such a thought would never have crossed his mind. Regarding relations between men and women, he had always been very cautious. But ever since being awakened by Lu Jingjing in the parking lot and deciding to focus on enjoying life in the future, Li Dong had already begun to awaken a scoundrel-like nature. Jiang Tingting did not realize that her subconscious gesture of relaxing, exhaling, and patting her chest had instead given Li Dong ideas. After learning he had no further orders, she immediately began helping him clean the office. When she faced away from Li Dong, bending and lifting her hips to wipe the office glass, Li Dong's gaze instinctively fell upon the pants that seemed about to burst from her hips. Chapter 114. The famous car model Su Liangliang, a wide but broader than the shoulders, pleasure like an immortal. In an instant, it felt as though a spell had been cast upon his mind, with that lewd remark echoing like an incantation in Li Dong's thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself standing behind Jiang Tingting. The sound of his noticeably intensified breathing soon reached her ears. In that moment, Jiang Tingting's body stiffened. Nevertheless, she continued with her task of cleaning the glass, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Li Dong was right behind her. Finally, after finishing the glass before her, she shifted to the side to clean the next pane. As for Li Dong, he stood by the window, gazing downwards, as if his original purpose was merely to observe the view outside, paying no heed to Jiang Tingting. Eventually, when Jiang Tingting completed her cleaning and respectfully placed a glass of water on the table for Li Dong, he made no overt gesture towards her. He managed to restrain himself, although he felt the stirrings of a cad within him, unknowingly veering towards that path. He was reluctant to embrace a lifestyle of fleeting affairs. To act on the very first encounter would be undeniably unscrupulous, akin to the vulgar nouveau riche he had once scorned. Even in a future of indulgence, he resolved to engage only with those women who took the initiative. If a woman did not express interest, he would not pursue her. He would adhere to the cardinal rule of a cad, not initiating, not refusing, and not taking responsibility. In that moment, Li Dong continuously reminded himself, soon managing to adjust his mood. Just then, his phone rang, and upon opening WeChat, a message from an unexpected person caught his attention. Bobo. To his surprise, Bobo had sent him a message. Cousin, a new night venue has opened, and it's been all the rage every night. Can you take me there just once? I want to be the center of attention for a night. After listening to Bobo's voice message, she sent him a series of photos. The images clearly depicted her at the venue, and she was currently in her bedroom, wrapped in a bath towel, insufficiently covering her body. Her boldness was striking, as if the photos could be sold as artistic nudes online. After sending the pictures, she recorded another voice message. Li Xiao, I have my eye on a Chanel bag. If I accompany you tonight, could you buy for me? With a resigned smile, Li Dong swiftly replied, now that you're my sister-in-law, perhaps you should refrain from sending such photos. If you want a bag, ask my cousin to buy it for you. He had seen numerous daring photos before, as many of his WeChat acquaintances sent him similar provocative images. However, he never anticipated that Bobo would dare to send him such messages after establishing a familial connection with Li Mu, his cousin. After all, in light of that relationship, he would have to refer to her as sister-in-law. Although there was tension between their families, they were still cousins. And Li Dong had no intention of causing trouble for his cousin. He was not desperate for women, and certainly not to that extent. At that moment, Bobo sent another message, completely disregarding Li Dong's refusal. She adopted a playful tone. Your cousin Li Mu has money. Just consider it a favor from him and buy me the bag. I know you're not short on cash. Besides, I promise you 1 TB at a loss tonight. If you're worried about how it might affect your relationship with Li Mu, I can arrange for a stunning beauty to join us. She added, as a friendly tip, this is a genuinely exquisite beauty. A hot internet celebrity and car model with 5 million followers. After reading her voice message, Bobo sent several photos of the beauty. In the images, the woman posed alluringly in front of various luxury cars, her looks and figure undeniably striking. Li Dong immediately recognized her as Su Liangliang, a car model he often stumbled upon while scrolling through Douyin. Unlike typical models who merely traded on their looks, Su Liangliang possessed a sharp business acumen, focusing on luxury cars and narrating their features on Douyin. Her combination of beauty and luxury had garnered her over 5 million followers, earning her a modest level of fame. Logically, given Su Liangliang's stature and income, there was little chance she would associate with someone like Bobo, whose earnings paled in comparison to those of major influencers. Instinctively, Li Dong sensed something was amiss. He set his phone down, choosing not to respond to Bobo, curious to uncover the true nature of her intentions. On the other end, Bobo noticed Li Dong's silence and grew anxious. As Li Dong suspected, it was atypical for someone of her standing to mingle with Su Liangliang. However, she was not just a night venue girl. She was an aspiring socialite who, through various means, had infiltrated several genuine socialite circles. Su Liangliang was part of one of those circles, often posting requests for luxury cars for her shoots and offering compensation in return. Currently, Su Liangliang's follower count had stagnated at 5 million, and she sought a breakthrough. Upon hearing about a Bugatti Veyron worth over 100 million, she set her sights on Li Dong's car. However, as a newcomer to the affluent circles of Modu, she had no connections and could not find Li Dong's contact information despite her efforts. Thus, she resorted to sending requests in various socialite groups. Hoping for a stroke of luck, She even promised a reward of 100,000 for anyone who could arrange a meeting between her and the owner of the Bugatti. Bobo, lured by the promise of that reward, reached out to Li Dong, hoping to facilitate their meeting. As for her request for a bag, it was merely a casual mention. Anything she could gain would be a bonus, and if not, there would be no loss. At that moment, witnessing Li Dong's reluctance to respond, she decided to reveal her true motives. After sending the photos, she sweetly implored, Li Xiao, since you enjoy visiting night venues, why not take the opportunity to meet Su Liangliang? It won't hinder your enjoyment. Considering I'm still your sister-in-law, please grant me this one favor. Chapter 115. A life unworthy of the identity of a tycoon. After being persistently coaxed by Bobo, Li Dong finally relented. All right. Since I plan to visit a night venue tonight, I'll go to the one you're at. Please send me your address, and I'll pick you up after work. We can grab a bite before heading to the venue together. Just let Su Liangliang know to meet us there. Okay, cousin, came Bobo's jubilant response over the phone. Even through a voice message, one could imagine her delight. Li Dong chuckled to himself, intrigued as to why this renowned car model, Su Liangliang, wished to meet him, and how she managed to connect with Bobo. Soon, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Dong indicated that they would resume tidying up the office the next day, then grabbed his phone and began to head out. As Li Dong departed, the ever-composed Jiang Tingting promptly sank into the sofa, her facade of calm crumbling. Throughout the afternoon, although she tirelessly organized the office without revealing any sign of emotion, her heart remained taut with anxiety. From the moment Li Dong stood behind her while she cleaned the windows, she was consumed by trepidation, fearful of what he might do. She was acutely aware of Li Dong's interest in her physique, particularly her voluptuous posterior, which undoubtedly surpassed that of the average woman. She even harbored doubts about whether her ample curves were the key to distinguishing herself among a crowd of 10. Well, one step at a time, she mused, resolving to earn her substantial salary for as long as possible. If in the future, Li Dong overstepped his bounds and crossed her threshold of tolerance, she could always resign then. In this moment, Jiang Tingting repeatedly consoled herself, bolstering her spirit to persevere. Yet, the true extent of her limits remained a mystery, even to herself. After a flurry of anxious thoughts, she finally rose and made her way outside, leaving a distinct indentation shaped like a peach on the sofa. Had Li Dong seen this impression, he would have surely marveled at the sheer size of Jiang Tingting's derriere. Meanwhile, Li Dong, unaware of Jiang Tingting's appearance, drove directly to the residential complex where Bobo resided. Upon arriving, he notified Bobo via WeChat of his presence, and within 5 minutes, she appeared at his car. As Bobo slid into the passenger seat, Li Dong couldn't help but reflect that her name was indeed fitting. Clad in a low-cut mini dress that boldly showcased her curves, she exuded a sultry and daring allure, undoubtedly one of the most sought-after women in the nightlife scene. Although Li Dong was mindful of his cousin Li Mu's connection and refrained from making any advances toward Bobo, her provocative demeanor stirred doubts in his mind about the number of green hats Li Mu might be sporting. Bobo, noticing Li Dong's scrutiny, was unfazed by his gaze and even exaggeratedly arched her back, enhancing her figure. Gazing at him, she playfully teased, "Cousin, you needn't be coy about your brother Li Mu. He knows full well that he can't afford to keep me on his salary, so he turns a blind eye to whatever I do. Even if we were to engage in something, he would feign ignorance just to avoid losing me." Li Dong was momentarily speechless at Bobo's boldness. In her attempt to further entice him, she shamelessly placed her hand on her thigh, slowly inching it upward, rendering her already short skirt even shorter. Wholly indifferent to the impending wardrobe malfunction, witnessing her antics, Li Dong found himself increasingly at a loss for words, particularly regarding his cousin Li Mu's character. At family gatherings, Li Mu had always paraded his superiority, boasting of his academic achievements and looking down upon peers like Li Dong. Consequently, despite both working in the same city, Li Dong had never established any rapport with his cousin. Yet, as he observed Li Mu's blatant subservience, blissfully ignorant of the infidelities surrounding him, he couldn't help but feel a mix of pity and incredulity. "Cousin, do you not have any thoughts about your sister-in-law's physique? My demands are modest. If you buy me a handbag, I promise to make your night worthwhile," Bobo continued, her language growing increasingly audacious. In response, Li Dong pressed the accelerator, steering towards a restaurant he had previously spotted that seemed quite appealing. While driving, he retorted, "Compared to you, I'm far more intrigued by Su Liangliang tonight." Li Dong's comment abruptly halted Bobo's attempts at seduction. Although she possessed beauty and was regarded as a goddess by ordinary standards, her allure paled in comparison to the universally acknowledged model-like beauty of Su Liangliang. Realizing her lack of competitiveness against Su Liangliang, Bobo quickly adopted a more subdued demeanor. Before long, Li Dong parked at the restaurant's entrance. Observing his choice of a modest eatery, Bobo expressed her surprise. "Cousin, Your culinary choices are surprisingly unpretentious. With your wealth, shouldn't you be dining at exclusive restaurants catering to the affluent? Have you not seen the TikTok influencer who showcases extravagant meals costing upwards of 10,000 per person? This roadside establishment, appealing as it may be, is hardly a place for someone of your stature. Li Dong was taken aback by Bobo's remarks. After a moment of contemplation, he promptly requested her to share the influencer's TikTok handle. He recognized the validity of her point. Now that he had wealth, he should indulge in fine dining, rather than frequenting establishments lacking distinction. Despite his newfound affluence, his lifestyle had not significantly changed. His wardrobe had seen slight enhancements. He owned a couple of luxury cars, and he occasionally spent money at nightclubs, yet his life remained fundamentally the same. The rapid accumulation of wealth had outpaced his adaptation to a more lavish lifestyle. Unbeknownst to Bobo, her casual commentary had sparked a realization in Li Dong. After she sent him the influencer's TikTok details, the two descended to enjoy their meal. Prior to dining, she snapped a photo of herself inside a Bugatti Veyron to reassure the anxious Su Liang, who was waiting on the other end. Once they finished their meal, they headed directly to the new nightclub Bobo had mentioned. Chapter 116. Minimum expenditure of 1 million per night. Banana, HHB nightclub. When Li Dong and Bobo arrived, it was merely 8:30 p.m., yet the exterior of the nightclub was already filled with an array of luxury vehicles, a testament to its popularity. In truth, the opening hours of any large nightclub typically attract the highest footfall. At this hour, those who frequent the nightlife scene, regardless of gender, flock to explore the newly opened venue, assess its scale, and evaluate the quality of its offerings. Tonight promised to be a fruitful occasion, ripe for accumulating a plethora of new acquaintances. Li Dong wore a satisfied smile as he walked alongside Bobo towards the entrance. Before they could reach the door, an observant server approached them, beaming with excitement. Young Master Li, since today, I felt a twitch in my left eye, and now I understand it's because of your esteemed presence. Clearly, news of Li Dong's signature Bugatti Veyron had circulated throughout the nightlife realm. The server, recognizing that Li Dong's arrival would guarantee a profitable evening, wore an expression filled with glee, almost revering him. Other servers, slower to react, watched enviously as Li Dong was escorted inside. Before long, Li Dong and Bobo were led by the server to one of the premium VIP booths with the best view. The server cautiously inquired, "Young Master Li, would you like us to serve drinks now? Start with some sweet wine. I have a few matters to discuss first. Once I'm done, arrange the drinks according to my preferences, as you know my standards," Li Dong replied. With a subtle smile, Li Dong cast a glance at the waiter. Upon hearing Li Dong's instructions, the waiter eagerly lavished praise upon him. "Congratulations, young Master Li. Your unique presence is renowned throughout the vibrant nightlife of the entire metropolis. Those who frequent the night scene are surely aware of your stature. I will promptly inform the manager to prepare everything for you, ensuring a seamless experience once you have concluded your business." Satisfied with the waiter's deference, Li Dong waved him off. At that moment, Bobo retrieved her phone and completed her communication with Su Liang. Turning to Li Dong, Bobo promptly reported, "Cousin, Su Liang has been waiting in the nightlife venue and is now making her way to our table." Li Dong's gaze shifted towards the entrance, where, before long, a statuesque woman entered. She wore flat shoes, standing at approximately 1.80 meters, clad in black shorts that showcased her long, slender legs, an epitome of beauty. On her upper half, she donned a white crop tank top, leaving her midriff exposed, exuding an air of refreshing allure. Her face, remarkably sweet, seemed somewhat incongruous with her height. Yet, it was this perpetually smiling, petite visage that distinguished her among countless models, earning her a staggering following of 5 million fans. Observing Li Dong seated beside Bobo, she approached with familiarity, sitting beside him and beaming with a charming expression. "Young Master Li, I am Su Liang, a model specializing in showcasing luxury cars. I learned you are Bobo's cousin, and I hope to arrange a meeting with you without being a bother. I enjoy the nightlife and would frequent the venues even without your invitation. It poses no inconvenience." Li Dong offered a faint smile. But just as Su Liang assumed his demeanor was amiable, he coldly interjected, "My time is reserved for enjoyment. Though you are a social media influencer, you lack the merit to warrant even a few minutes of my time. If you have a matter to discuss, please state it directly. Do not squander my time." Li Dong's demeanor exuded an icy disdain, not only directed at Su Liang, but at the entire influencer demographic. In his eyes, they were akin to digital beggars, flaunting themselves online and pleading for donations. Compared to real beggars, they merely adorned themselves more attractively, projecting a semblance of dignity. Of course, certain gaming streamers did not fall into this category. Although Su Liang's videos bore hints of objectification, her unlocking of luxury vehicles added a notable dimension, qualifying her as a semi-technical streamer. This was the reason he was willing to spare a few minutes to meet her. Upon sensing Li Dong's frosty demeanor, Su Liangliang quickly realized that securing his car for a video shoot would be far more challenging than she had anticipated. However, given that Li Dong's custom Bugatti Veyron was unparalleled in the country, she mustered the courage to address him. "Young Master Li, I have unlocked numerous luxury cars available on the market, and they no longer pique my fans' interest. I wish to borrow your Bugatti Veyron for a day to shoot a video. I assure you that I will obscure the license plate and refrain from disclosing any information pertaining to you online." Li Dong fixed his gaze on Su Liangliang. His expression icy. "My Bugatti Veyron is valued at 100 million. The insurance company only provided me with basic coverage due to concerns over potential damages. You suggest borrowing it as if it were a trivial matter. Can you, a mere influencer, afford to compensate for any damages? Young Master Li, I have experience driving many luxury cars and guarantee there will be no accidents. Moreover, I am not asking for this frivolously. If you allow me to borrow your car for a day, I am willing to offer you 1 million. In that moment, Su Liangliang's face was tense as she laid bare her bottom line. Although she boasted 5 million followers, after accounting for expenses and her self-investment over the years, her savings barely exceeded 1 million. If not for her ambition to secure a more illustrious future, she would never have considered parting with such a significant sum. Li Dong regarded Su Liangliang's audacity in proposing 1 million for a day's rental with a dismissive smile. As he laughed, he gestured for the waiter to return, pointing at Su Liangliang, and said, "Inform this young influencer of my spending habits in the nightlife. My minimum expenditure is set at the level of 9 dragons presenting congratulations, which typically exceeds 1 million across various venues." The waiter, with a respectful demeanor, promptly relayed Li Dong's status. Once he finished explaining, the waiter promptly exited, allowing for a more private atmosphere. Li Dong's gaze returned to Su Liangliang, his eyes piercing. "My expenditures during a night out surpass 1 million. Do you truly believe I would be swayed by your offer of 1 million? If you wish to borrow the car, the compensation must be reconsidered. You have 1 minute to contemplate. Should you fail to present a satisfactory offer, kindly vacate my table." Li Dong's domineering attitude intensified Su Liangliang's anxiety. Recognizing that he would grant her only one opportunity to speak, she began to ponder what else she could possibly offer to persuade him. Money. Upon learning that Li Dong's minimum expenditure exceeded 1 million, she understood that even if she drained her entire savings, it would not entice him. Beyond financial compensation, what else did she possess? After a moment of contemplation, Su Liangliang lowered her gaze, her thoughts turning inward. Suddenly, she seemed to arrive at a resolute decision, lifting her head to meet Li Dong's gaze with determination. "Young Master Li, if you allow me to drive your car for a day to create my video, I will be your car for the night, entirely at your disposal." Upon hearing Su Liangliang's proposition, Li Dong's attention was piqued once more. To be candid, he found her appearance and figure quite appealing. However, his perception of influencers remained unfavorable, particularly the prevailing notion that many were promiscuous and lacked self-respect. He preferred pristine vehicles, only willing to drive those whose previous owners had relinquished their keys, ensuring no one else retained a spare. However, if the individual was akin to public transport, accessible to anyone, he had no interest in participating. He despised the sensation of a space that was both empty and congested. Under Li Dong's scrutinizing gaze, Su Liangliang quickly deduced his thoughts. Blushing slightly, she explained, "Young Master Li, I am not the kind of woman with a tumultuous private life. I have only had a few relationships and have never compromised my integrity for money. Since becoming an influencer, I have maintained a clean slate, refraining from any intimate encounters with men. You can be assured that I carry none of those dreadful ailments." Li Dong nodded in satisfaction at her assurances. "Very well, sit beside me for now. Join me tonight, and you may drive my car for a day tomorrow." Seeing Li Dong acquiesce to her proposition of trading a day with his Bugatti Veyron for her companionship, Su Liangliang let out a sigh of relief. She promptly settled beside him, refraining from further conversation. Nearby, Bo watched with envy as Li Dong appeared intent on pursuing Su Liangliang, her gaze tinged with jealousy. After all, she had long harbored desires to engage with Li Dong, frequently sending him provocative photos and flirtatious messages. Should Li Dong express interest, she would be ready to join him in his bed at a moment's notice. Certainly, if Li Dong has any peculiar preferences, whether it be in a car, at a park, or by a pool, as long as she is with him, she would be willing to accompany him anywhere. She understands that a billionaire of Li Dong's stature is truly not lacking in wealth, even if a long-term romantic relationship cannot be sustained. Merely spending a single occasion with him would certainly not leave her wanting. At the very least, when she requests a handbag worth several $100,000, Li Dong would undoubtedly comply, just like Su Liangliang, who, after spending the night with him, immediately saved $1 million in car rental fees. It is worth noting that in the entertainment industry, such an amount could secure the company of a third or fourth-tier celebrity. It is precisely because of Li Dong's affluence that he remains indifferent to the millions spent on Su Liang. Instead, he has taken a genuine interest in her as a person. Upon reflecting on this, she could not help but look at Li Dong with a playful glimmer in her eyes. "Cousin, do take me along tonight. Although my sister-in-law may not be as aesthetically pleasing as Su Liang, her figure is certainly commendable, I assure you. Sleeping together tonight would be far more satisfying than what Su Liang could offer you." Li Dong, observing her antics, could only shake his head in exasperation. To preclude her from uttering any further astonishing remarks, he resignedly raised his phone. "Enough of the chatter. If you wish to purchase a bag, simply state the price, and I shall procure it for you. I care not for your previous conduct. Henceforth, I advise you to exercise some self-respect. After all, Li Mu is my cousin, and should the news of your indiscretions reach the public, it would not only bring shame upon him, but also upon the entire Li family." Upon hearing Li Dong's words, she beamed with delight. Immediately, she clung to his arm and purred. "Cousin, I promise I shall never again bring disgrace to you by being unfaithful to your cousin." "Cease your coquetry and provide the price," Li Dong replied with a wry smile, retrieving his phone to initiate the transaction. Seeing his resolve, she unabashedly requested, "I have my eyes on a new Chanel bag, and with the accompanying accessories, it amounts to 320,000. Upon hearing her, Li Dong promptly opened his contacts and transferred the requested amount without hesitation. After completing the transaction, he turned to her. "If you intend to stay and drink, you may do so on the side. Vacate the spot beside me. If you do not wish to drink, you are free to leave." "With such prominence as the Jiulong Xianxi, I naturally intend to indulge," she replied, her face alight with excitement. Obediently moving to the sofa beside him and relinquishing her position next to Li Dong. Meanwhile, Su Liang, upon hearing their conversation, wore a puzzled expression. Having frequented various renowned nightclubs nationwide, she was familiar with the concept of the Shenlong suite, but was entirely oblivious to what Jiulong Xianxi entailed. Intrigued, she settled beside Li Dong. Her curiosity piqued as she observed him, eager to discover what the Jiulong Xianxi truly was. Just then, Li Dong gestured for the nightclub staff to come in. Upon learning that Li Dong's business was concluded and arrangements could be made, the staff eagerly set to work. In no time, the entire nightclub was enveloped in darkness, save for beams of light illuminating Li Dong's VIP booth, instantly transforming it into the epicenter of the venue. Yet, surrounding the booth, misting machines continuously dispensed a fog that obscured the view, allowing the audience only a vague glimpse of the individuals within. While their true appearances remained shrouded in mystery, this design served to protect the privacy of high-profile figures, as many preferred to bask in the limelight without being scrutinized by the uninvited. As all eyes gravitated towards Li Dong's booth, 9 lines of elegantly tall women emerged, each bearing trays adorned with unique lighting, showcasing an array of spades, resembling 9 vibrant dragons advancing towards him. Simultaneously, the DJ's voice boomed. "I trust one need not elaborate further. Everyone is aware that this is the signature Jiulong Xianxi of young Master Li. Ladies familiar with young Master Li surely recognize that he delights in the company of beautiful women. Therefore, anyone wishing to befriend him is welcome to approach his booth. Young Master Li has decreed that today's spades are to be abundant for all. We hope the ladies will be generous and strive to finish the drinks at the booth swiftly so we may procure more spades for him." Chapter 118. Bo joins the fray. Inside the booth, Su Liang, upon witnessing the abundance of spades arrayed before them, finally grasped the magnitude of the situation. The Jiulong Xianxi entails the simultaneous opening of 9 Shenlong suites. It is no wonder that spending an evening in the nightclub demands a minimum expenditure of 1 million. Su Liang felt a surge of emotion, realizing that despite having mingled in the luxury car scene as a social media influencer, she had been utterly naive regarding the true opulence of the wealthy. At this moment, she was genuinely taken aback by the grandeur of Li Dong's nightlife. Her reverie was interrupted by a troupe of audaciously clad nightclub beauties who approached to toast Li Dong, attempting to catch his attention by purposefully stumbling into him or adjusting their already revealing attire to expose even more skin. Although she had been seated beside him, she instinctively clung to his right arm, subconsciously asserting her claim amidst the throng of nightclub women. Observing her demeanor, the others regarded her with envious and jealous gazes, some even voicing their disdainful remarks. "Just a social media model, at best a fleeting amusement for young Master Li. How audacious of her to consider herself significant," they scoffed. "This type is merely a passing fancy for him. Once the novelty wears off, she will be discarded without a second thought. She truly believes she has a chance at being his girlfriend, which is utterly ludicrous. Young Master Li is a titan of Wall Street, a genuine member of the elite. She, a mere influencer, has no hope of marrying into his world. If he genuinely cared for her, would he flaunt her so openly before us? unless he had already grown weary of her and was seeking new prey among us. The group of nightclub women paid no heed to whether Su Liangliang could overhear their disparagement, vocally belittling her without restraint. Upon hearing their remarks, a surge of indignation welled up within Su Liangliang, igniting a fervent desire to become Li Dong's official girlfriend, if only to prove herself to them. Unbeknownst to her, Li Dong remained oblivious to the effect these women had on her. His focus was solely on expanding his network of contacts, utterly preoccupied with the task at hand. An hour passed, then two. Su Liangliang watched as Li Dong continued to engage with the women who approached to toast him, tirelessly adding them as friends without sparing her a single glance. Despair washed over her, as she realized that the challenge of becoming Li Dong's steady girlfriend was proving to be far more formidable than the leap from 5 million to 10 million followers. Finally, after navigating through the throng of women seeking his attention, Li Dong concluded the toasts. He let out a long sigh. Even he, accustomed to the nightlife, felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. The primary reason being, these women were simply too unruly. Indulging in passive seduction was one matter. Yet some bolder individuals took advantage of the opportunity to befriend him, brazenly touching him without reservation. By the end of the night, he was oblivious to the extent to which these women had taken advantage of him. Had it not been for his constant vigilance regarding his trousers, which, despite their quality, could have easily been whisked away by some woman, he might have lost them entirely. With a long exhale, he noticed that it was already past 1 a.m. Li Dong promptly rose and turned to Su Liangliang beside him, saying, "The hour is late. Let us find a nearby hotel to rest. If you are reluctant to leave now, it is not too late. I am not one to impose. Li Xiao, everything is entirely voluntary on my part." Su Liangliang replied with a charming smile, affirmatively wrapping her arm around his to express her determination. Encouraged by her demeanor, Li Dong prepared to leave with her. However, at that moment, Bobo, who had consumed an indeterminate amount of alcohol, also stood up. As she swayed slightly, she cast a tipsy gaze at Li Dong. "Cousin, are you really going to abandon your cousin-in-law? With her beauty, there are countless wolves in this night scene who have their eyes on her. If something were to happen, how would you explain it to your cousin?" Li Dong frowned deeply at Bobo, who was clearly intoxicated. Considering his relationship with his cousin Li Mu, he extended his other arm to embrace Bobo as well. "You shall come with us to the hotel." "Sure, I'll heed your words, cousin. You can do whatever you desire with me. After all, I've already booked a bag with your money, so I won't be at a loss tonight," Bobo exclaimed, her face alight with excitement, seemingly eager for the night ahead with Li Dong. Meanwhile, Su Liangliang furrowed her brow. Though she had had several boyfriends, she had never engaged in a three-person scenario before. Oblivious to their thoughts, Li Dong simply wished to leave this place, and, while escorting the two women from their booth, signaled to a waiter to arrange a vehicle for them. He firmly believed in the principle of not drinking and driving, nor driving and drinking. Once outside the nightclub, the car arranged by the hotel was ready. Upon entering, Li Dong instructed the driver to take them to the nearest 5-star hotel. Since being influenced by the neighbor's menopausal woman in Wang Mimi's low-rent housing, he had developed high standards for his living environment. He would never stay in a hotel with poor sound insulation, even if it meant a slight delay. Half an hour later, the driver delivered them to the entrance of the Hilton Hotel. As Li Dong entered, with Su Liangliang and Bobo in tow, envious glances from numerous men followed them. This was largely due to Su Liangliang wearing glasses, which prevented her from being recognized. Otherwise, her current popularity would have made a far greater impact. Soon, they arrived at the front desk, where Li Dong promptly produced his bank card, declaring, "I would like to book a presidential suite." Upon hearing this, the receptionist instantly donned a warm smile, respectfully accepting the card to process the room key. Once the registration was complete, the presidential suite's butler, accompanied by 2 female attendants, approached them. "Good evening, sir," the butler, David, said with utmost respect. "Please follow me to the private elevator for the presidential suite. The 2 ladies may also receive assistance from our attendants." He continued, "I have already instructed the staff to fill the bathtub in the presidential suite with water. After you and the ladies arrive, you may take a relaxing bath to ease your fatigue. Should you have any special requests, do not hesitate to inform me, and I will ensure they are fulfilled." Chapter 119. The Qin family falls into the trap. Before long, Li Dong, accompanied by the 2 attendants, entered the presidential suite. Just as Bobo was brimming with excitement, Li Dong pointed at her and instructed the attendants, "Help her to the guest room to rest, and then you may leave." "Certainly, sir," the attendants replied respectfully, assisting Bobo toward the guest room. Once they had settled her onto the bed and departed, Bobo's face fell into a sullen expression. Clearly, she was not as inebriated as she appeared. She merely sought an opportunity to draw closer to Li Dong, hoping for a chance to share his bed with Su Liangliang. Having finally been brought to the hotel, she believed her moment had arrived. Now lying alone in the guest room, She instantly realized that Li Dong held no interest in her physically. Having heard that wealthy men often become frail from their indulgences, she concluded that he must be too exhausted to manage both of them, which was why he had sent her to the guest room to rest. At that moment, Bobo, unwilling to admit her lack of allure to Li Dong, began to rationalize her situation in her mind. In the master bedroom, Li Dong remained unaware of Bobo's internal monologue, having never entertained any thoughts of her. After closing the master bedroom door, he turned his attention to Su Liangliang. Upon embracing her, he immediately confirmed that he had not been deceived at the nightclub. She had indeed not been touched by a man in quite some time. As her body stiffened in his arms, this was a natural response, unmistakably genuine. Soon, as he guided her into the bathroom, she gradually relaxed. Their intimate encounter unfolded, and after being kissed by Li Dong, the initially rigid Su Liangliang seemed to have awakened to her femininity, eagerly attending to him. They did not conclude their passionate rendezvous until dawn. Despite Li Dong's robust physique, he felt a profound fatigue, nearly drained of energy. Su Liangliang, the model, was utterly exhausted, neglecting even to wash up post-encounter, and instead fell into a deep slumber in his embrace. Consequently, due to their late-night escapade, both remained sound asleep, showing no signs of waking, even as the sun rose high in the sky, utterly worn out from the previous night. At the Development Bank of Magic City, while Li Dong slept soundly with Su Liangliang, Lin Jianan had summoned Qin Tianqing to his office. Accompanying Qin Tianqing was Qin Feng, who had decided to focus on cultivating Qin Feng after abandoning Qin Zheng due to the troubles brought upon by him. Upon entering Lin Jianan's office, Qin Tianqing immediately sought to curry favor with him, saying, "President Lin, how swiftly you approved our company's loan. You are truly a living bodhisattva, rescuing the Qin family from hardship." Lin Jianan, hearing Qin Tianqing's words, smiled discreetly. The next moment, he produced a pre-prepared special contract and handed it to Qin Tianqing, stating, "This is the loan agreement. Please review it carefully. If everything is satisfactory, you may sign it. And I assure you that our bank will release the funds within half an hour after the contract is signed." Listening to Lin Jianan, Qin Tianqing, without a second thought, picked up a pen and signed his name on the contract, immediately affixing the company seal. He did not even bother to read the contract specifics, as he was well versed in real estate and had signed numerous bank loan contracts, which he believed were largely similar. Thus, he had no interest in scrutinizing it, completely oblivious to the traps Lin Jianan had deliberately woven within the document. Upon signing the contract, Lin Jianan promptly reached for the document, his demeanor entirely professional as he addressed Qin Tianqing. "Mr. Qin, I have numerous tasks awaiting my attention. Since the contract is finalized, you may proceed downstairs to await the disbursement of funds. I assure you that the 10 billion you have borrowed will be credited to your account within half an hour. I hope for a pleasant collaboration in the future." "To a fruitful partnership," Qin Tianqing replied, extending his hand for a firm shake with Lin Jianan before he and Qin Feng exited the office, heading towards the bank's VIP room on the lower floor. However, once seated in the opulent lounge, Qin Feng's expression was not one of joy over the successful loan. Unlike Qin Tianqing, his brow was furrowed, as if he was grappling with a troubling thought. Noticing his son's demeanor, Qin Tianqing inquired with curiosity, "What troubles you?" "The loan has been approved, and once the funds arrive, we can promptly settle the payments to our suppliers, thus alleviating the supermarket crisis." "Why the long face?" "Father, I can't shake the feeling that President Lin's behavior today was rather peculiar. After facilitating a 10 billion loan for us, one would expect a more cordial demeanor. Yet he was strictly businesslike, barely staying a minute longer than necessary. This isn't typical of a banking representative," Qin Feng expressed, his concern evident. Yet, Qin Tianqing dismissed his son's unease with indifference, remarking, "Previously, we borrowed from state-owned banks. President Lin is from a private enterprise. It's natural for him to have a different approach. Ultimately, what matters is that the funds arrive as promised. There is no need to overthink it." Qin Feng fell silent, acutely aware that as the head of the Qin family, all matters were ultimately decided by Qin Tianqing. In the office, after the departure of Qin Tianqing and his son, Lin Jianan leaned back in his chair to rest, refraining from further work. After instructing his staff to expedite the loan disbursement to the Qin restaurant chain, he immediately dialed Li Dong's number to relay the news. At the hotel, despite the sun having risen high in the sky, Li Dong remained in a deep slumber, with Su Liangliang nestled beside him, equally immersed in sleep, seemingly oblivious to her task of narrating the Bugatti Veyron that day. It was only when Li Dong's phone rang that the couple stirred from their dreams. Groggily opening his eyes, Li Dong answered the call without checking the caller ID. It was only upon hearing Lin Jianan's steady voice reporting that he fully awakened. Without delay, he instructed Lin Jianan on the other end of the line, monitor the flow of funds for the Qin family. If they utilize the loan to pay off their supermarket debts, Our bank must immediately reclaim the 10 billion on the grounds of improper use of funds by the Qin restaurant chain. Should the Qin chain fail to meet its obligations, we will promptly freeze their operations and initiate legal proceedings to prevent them from reopening. After Lin Jinan assured Li Dong of his compliance, he ended the call. Meanwhile, Li Dong, having hung up, gently nudged the still lazily lounging Su Liang, saying, "I have some matters to attend to and must depart. The Bugatti Veyron is parked at the nightclub from last night. I've placed the keys on the bedside table. You can take it once you're up. Just return it to me tomorrow." "Understood, young Master Li. I will make sure to return it on time," Su Liang replied, her face aglow with excitement. Springing out of bed as Li Dong headed to the bathroom, without even brushing her teeth, she swiftly called the studio's photographer to prepare for work. Although a social media influencer, she exhibited the demeanor of a formidable woman. Unbeknownst to Li Dong, who, after his morning routine, promptly requested the hotel to arrange a vehicle. He swiftly finished his breakfast before heading to the Modu Development Bank. An hour after receiving Lin Jinan's call, he arrived punctually at the chairman's office. At that moment, Jiang Tingting was diligently tidying up the already immaculate office, which now exuded an even more pristine aura under her care. She had changed into a white blouse paired with a black pencil skirt, accentuating her figure beautifully from behind. However, the skirt, evidently a last-minute purchase, did not fit her perfectly, leaving Li Dong with a slight sense of regret. Seeing Jiang Tingting don the pencil skirt, as per his instructions, brought him satisfaction. To ensure she adequately fulfilled her role as an attractive secretary during his visits to the bank, he promptly remarked, "After work, please procure a selection of high-end attire. This outfit appears to be from a small factory, and the fit is less than ideal. As my secretary, it is crucial that you present yourself well, otherwise, it may reflect poorly on our bank's image. You must wear brands like Chanel or Prada. For now, acquire enough outfits for a week, ensuring each day is distinct. In future, you are to purchase 2 new outfits weekly." Jiang Tingting's face turned anxious upon hearing Li Dong's expectations. The prospect of affording high-end brands like Prada and Chanel felt daunting, especially since she had only recently received a promotion and had yet to see an increase in her salary. Even with a raise, the requirement of 2 new outfits each week seemed financially overwhelming. After a lengthy pause, she nervously addressed Li Dong. "Mr. Li, those designer clothes are prohibitively expensive. I cannot afford them." Li Dong, noticing her distress, chuckled lightly. "As my secretary, looking beautiful is part of your job. These outfits will be considered your work attire. After purchasing them, simply bring the receipts to finance for reimbursement." The mention of reimbursement sparked a glint of surprise in Jiang Tingting's eyes. A single outfit from luxury brands could cost around 100,000. 2 outfits weekly would amount to 8 monthly, translating to a staggering 300,000 to 400,000 annually. Even with her salary now in the 6-figure range, she could hardly fathom such extravagant clothing expenses. Amid these thoughts, a thrill of excitement coursed through her. After all, no woman is immune to the allure of beauty, especially those in the workplace, who wouldn't relish the admiration garnered from donning luxury brands. With renewed enthusiasm, she nodded eagerly to Li Dong. "I understand, Mr. Li. I will go shopping for clothes tonight, and I promise to present myself beautifully every day, ensuring you find me pleasing to the eye and in good spirits." Li Dong, satisfied with her eagerness, nodded approvingly. In the bank's VIP suite, Qin Tianqing finally completed the last transaction for the goods, having exhausted the 10 billion that had just been deposited half an hour prior. Consequently, the Qin restaurant chain's financial reserves dwindled to less than 10 million. Having wrapped up all matters, Qin Tianqing glanced at Qin Feng. "See, your earlier concerns were unfounded. The bank's loan arrived as scheduled, and we have successfully settled our payments." Qin Feng merely smiled wryly at his father's words, remaining silent. For his right eye had been twitching persistently since earlier. The saying goes, the left eye twitches for fortune, while the right eye twitches for disaster. Qin Feng felt an inexplicable sense of unease growing within him as he pondered this folk proverb, convinced that something unfortunate was about to transpire. Observing Qin Feng's continued discomfort, Qin Tianqing expressed his irritation, stating, "Qin Feng, in business, one must rely on facts. Do not allow yourself to be swayed by this irrational anxiety. Perhaps your recent fatigue or longing for your fiancé in the capital is the cause. Now that the family matter has been resolved, you need no longer accompany me. Return to the capital tomorrow to focus on your career and spend time with your fiancé." "Understood, father. I will return to the capital tomorrow," Qin Feng nodded in response. Yet the turmoil within him persisted. In the chairman's office, Lin Jinan reported to Li Dong after Qin Tianqing completed the final transfer. Upon hearing Lin Jinan's report, Li Dong's face lit up with excitement as he turned to Lin Jinan, saying, "Notify Qin Tianqing that our investigation has uncovered issues with their cash flow, leading us to suspect that the Qin restaurant group lacks the capacity to repay their debts. Consequently, We will be enforcing the contract to seize all restaurants under the Qin chain. We shall also file a lawsuit against the Qin chain, preparing to auction it off to recover the funds owed to us by Modu Development Bank. Yes, Director Lin Jinan replied respectfully, promptly dialing Qin Tianqing's number. In the VIP room, as Qin Tianqing was about to leave with Qin Feng, he glanced at his ringing phone and instructed Qin Feng. This call is from Lin Jinan. It seems he is no different from other bank presidents. The distinction lies in the fact that while other bank presidents demand bribes before granting loans, he requests them only after the funds are disbursed. Private bank personnel tend to be more timid than those from state-owned banks. They fear asking for bribes until they are certain of the outcome. With that, he answered the call, and before Lin Jinan could speak, he jovially declared, Director Lin, I have just reserved a private room at one of our Qin chain's specialty restaurants for this evening, where the Qin family will host a banquet to express our gratitude for your contributions. You will surely witness the sincerity of the Qin family. Chapter 121. Is your boss named Li Dong? Upon hearing Qin Tianqing's intention to host a banquet for him, Lin Jinan could not help but chuckle coldly. Under Li Dong's watchful gaze, he adopted a business-like tone and stated, President Qin, our bank's investigators have just come to new findings, indicating that your company's management is excessively chaotic and entirely familial, lacking the healthy management structure expected of a reputable enterprise. We now have serious doubts regarding the Qin chain's ability to repay its debts and have decided to recover the funds we lent to your Qin chain restaurant. Please return our bank's money immediately. On the other end of the line, Qin Tianqing, who had been smiling moments before, was struck dumb as if struck by lightning. After a long pause, he anxiously exclaimed, Director Lin, this is not the first time the Qin family has taken a loan from a bank. No bank demands repayment before the due date. That would be illogical. Lin Jinan countered, your lack of prior experience does not mean that banks cannot request early repayment. Our loan contract clearly states that if our bank suspects issues with your Qin chain, we are entitled to demand early repayment. Of course, since this is an early repayment, we can waive the interest. You need only return the principal. Beside Li Dong, Lin Jinan maintained his formal tone in response to Qin Tianqing. Yet this very formality only deepened Qin Tianqing's desperation. The loan had already been entirely disbursed to the suppliers of the Qin chain supermarket, leaving the account of the Qin chain restaurant with less than 10 million. How could they possibly repay Moda Development Bank? Realizing this, Qin Tianqing spoke matter-of-factly, Director Lin, I must be frank, that money has already been allocated to the supermarket suppliers. We currently have no funds in the Qin chain restaurant's account. It is impossible for us to repay you. Regardless of your bank's trust in our Qin family's strength, we will not repay you until the contract matures. Then I will have no choice but to proceed with the contract and seize your Qin chain restaurant. I will send someone to the court to apply for the seizure of the Qin chain restaurant and settle this matter accordingly. Lin Jinan replied coldly, disregarding Qin Tianqing's thoughts, and abruptly ended the call. In the vehicle, Qin Tianqing's expression darkened as he stared at the disconnected phone. He promptly retrieved his copy of the contract and instructed Qin Feng, examine the contract for any clauses allowing the bank to reclaim the loan at any time, particularly if we are unable to repay promptly, which would enable them to apply for the seizure of the Qin chain restaurant. Upon hearing his father's words, Qin Feng realized the gravity of their situation. He immediately picked up the loan contract and scrutinized its contents. Soon, he identified the clause that Lin Jinan had deliberately added to ensnare the Qin chain restaurant. After comprehending its implications, Qin Feng turned to his father, stating, Dad, the loan contract does indeed contain a clause allowing the bank to reclaim the loan at any time. If we, the Qin chain restaurant, fail to promptly provide the funds, Modu Development Bank is entitled to apply for the immediate seizure of the Qin chain restaurant. Qin Tianqing's face turned a ghastly pale upon hearing Qin Feng's revelation. Recalling Lin Jinan's earlier words during the call and fearing the seizure of their restaurant chain, he hastily instructed Qin Feng, we must go upstairs to find Director Lin and plead our case. At the very least, we need to secure a few extra days to gather the funds. We cannot allow him to initiate the seizure of the Qin chain restaurant. If that happens, our family will be exposed to a financial crisis, and the suppliers will certainly cease extending credit to our Qin chain supermarket. If that occurs, both the Qin chain restaurant and the Qin chain supermarket will be doomed, and even the Qin real estate business will collapse alongside them. Upon hearing his father's words, Qin Feng's expression grew grave. Although he had his own business in the capital, it was still under the Qin family's name. If the Qin family were to collapse, his enterprise would also meet its demise. Without hesitation, he and Qin Tianqing headed toward the elevator, intent on finding Lin Jinan's office. However, when they disregarded the secretary's attempts to obstruct them and forced their way into Lin Jinan's office, they found it utterly deserted. Seeing that Lin Jinan was absent, Qin Tianqing could not help but direct his frustration at the secretary. Where is Director Lin? He was here when we received our loan. Yet now that it's time to reclaim what is owed to us, he hides away from me. The secretary, who was unaware of the unfolding events, coldly replied, "Do not overestimate yourselves. Director Lin doesn't need to avoid you just because he is reclaiming the loan from your Qin family. This is our bank. No one dares to cause a scene here. He has simply gone to report to our director Li." Upon hearing the secretary's words and recalling that day when he saw Li Dong entering the bank parking lot, Qin Feng felt a sense of foreboding wash over him. Instantly, he nervously gazed at Lin Jinnan's secretary and inquired, "Is your bank's director Li named Li Dong? He appears to be akin to a freshly graduated university student." "Indeed. Our director Li is named Li Dong. Do you know him?" she replied. "Although our president Lin conducts affairs strictly and devoid of personal sentiment. Should your relationship permit you to reach Director Li, perhaps he might grant you a few extra days for repayment." At that moment, Lin Jinnan's secretary evidently assumed that Qin Feng was acquainted with Li Dong, leading her to exhibit a more amiable demeanor towards both Qin Feng and Qin Tianqing. She even gestured towards the direction of Li Dong's office, proactively informing Qin Feng, "The office at the end of that corridor belongs to our Director Li. Currently, President Lin is there reporting to him. If you know Director Li, you may take this opportunity to contact him and proceed directly to his office." Upon comprehending the location of Li Dong's office, Qin Feng's countenance darkened as he turned to Qin Tianqing and remarked, "Father, it seems that Li Dong has been setting us up, aiming to undermine the Qin family's chain of restaurants and sever our cash flow entirely. That treacherous wretch." Qin Tianqing spat in fury, striding purposefully towards Li Dong's office, evidently intent on confronting him. However, Qin Tianqing's assumptions were overly ambitious. Within the bank, security personnel were ever vigilant. Observing Qin Tianqing's unannounced and aggressive approach towards Li Dong's office, several security guards promptly intercepted him. Meanwhile, Jiang Tingting, who was waiting outside, dutifully executed her role as secretary by promptly entering Li Dong's office to relay the unfolding situation. Upon learning of Qin Tianqing's intent to forcefully enter his office, Li Dong chuckled with amusement. "It seems the head of the Qin family is quite flustered. Perhaps we should step outside to witness the spectacle and expedite their departure, lest their commotion tarnish our bank's reputation." With that, he led the way out. As Lin Jinnan observed Li Dong's evident amusement at Qin Tianqing's predicament, he couldn't help but smile wryly before following closely behind. Upon exiting Li Dong's office, they found Qin Tianqing and Qin Feng surrounded by 7 or 8 security personnel. Unable to approach Li Dong, Qin Tianqing could only point an accusatory finger at Li Dong, berating him. "Li Dong, you are exceedingly sinister, deliberately ensnaring my Qin family. Naive. Does your Qin family even warrant my schemes?" Li Dong retorted. "Bear in mind, my acquisition of Haidu Development Bank occurred well before you sought loans from the bank. This is fate delivering your Qin family into my hands, allowing me to swiftly crush you, avenging the incident when your son nearly had me killed." Li Dong's excitement was palpable, not concealing that this entire affair was orchestrated by him through Lin Jinan. Qin Tianqing, witnessing Li Dong's demeanor, felt his fury intensify. Yet, encircled by security, he could do nothing but rage impotently at Li Dong. Beside him, Qin Feng, feeling a sense of helplessness, gazed at Li Dong and lamented. "Is it truly necessary to destroy our entire Qin family over the actions of Qinzheng? Indeed, I must eradicate your entire family to feel secure. After all, I possess but one life and have no desire to be struck down a second time." Li Dong replied with a faint smile, showing no mercy to Qin Feng. Despite their previous camaraderie, with enmity established, their past friendship was cast aside. He needed to ensure the Qin family's total bankruptcy to eliminate any fears of retaliation. In this moment of utter satisfaction, he coldly addressed Qin Feng. "Convey a message to Qin Zheng for me. The day the Qin family falls into bankruptcy will be the day I exact my revenge. He should make the most of his remaining days and perhaps consider purchasing a burial plot. I fear that should he be unable to withstand my retribution, you Qin family members might find yourselves without anyone to collect his body, and that would render me exceedingly cruel." Li Dong's words darkened the faces of both Qin Feng and Qin Tianqing. However, his objective was to ensure they relayed his message to Qin Zheng, instilling fear in him. With that goal achieved, he lost interest in further dialogue with the two. He promptly gestured for the security personnel to escort them away. Watching as they were driven out, Li Dong turned to Lin Jinan with a beaming smile. "President Lin, I trust you have connections at other banks as well. Please circulate the news of the Qin family's fractured financial chain. I want all banks to pursue debts from them." "Rest assured, Director Li, I will ensure this is handled impeccably," Lin Jinan replied with utmost respect. Once he ascertained that Li Dong had no further commands, he returned to his office to initiate contact with his acquaintances at various banks. In a mere half hour, news of the Qin family's financial troubles had spread like wildfire among the banks. Fearing that the Qin family's debts would remain unpaid, bank representatives began forming debt collection teams to scrutinize the Qin family's accounts. Upon discovering that the funds borrowed by the Qin family had not been utilized for their stated purposes, they swiftly initiated debt recovery actions against them. Consequently, an avalanche of information regarding the impending collapse of the Qin family's financial standing swept through the affluent circles of Magic City, even suppliers to the Qin's chain of supermarkets. Upon hearing of the family's economic woes, demanded cash on delivery, refusing to extend any further credit. After being expelled from the bank and desperately attempting to leverage the Qin family's connections to secure loans to unfreeze the chain of restaurants, Qin Tianqing ultimately found himself unable to procure even a single cent. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when Li Dong learned of this news through Lin Jinan, he was filled with elation and sought a fitting venue to celebrate. Ding! His social media post received 10,000 likes, and a random notification popped up. Congratulations, host. You have won a Lamborghini Veneno. All relevant paperwork has been completed, and it is currently parked at the Lamborghini dealership on Kaidong Avenue, ready for you to drive away. As Li Dong reveled in his joyous mood, a sudden alert from the super social media system rang in his mind. Realizing that this was the result of the likes generated by the tool he had added the previous night, he felt his excitement swell. Is this a brand new car because my old one was taken? His face lit up with surprise as he recalled the details about the Lamborghini Veneno. The Lamborghini Veneno, the most expensive supercar from Lamborghini, was produced in a limited run of just 100 units worldwide, with a 6.5L V12 naturally aspirated engine capable of delivering a staggering 750 horsepower, 552 kilowatts, and paired with a 7-speed transmission, it could exceed speeds of 354 kilometers per hour, rivaling Li Dong's Bugatti Veyron Supersport. Naturally, its price was equally astronomical, hovering around $1 billion due to its rarity and stunning aesthetic. It seemed that only one existed in all of China, belonging to a prominent real estate mogul in the capital. And Li Dong had never anticipated that the Lamborghini dealership in Magic City would possess another. Regardless of the circumstances that brought you to Magic City, from this day forth, you shall be my prized possession. At this moment, Li Dong was brimming with excitement as he promptly rose from his office chair, eager to drive away in his newly acquired Lamborghini Veneno. However, unbeknownst to him, the mere appearance of this extraordinary vehicle at the Lamborghini dealership had sent shockwaves through the affluent circles of car enthusiasts. A multitude of elite young magnates had gathered at the dealership, their intentions clear. They would not rest until they secured this limited edition luxury car. Chapter 123. I am the new owner of the Lamborghini Veneno. Inside the Lamborghini dealership, manager Lin Ling found herself encircled by a throng of wealthy heirs. Overwhelmed by the impressive backgrounds of these young tycoons, Lin Ling felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Nevertheless, recalling her boss's instructions, she steeled herself and addressed the crowd of affluent gentlemen. Esteemed young sirs, this Lamborghini Veneno is merely a display vehicle. Our dealership does not possess the rights to sell it. This car was borrowed from a Saudi prince to enhance our store's appeal for this anniversary celebration. Please refrain from making offers. I am not authorized to sell this vehicle regardless of the price. Though her words were sincere, the wealthy heir seemed oblivious to her explanation, continuing to submit their bids relentlessly. Since it is being rented as a display, there is a possibility it could be sold if the price is right. Lin Ling, please make an offer to that Saudi prince on my behalf. I am willing to purchase this Lamborghini Veneno for $1 billion. The current market price is around $1 billion, and my offer exceeds it significantly. I trust the prince would be inclined to part with it for me. $2 billion. I am willing to offer $2 billion for this Lamborghini Veneno. Lin Ling, could you inquire if the Saudi prince is willing to let go of this luxury car? If I can acquire it, I will provide you with a bonus of 500,000. The offers continued to escalate, with each wealthy heir vying for Lin Ling's attention. As the bids climbed, the price of the Lamborghini Veneno soared to an astonishing $3 billion. Lin Ling, listening to the incessant offers, felt her own heart race. Yet, despite her temptation, she had to suppress her desires in accordance with her boss's directive, shaking her head in resignation. Gentlemen, if there were even a sliver of a chance to procure this Lamborghini Veneno for you, I would not hesitate. However, the original owner is a Saudi prince, and he is not lacking in wealth. My boss only acquired this car for display purposes after assisting the prince in obtaining a coveted antique vehicle. It will not be sold. I do not possess the prince's contact information, and my boss would never compromise the hard-earned relationship by reaching out to him on your behalf. You would do well to abandon this notion. Her words rendered the group of wealthy heirs speechless. Yet, observing Lin Ling's serious demeanor, they reluctantly gave up on the prospect of purchasing the Lamborghini Veneno. Instead, they approached the car to take photographs from various angles, behaving as though they had never encountered such luxury, despite their family's fortunes starting in the billions. Upon entering the Lamborghini dealership, Li Dong was immediately struck by the sight of a crowd gathered around his Lamborghini Veneno. The vibrant green carbon fiber body exuded a palpable sense of technological prowess. With its distinctive Y-shaped headlights, flawless rear wing, and iconic scissor doors, the vehicle resembled a futuristic concept car, seemingly out of place in the realm of reality. The intricate craftsmanship involved in its creation rendered mass production impossible, with many delicate components handcrafted, leaving only 100 units in existence worldwide. As Li Dong surveyed the scene, his admiration for the Lamborghini Veneno blossomed. However, when he noticed some individuals attempting to enter the vehicle for photographs, he could no longer contain himself and stepped forward to address the affluent heirs. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am the rightful owner of this vehicle. Kindly step aside. Those wishing to take photographs may do so from outside. I do not appreciate strangers entering my car for pictures." His declaration ignited the ire of the young magnates who had intended to queue for a photo op. They turned to him with indignation. "Your car? Do you fear the wind will betray you? Everyone knows the owner of this Lamborghini Veneno is a Saudi prince. If you wish to take photos, you should line up like everyone else. Attempting to cut in line with such a juvenile excuse is utterly naive. Step aside, do not disrupt our enjoyment, or we will promptly summon security to have you removed." Each heir regarded Li Dong with thinly veiled annoyance, none believing that he could possibly be the owner of the Lamborghini Veneno. Li Dong, witnessing their incredulity, felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Yet, in order to safeguard his prized possession from being invaded by the crowd, he maintained a stern expression and addressed them once more. "The Saudi prince you speak of is merely the previous owner of this Lamborghini Veneno. I have purchased it. It now belongs to me. I have come to take possession of it, and I kindly ask that you acknowledge this fact and maintain a respectful distance from my vehicle." The young magnates exchanged frustrated glances, their tempers flaring at Li Dong's insistence that the Lamborghini Veneno was his. "You claim to have purchased it? Are you not concerned that the wind might betray your words? Do you recognize our backgrounds? Let me inform you that our parents possess assets exceeding billions. We have even elevated the price of this Lamborghini Veneno to $1.3 billion in our attempts to acquire it. Yet, the dealership manager has explicitly stated that she cannot contact the Saudi prince on our behalf. If the manager refuses to relent to our demands, what makes you think you, of all people, can persuade her to contact the prince? Moreover, even if she did, the prince is renowned for his wealth. He would never part with such a rare gem lightly." The wealthy heirs remained dismissive, unwilling to accept Li Dong's claims. Realizing that communication with these individuals was futile, Li Dong decided to take decisive action. "Very well, since you refuse to believe me, I shall call the dealership manager to confirm the change of ownership. You will soon learn that I am indeed the new owner of this Lamborghini Veneno." Chapter 124, The Unyielding Heirs. The group of wealthy heirs regarded Li Dong with newfound suspicion. His unwavering confidence in summoning the manager to verify his claims suggested that he was not jesting. Whether his assertions held truth would soon be revealed when the manager arrived. If this vehicle has indeed been purchased by that individual, we must demand an explanation from Lin Ling. How could she refuse to assist us in contacting the Saudi prince while secretly facilitating the acquisition of that Lamborghini Veneno? Does she hold us in disdain? A group of affluent heirs engaged in continuous chatter, instinctively sensing that Li Dong was not fabricating his claims. Their hearts swelled with an indescribable frustration and anger. At that moment, Li Dong gestured for a sales representative to approach. "Notify your manager and inform her of the events transpiring here." Observing Li Dong's commanding presence, the female salesperson dared not linger and promptly hurried off to inform manager Lin Ling. In the manager's office, Lin Ling, having just received a perplexing phone call from the owner, was in a state of utter confusion. The owner had just informed her that the Lamborghini Veneno had unexpectedly changed hands. Someone had contacted the Saudi prince and, under circumstances that were difficult to refuse, had directly purchased the vehicle from the showroom. On the line, the 4S shop owner, unable to hear Lin Ling's response, reiterated, "Lin Ling, the relevant documents should have been faxed over. The new owner is likely on their way to collect the car. Ensure that the Lamborghini Veneno is meticulously cleaned and keep others at a distance." Such a significant figure, capable of establishing a connection with the Saudi prince, was not someone our 4S shop could afford to offend. We must treat him with utmost respect. Upon hearing the gravity in her boss's voice, Lin Ling finally regained her composure. "Rest assured, boss, I promise to have the car spotless and to give the new owner a warm reception. I will also leverage internal connections to secure an appealing license plate for him, ensuring he has no complaints about our dealership." Satisfied with Lin Ling's assurances, the owner ended the call. Almost immediately after hanging up, Lin Ling rose to organize everything, but before she could take a step, the female salesperson summoned by Li Dong had already entered her office. With a look of anxiety, the salesperson reported, "Manager Lin, a man has just arrived claiming to have purchased the Lamborghini Veneno and is here to collect it. He requests that the affluent heirs keep their distance from his vehicle. However, none of them believe his claim to ownership, and tensions are escalating. The self-proclaimed owner has instructed me to contact you to verify his identity with the boss, as he intends to take the car. Lin Ling's brow furrowed at the salesperson's words. If that man is indeed the new owner of the Lamborghini Veneno. I have just become aware of this. The documentation confirming his ownership is in the boss's office. You must hurry and ask the boss's secretary for it. I will go down to mediate the situation. After all, whether it be the new owner of the Lamborghini Veneno or these wealthy heirs, both were not individuals we could afford to offend. With that, she disregarded her high heels, quickly making her way outside. Soon, she arrived in the lobby and spotted Li Dong standing defiantly against a crowd of the city's elite heirs. Observing how Li Dong held his ground against such formidable opponents, she realized he was undoubtedly a person of considerable influence, one whom the 4S shop could not afford to cross. With a conciliatory smile, she approached Li Dong, filled with regret. Good day, sir. I am the manager of this establishment. Our owner has just informed me that someone has contacted the Saudi prince and purchased this Lamborghini Veneno under terms that are difficult to refuse. You must be the new owner of this vehicle. I have already sent someone to retrieve the necessary documentation from the boss's office. We will assist you with the vehicle registration and any minor formalities. Our dealership also has access to appealing license plate options, ensuring you find one to your satisfaction. Upon hearing Lin Ling's explanation, Li Dong turned his gaze towards the affluent heirs, stating, Have you all heard the manager's words? This vehicle now belongs to me privately. I trust there are no objections? If there are, please maintain a respectful distance from my car. His words rendered the group of heirs visibly uncomfortable. Each of them came from families with fortunes in the billions, and their wealth was their own, unlike the Qin family's collective wealth. In the city, they were the pinnacle of the affluent class. Even if the Qin family were unscathed, Qin Feng and Qin Zheng paled in comparison. Within their social circles, they were accustomed to being revered, and never had they encountered such a humiliating situation. The atmosphere turned tense, and although they recognized Li Dong as the new owner of the Lamborghini Veneno, none were willing to yield an inch. To them, conceding would signify submission to Li Dong, a notion they could not entertain. Lin Ling, witnessing the heir's refusal to yield, felt her concern deepen. She could not afford to offend Li Dong, and neither could she disregard the affluent heirs. However, recalling her boss's instructions, she steeled herself and addressed the heirs. Gentlemen, since the owner has arrived, might I ask you to step aside so that I can arrange for the car to be prepared for its new owner? If you wish to discuss the handover, it can be done after we have departed. They seemed to believe that merely having connections with the Saudi prince elevated their status. Yet this was Shanghai, and no one had yet managed to intimidate them. Until the vehicle was officially transferred, it remained the property of the dealership. They believed they could do as they pleased with it, even if it meant causing damage. After all, they could afford to compensate the dealership. This was no longer merely about the car. It was a matter of their pride. They believed that even if Lin Ling were to plead, or even the owner himself appeared, they would not budge. The heirs glared at Lin Ling, offering her no respect as they verbally assaulted her, clearly intent on opposing Li Dong at all costs. The tension in the air was palpable, just as manager Lin felt she was losing control of the situation. The female salesperson responsible for retrieving Li Dong's documentation finally arrived with the faxed materials. Unaware of the escalating conflict, she stepped forward and presented the papers to Lin Ling. Manager Lin, here are the new owner's documents for your review. At that moment, the bold letters Li Dong inscribed in the owner's section of the documents caught the attention of the affluent heirs. Instantly, many who had heard of the Qin family's predicament turned pale. Before Lin Ling could grasp the significance of this revelation, the heirs stepped back, no longer obstructing the vehicle. In a matter of moments, they had gathered around Li Dong, exclaiming, Li Xiao, you are the one who just acquired the Shanghai Development Bank, precipitating the Qin family's impending bankruptcy. Li Xiao, we were just discussing you, remarking that a remarkable figure has emerged from our circle in the Magic City, and we were eager to find an opportunity to invite you for a drink and truly get to know you. It is truly regrettable that we unexpectedly found ourselves in conflict with you. Li Xiao, the altercation that occurred today was entirely a misunderstanding. Once your vehicle's paperwork is sorted, we would like to host a banquet tonight in your honor, as a means of expressing our sincere apologies. A group of individuals wore expressions of obsequiousness. Their previously arrogant and domineering demeanor completely vanished. Lin Ling gazed at these wealthy second-generation elites, who had so readily humbled themselves, and was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation unfolding before her. Li Dong, observing the wealthy scions who had set aside their pride to extend an olive branch, was equally astonished. However, since there was no animosity between them, he deemed it unnecessary to harbor any grudges. Most importantly, Li Dong was keen to meet a genuine circle of affluent heirs to gain insight into their everyday lives. Currently, he possessed wealth but found little enhancement in his lifestyle beyond the experiences afforded by the nightlife, which merely showcased him as a wealthy individual. After hearing Bobo's critiques, he pondered how to elevate his life to reflect that of a true affluent person rather than merely a nouveau riche. The individuals before him, each hailing from families no less affluent than the Qin family, represented the pinnacle of Magic City's elite. Integrating into their circle would undoubtedly provide Li Dong with a swift understanding of how true wealthy heirs conduct their lives. In this moment, a multitude of thoughts raced through Li Dong's mind as he warmly replied to the affluent heirs. Very well, once I have completed the necessary paperwork today, let us find a place to dine together. The affluent heirs, though brash, were far from foolish. In fact, they had all received the finest education. And while their accomplishments might not be monumental, merely maintaining their family legacies, they possessed a keen ability to read situations, rivaling that of seasoned professionals. Seeing Li Dong's genuine enthusiasm, they quickly realized that he had not taken the earlier incident to heart and truly wished to forge friendships with them. Instantly, they began to engage him in lively conversation. The group settled in the lounge area, reveling in joviality, munching on sunflower seeds and sipping tea, leaving any observer astonished that they had previously quarreled. Nearby, Lin Ling, the manager of the dealership, observed the scene and grasped that Li Dong was not someone she could provoke. She promptly utilized all her connections at the dealership to expedite the registration of his vehicle. By 5 in the afternoon, just as the vehicle registration office was about to close, she successfully completed all the necessary paperwork for Li Dong's car, bestowing his Lamborghini Veneno with the prestigious license plate number MOT00007. A premier supercar paired with such a distinguished plate made it abundantly clear to anyone that the owner was not to be trifled with. Upon hearing Lin Ling's report, Li Dong was immensely pleased with the registration she had secured. With a calm smile, he promptly requested, "Add me as a friend. I, Li Dong, will never let someone assist me in vain. You have put in a long day's work on my behalf." His words instantly brought a smile to Lin Ling's face, realizing that he intended to reward her, and she gladly accepted his friend request. Once she received the 100,000 yuan fee for her assistance, she beamed at Li Dong, saying, "Li Xiao, should you encounter any issues with your vehicle in the future, feel free to call me. Our dealership has professional technicians who can resolve minor problems for you." "Very well," Li Dong replied with a serene smile as he prepared to depart. Observing Li Dong's demeanor, the group of wealthy heirs also rose to accompany him as they exited together. Their interactions throughout the afternoon had provided Li Dong with a clearer understanding of these affluent individuals. Each of them belonged to their own social circles, akin to how Qin Zheng and Qin Feng were central figures in their respective domains. Every one of them came from families that surpassed the Qin family in affluence, each a key player in their own right. Although they were familiar with one another, they seldom congregated. Among them, the wealthiest two were named Lin Hao and Zhang Junqi. The former's parents were established tycoons in the Magic City, primarily engaged in import-export trade, while the latter's parents were internet magnates who had invested in several tech companies, rising to prominence as a new generation of affluent individuals. Throughout the afternoon, these two appeared to lead their respective factions, clearly delineating two distinct groups. Lin Hao's faction consisted mainly of old money elites, native-born wealthy heirs, while Zhang Junqi's faction comprised those whose parents had recently seized opportunities to amass their fortunes. There was even a subtle rivalry, with Lin Hao's indigenous wealthy heirs looking down upon Zhang Junqi's upstarts. Strictly speaking, Li Dong also belonged to Zhang Junqi's cohort of newly wealthy individuals. However, his accomplishments were so remarkable that his assets were conservatively estimated to be around 200 billion yuan, not including his holdings on Wall Street. His wealth surpassed that of these heirs' parents, and given his triumph over the Qin family, Lin Hao and his peers not only refrained from underestimating him, but also treated him with utmost respect, eager to strengthen their ties with him. The dining venue for the evening was intentionally selected by Lin Hao. With a mysterious air, he remarked, "Li Xiao, the restaurant I have arranged for tonight is a true hidden gem known only to the elite of the Magic City. Many have not even had the opportunity to see it, let alone dine there. I assure you, after tonight, you'll come to love this place and become a regular." Lin Hao's words sparked a sense of anticipation within Li Dong, hinting that the restaurant might offer more than just a culinary experience. As they reached the entrance, he slid into his newly revitalized Lamborghini Veneno, following Lin Hao and the others toward the restaurant he had mentioned. The group, consisting of 10 individuals including Li Dong, all drove supercars valued in the millions. The spectacle of 10 such vehicles cruising together undoubtedly attracted the gazes of many. As they paraded through a significant portion of the Magic City for nearly an hour, they finally halted outside a sprawling estate in the suburbs. The estate bore a unique name, Datong Fenghua, Had he not been accompanied by Lin Hao and his entourage, Li Dong would never have guessed that this was a restaurant. The group entered the estate, traversing a lengthy garden where wooden buildings reminiscent of the Tang dynasty emerged before Li Dong's eyes, creating an ethereal ambience that transported him back to the opulence of that era. Soon, they entered one of the buildings. At the center of the grand hall stood a traditional Tang dynasty-style eight-immortal table, with a small stage positioned directly in front. On the stage sat a young woman clad in ancient attire, poised gracefully before an imposing guzheng. The woman was strikingly beautiful, with a delicate oval face and light makeup, exuding an ethereal aura as she sat cross-legged behind the guzheng. Upon the group's entrance, she gently placed her hands upon the strings and began to play, filling the air with melodious notes. As the music resonated, more women dressed in traditional attire emerged from behind the stage, accompanied by the melodious sound of the guzheng. They immediately began to dance gracefully, momentarily transporting Li Dong to the opulent era of the Tang dynasty. Observing the evident astonishment on Li Dong's face at the enchanting scenery, Lin Hao turned to him with an explanation. "Young Master Li, this is the quintessential charm of the Tang dynasty. It is said that the proprietor here is an ardent admirer of Tang culture. Every architectural detail and the ladies present have been meticulously crafted with the help of historians to recreate authenticity. Dining here allows one to experience the essence of ancient nobility. Each building hosts but a single table, while the upper floors provide rest areas for guests. However, these rooms serve merely as sanctuaries for repose. The patrons are predominantly students from the Shanghai Film Academy's music and dance departments, entertainers who sell their artistry, not their bodies. Of course, it is not entirely impossible to pursue a more intimate connection, but such endeavors must not involve coercion. Monetary persuasion may lead one to share the upstairs quarters. Men, when engaging in discussions of a more risque nature, invariably elicit a resonance among their peers. Even Zhang Junqi, who harbored some reservations about Lin Hao, could not suppress a chuckle at his words. Once everyone was seated, a group of women clad in traditional attire entered, bearing an array of fruit and pastries. The appearance of these women, while charming, paled in comparison to the guzheng player and dancers on stage. At this juncture, Lin Hao continued, "Young Master Li, let us first enjoy the performance. There is no need for you to place an order, as the establishment has arranged everything. Rest assured, both the cuisine and the libations will undoubtedly satisfy your palate." As Lin Hao spoke, the women who had just set the fruits and pastries down positioned themselves behind Li Dong and his companions, two per person, one to gently massage their shoulders and the other to peel various fruits and nuts, savoring the delectable treats while relishing the massages, complemented by the performances of beautiful dancers. Li Dong felt an exhilarating expansion of his horizons, never having experienced such indulgence before. Unbeknownst to him, the guzheng performance concluded, and the musician gracefully rose, taking up a pipa and resuming her enchanting melodies. As she transitioned instruments, the dancers descended from the stage, making way for a new troupe to perform in harmony with the notes of the pipa. Following the completion of this piece, the musician retrieved a shao, gently coaxing forth its hauntingly ethereal tones, filling the air with an indescribable ambience. Although her guzheng and pipa performances were exquisite, they were eclipsed by the mastery displayed in her shao playing. Instantly, Lin Hao and his companions, who had been engaged in lively conversation, were captivated by the enchanting sound, falling into a respectful silence. As the zhao's notes wafted through the air, another group of women donned in ancient garb took to the stage, this time dressed not as noble ladies but as courtesans, exuding an air of boldness and abandon. While their attire was somewhat revealing, they wore modern leggings that ensured modesty, rendering any potential wardrobe malfunctions impossible, even amidst their daring choreography. This left Lin Hao, Zhang Junkai, and their affluent peers with a tinge of regret, eyes filled with wistfulness. However, Li Dong seemed oblivious to the dancers, his gaze fixated solely on the shao player. Having never consciously listened to traditional Chinese music, he was taken aback by how alluring the simple shao could be, igniting a curiosity about the array of classical instruments this enchanting woman might master. At last, the dishes began to arrive, each presented within elegant food boxes, quickly filling the table. Before Li Dong and his companions lay an assortment of delicacies, each dish neatly arranged. To partake in a particular dish, one need only call out its name, and the attentive ladies behind them would delicately serve it, expertly peeling shrimp and removing fish bones. Li Dong was uncertain whether such lavish treatment was indeed the privilege of ancient royalty, but he could not deny the sheer comfort it provided, making him feel elevated, as if nobility flowed through his veins. Eventually, as Li Dong and his companions savored their meal, the musician on stage concluded her shao performance, revealing a large drum hidden beneath the guzheng. With two drumsticks in hand, she transformed into a fierce warrior, striking the drum with vigor, accompanied by the distinctive rhythm. A troop of women in traditional garb burst forth from backstage, some brandishing weapons while others danced with grace, creating an indescribable beauty. Yet, Li Dong's attention remained solely on the woman fervently beating the drum. Noticing Li Dong's unwavering focus, Lin Hao discreetly beckoned the serving lady closer, whispering a few words into her ear. Finally, the meal came to an end. The food, while delicious, was comparable to the standards of a five-star hotel, pleasing but not so exceptional as to leave one yearning for more. However, the service was truly unforgettable. Dining amidst attentive women and enjoying performances from beautiful entertainers presented a boundless pleasure for men. Once satiated, Zhang Junqi broke the silence, seemingly eager to outshine Lin Hao. He turned to Li Dong, stating, "Young Master Li, today has been orchestrated by Lin Hao, but tomorrow must be ours to arrange. I will secure a yacht for us, ensuring a day of seaside adventures, fishing, yachting, all meticulously planned for your enjoyment." "Agreed. We shall set sail tomorrow, but for tonight, let us seek out a lively night venue for the latter half of the evening," Li Dong replied with a relaxed smile, intending to explore a grand nightclub he had yet to visit. Upon hearing his words, the group quickly concurred, expressing their eagerness to continue the revelry. Just then, Lin Hao raised a hand to halt them, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "Young Master Li, do not be in haste to depart. Let us await another guest," he said enigmatically. "Await another guest?" Li Dong exclaimed, taken aback. "Have you invited someone else?" "It is not merely someone else. I have arranged for you, young Master Li, to meet Ouyang Ruyu, the very woman who performed earlier with her array of instruments. She is a genuine prodigy, a genius from the music department of the Shanghai Film Academy, whose classical achievements surpass even those of many instructors. However, she is rather proud. Countless wealthy suitors have pursued her, yet she has never acquiesced to any. Had it not been for her need for funds to purchase instruments, she would likely not be working here. My acquaintance with her stems from her being a college classmate and close friend of my girlfriend. I just informed her that my friend would also be at the nightclub tonight, which persuaded her to join us. Whether you can win her over depends on your own charm." Li Dong regarded Lin Hao, who appeared somewhat like a matchmaker, with a mixture of disbelief and intrigue. Yet, beneath it all, he felt a flicker of anticipation, curious about how this ethereal beauty, so adept in classical music, would navigate the chaotic ambience of the nightclub. At long last, amidst the anticipation of a gathering crowd, Ouyang Ruyu emerged gracefully from the rear of the dance floor. Having changed out of her traditional attire, she now donned a remarkably simple outfit, a white t-shirt paired with cropped denim jeans. Her long, straight black hair cascaded effortlessly down her back, and her features, reminiscent of a painting, radiated an indescribable chill, akin to a celestial being inadvertently descended to the mortal realm, evoking a sense of inexplicable admiration. Previously, while engaged in playing various musical instruments with her head slightly bowed, the likes of Li Dong and his entourage had not fully discerned her visage. However, upon finally perceiving Ouyang Ruyu's appearance, both Li Dong and the other wealthy heirs could not help but marvel at her beauty in their hearts. Only Lin Hao, having interacted with Ouyang Ruyu frequently, was somewhat taken aback by her striking looks but quickly regained his composure. He promptly gestured for Ouyang Ruyu to approach. The group soon departed, making their way to the parking lot. At this juncture, Lin Hao pointed towards Li Dong's vehicle, saying, "Ruyu, today, young Master Li has just acquired a Lamborghini Veneno, a luxury car valued at over 100 million. To date, no woman has ever occupied the passenger seat of this car. You should ride with young Master Li." Upon hearing Lin Hao's deliberate emphasis on the car's exorbitant value, Ouyang Ruyu immediately grasped that Lin Hao was attempting to play matchmaker between her and Li Dong. She shot Lin Hao an exasperated glare but refrained from further comment, promptly taking her seat in the passenger side of Li Dong's car. As Ouyang Ruyu settled into the vehicle, the eyes of those around her sparkled with envy. And only after Li Dong had entered the car did they each pile into their own vehicles, setting off towards a night venue they had discovered online. The establishment they were headed to was known as the Cheetah Night Club, owned by a popular male celebrity, and its bustling atmosphere was largely attributed to its legion of fans. Once in the car, and as Li Dong started the engine, Ouyang Ruyu turned to him and spoke. "Young Master Li, I am aware that Lin Hao is attempting to bring us together, but I hope you will not waste your time on me. My passion lies in music, and the man I intend to marry in the future must also be a musician. Someone with whom I can share a profound connection through our mutual love for music. While I appreciate your wealth, as evidenced by Lin Hao's respect towards you, I urge you to elevate your musical prowess if you wish to pursue me. Until then, I would prefer that you maintain your distance." Ouyang Ruyu's forthrightness in delineating their boundaries took Li Dong by surprise. Since acquiring the super circle of friends system and amassing wealth, women had flocked to him like moths to a flame, with only Xiao Shui previously displaying a disinterest in his riches, which had led him to value her highly. Now, witnessing Ouyang Ruyu, a woman whose background was evidently not affluent, so boldly disregard his wealth, he was astonished. However, Li Dong's mindset had shifted significantly. Influenced by the words of Lu Jingjing in the parking lot, he had begun to adopt a rather callous attitude towards women, one of neither pursuit nor rejection, nor responsibility. He was disinclined to ardently court a woman, regardless of her ethereal beauty. Moreover, despite Ouyang Ruyu's seemingly otherworldly aura, she was still merely a mortal and did not possess the qualifications to warrant his devotion. Thus, upon hearing her refusal, Li Dong did not hesitate. Responding with a nonchalant smile, "Every individual has their aspirations. I genuinely admire your disdain for material wealth. However, rest assured, my admiration is merely that, appreciation. In the past, I would have been very intrigued by a woman such as yourself, eager to win you over. Yet, I have recently changed. I find myself more drawn to those who value my riches. After all, I prefer women who are eager to be my admirers rather than those I must pursue. So, take comfort in knowing that tonight, I will not trouble you. We can simply be friends without any need for wariness." Li Dong's demeanor was remarkably carefree, devoid of pretense. Observing his attitude, Ouyang Ruyu instinctively began to trust his words, concluding that he genuinely harbored no ulterior motives. Unlike her previous suitors, who relentlessly pursued her with insistent flattery, she found herself unexpectedly intrigued by Li Dong. Chapter 128, The Real Estate Tycoon Wang Ilong. Unbeknownst to Li Dong, his nonchalance had piqued Ouyang Ruyu's interest. With an air of casual confidence, he soon followed the group to the Cheetah Night Club, although the parking lot was already filled with an array of luxury vehicles. The arrival of Li Dong's entourage elicited gasps of excitement from onlookers. "Wow, where did these wealthy heirs come from? They're incredibly handsome," exclaimed a bystander. The fleet consisted entirely of supercars, none worth less than 10 million, showcasing true elite wealth rather than mere rentals. "Wait, I just noticed there's a Lamborghini Veneno in that convoy. Its market price has soared to over 100 million. I can't believe we have one in our city." The presence of such a high-value supercar, previously only seen in the form of a Bugatti Veyron, set car enthusiasts' hearts racing. The sight of Li Dong's Lamborghini Veneno had captivated their attention. Women who considered themselves attractive posed alluringly at the entrance of the nightclub, hoping to catch the eye of the owners of these opulent vehicles. Notably, over two-thirds of the women were transfixed by the Lamborghini, their gazes firmly fixed upon it. It was only when Ouyang Ruyu exited the passenger seat that many women shifted their attention to the other supercar owners, abandoning their aspirations of engaging with Li Dong. Ouyang Ruyu's extraordinary beauty, especially her ethereal, almost celestial demeanor, left many of the club's women feeling inferior, instinctively recognizing that they stood little chance of competing with her for Li Dong's affection. However, some individuals recognized Li Dong and instinctively screamed, "It's young Master Li. The owner of that Lamborghini is young Master Li, the same person who owns the Supreme Edition Bugatti Veyron. I wondered where this new wealthy heir had come from. It's him. I've heard of young Master Li. He's a financial genius whose wealth was amassed during his 4 years at university on Wall Street. Only someone of his caliber could afford to indulge in such extravagant purchases. Ordinary heirs could hardly dream of spending over 100 million on a supercar." They murmured among themselves. "Do you know about the Qin family, led by Qin Feng and Qin Zheng? I heard they are on the verge of bankruptcy due to offending young Master Li. It's astounding that a family with assets exceeding 200 billion could be brought to its knees by him. Truly, he embodies the dragon of Wall Street." With both terrifying skill and capability, excited discussions ensued, with many seemingly well-informed about the conflict between Li Dong and the Qin family. Yet, their understanding was superficial. They knew only that the Qin family was nearing collapse, without comprehending the intricacies of how Li Dong had orchestrated such a downfall. Beside Li Dong, Ouyang Ruyu, having learned of his status as a wealthy heir who had single-handedly brought down a prestigious family worth 200 billion, regarded him with increasing curiosity. Li Dong, however, remained oblivious to the subtle shifts in Ouyang Ruyu's expression. From the bustling atmosphere evident in the parking lot, he anticipated the considerable number of admirers he would garner at the nightclub that evening. At the entrance, a nightclub manager, having recognized the identity of Li Dong and his entourage, hurriedly approached to extend a warm welcome. Before long, Li Dong and his companions were ushered into the venue, promptly seated at a VIP booth with the most advantageous view of the dance floor. Once settled, Li Dong turned to the attentive manager and inquired, "Are you aware of my protocols? If so, please ensure that everything is arranged according to my standards. With so many friends here tonight, it must be nothing short of spectacular." Upon hearing Li Dong's directive, the manager beamed and replied, "Of course, young Master Li. Everyone in the nightclub is well aware of your illustrious presence. I assure you, I will arrange everything beautifully, ensuring that all the women here will be eager to raise a toast in your honor." Satisfied with the manager's response, Li Dong waved him off. Soon, the lights in the nightclub dimmed, enveloping their booth in a haze of light and smoke, as the iconic 9 dragons emerged, resembling 9 majestic serpents making their way toward Li Dong's table. The regular patrons of the nightclub instantly recognized the significance of this display, erupting into excited shrieks. "It's young Master Li. What luck to encounter him here tonight!" they exclaimed. "Let us go and offer a toast, regardless of whether he notices us. We can at least sample the exclusive vintage ace of spades. Such an opportunity is rare." A throng of enthusiastic women began to converge toward Li Dong's booth. If not for the security personnel managing the entry, the booth would have been overwhelmed in an instant. However, even with the guards in place, the presence of wealthy second-generation elites occupying adjacent seats ensured that the booth remained nearly at capacity. Notably, while the women Li Dong found unappealing did not deter these affluent peers, they quickly selected from his already established entourage of admirers, leaving only those who suited their tastes. Ultimately, aside from Lin Hao's girlfriend, who had mysteriously appeared, the remainder of the group consisted predominantly of the eager women who had approached for drinks. They became the focal point of the nightclub, reveling and swaying as they enjoyed the festivities. Nearby, in another booth, a man surrounded by numerous internet celebrities appeared visibly displeased. His name was Wang Yilong, the sole heir of a real estate magnate in the metropolis and among the elite. He was regarded as one of the foremost wealthy second-generation individuals. Even Lin Hao and his companions paled in comparison to Wang Yilong, whose family was renowned for their trillion-dollar estate, the Wanxiang Plaza, despite the inflated valuations and substantial debts often associated with real estate. Wang Yilong possessed a notable flaw. He reveled in ostentation, always demanding to be the center of attention, which had alienated many. However, his family's considerable influence had thus far shielded him from repercussions. Observing how Li Dong's group had swiftly commandeered the spotlight of the nightclub scene, Wang Yilong rose in indignation, declaring, "You may have merely toppled a small faction like the Qin family. But do you truly believe you are the most formidable among the younger generation here in the metropolis? Tonight, I shall demonstrate what true grandeur looks like." In a bid to outshine Li Dong, Wang Yilong summoned the server at the entrance of his booth and proclaimed, "Let it be known that all expenses tonight will be covered by me, Wang Yilong." With an air of bravado, he tossed his bank card into the server's hands. The server, astonished, accepted the card and dashed away. Shortly thereafter, the DJ abruptly ceased the music, capturing the crowd's curiosity. Addressing the microphone, the DJ boomed, "Everyone, listen closely. I have an exciting announcement. All expenses tonight are courtesy of young Master Wang Yilong. Let us give him a round of applause." Instantly, the nightclub erupted in exuberant cheers. Throngs of patrons clamored to Wang Yilong's booth, eager to befriend him. Delighted, Wang Yilong cast a triumphant glance toward Li Dong's booth, as if to flaunt his newfound popularity. In Li Dong's booth, the influx of women drawn by Wang Yilong's announcement swiftly dissipated, for he was indeed a significant internet celebrity, albeit not from the influencer scene. His penchant for dating high-profile women and his willingness to lavish them with gifts had garnered him considerable online fame. Many women understood that being associated with Wang Yilong could not only bring financial rewards, but also elevate their own social standing, potentially transforming them into minor celebrities themselves. While Li Dong was not lacking in wealth, there were no reports of anyone having gained fortune through his favor, thus diminishing his allure compared to Wang Yilong. With a resigned smile, Li Dong lifted a glass and savored the rare tranquility of the nightclub ambience. Observing this, his companions became increasingly indignant on his behalf. "That Wang Yilong is utterly excessive. He is deliberately trying to overshadow you, young Master Li," they lamented. "He is known for his poor character. He always seeks to belittle others in public settings. Despite being one of the top wealthy second-generation heirs in the metropolis, he has few allies in the social circle. Young Master Li, he is undoubtedly aware that you recently dealt with the Qin family. Yet he still dares to act in such a manner to elevate himself by stepping on you. Indeed, he aims to overshadow you to enhance his own stature. His intentions are insidious," they continued, their anger palpable. Lin Hao and his cohort were particularly incensed, having previously clashed with Wang Yilong, and their disdain for this local super-rich heir was apparent. Li Dong, listening to their grievances, furrowed his brow. While his display of the 9 dragons was fundamentally aimed at attracting a multitude of admirers to serve as his social media endorsers, he was not pleased with being openly undermined by Wang Yilong. However, he found the idea of engaging in a superficial monetary competition, like a nouveau riche, beneath him. If he were to regain his standing, it would need to be accomplished with greater sophistication. With a cold smile, he remarked, "Let it be. He is merely a child spoiled by his parents." Engaging in this contest of ostentation would only diminish my own stature. After all, those who revel in the spectacle are merely seeking entertainment. Noticing Li Dong's lack of interest in continuing the rivalry with Wang Yilong, Lin Hao and his companions felt a tinge of disappointment. Nonetheless, they did not underestimate Li Dong, for his financial prowess and capabilities were evident, and it was clear that his ability to mobilize resources far surpassed that of Wang Yilong, who had yet to assume control of his family's fortune. Soon, a group of revelers dismissed the incident involving Wang Yilong and continued their enthusiastic toasts. Originally preoccupied with fending off a throng of nightclub women, Li Dong found himself unable to evade the relentless drinking games this time, becoming the primary target of their libations. In the midst of this chaos, he remained oblivious to the incessant notifications buzzing on his phone, a cacophony of likes from his WeChat moments. It appeared that during this period, his moments had come under a barrage of likes from those who had previously been indifferent to his posts. Beneath his first WeChat moment, an avalanche of identical comments emerged. Li Xiao, I spotted your Lamborghini Veneno on the street today. It was utterly stunning. When can I take a ride in the passenger seat? Li Xiao, you've acquired yet another Lamborghini Veneno? How extravagant. May I inquire if you have any room for more charms on your thigh? With a Bugatti Veyron Supersport worth over 100 million and a Lamborghini Veneno, Li Xiao, you are truly a connoisseur of luxury automobiles. I aspire to be one of your prized possessions. These comments were uniformly centered around Li Dong's Lamborghini Veneno. Astonishingly, those who had witnessed Li Dong driving the Lamborghini at the nightclub had spread the word about his latest acquisition, reaching the ears of the women he had previously added as WeChat-like tools. Consequently, these women, caught up in the excitement, began fervently liking his posts. Unbeknownst to Li Dong, who was gracefully managing toasts from the crowd, he had unwittingly consumed a bit too much alcohol. At that moment, a sudden notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Your moments have received 10,000 likes. A random post has been signed in. Congratulations, the host has acquired the Cheetah nightclub, valued at 1 billion yuan. Related paperwork is currently being processed. Please wait patiently for half an hour, and the nightclub manager will come to greet you, the new owner. Although the voice of the Super Moment system was devoid of any warmth, Li Dong felt an inexplicable joy akin to receiving timely assistance in a blizzard. While the acquisition of the Cheetah nightclub, amidst a plethora of rewards in his moments, was merely ordinary, the moment brought him greater delight than those rewards worth hundreds of billions. After all, having just been overshadowed by Wang Yilong, if everyone were to discover that the nightclub now belonged to him in an instant, the blow to Wang Yilong's pride would far surpass any ordinary display of wealth or brawling. Suddenly, he began to anticipate how Wang Yilong would react upon learning that the Cheetah nightclub was entirely his, and that the so-called full expenditure that Wang Yilong claimed was merely a way to line his own pockets. The thought of Wang Yilong's expression made him smile. Chapter 130. 80% off for everyone, except Wang Yilong. At this moment, lost in his joyful musings, a smile involuntarily crept across Li Dong's lips. The dim lighting concealed his grin from others, but Ouyang Ruyu, sitting beside him, observed it clearly. Unbeknownst to Li Dong, Ouyang Ruyu had been discreetly watching him ever since they entered the nightclub. Initially disappointed when he ignored her to mingle with the gold-digging women, she had formed a rather unfavorable impression of him as just another wealthy playboy. However, upon witnessing Li Dong remain unperturbed by Wang Yilong's provocations and even smile so freely, her interest in him was rekindled. For the first time, she found herself intrigued by Li Dong, a wealthy individual so unlike the typical rich second-generation types she had encountered before. Alas, if only he had displayed some musical talent, she might have entertained the notion of befriending him. In a moment of reflection, she lamented Li Dong's lack of musical ability. Meanwhile, Li Dong, unaware of Ouyang Ruyu's subtle thoughts, felt his worries dissipate and even reached out to clink glasses with Lin Hao and the other wealthy second-generation figures. Observing Li Dong's demeanor, the others could not help but quietly admire his nonchalant grace. In Wang Yilong's booth, a gaggle of sycophantic young elites, who typically thrived on flattering him, eagerly seized the opportunity to heap praise upon him as he managed to suppress Li Dong's rising prominence. Wang Xiao, that arrogant Li Dong has been completely silenced. It seems he no longer dares to provoke you. Wang Xiao's reputation is not just renowned in our magic city, but across the entire nation. It is only natural that Li Dong would steer clear of you. Clearly, he understands his place. He can contend with the Qin family. But he is nowhere near your league, Wang Xiao. Wang Yilong, who relished the spotlight and the adoration of others, beamed with pride at their compliments. Holding his drink, he feigned modesty, but his grin betrayed his elation. Unable to conceal his delight, he boldly declared to the crowd, no matter how famous he becomes in my presence, he must remain a mere backdrop. In this city, where I stand, no one can overshadow my brilliance. If he is a dragon, he shall coil at my feet. If he is a tiger, he shall lie down in submission. Should anyone dare oppose me, I will ensure they are brought to heel. Li Dong better know his place. If he does not, I have countless ways to remind him of the vast chasm that separates him, a nouveau riche, from the Wang family. The crowd, enthralled by Wang Yilong's bravado, cheered him on even more fervently. The self-proclaimed beauties of the nightclub deliberately edged closer to Wang Yilong, vying for his attention. Unbeknownst to them, half an hour slipped by unnoticed. As the group in Wang Yilong's booth continued to extol his virtues, the general manager of the Cheetah nightclub, Wang Damao, approached Li Dong's booth. Upon seeing the manager suddenly arrive, those wealthy second-generation figures who recognized Wang Damao exchanged curious glances. Wang Damao, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be attending to that little cheetah and his celebrity friends? We ordinary patrons are usually greeted by the regular managers. Li Xiao, you may not know, but Wang Damao used to be a manager for the little cheetah. When his resources dwindled, he helped find a better manager for the little cheetah, who then made him the general manager here after the latter became successful. Though he may no longer be in the entertainment industry, he still has connections. If you fancy a certain starlet, he can help facilitate an introduction. The crowd, eyeing Wang Damao, could not resist teasing him. Hearing their jests, a hint of embarrassment crept across Wang Damao's face. However, recalling the conversation he had earlier with the little cheetah, he smiled amiably. As important as my entertainment industry friends may be, nothing compares to meeting our nightclub's new owner. After all, whether I can remain the general manager of Cheetah Nightclub depends on the new owner's approval. New owner? The wealthy second-generation men and their female companions were taken aback by Wang Damao's words. However, Wang Damao, disregarding the thoughts of those around him, swiftly approached Li Dong. Having spotted his position, boss, as they introduced, I was previously a professional agent in the entertainment industry, and now I am the general manager of your nightclub. If you have any intentions towards a female celebrity in the entertainment circle, I assure you that I will find a way for you to meet her. Moreover, I will diligently manage this nightclub, ensuring that its business continues to flourish and never deteriorates from its current state. Wang Damao's declaration to Li Dong immediately enlightened Lin Hao and the others about the true meaning behind Wang Damao's reference to a new boss. Yet, upon fully comprehending this reality, they were left even more astonished. They could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Young Master Li, you have purchased this nightclub. I heard that the previous owner, Little Cheetah, acquired it along with the building. To buy this nightclub, it must have cost around $1 billion. Young Master Li is truly impressive. Wang Yilong attempted to overshadow you by footing the entire bill. But once he learns that you have become the new owner of this nightclub, his expression will surely be quite entertaining. Unfortunately, his venue is too far from us. It is regrettable that we cannot witness his reaction. Lin Hao and the others expressed their astonishment, tinged with a sense of regret. As they were all eager to see Wang Yilong's face turn sour upon hearing that Li Dong had become the new proprietor of the nightclub. Observing their reactions, Li Dong promptly gestured for silence. There is no need for such alarm. It is merely a modest investment. You all know I enjoy spending time in nightclubs. Having my own venue ensures I have a suitable place to enjoy myself without any inconvenience. With a tranquil smile, Li Dong endeavored to present himself as unfazed, regardless of whether the others could accept his explanation. He then turned to Wang Damao before continuing. Today marks my first day as the owner of this nightclub. Please have the DJ make an announcement informing everyone that this nightclub is now under the surname Li. To celebrate my acquisition, all expenses in the club will be at a 20% discount for the next 7 days. However, the charges incurred by Wang Yilong earlier will not be discounted, as I had not yet become the owner at that time. Chapter 131. Wang Yilong departs in disgrace. Wang Damao, having thrived in the entertainment industry and now firmly established as the general manager of the nightclub, was undoubtedly capable. Upon hearing Li Dong's command, he pounded his chest in assurance. Rest assured, young Master Li, I will ensure everything is executed flawlessly. With that, Wang Damao hurriedly departed from Li Dong's VIP booth, clearly intent on wasting no time. A minute later, while Wang Yilong was being fawned over by a group of young wealthy heirs, the music in the nightclub suddenly ceased. All the lights instantly focused on Li Dong's booth, although the area surrounding the booth remained shrouded in smoke. Obscuring the details within, many recognized it as Li Dong's booth due to his previous prominence at the event. That is young Master Li's booth. It seems he is up to something significant again. Whispers spread throughout the crowd. Young Master Li possesses 2 luxury cars valued at over 100 million. How could he allow Wang Yilong to overshadow him? Initially, I was disappointed that young Master Li did not retaliate against Wang Yilong's provocation. But it appears I spoke too soon. A figure of such stature would not easily let another tread upon his reputation. Tonight promises to be a spectacle, with a powerful family worth trillions confronting a current financial genius. If neither party is willing to yield, we are in for quite the show. Excitement buzzed through the nightclub as patrons eagerly speculated about what grand gesture Li Dong would undertake. In Wang Yilong's booth, his expression grew increasingly grim, despite the flattery he was receiving from those around him. Raising his glass, he took a deep swig, his gaze fixed menacingly on Li Dong's booth. "You wish to compete with me? I shall repeatedly crush you until you fully submit." The young heirs and nightclub girls surrounding Wang Yilong continued to shower him with praise, none believing that Li Dong could eclipse Wang Yilong's prominence. At that moment, the DJ finally took to the microphone. With excitement radiating from her, she shouted to the crowd below, "Just now, our Cheetah nightclub has undergone a change of ownership. Young Master Li has acquired this venue from our former owner for the sum of 1 billion. From this day forth, our nightclub shall bear the surname Li. To celebrate this acquisition, young Master Li has announced that all items in the club will be offered at a 20% discount for the next 7 days, as a benefit for all our patrons. Furthermore, young Master Li has specifically stated that Wang Yilong's earlier expenditure will not be included in the discount, as the transaction had not yet been completed at that time. However, Wang Yilong's future expenditures in our establishment will still enjoy the same 20% discount as all other customers. We hope to see you frequent our nightclub." The DJ's announcement sent a wave of exhilaration throughout the venue, as cheers erupted from all corners. Young Master Li is incredible. No wonder he did not respond to Wang Yilong's earlier taunt. He was busy orchestrating something monumental. Acquiring a large nightclub for 1 billion is a bold statement. Only young Master Li possesses such audacity in this city. While Wang Yilong's family is wealthy, he cannot represent the entirety of the Wang family. He can only muster around 100 million at best. In contrast, young Master Li's casual expenditure of 1 billion eclipses anything Wang Yilong could muster. For Wang Yilong to hope to overshadow Li Dong, his father would have to pass away, allowing him to inherit the family's vast estate. But as it stands, his father is in good health and will not pass for decades. The patrons of the nightclub buzzed with excitement, discussing the unfolding drama with fervor, despite having no personal stake in the conflict between Li Dong and Wang Yilong. The nightclub girls, in particular, gazed at Li Dong's booth with eyes gleaming with hope. Some of the beautiful women who had previously gathered around Wang Yilong began looking for excuses to leave his booth, eager to try their luck at Li Dong's. The young heirs who had been so eager to flatter Wang Yilong fell silent, no longer daring to utter a word. At that moment, Wang Yilong's expression darkened to a shade more somber than the bottom of a black pot. Yet, despite his displeasure, he could only clench his fists. His gaze locked onto Li Dong's booth, immobilized and unable to act. After all, he was merely a super-rich heir, as those around him had remarked. His financial resources were limited, barely amounting to 100 million. With Li Dong's bold acquisition of the nightclub for 1 billion. Even if Wang Yilong were to flaunt his wealth in the venue, he could not overshadow Li Dong's presence, merely appearing foolish as he funneled money into Li Dong's coffers. With a scowl, he felt as though all eyes in the nightclub were mocking him. He understood that after this event spread, he would become the subject of ridicule within the nightclub scene for a long time, merely a stepping stone for Li Dong. With these thoughts weighing on him, he could no longer remain seated and promptly stood, striding towards the exit, unwilling to linger in a nightclub that now belonged to Li Dong. Almost immediately after he departed from the nightclub, a server approached Li Dong, eagerly delivering the news regarding Wang Yilong. Upon learning that Wang had left with a sullen expression, a wave of exhilaration swept through the group in the private booth, erupting into laughter. It was a moment of pure satisfaction. For the first time, Wang Yilong, who had always dominated the social circle of wealthy second-generation elites, found himself thoroughly outmatched. "Li Xiao, you ought to be cautious of Wang Yilong after today. That brat has never faced such a significant loss. I fear he might harbor resentment and seek revenge," one of them cautioned. "Such concerns are unwarranted. Wang Yilong is merely a spoiled child from a wealthy family, lacking any real capability apart from throwing money around. After today's encounter, where Li Xiao effortlessly spent 10 billion, he must certainly comprehend the vast gulf between us. It is unlikely he will dare to show his face before Li Xiao again until he has taken control of his family's trillion-dollar real estate empire." The group chattered animatedly, their faces alight with excitement. Though it was Li Dong who had triumphed over Wang Yilong, their enthusiasm surpassed even his own, as if they had just secured a monumental victory. However, Li Dong paid little heed to their discussions. His mind was more preoccupied with the updates on his WeChat. Following the DJ's announcement of his position as the owner of the Cheetah nightclub, his WeChat likes surged in a new wave, bringing him closer to another coveted reward from the Super Moments feature. Chapter 132, The Legacy of the Piano God. During this time, many individuals within the nightclub had shared news of Li Dong's new status as a shareholder on their social media. Although Shanghai appears expansive, the social circles within the nightlife scene often overlap significantly. Thus, despite the brief interval, Many of Li Dong's acquaintances had caught wind of the news. Previously unaware of Li Dong's acquisition of a Lamborghini Poison, numerous women were astonished by this revelation and inundated his social media with likes, eager to capture his attention. However, having just received a reward for surpassing 10,000 likes, Li Dong could not ascertain whether he would receive another reward that night, even as the count continued to swell. After glancing at his phone for a while, Li Dong finally shifted his focus from social media amid the cheers of the crowd. He began to engage with the persistent stream of women offering him drinks while also participating in drinking games with his companions, entirely disregarding Ouyang Ryu, who sat beside him with an ethereal demeanor. 2 hours later, nearly all the women in the nightclub had successfully added Li Dong as a friend. Just as he presumed he would not receive another Super Moments reward that night, a familiar notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Your post has received 10,000 likes. Randomly signing in for a moment's reward. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the God-level piano skill. Your piano proficiency has reached the level of a piano god. Related skills are now being transmitted. Please begin receiving them. The cold, mechanical voice of the Super Moments system resonated, disregarding the suitability of Li Dong's environment for skill absorption. As it immediately commenced the transmission of various piano-playing techniques into his mind, accompanied by the life experiences and insights of a mysterious piano god. This piano god, however, was not among the renowned pianists known to Li Dong. Rather, he was a figure Li Dong had never encountered, hailing from an unknown world, distinct from Earth. Whether this was a genuine alternate realm or a mere fabrication of the system's virtual memories to bestow upon Li Dong the skills of a piano god remained uncertain. What was undeniable was that, with the acquisition of diverse piano skills and the profound insights of the nameless piano god, Li Dong transformed from a mere novice into a true master of the piano, possessing knowledge of masterpieces unknown to even the greatest pianists of this world. Should his repertoire of piano compositions be unveiled globally, it would undoubtedly create seismic waves within the realm of piano music. At that moment, an overwhelming urge surged within him to find a suitable piano and perform the exquisite pieces that had yet to grace Earth. Alas, the cacophony of the nightclub environment left little room for his expression. After receiving the legacy, Li Dong was filled with emotion as he raised his glass and drained it in one swift motion. Influenced by the legacy of the piano god, he suddenly found himself disliking the noisy atmosphere of the nightclub. Unbeknownst to him, his demeanor had undergone a significant transformation. The ostentatiousness that once clung to him faded, replaced by an indescribable nobility. Even the coarse act of emptying his glass bore an elegance that was hard to articulate, as if he were a nobleman with centuries of lineage, exuding an undeniable aristocratic aura. This newfound grace went unnoticed by the boisterous second-generation wealthy individuals around him, who were too intoxicated to perceive the change. However, Ouyang Ryu, who had been quietly observing Li Dong from her seat, was acutely aware of his transformation. Upon witnessing the sudden shift in Li Dong's aura, she was momentarily taken aback. She had encountered a similar presence in a renowned British pianist, a true prince among the elite of the piano world, whose reputation and status were unparalleled. Just moments ago, she had distinctly sensed the same quality in Li Dong that she had observed in that British prince while he played. How peculiar, she mused. How could he possess such an aura? That prince has dedicated his entire life to the piano, cultivated by the aristocracy, resulting in such excellence. Yet, Li Dong is merely a financial prodigy. How could he share a similar essence? Ouyang Ryu's astonishment deepened her curiosity about Li Dong. Unbeknownst to him, having consumed a substantial amount of alcohol, he was beginning to feel the effects of intoxication. Rising to his feet, he turned to Lin Hao and Zhang Junqi, the other wealthy heirs, and declared, "All right, I've had enough for tonight. I'll take my leave. You brothers continue to enjoy yourselves. I'll ensure the nightclub staff caters to your every whim. Li Xiao, if you have matters to attend to, feel free to leave. We'll be heading out soon as well. Tomorrow morning, we're gathering at the seaside in Nanhai, and we'll set sail on a yacht for a day of fun." Lin Hao's friend chimed in. "Li Xiao, we'll take care of everything tomorrow. With the grand spectacle you orchestrated tonight, we'll make sure you have the time of your life." The group rose, waving farewell to Li Dong. Despite being of the same generation, their gazes held an unspoken reverence typically reserved for the elite. The night's events had thoroughly astounded these second-generation wealthy heirs, leading them to regard Li Dong with newfound respect. Once Li Dong departed, they were finally able to relax and indulge themselves even further. Lin Hao's girlfriend, Zhao Qinghe, approached Ouyang Ryu at Lin Hao's behest. "Ryu, tomorrow my boyfriend and his friends are chartering a luxury yacht for a day of adventure. You should join us." Upon hearing Zhao Qinghe's suggestion, Ouyang Ryu instinctively shook her head in refusal. Ouyang Ryu, observing her demeanor, could not help but grasp her hand and playfully implore, "Come on, Ryu, just accompany me." Besides, haven't you recently mentioned that your musical studies have hit a plateau? It seems you feel your skills aren't progressing. Perhaps a journey into the depths of the sea, witnessing its breathtaking beauty, might uplift your spirits and catalyze a breakthrough, allowing your musical talents to ascend to greater heights. Zhao Qinghe's words momentarily stirred Ouyang Ryu's heart. Indeed, she had been grappling with a stagnation in her musical abilities. Every instrument seemed to have led her to the limits of her current capabilities, leaving her unable to advance further. After a moment of hesitation, she finally conceded to Zhao Qinghe. All right, I will accompany you, but let me make it clear, I have no interest in that Li Xiao. Don't behave like your boyfriend, and try to play matchmaker for him tomorrow. Chapter 133, The Luxurious Yacht Goddess. Li Dong was oblivious to the conversation between Zhao Qinghe and Ouyang Ryu in the nightlife venue. He arranged for someone to act as his chauffeur and picked up his phone to peruse his social media feed. Soon, he stumbled upon 2 posts that had been checked in today. Most notably, he discovered that there were multiple posts featuring the so-called god of piano. There were also mentions of the god of basketball, god of football, and god of gaming, in addition to some ostentatious displays of wealth. There were numerous peculiar posts. These contents piqued Li Dong's interest. Although he did not possess immense wealth, he suddenly realized that his fascination with money had diminished, viewing it merely as a string of digits, far less intriguing than the eccentric posts on social media. As he scrolled through his feed until the car returned to Tangshan Yiping, he finally set down his phone, slightly sobering from the alcohol, and returned to his room. In the bedroom, the sound of water could be heard from the bathroom, revealing that Lu Jingjing had just returned from work and was taking a shower. Instantly, a knowing smile appeared on Li Dong's lips as he approached the bathroom. Night fell quietly. That evening, after a second round of intimacy with Lu Jingjing, Li Dong embraced her and drifted into a deep slumber. Upon waking the next morning, Li Dong immediately looked at Lu Jingjing and said, "Jingjing, today I have an outing planned. A group of friends intends to rent a yacht for a day at sea. Would you care to join?" Hearing Li Dong's proposal, Lu Jingjing's eyes brightened. Being inherently playful, she had been preoccupied with work at the supermarket since arriving in the bustling metropolis and had yet to enjoy a proper outing. "Sure, let me make a quick call to arrange things at work, and I'll go with you," she replied with a smile, promptly dialing her phone. Before long, they had both finished their grooming and began to change. Since they were headed to the seaside, both opted for light summer attire. Li Dong donned blue beach shorts and a white tank top, complemented by a pair of flip-flops. Lu Jingjing wore a delicate blue sundress and also chose flip-flops, appearing as if they were intentionally coordinated in matching outfits. However, with her striking beauty, even this deliberate pairing with Li Dong seemed entirely harmonious. Upon arriving at the beach, they found Lin Hao, Zhang Junqi, and a group of affluent second-generation elites already present, each accompanied by 1 or 2 stunning women. This was a testament to the adage that wealthy individuals are never lacking in attractive companions, while the less fortunate yearn for unattainable goddesses. A magnificent luxury yacht was anchored at the shore. Excitedly, Zhang Junqi approached Li Dong to introduce the yacht. Its name was quite unique. Goddess, manufactured in Germany. Capable of accommodating over 300 guests without feeling crowded. This yacht, valued at a staggering 500 million, was undoubtedly one of the most expensive yachts in the country. With rental fees soaring to $1 million for a single day at sea, far beyond the reach of anyone but the elite. Zhang Junqi and his friends had only rented this opulent yacht to entertain Li Dong, as they typically opted for vessels costing no more than 100,000 per day. As Li Dong curiously examined the goddess, the group turned their attention to Lu Jingjing. Noticing the collective gaze upon her, Li Dong confidently introduced, "This is my girlfriend, Lu Jingjing." Upon hearing this, the group greeted her warmly, yet the affluent young men did not take her seriously. In their circle, men often changed partners as frequently as they changed clothes. Only when a woman secured a position as a wife or fiancée would she garner genuine respect from their peers. However, standing beside Chun Hao's girlfriend, Zhao Qinghe, Ouyang Ryu remained unaware of this dynamic and instinctively sighed with relief upon seeing Li Dong arrive with his girlfriend. Zhao Qinghe, observing Ouyang Ryu's expression, chided her, "Ryu, if you could become Li Xiao's girlfriend, you'd never have to worry again. Now that opportunity is lost, and you still exhibit such indifference. Do you not feel any regret? I've mentioned before that he is not my type. I am only attracted to those with musical talent. No amount of wealth will win my affection if one lacks musicality," Ouyang Ryu replied, visibly relaxed, as she believed that since Li Dong had brought his girlfriend, he would not pursue her today. Soon, the group boarded the yacht. The vessel was expansive, with sun umbrellas dotting the sides and lounge chairs beneath them. The crew, clad in sailor uniforms, boasted remarkable looks and physiques. In the center of the deck stood a grand piano, which immediately captured Li Dong's attention. His fingers itched to see if he could produce melodies as enchanting as those of the god of piano. Yet, Before he could express this desire, a beautiful crew member approached them. "Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome aboard the Goddess. We are about to set sail, and we will guide you to the changing rooms, where you can find a wide selection of brand new swimsuits to suit your preferences. Once you've selected your attire, the Goddess will swiftly navigate to a secluded area of the sea, providing you with a private space to enjoy a day of leisure." After hearing the crew member's enticing invitation, Li Dong decided to forego playing the piano for the moment. He could always play after changing into swimwear and reaching the deep sea area. With a composed smile, he made his way toward the men's changing room. Before long, he and the other gentlemen emerged, all donning swim trunks. They gathered on the lounge chairs outside the changing area, eagerly directing their gazes toward the women's changing room as if awaiting a grand reveal. Although none of the men lacked female companions, they couldn't help but anticipate the sight of the beautiful women emerging in their bikinis. Finally, under the watchful eyes of Li Dong and his companions, the women who had gone to select their swimwear made their appearance. All had chosen bikini-style swimsuits, each more alluring than the last, save for Ouyang Ruyu, who wore a modest white one-piece swimsuit, appearing notably more reserved. However, it was precisely due to her uniqueness that she instantly captivated the attention of everyone around her, including Li Dong. Chapter 134. He is the god of piano. Originally, Ouyang Ruyu, having been immersed in classical music for an extended period, possessed a serenity that set her apart from the majority of women, exuding a tranquil aura reminiscent of ancient beauties. At this moment, clad in a relatively conservative swimsuit, she somehow radiated an unexpected allure, evoking the sensation of a painted lady coming to life. Ahem. It wasn't until a few women, feeling neglected, deliberately coughed that the crowd snapped back to reality, each embracing their respective companions. Beside Li Dong, LV Jingjing had fully wrapped her arm around his, silently asserting her claim. LV Jingjing's swimsuit was a simple black bikini, devoid of any ostentation. Yet, despite its simplicity, her figure was striking, long legs and a petite waist, perfectly balanced, accentuated by an innate wildness that lent her an air of untamed beauty. Even though many women around her donned bikinis, some with figures even more voluptuous than hers, they were undeniably overshadowed by LV Jingjing's captivating presence. A group of people engaged in lively conversation, soon arriving at the edge of the boat. At this juncture, the goddess had ventured into an uninhabited sea. Here, the azure waters met a clear sky, teeming with leaping fish, while flocks of seagulls soared above. In the distance, the waves rose and fell, as schools of flying fish danced against the currents. Witnessing this scene, a piano piece inexplicably surfaced in Li Dong's mind. Leap over the Dragon Gate. This was a composition he had acquired as part of the legacy of the god of piano, created by the original maestro inspired by a similar seascape. Presently, Li Dong acted with a carefree spontaneity, compelled to play a tune. An irresistible urge to perform surged within him, prompting him to rise and approach the piano resting on the deck. As he made his way toward the instrument, curiosity sparked in the eyes of those around him. Once seated at the piano and beginning to tune the instrument, many could no longer contain their astonishment. Is young Master Li tuning the piano? Is he about to perform? Is he truly this multifaceted? Who would have thought he could play the piano? A chorus of wealthy heirs murmured, intrigued by the extent of Li Dong's piano skills. At that moment, Li Dong completed the tuning and commenced his performance. Instantly, a flow of melodic notes poured forth from his fingers, reminiscent of clouds drifting through a serene sky. As the piano resonated, the audience felt as though they were witnessing towering waves cascading from the heavens. Beneath those waves, a colossal golden fish leaped defiantly against the tide. Each time it soared, the waves would crash down upon it, yet it would rise again with even greater vigor. Ultimately, that golden leviathan surged against the current, triumphantly transforming into a magnificent golden dragon soaring into the vast expanse of the sky. As Li Dong's performance concluded, the audience gradually returned to their senses, their gazes fixed on him with a mix of astonishment and disbelief. As elite heirs, they had attended numerous concerts featuring renowned pianists through social engagements. However, the piano performances they had experienced were merely pleasant, evoking emotions of sadness or joy, nothing more. Yet, listening to Li Dong's performance conjured vivid imagery in their minds. An unprecedented experience for them. Wow, young Master Li's piano performance was extraordinary. Just now, I felt as though I witnessed a golden fish battling colossal waves, ultimately transforming into a golden dragon soaring into the heavens. Overwhelmed with emotion, yet lacking the eloquence to articulate it, one could only exclaim in awe. Although I may not comprehend the grading standards of piano performance, I am certain that young Master Li's skill surpasses that of so-called world-class masters. The group of affluent heirs wore expressions of sheer shock, unable to find the words to convey their feelings. Amidst their astonishment, Ouyang Ruyu, who had instinctively maintained her distance from Li Dong to delineate boundaries, could no longer contain herself and stood up. As a music major who had dedicated her life to classical music, she understood the historical distinctions of musicians. In ancient times, those who reached the pinnacle of their craft were revered with titles such as sage. Calligraphers achieving the highest level were called sage of calligraphy, while martial artists at their peak were known as sage of martial arts. Similarly, those who mastered music to such an extent were honored as sage of music. The most distinguishing feature of a sage of music was that their performances seemed imbued with an enchanting quality, allowing listeners to not only hear the music, but also vividly perceive the stories it conveyed. Just as earlier, everyone was not merely listening to Li Dong's piano. They were transported into a vivid musical scene, as if witnessing the golden fish's struggle against the tumultuous waves, ultimately transforming into a dragon. The instrument Li Dong played, a piano imported from the West, was regarded as the pinnacle of its kind, with only a few musicians throughout history, such as Beethoven, Mozart, and Chopin, achieving the status of god of piano. In that moment, Ouyang Ryu could no longer suppress her astonishment, her gaze toward Li Dong filled with unmasked admiration. Indeed, the very woman who had resolutely sought to maintain her distance from him now turned to Zhao Qinghe and said, "Qinghe, I wish to be young Master Li's woman. If I can be by his side to learn music, I would be willing to give everything." Although Zhao Qinghe was equally taken aback by Li Dong's piano performance, she was still astonished by Ouyang Ryu's declaration. After a lengthy pause, she replied, "You had such a splendid opportunity yesterday, yet you failed to seize it. Now, young Master Li's girlfriend is right beside him. How can I assist you? If you won't help me, I will approach him myself. I believe, given my attributes, young Master Li will surely notice me." Ouyang Ryu, filled with fervor, disregarded Zhao Qinghe's astonished expression and boldly stepped toward Li Dong, who had yet to rise from the piano. Around them, the wealthy heirs watched Ouyang Ryu, seemingly on the brink of confessing her feelings to Li Dong, their faces filled with envy as they fixated on him. Only LV Jingjing, upon realizing that this serene beauty, akin to an ancient lady, was about to profess her affection for her man, was engulfed by a surge of anger. However, she remained seated, observing intently, eager to see how Li Dong would respond to a confession from a woman of such caliber. Chapter 135. No matter how beautiful, I do not want her. Finally, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Ouyang Ryu approached Li Dong. Gazing at him, she expressed with reverence, "Young Master Li, if you are willing to be my music teacher and guide me in music, I would gladly become your woman." Li Dong looked at Ouyang Ryu, who had always regarded him with indifference, now willingly offering herself to him, astonished. In the very next moment, as he stood up, he cast a glance at Ouyang Ryu without a trace of hesitation. "I am not interested in you, nor do I have the time to mentor you. There are so many delightful things in this world, and life is too brief to engage in pursuits that cannot be fully explored. How could I possibly squander my time on you?" Ouyang Ryu was utterly taken aback by Li Dong's unambiguous rejection, her face instantly reflecting shock. However, Li Dong paid no heed to her thoughts and simply maneuvered past her to join LV Jingjing. "The yacht is equipped with several jet skis. Let's take one," he proposed with a devil-may-care demeanor, wrapping his arm around LV Jingjing's waist. Under her delighted gaze, he swiftly led her onto a jet ski, embarking on a whirlwind of aquatic adventures. The day was filled with activities such as parasailing, surfing, and underwater exploration, and Li Dong and LV Jingjing reveled in the exhilarating experience. Although it was Li Dong's first encounter with many of these activities, his mastery over his body, akin to that of a grandmaster, allowed him to quickly adapt and become the center of attention. As the day drew to a close, the bonds between Li Dong and the affluent youth deepened unexpectedly, their conversations becoming less formal and more relaxed. In the evening, they all gathered by the seaside for a sumptuous seafood feast, marking the conclusion of the gathering. As Li Dong and LV Jingjing departed, Ouyang Ryu's countenance was filled with frustration and reluctance. Observing her distress, Zhao Qinghe couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Ryu, I've encountered many rich heirs, and I can assure you that Li Xiao is not playing hard to get. He genuinely has no interest in you." "How could that be? He clearly showed interest in me yesterday. Otherwise, your boyfriend Lin Hao wouldn't have tried to play matchmaker," Ouyang Ryu retorted, her teeth clenched in discontent. Zhao Qinghe sighed. "Yesterday was yesterday, and today is today. A man of Li Xiao's caliber is never short of female admirers. He may have been drawn to the charming and demure girl yesterday, but today he might be captivated by a tall yoga instructor, and tomorrow perhaps by a wild female DJ. In this circle, many change partners faster than they change clothes. Maybe your performance yesterday caught his eye, but today that interest has waned. Most importantly, Li Xiao is a financial genius. Time is invaluable to him, worth millions an hour. He could hardly afford to waste time teaching you music. Zhao Qing's earnest words were an attempt to rouse Ouyang Ruyu from her infatuation. Ouyang Ruyu's behavior today had been unbecoming of her status as a musical talent, ever since she had listened to Li Dong's piano piece. She had transformed into a devoted admirer, seeking him out whenever he rested, regardless of whether LV Jingjing was by his side. She would fetch him water or towels, desperately hoping for guidance on her musical inquiries. Yet, Li Dong was not one to take on the role of a mentor. He was acutely aware that once he offered assistance, Ouyang Ruyu, with her obsession for music, would cling to him incessantly, pleading for his instruction. Having resolved to fully embrace life as pleasures, he had no intention of wasting time on Ouyang Ruyu. Thus, he consistently rejected her, wishing to extinguish her hopes entirely. However, he underestimated her fervor for music. Despite Zhao Qing's counsel, she remained undeterred. Gazing at the direction in which Li Dong's vehicle had vanished, she declared with unwavering resolve, "I can wait. He showed interest in me yesterday, and perhaps one day he will again. The professors at school have said they can no longer teach me anything. If there is anyone capable of guiding me in music to elevate my skills, it can only be Li Xiao. Therefore, no matter how long it takes, I will wait until my musical prowess matches his, until he has nothing left to teach." Zhao Qinghe, upon hearing Ouyang Ruyu's words, was rendered speechless. She wished to offer counsel, but found herself at a loss for words. Li Dong remained oblivious to Ouyang Ruyu's relentless pursuit. Otherwise, he would surely regret having revealed a glimpse of his talents. Upon returning to Tang Chini Pin, he was preparing to enter the bathroom for a shower when LV Jingjing embraced him. Looking at him with curiosity, she inquired, "Li Dong, why did you reject that Ouyang Ryu today? Even as a woman, I find her exceptionally beautiful, especially her unique aura, as if she emerged from a painting. A simple white dress imbues her with an inexplicable sense of ancient elegance." Hearing LV Jingjing's appraisal of Ouyang Ryu, Li Dong instinctively nodded. When she continued to gaze at him with growing curiosity, he replied nonchalantly, "She is indeed beautiful, but there are countless beauties in this world. Frankly speaking, if I were to set my sights on any woman, I could easily win her over. There are so many alluring women I could pursue without any trouble. Why would I seek out someone like Ouyang Ryu, who possesses ambition and determination? I have no desire to play the role of a teacher. What should be a time of enjoyment would instead become a lesson in music theory. She has already reached a plateau in her skills, and it is likely she will never break through. I cannot afford to invest my life into her ambitions. Such a loss is not something I am willing to endure." Upon hearing Li Dong's sentiments, LV Jingjing was reassured that he truly held no interest in Ouyang Ryu, and she felt a significant weight lift from her heart. After all, Ouyang Ryu's striking presence could have posed a considerable pressure on Li Dong if he were to be attracted to her. With a sense of relief washing over her, she looked at Li Dong with a playful glint in her eyes. "You performed splendidly today. I must reward you. Make sure to clean yourself thoroughly in the shower, and I shall provide you with a satisfactory reward." LV Jingjing's words left no doubt in Li Dong's mind about the nature of her reward, prompting him to eagerly stride toward the bathroom. Chapter 136. Lu Yin Gets Drunk. A night of tumultuous passion. The following day, when Li Dong awoke, he found that LV Jingjing had already vanished. Observing this scene, he couldn't help but reflect, women are like the earth, and men are like cattle. Indeed, only the overworked cattle tire, while the land remains unspoiled. My masterful physique was exhausted last night, yet LV Jingjing was up early for work. He secretly wished for his extraordinary vitality to manifest sooner. Otherwise, with more women in his future, would he not have to lean against walls to walk? At this moment, filled with contemplation, Li Dong remained oblivious to the fact that his heart was gradually becoming that of a philanderer. In the past, he had looked down upon men who viewed women as mere playthings, especially those who changed girlfriends almost monthly during college. He despised them from the core of his being. Even when he first acquired the system, he maintained this mindset, yearning only for a lifelong partnership with Xiao Shui. However, things had changed as his wealth surged. He began to transform, unknowingly becoming the very type of man he had once loathed. To be precise, it was after he succumbed to temptation that fateful night and lost to Wang Mimi that he began to shift. Upon returning to his hometown during the May Day holiday, influenced by the words of LV Jingjing, he once again succumbed to temptation and slept with her, ultimately sealing his fate as a rogue. He neither initiated nor rejected, nor took responsibility, and unwittingly, this became his modus operandi. Once intent on acquiring one of the top 10 hotels in the world to win over Xiao Shui, he now found himself questioning whether, should that day ever arrive, he would indeed marry her. The adage that wealth corrupts was once again validated in his life. Like the profound saying, the dragon slayer ultimately becomes the dragon, this was an inevitable facet of human nature. Even as he recognized he had become the very type of person he once despised, Li Dong had no intention of altering his course. For him, Being with a woman he fancied, whether it be her long legs, slender waist, or enchanting allure, was simply irresistible. It was a truth universally acknowledged that no man could consistently adhere to a mundane existence with just one woman. With a resigned smile, Li Dong showed no inclination to change his current lifestyle and promptly arose from bed, making his way to the bathroom. After a swift routine of brushing his teeth and washing his face, as he pondered where to dine for lunch, his phone rang unexpectedly. Noticing the caller ID was Su Liang, he recalled that his Bugatti Veyron was still in her possession. Without hesitation, he answered the call. Almost immediately, Su Liang's cheerful voice resonated through the line. "Mr. Li, I've finished using the car. Yesterday, I live-streamed a driving experience of the Bugatti Veyron, and it resulted in a surge of 3 million new followers. Where are you staying? I can return the car to you now, and if possible, I'd like to treat you to lunch to express my gratitude." Previously contemplating his lunch options, Li Dong quickly provided her with the address of the Tangchini Pin. "I'll be waiting for you in the parking lot below, in a green Lamborghini. Just hop into my car when you arrive." "All right, Mr. Li," Su Liang replied, her voice brimming with an uncontainable joy. Even through the phone, Li Dong could sense her elation. After all, she was merely an internet celebrity with 5 million followers, and gaining 3 million in a day was monumental. Once the initial excitement wore off, she could potentially gain another 2 million followers. Transitioning from 5 million to 10 million followers was akin to a meteoric rise for a social media influencer. In the digital age, while cultivating several million followers is achievable with strategy and a stroke of luck, reaching the 10 million mark is a rarity. This milestone distinctly separates the minor influencers from the major ones. Only those who attain 10 million can genuinely claim the title of a top influencer, possessing the leverage to negotiate with platforms. Those who boast of 5 or 6 million are merely embellishing their status. Thus, it was entirely understandable for Li Dong to recognize Su Liang's exuberance over the phone. After ending the call, Li Dong changed his clothes and descended the stairs. He had barely waited 3 minutes in the car when he spotted his Bugatti Veyron being driven toward him by Su Liang. However, upon surveying the surroundings, her gaze landed on the Lamborghini Poison, her expression morphing into one of shock and disbelief, as if she could scarcely believe her eyes. As a leading luxury car commentator with millions of followers, Su Liang was well-versed in high-end automobiles. Consequently, she immediately recognized the Lamborghini Poison at first glance. It wasn't until Li Dong waved to her through the open window that she fully returned to her senses, staring at him in astonishment. "Mr. Li, you possess a Lamborghini Poison as well. Do I need to report to you about every vehicle I own?" Li Dong teased, observing her incredulity. Yet, he seemed to underestimate his own reputation. Although he jested, Su Liang, unfamiliar with his temperament, perceived his tone as genuine annoyance, her face instantly paling with concern. "Mr. Li, I didn't mean it that way. I'm just surprised you own such an extravagant car." Noticing her anxious demeanor, Li Dong lost interest in the banter and gestured for her to enter the vehicle. Once Su Liang fastened her seatbelt, he drove toward a well-regarded establishment favored by the affluent. This particular place had been recommended to him by several wealthy peers the previous day. While there were numerous similar venues, most required reservations, prompting Li Dong to create a specific category in his contacts for gourmet eateries. Today, he intended to visit a restaurant renowned for its chicken dishes. The chickens here were not the ordinary ones found in markets. They were grand roosters personally raised by the owner, castrated at birth to ensure they never approached females, and only slaughtered after being raised for a minimum of 3 years to attain a chewy texture. However, the prices for these castrated roosters were exorbitant, with the cheapest costing $588, and those aged over 10 years priced at $3,800. Upon arriving at the destination guided by his navigation, Li Dong's brow furrowed in displeasure. In the dining hall, he spotted Lu Yin engaged in a meal with several individuals, while a middle-aged man persistently poured her drinks despite her repeated protests that she could no longer drink. Chapter 137. In the future, don't lose my person. "I can't drink anymore, Boss Zhang. I truly can't." Lu Yin frowned, continuously pushing away the glass from the middle-aged man. Zhang Yunjing, a quintessential Shangxi coal magnate, was a man of little education, coarse temperament, greedy, and lecherous, essentially embodying every flaw a man could possess. Lu Yin had initially been invited to a private gathering within her circle, but for reasons unknown, an outsider had appeared. Although she felt discomfort, she maintained her composure, adhering to her long-held principle of not offending anyone within the industry. Besides being a coal boss, Zhang Yunjing was also a newly discovered investor for a friend, seeking to secure funding for a new production. To avoid jeopardizing her friend's project, she had been enduring the situation. Even though the film had no direct connection to her, she had already consumed 3 glasses of alcohol to maintain appearances. Yet, Zhang Yunjing seemed unaware of the film's lead actress, Gulinala, who was stunningly beautiful and a rising star in the entertainment industry. Instead, he incessantly sought Lu Yan out for drinks, his mouth running wild with inappropriate remarks. Lu Yan, I'm a huge fan of yours. I've adored you for many years. I heard you have left the entertainment industry and will no longer act, which makes me quite anxious. Today, I specifically asked Gulinala to invite you out. I hope to become your boyfriend. My wife passed away 3 years ago due to an accident, and I have been single since. If you agree, I can marry you into the Zhang family and promise you a grand wedding. Zhang Yunjing's words instantly made Lu Yan realize she had been sold out by Gulinala. Clearly, Gulinala had prioritized securing investment from Zhang Yunjing over their friendship, having called her under the pretense of catching up, when in reality, she was facilitating Zhang Yunjing's advances. Realizing this, her anger surged. Nonetheless, Gulinala was a rising star with significant recent fame, and despite understanding the situation, she was reluctant to offend her. Feigning ignorance of the underlying truths, she struggled to intervene, grasping Zhang Yunjing's arm. Mr. Zhang, you've had too much to drink. The dinner is nearly over, and I have matters to attend to at the company tomorrow, so I must take my leave. With that, Lu Yan rose, preparing to depart. Yet, as she attempted to walk away, Zhang Yunjing unexpectedly placed both hands on her shoulders, compelling her to remain seated. Beside them, Gulinala, under Zhang Yunjing's gaze, chimed in with a sycophantic smile. Lu Yan, you might consider getting closer to Mr. Zhang. His assets are at least 100 billion, and with only one daughter. If you were to be with him and bear a son, everything would belong to you. Though the entertainment industry often harbored superficial friendships, Lu Yan felt a profound disappointment at Galina's willingness to compromise her integrity for investment. Nevertheless, she harbored no intentions of confrontation. She simply wished to extricate herself from the situation. Unfortunately, having consumed considerable alcohol and being a woman, she found herself unable to budge Zhang Yunjing. At that moment, Li Dong and Su Liangliang entered, catching sight of Gulinala restraining Lu Yan. Immediately, Li Dong signaled to Su Liangliang to find a place to sit and order food while he approached Lu Yan directly. With a stern expression, he stood before her and declared, Lu Yan, as the vice president of our film base and my full representative, you embody my reputation. To appear so vulnerable in a public setting undermines the overall image of our studio. I will intervene on your behalf this time. Should anyone dare to impede your departure again, let it be known that I, as your employer, will handle all repercussions. Li Dong's sudden appearance left Lu Yan momentarily bewildered. However, before she could fully process the situation, Li Dong seized a bottle from the table and struck Zhang Yunjing's head with it. The sharp sound of shattering glass echoed through the room. Instantly, the bottle fragmented on Zhang Yunjing's head, blood cascading down his face. In that moment, the remnants of his intoxication vanished. He raised his hand, poised to retaliate against Li Dong. Unfazed, Li Dong sneered, I am Li Dong, the owner of the film base. If you wish to retaliate, you must first consider whether you can bear the consequences. As a coal magnate with a fortune of billions, you surely know some influential figures in this city. Perhaps you should make a few calls to ascertain my reputation before deciding whether to strike back or to apologize to Lu Yan for tonight's events. Li Dong's disdain and composure rendered Zhang Yunjing's raised hand motionless. Having amassed his wealth, Zhang Yunjing possessed one paramount quality. He never antagonized those he could not afford to offend. Even if it meant swallowing his pride and making a phone call to investigate Li Dong's background, he chose to suppress his anger and comply in front of the crowd. After a few calls, the fury on Zhang Yunjing's face was replaced by sheer panic. Confronted by the man who had just shattered a bottle over his head, he forced a smile of servitude, saying, Mr. Li, had I known Lu Yan was under your purview, I would never have dared to keep her drinking. I accept full responsibility for this incident and wish to apologize to Ms. Lu. I promise not to harass her in any manner going forward. Mr. Li, could we consider this matter settled? Apologize, and if Lu Yan is satisfied, we can put this behind us, Li Dong replied coldly, showing no sign of warmth towards Zhang Yunjing's overtures. Realizing that his chance of being forgiven by Li Dong hinged on Lu Yan's willingness to pardon him, Zhang Yunjing wasted no time, turning to her with a contrite smile. Lu Yan, I was inebriated and spoke thoughtlessly. I sincerely apologize for offending you, and I am willing to punish myself with 3 drinks in penance. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me this once. With that, he poured 3 full glasses for himself and downed them in quick succession. Struggling to suppress his urge to retch, his complexion turned a ghastly shade. However, he dared not leave to vomit, his gaze fixated anxiously on Lu Yan, hoping for her forgiveness. Chapter 138. Had Lu Yan overindulged? Very well, I forgive you this time. But only this once. There shall be no next time. Lu Yan raised her head, her expression earnest as she regarded Zhang Yunjing. Upon hearing her words, he nodded fervently. I assure you, there will be no next time. Only when Lu Yin fell silent did he nervously glance at Li Dong. "Mr. Li, Lu Yin has forgiven me this time. May I take my leave?" "Get lost." Li Dong waved his hand, signaling Zhang Yunjing to depart. Relieved, Zhang Yunjing pressed a hand to his bleeding head and hurried out, not daring to linger. Once he had fully exited, Li Dong surveyed the remaining guests at the table. Under the weight of his imposing gaze, everyone instinctively lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his eyes. After a thorough sweep of the room, Li Dong coldly inquired, "Who organized this gathering?" At once, all eyes turned to Gulina, who realized she could no longer evade accountability. Awkwardly, she lifted her gaze to Li Dong and confessed, "Mr. Li, I organized today's gathering. Lu Yin and I are good friends, and since I was in town for a new film, I invited her for a drink. I had no idea Mr. Zhang would behave so recklessly. Did you really not foresee it? Do you think I am unaware of the games played in your industry?" Li Dong's eyes, sharp as blades, bore into Gulina. "Lu Yan's nature is to seek harmony, but I am different. I abhor any form of manipulation. Mr. Zhang has faced consequences tonight. How should I address you, the instigator, to serve as a warning to others who might covet my associates?" Gulina, sensing the gravity of Li Dong's tone, felt her heart race with anxiety. However, recalling the audacity with which Li Dong had dealt with Zhang Yunjing, she recognized that if he wished to reprimand her, it could be accomplished with a mere word. Thus, seeing the discontent in Li Dong's demeanor, she refrained from defending herself any further, her eyes filled with trepidation. "Mr. Li, I acknowledge my mistakes. If you could forgive me this once, I would be willing to do anything for you. During my time filming in this city, I promise to drop everything and come to you at your beck and call, no matter the task you assign me." Li Dong, taken aback by Gulina's fervent response, regarded her with surprise. Gulina, one of the rising stars of the entertainment industry, known for her Xinjiang heritage and unblemished reputation, invariably exuded an air of superiority on camera. However, it was now evident that Gulinara intended to present herself as an apology gift, which promptly made Li Dong realize that her haughty demeanor was merely a facade crafted for the screen. In truth, she was not nearly as arrogant as her public persona suggested. Otherwise, she would not be capable of offering herself as a gift in such a manner. Nonetheless, Li Dong could not deny that he felt a flicker of attraction towards the newly emerged starlet, Gulinara. After all, her exotic beauty and her striking height of 1.7 meters played a pivotal role in her rise to prominence. Her allure was difficult for any normal man to resist. Yet, Li Dong was a man of principles. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not refuse if Gulinara were to throw herself at him. However, given the current situation, it bore an unsettling resemblance to coercion, a predatory act that he could not condone. With a cold smile, he pointed towards Lu Yin and said, "You have offended Lu Yin, and any actions you take must be in service to her. Remember, you owe her a debt of gratitude. Henceforth, whatever Lu Yin requires of you, you must accept unconditionally and without hesitation." Upon hearing that Li Dong had no intention of accepting her overtures, a look of surprise crossed Gulinara's face. After all, her fame was well established, and she had never encountered a man capable of resisting her charm. Yet, considering Li Dong's formidable presence, she dared not protest and promptly nodded in agreement. "Very well, Mr. Li. I shall remember your words. In the future, should Lu Yin require me to fulfill any obligation to repay this debt, I will do so without a moment's hesitation." Satisfied with her response, Li Dong turned to Lu Yin. "My friends and I have come to dine. Let us join my table. You should avoid mingling with such dubious company in the future." "Understood, boss," Lu Yin replied respectfully, immediately following Li Dong to the table where Su Liangliang was seated. At that moment, Li Dong failed to notice that as he departed, Gulinara, who had initially appeared anxious, wore a wistful expression. "What a pity, not being able to be with you. If I could share your bed tonight, I doubt anyone would dare to provoke me during my shoots in Magic City." Clearly, Gulinara was keenly aware of Li Dong's rising status in Magic City and sought to leverage this opportunity to entangle herself with him. Her desire to share a bed was not solely rooted in fear of his retribution. Li Dong remained oblivious to her intentions. Upon returning to Su Liangliang's side, he discovered that she had already ordered their meal. The only vexation he felt was the absence of private dining rooms. They were merely in a bustling hall. Given the commotion that had just transpired, many patrons were casting curious glances and whispering among themselves about the earlier incident. Yet, he could not deny that the chicken served here was exceptionally delicious, which explained why even stars like Gulinara, who preferred to avoid public exposure, chose to dine at this unpretentious establishment. As they enjoyed their meal, several times Su Liangliang seemed on the verge of speaking to Li Dong, but ultimately, she refrained. Glancing at Lu Yin, who was nearby, after all, as a woman, she felt it would be inappropriate to openly discuss her intentions of borrowing a car and spending the night with Li Dong in front of Lu Yin. When Li Dong stood up, preparing to leave, Lu Yin promptly rose as well and looked at him imploringly. Boss, I think I've had a bit too much to drink. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Could you possibly take me home? Very well, Li Dong agreed. Before turning to Su Liangliang, you can take a taxi home by yourself today. Understood, Mr. Li, Su Liangliang replied immediately. Though her mind began to scheme about how to borrow the Lamborghini poison from Li Dong once she fully processed the impact of the Bugatti Veyron he had lent her. Li Dong was unaware of Su Liangliang's thoughts as he turned to lead Lu Yin out. At that moment, Lu Yin suddenly wrapped her arms around his and leaned against him, feigning inability to walk steadily due to her inebriation. Has she really had that much to drink? Li Dong pondered as he looked at Lu Yin leaning against him. He recalled that although she had consumed a fair amount at Gulinara's table, her steps had remained relatively steady when she left. After a moment of contemplation without clarity, he attributed her current state to the lingering effects of the alcohol. And without further thought, he wrapped his arm around her waist to ensure she did not stumble as they made their way outside. Soon enough, they exited the establishment. Once in the car, as Li Dong started the engine, he turned to Lu Yin and asked, "Can you still clearly recall your address? If not, I can find a hotel for you to rest until you sober up." Li Dong inquired, knowing that Lu Yin had recently purchased a new apartment in Magic City. Having sold her villa in Taoyuan due to her plans for long-term residence, he had seen her posting about the lavishly decorated space on her social media, which rivaled the opulence of his own top-floor apartment in Tangshini Pin. However, the specific address was not disclosed in her posts, leaving Li Dong in the dark. To his surprise, seemingly inebriated, Lu Yin accurately recited her address. Is she truly intoxicated? Li Dong wondered, astonished by her precise recollection. But as Lu Yin adjusted her position to lie more comfortably in the passenger seat, he had no time to ponder whether she was genuinely drunk or not. As a fan of Lu Yin, he found it increasingly difficult to avert his gaze from her figure, especially as the seatbelt accentuated her curves in a most alluring way. Mountains high and valleys deep, for simple words, yet they carried an endless allure. Li Dong struggled to divert his attention from Lu Yin's figure as he focused on the road, diligently driving towards the address she had provided. 40 minutes later, Li Dong arrived at Lu Yin's new residential complex, Shanshui Mingdu. This affluent area was backed by mountains and featured a serene natural lake, clearly a neighborhood for the well-to-do. After parking, Li Dong wrapped his arm around Lu Yin's waist and walked toward her apartment floor. When the elevator doors opened, he noticed that her door featured a fingerprint lock. He turned to Lu Yin. "We're home now. Which finger will you use to unlock it?" However, Lu Yin, appearing quite inebriated, merely gazed up at him in confusion before extending her hand to unlock the door. Once, twice. 3 times. It was not until the 4th attempt that she found the correct finger and managed to open the lock. Observing her state, Li Dong, who had initially intended to leave once he got her home, decided to escort her inside. After all, in this day and age, it was not uncommon to hear news of individuals choking on their own vomit after drinking too much. He could not bear to leave until Lu Yin had fully recovered. With a resigned smile, he entered her room and laid her gently on the bed. He then settled into a large rocking chair by the window, positioning himself to keep a watchful eye on her condition. However, as Li Dong boredly looked down from above at the scenery outside the window, he did not notice that Lu Yin, who seemed to be heavily drunk on the bed, had quietly opened her eyes to observe him, with a small, girlish, happy smile at the corner of her lips. Lu Yin was a glamorous star famous for her figure, and the roles she played were all bold and revealing female characters. Such a childlike, joyful smile appearing on her face. If those fans of hers who adored her figure were to see it, they would certainly not believe their eyes. But if they saw Lu Yin's next action, they would definitely be so envious that their eyes would go straight, wishing they could replace Li Dong on the spot. Because just as Li Dong once again looked out the window in boredom, Lu Yin actually reached out and tugged at her own clothes. Originally, her clothes were already very loose. With that tug, a large area became exposed. What should and should not be seen all faintly revealed. Although it was not completely exposed, it made people unable to resist wanting to see more. When Li Dong turned his head again to observe Lu Yin's condition, his gaze was immediately captured by her current appearance. In an instant, Li Dong's eyes almost went blank. This figure too perfect. She had curves when dressed, and even more when slightly exposed. Li Dong sighed with emotion. Although he had admired Lu Yin's figure on her tablet before, and had even seen photos more revealing than her current state, photos were still just photos, far less attractive than seeing her like this in front of him. At least at this moment, Li Dong could not bear to move his eyes away from Lu Yin. As a fan of Lu Yin's figure, he suddenly felt that bringing her back today had been completely worth it. After all, scenes like this were things he had only dared imagine in dreams before. Even if beaten to death, the former him would never have thought that the star he could once only watch through a screen would lie before him like this, posing so enticingly. Just as Li Dong was staring to the point his eyes were about to go blank, Lu Yin seemed a little uncomfortable. She let out a sound irresistibly alluring to men, and her feet lifted and kicked about randomly, trying to make herself more comfortable. As a result, her already very short skirt became even shorter with the movement. For a moment, Li Dong was dazzled, not knowing whether to look up at her chest or down at her legs. Sigh, how am I supposed to resist this temptation? With a face full of emotion, Li Dong finally could not help but stand up and walk toward Lu Yin on the bed. On the bed, hearing Li Dong clearly approaching, Lu Yin's heart immediately filled with tension. Ever since Li Dong had stepped forward to protect her at the restaurant, she had made a decision in her heart to repay him properly, even to the extent of giving herself to him. At that moment, she had truly been captivated by Li Dong's domineering behavior. Seeing Li Dong smash a wine bottle onto the head of a billionaire coal boss just to stand up for her, even forcing the man to apologize to her and showing her such respect, her heart had instantly filled with emotion. Having spent so long in the entertainment industry and seen all kinds of corruption, male bosses selling out actresses for profit, the moment Li Dong stood up for her, she had even felt, in that instant, that the world had light again. That was why, after eating and drinking her fill, she pretended to be drunk and leaned against Li Dong, just to make him think she was completely drunk, creating an opportunity to lure him in. Now, hearing Li Dong walking toward her, she immediately understood that her plan had succeeded. How could she not be excited? Chapter 140. The former fan finally gets his wish. Just as Lu Yin was extremely excited, Li Dong's action left her stunned. After walking to her side, Li Dong did not pounce on her as she had imagined, nor do anything that could only be understood but not spoken. Instead, Li Dong reached out, helped tidy her clothes again, and even covered her with a blanket. This Lu Yin was stunned, for the first time beginning to doubt her own charm. Li Dong did not know Lu Yin's inner thoughts. After covering her with the blanket, he could not help sighing. All right, this way it's safe. Even though my eyes can't enjoy the ice cream anymore, at least it ensures I won't make a mistake. Clearly, Li Dong had also been attracted to Lu Yin's figure to the point of nearly losing control. But in the end, he still had certain principles. Lu Yin was only his female subordinate, not his woman. He could not possibly do something like sleeping with her while she was drunk. That would make him seem too desperate and too disrespectful to women. If he were to sleep with a woman, it had to be when she was conscious, their first union of body and soul. Of course, if the other party was already his woman, then under certain special circumstances, even if both were drunk, a relationship could still happen. At this moment, just as Li Dong greatly relaxed, thinking he had preserved his principles, Lu Yin, who had been pretending to be drunk, suddenly sat up from the bed. Before Li Dong could leave, she hugged him from behind. Actually, you can make a mistake. Behind him, Lu Yin's nervous voice sounded, immediately making Li Dong realize she had never been drunk at all. All of this had merely been Lu Yin wanting to offer herself to him. Understanding this, he immediately turned his head and looked at Lu Yin in confusion. I remember when I first hired you, you were worried I'd try to take advantage of you. Why are you so proactive now? Trying to move up in status? Li Dong's gaze carried seriousness within the confusion. If Lu Yin answered that she wanted to move up, he would turn and leave immediately. Indeed, he was her fan and did want to sleep with her, but he would never marry her. Standing up for her today was only because she was now working for him, not for any other reason. Having spent so long in the entertainment industry, Lu Yin immediately understood Li Dong's concern. She smiled at once and looked at him. Boss, don't worry. After so many years in the entertainment circle, I've long since lost faith in men and never planned to marry. But I'm still a woman. I have needs too. When I'm tired, I want a man's shoulder to lean on. When I'm in danger, I want a man to protect me. The moment you stood up for me in the restaurant today, I decided you would be that man. Don't worry, I know my place. I would never think of becoming the official partner just because something happens between us. There were indeed many actresses in the entertainment industry who never married. And Li Dong had no doubt about Lu Yin's words. Immediately, he stopped suppressing himself. Turning to look at Lu Yin, he smiled lecherously. Lu Yin, do you know? Back when I was in college, I was always your loyal fan. I always wanted to truly feel whether you developed naturally or had work done later. Seeing that Li Dong no longer concealed his desire, a trace of panic appeared on Lu Yin's face. The next moment, she covered her ears in a self-deceiving way and lay back down again, pretending to be drunk once more. Seeing this, Li Dong no longer held back and reached out with wandering hands. Only when Lu Yin could no longer endure it did an intense primal battle slowly begin. Time passed continuously, and the battle grew more and more fierce. Although Li Dong had fought another fierce battle with Lu Jingjing just the previous night, he was young and full of vigor. By now he had already recovered, due to the substantial nourishment derived from the unique midday dish of a young eunuch's chicken. He exhibited an even greater valiance than the night prior. Ultimately, it was only after Lu Yin's repeated pleas for mercy that Li Dong concluded this particular skirmish. Reclining on the bed, he gazed at Lu Yin, who was blushing and looking at him with adoration, filling his heart with a profound sense of conquest. After all, since his university days, he had been an ardent admirer of Lu Yan. The psychological gratification of having completely won over the goddess he could only watch on television was unparalleled and would forever eclipse the mere act of sharing a bed with other women. This very reason elucidates why many moguls, despite being acutely aware of the chaotic nature of the entertainment industry and the poor reputations of its women, find themselves irresistibly drawn to marrying women from this realm. Throughout the ages, the phenomenon of celebrities marrying into affluent families has been ceaseless, especially when recalling that during his university years, many of his classmates were fervent fans of Lu Yan, frequently engaging in discussions about her physique. Li Dong felt an inexplicable thrill, exceedingly curious about how those dormitory mates would react if they learned that he had indeed slept with Lu Yan. In Li Dong's embrace, Lu Yan observed him wearing a foolish grin. Her curiosity piqued. "Boss, what are you thinking? Why do you look so lewd? Lecherous?" Li Dong, momentarily speechless, could not help but joyfully explain. "Lu Yan, back in university, all the boys in my dorm were your fans, eager to personally verify whether your figure was indeed natural." He continued, "What do you suppose they would think if they knew I had already slept with you, confirming your physique?" Upon hearing the rather unrefined reason for Li Dong's amusement, Lu Yan was immediately exasperated. "Boss, you are incorrigible. No wonder you were so fierce just now. It nearly dislocated my bones." Li Dong, upon hearing her words, could not suppress his growing pride. After all, when a woman speaks to a man in such a manner, it implicitly suggests that the man possesses considerable strength, an honor no man can resist. In that moment, Li Dong, buoyed by Lu Yan's praise, felt an overwhelming desire to conquer her once more to affirm his prowess. As Li Dong's gaze fell upon Lu Yan again, she instantly sensed his intentions. Without allowing him a moment to react, she sprang up and dashed toward the bathroom. "Boss, I can't take it anymore." Inside the bathroom, Lu Yan's slightly frightened voice echoed. After her words, she promptly locked the bathroom door from within to prevent Li Dong from bursting in again. Observing her actions, Li Dong felt a blend of helplessness and, more prominently, excitement and pride. After all, there is no greater source of achievement for a man than to instill fear in a woman at such a moment. However, at this juncture, Li Dong remained oblivious to the fact that in the hospital room of the coal magnate Zhang Yunjing, who had been struck on the head by him earlier that day, a group of Shaanxi coal barons had gathered. Chapter 141. Unintentionally, he became the wealthiest in Modu. In the hospital room, a cluster of coal barons gazed at Zhang Yunjing, whose head was tightly bandaged, and immediately erupted in indignation. "Old Zhang, we have never tolerated such humiliation. This matter cannot be allowed to pass. Many outside perceive us Shaanxi coal barons as foolish, believing our wealth is easily swindled. However, they dare only to deceive us for our money. No one would confront us directly, for we are united in our wealth, capable of financially overwhelming those who challenge us. Old Zhang, what was the name of the person who struck you? Your assault has tarnished our reputation in the coal baron circle. How much will it cost to restore our honor? We will collectively fund it. What of the local wealthy youth in Modu? Together, we could financially crush his company into oblivion, making it clear to the local tycoons that even outside our Shaanxi circle, we command respect." The coal barons, seething with rage, expressed even greater anger than Zhang Yunjing himself. Observing their fervor, Zhang Yunjing could only smile wryly. "If money could solve problems, I wouldn't be here resting in a hospital room. The individual I crossed is no ordinary foe. While we coal barons possess wealth, that person possesses even greater riches. Even if we pooled our resources, we might not measure up to his fortune." Zhang Yunjing's words left the coal barons in stunned silence. The hallmark of a coal baron is wealth. Without at least 10 billion, one would hesitate to claim the title. In this small hospital room, counting Zhang Yunjing, there were at least 10 coal barons present. Even if each were assessed at the lowest threshold of 10 billion, their collective wealth would amount to over 1 trillion, a sum that rivals the total assets of any domestic billionaire. They found it hard to believe that an individual could possess more wealth than their combined fortunes. What a jest! Even the top billionaire on the domestic Forbes list would struggle to match their wealth. I refuse to believe there exists someone whose personal assets surpass ours. While those in the internet sector may appear to overshadow them, when it comes to liquidity, they were not intimidated by competition from internet tycoons. Zhang Yunjing, you can't possibly be daft from that bottle strike. How can you spout such nonsense? The coal barons rolled their eyes, unwilling to accept Zhang Yunjing's assertions. Observing their disbelief, Zhang Yunjing chuckled helplessly, picking up a folder from his bedside and addressing the group. "Initially, I was skeptical upon hearing about this individual over the phone, which prompted me to soften my stance and subsequently invest heavily in gathering information about him." As they looked at the contents of the dossier, The coal barons were taken aback as they realized Zhang Yunjing was not jesting. Each took turns examining the information regarding Li Dong, faces etched with disbelief. Is this for real? This Li Dong, barely out of university, has already amassed thousands of billions in the real economy. His assets on Wall Street must be in the tens of trillions. Is it truly possible to earn money that quickly in finance? Even if one were to rob banks continuously, they couldn't accumulate such wealth in 4 years. They had always believed that the internet was the most lucrative field, yet it now seemed that the financial sector was even more formidable. We cannot afford to provoke this individual, they collectively acknowledged, their faces etched with defeat. No one dared to mention avenging Zhang Yunjing or restoring the coal baron's reputation any longer. At Liu Yan's home, Li Dong was idly playing on his phone, entirely unaware that a group of coal barons was thoroughly intimidated by his dossier, and not one of them dared to speak of retribution. Oblivious to the fact that his reputation alone could instill fear within the entire coal baron circle. He was about to embark on a game of King of Glory when his phone unexpectedly rang. As he glanced at the phone number, which turned out to be a landline, Li Dong instinctively assumed it to be a telemarketing call and hung up without a second thought. To his surprise, the phone rang again almost immediately. Telemarketers seldom call the same number twice in quick succession. Observing the identical number, Li Dong finally pressed the answer button, deciding to discover who was on the other end. Once connected, a voice filled with delight greeted him. Hello, Li Dong. I am Zhou Kaming, the director of Modu Business University. In 3 days, we will celebrate our school's 50th anniversary, and we would like to invite some of our successful alumni to return and give speeches. We have just learned about your achievements and would be honored if you could join us for the event. If you are available, please provide me with your address so that I can arrange for an invitation to be sent to you. The call from the director of Modu Business University instantly sparked a look of surprise in Li Dong's eyes. Despite his newfound wealth, he had never imagined that one day he would be invited back to his alma mater as a representative of successful graduates. Although he had become affluent, his mindset had not yet shifted. However, Zhou Kaming, unaware of Li Dong's astonishment, continued after a brief pause filled with tension. This time, we will also hold a small fundraising event during the anniversary to renovate some of our teaching buildings. Your current social status is quite high, and we have heard that you are extremely wealthy. Some even refer to you as the richest person in Modu. If possible, we hope you can make a contribution to the school. Finally, after Zhou Kaming's anxious remarks, Li Dong fully regained his composure. Understanding that he was being referred to as the richest person in Modu made him realize how rapidly he had acquired wealth, leaving him with a vague awareness of his current situation. This was largely because he had only interacted with second-generation wealthy individuals and had not yet encountered those from the first generation. Yet, since even his alma mater considered him the new richest person in Modu, it was clear that his financial capacity had gained recognition within the elite circles of Modu, elevating his social standing to the upper echelons without him being fully aware. Having grasped all of this, he promptly replied to Zhou Kaming, Director Zhou, I will send you my address via text shortly. I will definitely be at the school in 3 days. Chapter 142. Hosting Li Dong as a political mission. After hanging up, Li Dong fell into deep contemplation, carefully reflecting on his current situation. On the surface, he possessed assets worth hundreds of billions, a bank valued in the hundreds of billions, a stake in a Modu film and television base worth 60 billion, a supermarket worth several hundred billion, 1,000 school district properties, a prestigious university valued at 100 billion, and a night venue worth another 100 billion. Even if calculated with a premium, his assets would amount to no more than 300 billion. The last recorded personal assets of the previous richest person in Modu stood at 600 billion, placing him 10th in the national wealth rankings. By this metric, Li Dong appeared to fall short by 300 billion compared to the former Modu tycoon. However, within the public perception, Li Dong was viewed as merely dabbling in small-scale ventures in Modu, with his primary funds resting on Wall Street, his battlefield being the global financial arena. Thus, despite the apparent disparity in visible assets, the elite circles of Modu had already recognized him as the new richest person. This led Modu Business University to position Li Dong as the new financial magnate of Modu, inviting him to return as a successful alumnus to deliver a speech. At this moment, as the realization dawned upon Li Dong regarding why he was regarded as the new richest person in Modu, he could not suppress a smile that danced at the corners of his eyes. After all, he was still young. Youth often comes with exuberance. Achieving the title of the richest person in Modu at such a tender age and receiving such an esteemed honor was indeed a source of joy for him. As for any feelings of insecurity regarding the mismatch between his assets and status, he harbored none. Being a man of the system, he knew that as long as he continued to sign in, even if he could not mobilize Wall Street funds, his assets would eventually surpass those of the current richest person in Modu. In fact, one day, relying solely on his tangible assets, He could easily eclipse the current giants and become the true richest person in China. It is not an exaggeration to say that as long as the signing system remained intact, even if he never signed with a company worth over 100 billion, he could one day find himself at the pinnacle of the world, crowned as the richest person globally. At this moment, not only did he feel no insecurity, but he also began to contemplate what he should discuss during the school's 50th anniversary celebration 3 days hence, aiming to enhance his prestige. To put it bluntly, he was eager to showcase himself. Returning home in glory is akin to donning fine garments in the night. The university is a second home in life. With such an elaborate invitation to return, and as a successful alumnus delivering a speech, the stage for his self-aggrandizement had been set. If he could not seize this opportunity to impress, it would be a disservice to the occasion. Mogul Business University, conference room. After hanging up, Director Zhou Kaming turned to the waiting Vice President Sun Yang. Vice President Sun, Li Dong has agreed to return in 3 days for our school's 50th anniversary. His presence as the recognized new richest person in Mogul will undoubtedly add much prestige to our celebration. Upon hearing Zhou Kaming's words, Vice President Sun Yang smiled faintly. Director Zhou, your perspective seems rather narrow. Li Dong, as the new richest person in Mogul, brings more than just prestige. Young people are passionate and possess a strong sense of justice. Our Mogul Business University is his alma mater, and it is lamentable that our campus is in such disrepair and lacks sufficient funds for renovation, relying on this 50th anniversary for donations. Seeing this situation, he will undoubtedly contribute a significant sum, conservatively estimating it could be around 100 million. This amount alone could fund the reconstruction of several teaching buildings. Furthermore, with his influence, other successful alumni will likely donate generously as well, with the minimum contributions starting at 100,000. Perhaps this time we could amass 200 million in total, and with an additional 100 million from the authorities, we could renovate the entire school. In Mogul, real estate prices are high, primarily due to land costs. Mogul Business University owns its land, and although the campus is not small, approximately 1 billion would suffice to rebuild all the teaching buildings. For many prestigious universities, 10 billion is a trivial amount, easily manageable without external funding. However, Mogul Business University is merely an ordinary second-tier institution. Otherwise, Li Dong would not have found it so challenging to secure a sales job after graduation. Thus, even with the emergence of a new richest person like Li Dong, the university had not contemplated gathering 10 billion for reconstruction, but rather aimed for 2 or 3 billion for renovations. Their vision appeared rather limited. At this moment, neither Zhou Kaming nor Vice President Sun Yang seemed to recognize this limitation. After basking in his own self-satisfaction, Vice President Sun Yang turned to Zhou Kaming with earnestness. Director Zhou, please promptly investigate Mr. Li Dong's background during his time at school. It would be best to look into his mentors and remaining students from that cohort to find someone of significant weight to host him. This is a political task assigned by the school, and it must be completed with utmost diligence. Zhou Kaming, upon hearing Vice Principal Sun's words, immediately nodded in assurance. Rest assured, Principal Sun, I guarantee that everything will be meticulously arranged. We will certainly ensure that Li Dong feels the warm welcome from our school upon his return. Satisfied by Zhou Kaming's response, Vice Principal Sun nodded approvingly before rising to leave, preparing to report to the principal. As soon as Vice Principal Sun departed, Zhou Kaming promptly began making phone calls to investigate the situation. After thorough inquiries, his face lit up with astonishment. Zhou Minjing, the most renowned and beautiful instructor of our school, turned out to be a classmate of Li Dong, and she was the belle of his graduating class. Surely, Li Dong must harbor profound memories of Zhou Minjing. If she were to host him, it would undoubtedly be a delightful surprise for him. Heroes often find it challenging to resist the allure of beauty. The mere thought of having the former campus flower attend to him might inspire Li Dong to showcase himself more impressively, potentially leading him to generously donate tens of millions, or even a billion, to our institution. Countless thoughts raced through Zhou Kaming's mind, and the mere possibility of such outcomes filled his face with excitement. He swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed Zhou Minjing's number, even contemplating the use of charm to entice Li Dong into contributing more to the school. Meanwhile, Zhou Minjing had just completed some class assignments and was preparing to return to her office for a brief respite when her phone suddenly rang. To her surprise, the call was from the school's director. A look of astonishment crossed her face. After all, the director was responsible for numerous matters and typically communicated tasks directly to various departments, rarely reaching out to someone of her lower rank. Chapter 143, Rolls-Royce Phantom and 100 billion in pocket money. In the director's office, Zhou Kaming gazed at Zhou Minjing as she entered, silently admiring her beauty. Over the years, he had encountered many attractive women at the school, yet Zhou Minjing was undeniably the most striking. Clad in a crisp white blouse, a black skirt, and modest heels, her attire exuded seriousness, rivaling that of some middle-aged female educators. Yet, despite her simple and dignified appearance, Zhou Minjing radiated an undeniable allure, causing every man to be captivated. This captivating effect stemmed from her enchanting, doe-like eyes. Although her facial features were distinct, and her posture and expressions remained formal, her eyes seemed to shimmer with a depth of emotion, giving anyone who met her gaze the impression that she was subtly sending them flirtatious signals. Countless men had mistakenly believed that Zhou Minjing harbored feelings for them, only to be rejected and subsequently assume she was toying with their affections, leading to chaos. Time and again, while the fault may not lie with Zhou Minjing, many chose to blame her for the misunderstandings. Clearly, her dignified yet alluring demeanor made it difficult for men to resist her charm. Aware of the potential impact of her captivating eyes in the social realm, Zhou Minjing opted to remain at the school as an instructor after graduation. With the authority of a teacher and the constant need to maintain a professional image, she encountered far fewer troubles. Nevertheless, it wasn't long after becoming an instructor that students voted her the most beautiful instructor, even when she deliberately dressed down and avoided adornment. She attracted the attention of numerous male faculty members, not to mention affluent suitors from outside the university who professed their love for her daily. Even Zhou Kaming, the relatively upright director, found himself momentarily taken by her beauty. However, being a principled individual, he quickly suppressed his fleeting thoughts and turned his attention to Zhou Minjing. Teacher Zhou, in 3 days, our school will celebrate its 50th anniversary. You are aware of this, correct? Given that the anniversary was common knowledge throughout the institution, Zhou Minjing simply nodded in acknowledgement. Director Zhou, the school has been promoting this event for days. I am certainly aware. Is there something specific you require me to do? Indeed, there is a very important task for you, Zhou Kaming replied, his tone grave. The distinguished alumni representative returning to our school in 3 days is Li Dong, a graduate from your cohort. I intend for you to personally host him. Zhou Minjing's face registered shock upon hearing this. Distinguished alumni typically referred to those who had achieved notable success in the world beyond academia, particularly those who had amassed considerable wealth. To be chosen as the representative to deliver a speech indicated that he was among the most prosperous of their graduating class. Did our cohort truly produce a business prodigy? How could he have become the representative so soon after graduation? Zhou Kaming observed her astonishment and smiled as he explained Li Dong's accomplishments. Upon learning that Li Dong was a financial genius who had made a name for himself on Wall Street, earning the title of Dragon of Wall Street within 4 years, and that his ventures in Haidu were valued at approximately 300 billion, Zhou Minjing was taken aback. The funds he could access on Wall Street were beyond comprehension. Calling him the new tycoon of the Magic City was not an exaggeration. After a moment of silence, she turned to Zhou Kaming, her expression still one of disbelief. Director Zhou, I had no idea our school had such a remarkable individual. How could I have no memory of him during our 4 years in college? Since you lack any recollection, I suggest you take the next couple of days to inquire about him, so you can leverage your shared experiences as classmates to foster a closer relationship, Zhou Kaming encouraged, delighted by Zhou Minjing's evident surprise. Teacher Zhou, I chose you to host Li Dong because he is likely to remember you, considering you were the belle of your class. There is no need for you to feel any pressure. It would be best if you could gather some information, but if not, it is inconsequential. After all, Li Dong was quite low profile during his time at school, and many of his classmates have little recollection of him, let alone you from another class. Hearing Zhou Kaming's reassurances, Zhou Minjing let out a sigh of relief. Yet, under his watchful gaze, she promptly declared, Understood, Director. I will gather information about Li Dong over the next couple of days and ensure the reception is flawlessly executed in 3 days. With that, Zhou Minjing exited the office once Zhou Kaming had no further instructions. Once outside, she immediately retrieved her phone, reaching out to contacts to inquire about Li Dong. Her curiosity piqued. Days passed, 1, 2, 3, before she realized that time had silently slipped away. During those 3 days, Li Dong completed yet another significant acquisition, this time signing for a vehicle, a limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom, valued at nearly 100 million, with only 8 in existence worldwide, perfectly suited for business engagements. This vehicle, crafted entirely from a special alloy, exuded a sense of technological sophistication and high-end elegance. However, due to its overly formal design, it was not suitable for Li Dong to drive himself. It was more appropriate for attending business functions. In truth, none of Li Dong's vehicles were suitable for returning to the Magic City Business Academy, as they lacked the gravitas and composure he desired. In light of this, he intended to procure for himself a dignified and composed vehicle. After unexpectedly acquiring a limited edition, extended Rolls-Royce Phantom, Li Dong found that he had even saved time on the purchase, He merely arranged for an experienced driver from a second-hand dealership to chauffeur him today, ensuring that everything would proceed smoothly. However, at that moment, as Li Dong opened his eyes, preparing to brush his teeth and get ready for school, the jarring notification from his social media platform echoed in his mind. Ding! Weekly automatic check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a check-in reward of 100 billion in pocket money, now credited to your account. Ding! Your bank card 9527 has received 100 billion in total. The two announcements rang in unison within Li Dong's mind, yet his face bore little excitement. With wealth soaring to unfathomable heights, the arrival of 100 billion in cash failed to ignite even a flicker of interest within him. As if it were merely a sum of 1,000 rather than 100 billion, he pondered the purpose behind this WeChat account's ostentatious display of wealth. Would it not have been wiser to grant him some extraordinary abilities? Even a divine oratory skill would be preferable to this 100 billion. Li Dong, filled with contemplation, found himself lacking even the desire to check his messages, proceeding instead to the bathroom to brush his teeth. Chapter 144. How much will you donate? Before long, Li Dong completed his morning routine and donned a sky-blue striped suit meticulously prepared for the day. His aura, which had begun to strengthen recently, became even more formidable in this attire, exuding the quintessential demeanor of a domineering CEO. The contrast between his presence and that of the domineering figures portrayed on television was stark, akin to the disparity between a corner store owner and a billionaire executive. This commanding presence, befitting the richest individual in the metropolis, had gradually developed in Li Dong ever since he learned of his newfound status. At that moment, he smiled at his reflection, thoroughly pleased with the transformation of his aura. After adjusting his attire, he turned towards Lu Jingjing, who lay on the bed. I'm heading back to the university to give a speech today. Aren't you coming with me? Upon hearing Li Dong's words, Lu Jingjing shifted into a more comfortable position, her expression languid. That's your alma mater. You're returning in triumph. I can only imagine how many younger girls will regard you as their dream prince. If I were to accompany you, I would surely become a thorn in their side. Who knows, some might even resort to cursing me behind my back, so I think I shall pass. Li Dong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at Lu Jingjing's remarks, yet beneath the awkwardness lay an undeniable sense of pride. After all, becoming the idol of every girl in the school was a temptation no man could resist. With a bright smile, he dismissed any further invitations to Lu Jingjing and proceeded downstairs. Waiting for him below was the experienced driver he had arranged in advance. As Li Dong descended, the driver promptly exited the vehicle and respectfully opened the rear door for him. Once Li Dong settled into the car, the driver expertly maneuvered the vehicle towards the Shanghai Business Academy. He held a wealth of fond memories from his 4 years at this institution. Although it was merely a second-tier university, and arguably among the less prestigious, it was still his alma mater, and that distinction was unmatched by any other institution. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the university. As the Rolls-Royce Phantom, valued at 100 million, made its appearance, students tasked with monitoring the entrance could not help but gaze in astonishment, whispering amongst themselves. The extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, of which there were only 8 in the world, each worth over 100 million, had unexpectedly graced their humble university. Incredible. This car is simply magnificent. Just yesterday, I saw online that this super luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom had been spotted in Shanghai, and today it's right here at our school. How fortunate we are. Wait, why is it here now? Could it be that the owner is also an alumnus of our Shanghai Business Academy? Have we ever had such illustrious individuals associated with our ordinary second-tier university? Students at the entrance speculated eagerly, unable to reconcile the notion of a Rolls-Royce owner with their institution, which had never showcased any notable figures. Finally, under the watchful gaze of all, the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly opened, and Li Dong emerged with grace. The students were taken aback by his youthfulness, disbelief written across their faces. Only Zhou Menjing, who had been waiting at the entrance, quickly regained her composure and approached Li Dong. Hello, Li Dong. I've been sent by the school to attend to you. My name is Zhou Menjing. She introduced herself, her voice warm and inviting. As Li Dong regarded Zhou Menjing, a flicker of surprise crossed his features. After all, she was undoubtedly the campus belle, her reputation far surpassing that of Wang Mimi. While Wang Mimi was merely the acknowledged beauty of her class, Zhou Menjing was the universally recognized campus queen, her allure undeniable. Throughout their university years, Zhou Menjing was often the subject of discussion on the school forum, a paragon of beauty that no one could resist. Thus, even after a long absence, Li Dong immediately recognized her. I know you. You are Zhou Menjing, the campus belle from our class. Did you stay at the university after graduation? Unlike you, Mr. Li, who has achieved great things, I couldn't carve out a path in the world, so I remained here as an instructor, Zhou Menjing replied with a smile. secretly delighted that Li Dong had recognized her so readily. His acknowledgement suggested that he had paid attention to her during their university days, which was a source of joy for any woman to be remembered by someone of Li Dong's stature. After sharing a laugh, Zhou Minjing continued, Mr. Li, the 50th anniversary celebration is scheduled to commence at 10 o'clock in the morning, which is still over an hour away. Why don't I accompany you on a stroll around the campus to reminisce about our past? Certainly, let us wander the campus together. However, since we are classmates, you can simply call me Li Dong. If you keep addressing me as Mr. Li, one might think I have become a big shot upon returning to school. Li Dong replied with a gentle smile, striding towards the university grounds. Zhou Minjing, following closely behind, cheerfully responded, Then I shall call you Li Dong. Clearly, she preferred the familiarity of his name over the formality of Mr. Li. Before long, the two of them were meandering through the campus, revisiting the memories of their shared experiences. Although it had been nearly a year since Li Dong last set foot on the campus, the moment he re-entered, a flood of memories began to surface. Meanwhile, Zhou Minjing had been discreetly observing Li Dong since their arrival. Due to the significant responsibilities she bore, it was unnecessary to specifically summon her merely to greet Li Dong, as the school had designated personnel for such duties. Director Zhou had entrusted her with the task of leveraging Li Dong's emotional ties to the school to advocate for donations, thereby deepening his affection for the institution. In a moment of impulsiveness today, it was hoped he might contribute a substantial sum. Contemplating this, Zhou Minjing hesitantly gazed at Li Dong and remarked, Li Dong, our school has fallen into a state of disrepair compared to when we attended. For this 50th anniversary celebration, we intend to solicit funds from distinguished alumni like yourself to renovate the dilapidated areas of the campus. Given your current wealth, how much do you think you might donate to our school? Chapter 145. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our esteemed guest. Renovation? Why not rebuild? Li Dong, intrigued by Zhou Minjing's words, turned to her with curiosity. These old buildings have been standing for over 50 years. Many of the electrical systems have deteriorated significantly. The facilities cannot be transformed into modern, fully automated classrooms. Why not simply demolish and reconstruct everything? Demolish and reconstruct? Zhou Minjing replied, a touch of exasperation in her smile. The school would certainly prefer that, but a complete rebuild would cost around 1 billion yuan. Where could the school possibly acquire such funds? 1 billion yuan is a lot. Li Dong furrowed his brow, instinctively questioning her. Indeed, it is a considerable sum, Zhou Minjing responded, exasperated, sensing that Li Dong had perhaps become somewhat detached from reality. Despite his newfound reputation as the next tycoon of Magic City, she believed that asking for 1 billion yuan in donations was excessive. 1 billion is truly not a lot. Li Dong earnestly explained to Zhou Minjing before resuming their tour of the campus. As he spoke, Zhou Minjing fell into deep contemplation, pondering the implications of his statement. Could it be that he was considering donating 1 billion yuan? A wave of excitement surged within her, prompting her to discreetly pull out her phone and send a message to Director Zhou, relaying Li Dong's words. In the office, upon receiving Zhou Minjing's report, Director Zhou was taken aback, struggling to believe his eyes. However, recalling what he had learned about Li Dong, 3 luxury cars valued over 100 million yuan, extravagant expenditures exceeding 1 million for nights out, and even purchasing an entire nightclub out of spite, he began to entertain the possibility that Li Dong could indeed donate 1 billion yuan. If this endeavor succeeded, it would create a nationwide sensation, heralding the emergence of a new tycoon from their school, along with a monumental donation of 1 billion yuan. This would serve as an intangible advertisement, far more effective than any monetary investment in promoting the school. Following this event, their institution would undoubtedly become the most favored choice among students, elevating its status and ultimately leading to its recognition as a prestigious university akin to the 985 and 211 classifications. An array of thoughts flooded Director Zhou's mind, and his excitement mounted as he promptly dialed the school's publicity department. Once connected, he emphatically instructed, reach out to every media outlet we can, and inform them that our school might have a major news story today. An exceptional alumnus may be donating 1 billion yuan. This alumnus is merely a recent graduate, recognized as the new tycoon of Magic City, with wealth rivaling that of the tech giants. In short, let us amplify this news as much as possible. I want our school's 50th anniversary to capture the attention of the entire internet. On the other end of the line, the publicity personnel were momentarily stunned by Director Zhou's extravagant claims. Yet, being insiders, they had heard whispers regarding Li Dong's status as the new tycoon of Magic City. Though skeptical of the notion that his wealth could rival that of the tech giants, they began to feverishly contact various news and new media outlets after hanging up. By the time Li Dong and Zhou Minjing completed their tour of the campus, the media landscape in Magic City was abuzz with excitement. Initially, Only a handful of journalists had received the school's notification to cover the event. However, as time passed, some reporters could not resist sharing the news with their colleagues, and the chatter spread rapidly through their networks. Eventually, nearly every media outlet, entertainment program, and new media organization in Magic City dispatched personnel to the university, resulting in an estimated 1,000 journalists arriving at the Magic City Business University. In addition, many local influencers, eager to capitalize on the buzz, flocked to the campus to live stream the event, seeking to ride the wave of popularity. With the influx of outsiders, security was overwhelmed, and many athletes were temporarily reassigned to manage security, enforcing strict access protocols. Only those with student or press credentials were allowed entry, thus managing to avert chaos. As Li Dong and Zhou Minjing settled into their designated seats at the venue, he turned to her and remarked, "It seems our school's societal influence is far greater than we had anticipated. Otherwise, we wouldn't have attracted this many journalists for our 50th anniversary. Indeed, our Magic City Business University holds a certain degree of influence within the region," Zhou Minjing replied with a forced smile, attempting to agree with Li Dong. Yet deep down, she understood that the university's impact was far less significant than it appeared. In reality, the reporters they had managed to attract numbered only 5 or 6, all from state-run outlets, compelled to give the school some recognition. The journalists from major media and entertainment circles were indifferent to the school's anniversary. Without a compelling draw, not even a centenary celebration would attract their attention. She knew all too well that the reason for the overwhelming media presence was entirely due to Li Dong and his seemingly casual remark about 1 billion yuan, prompting the school to take a chance on him. Surrounding them, numerous successful alumni engaged in conversation. Yet their circles were too far removed from the elite of Magic City's wealthy to recognize Li Dong. His youth further diminished their interest, leaving him unbothered by any attempts at conversation, allowing him a rare moment of peace. Finally, after much anticipation, 2 attractive student hosts took the stage to announce the commencement of the 50th anniversary celebration. Following their congratulatory speeches, the former principal approached the podium to deliver his address. However, the content was largely cliched. While his oratory skills were competent, his position constrained him to predictable remarks. Aware that his audience might not be particularly enthralled, he wrapped up his speech swiftly, handing the microphone back to the charming female host. The female host, in her 30s, possesses a voluptuous figure, embodying the quintessential image of a beautiful matron. Men of all ages, from the elderly in their 50s to teenagers in their teens, find themselves utterly captivated by her allure. At this moment, she appears to be brimming with excitement, completely shedding her previous composure as a host. Upon taking the microphone, her voice, tinged with palpable enthusiasm, proclaims, "The duty of an educational institution is to impart knowledge and nurture talent, thereby contributing to society and laying the foundations for our beloved country's progress. Here at Shanghai Commerce University, we have not disappointed the expectations of our nation. We have cultivated numerous exceptional individuals, officials, entrepreneurs, scientists, renowned writers, and economists. Among them, one individual, in particular, astonishes me, Li Dong. Over the course of his 4 years at university, he harnessed the knowledge acquired in his economics classes to establish an account on Wall Street, engaging in high-stakes competition with capitalists from around the globe. Time and again, he emerged victorious, and by the time of his graduation, he had amassed a fortune in the billions. Today, he is widely recognized as the future tycoon of Shanghai, with assets rivaling those of the tech giants. We are fortunate to have him return as an outstanding alumnus to deliver a speech. Let us welcome him with a round of applause." As the host's fervent words resound, many students in the audience are left momentarily bewildered. $1 trillion fortune, such a figure is beyond their wildest imaginations. The atmosphere, once relatively tranquil, erupts into a frenzy. Oh my goodness, how is this even possible? I find myself at a loss for words to adequately express my astonishment. It seems utterly absurd that someone could accumulate such wealth during their college years and ascend to become Shanghai's richest individual, potentially rivaling the wealth of internet moguls. I never anticipated that our university could produce such a remarkable figure. After today, it seems likely that our institution will dominate headlines and become the focus of widespread discussion. I had always considered us an average second-tier university, with society not holding us in particularly high regard. Merely obtaining a diploma to secure a mediocre job sufficed. However, I now realize that our university is far from ordinary. It has the capacity to transform someone into a billionaire within 4 years, which certainly speaks to its merits. From now on, I must dedicate myself to my studies. I cannot afford to squander any more time. If a senior can achieve such heights, surely with diligence, I can aspire to be a social elite, if not as successful as him. I envy the younger students. They still have time to strive for greatness, while we, The fourth-year students who have wasted 4 years find ourselves with no opportunities left to pursue. A multitude of discussions ensues among the crowd, their eager gazes fixated on the stage, all yearning to glimpse this alumnus who has been lauded by the host. Finally, under the intense scrutiny of the audience, Li Dong steps onto the stage. His physique is unremarkable, not particularly tall, nor conventionally handsome, but neither is he unattractive. He is simply an average individual. Yet, beneath his formidable aura, several female students seem to have encountered their ideal partner, uncontrollably beginning to scream. Li Dong is so handsome. He is the domineering CEO I have longed for. To be his woman would surely bring immense happiness. From this day forth, I shall become Li Dong's devoted admirer. I must seize the moment to capture a few photographs to cherish. I have met Li Dong before. He was a graduate of the previous year, and it has been less than a year since his graduation. We even participated in club activities together, and I always found him to be charming and compassionate. However, at that time, he already had a girlfriend, and I hesitated to express my feelings. In hindsight, I truly regret not doing so. I have also heard that his girlfriend has since dumped him, and witnessing his current achievements must be devastating for her. He is only 24 or 25 this year. An incredibly young tycoon. How did we miss our chance during our university years, while he has already reached such heights? It seems we will never have another opportunity. A chorus of female voices continues to scream, their eyes nearly transforming into hearts. Particularly, those who have previously encountered Li Dong are now frenziedly calling out, hoping to catch his attention. Eventually, with the combined efforts of the host and security personnel calming the crowd, the venue quiets down after a full 3 minutes. With a sheepish smile, the female host turns to Li Dong and says, "Mr. Li, your charm is overwhelming. These young ladies are quite unable to resist your allure. The stage is now yours. Please share some words of encouragement with these students, inspiring them to follow your exemplary path and strive to produce more talents for our university in the future." Li Dong offers a gentle smile as he takes the microphone from the host's hands. As he gazes out at the multitude of eyes upon him, particularly those of countless journalists with cameras poised, he feels a twinge of nervousness at experiencing such a spectacle for the first time. Nevertheless, he maintains his composure and smiles serenely. Under the watchful gaze of the audience, he begins his inaugural speech. Many have asked me what I consider to be the most important thing. In the past, I believed it to be wealth, which led me to pursue monetary gain fervently. However, if you were to ask me now, I would say that experience and youth are paramount, for youth, once lost, cannot be reclaimed. I envy all of you here today, able to relish the freedom of university life. I urge you to fully embrace your current campus experience, so that after graduation, you may cherish the memories of your time here. This is one lesson I hope you do not take from me. My own university life was rather uneventful. During my 4 years, I did not forge any deep bonds with my classmates, nor did I cultivate any lifelong friendships, which I now see as a flaw. A university experience devoid of close companions is inherently incomplete. I did have a girlfriend during my college years, which may place me above many of the single individuals here. But I advise all of you who are single not to envy me, for I was left heartbroken after my graduation. University is a place for learning and self-improvement. Do not revolve your life around a woman. If you neglect your own growth, you will find yourself lacking in comparison to your peers after graduation. No matter how well you treat her during your college years, she will inevitably drift away, seeking someone who can provide her with better material conditions. Let us not deny the importance of wealth, for love often follows a similar pattern. The women you admire are also sought after by affluent men. You may amuse her, but those more accomplished than you will also make her smile. Her departure is not a departure from love, but rather a pursuit of a higher quality relationship. I am fond of a saying, money is powerful, but only talent can rival it. To be able to remain with the woman you adore in the future, you must focus on enhancing your future competitiveness while in university. This is why I lament the absence of close companions, when like-minded individuals strive together. Even the most tedious of tasks, such as studying, can become enjoyable. Now that the motivational talk is concluded, let us delve into reality. I am thrilled to have been invited to participate in the school's 50th anniversary celebration. As I gaze upon these visibly aging lecture halls, I cannot help but feel a pang of guilt. They say that when one is impoverished, they can only focus on self-improvement, but when wealthy, they can contribute to society. With my considerable wealth, I have yet to contemplate the notion of giving back to my alma mater. I spend over $1 million on nightlife each evening, casually purchasing a car for $100 million, and my monthly expenses exceed $10 billion. Yet, I have never considered the idea of giving back to the university. Earlier at school, a fellow student from my cohort approached me, inquiring about the amount I intended to donate to the institution, as the school was contemplating renovations. I asked why they were not considering a complete reconstruction, to which she replied that such an endeavor would require $10 billion, a sum the school could not afford. I inquired again if 10 billion was truly a substantial amount. She affirmed it was, yet I couldn't help but question her once more. For my monthly entertainment expenses alone exceed 10 billion. Is 10 billion indeed a significant figure? Different individuals yield diverse answers, but to me, 10 billion is truly not a lot. What do you think I should contribute to the school? Come now, everyone. Let your voices ring out and tell me how much I should donate. At that moment, after finishing his statement, Li Dong raised his microphone towards the audience below. Instantly, all the students erupted into a fervor, completely swept up in the emotions he had stirred. They began to chant fervently, 10 billion, 10 billion. We demand a complete reconstruction of the school. We desire modern teaching facilities, not mere renovations. Li Dong, you are magnificent. With monthly entertainment expenses surpassing 10 billion, an annual expenditure exceeding 100 billion, how could 10 billion possibly be commensurate with your wealth? I believe you should donate 100 billion. 100 billion. 100 billion. Let us purchase the surrounding areas of the school. We not only want new teaching buildings, but also aspire to possess all the amenities that other prestigious institutions have. We aim to align ourselves with the likes of 985 and 211 universities, striving to surpass Tsinghua and Peking University. The students shouted passionately, their eyes sparkling with excitement. In that moment, they unanimously regarded Li Dong as their idol. Teachers, school officials, journalists, and other distinguished alumni were equally captivated, their gazes fixed upon Li Dong, curious about the magnitude of his intended donation. Chapter 147. 3 years of signing in, earning 90 trillion. 100 billion. I am willing to donate 100 billion to the school. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Dong spoke, instantly causing a stir of astonishment. School leaders clenched their fists, their eyes brimming with barely contained excitement. But that was not the end. In the presence of all, Li Dong continued calmly. This 100 billion is merely a donation to the school. Furthermore, I shall allocate 10 billion annually to establish an investment fund within the institution. Any student wishing to embark on an entrepreneurial venture may present their proposal to the fund for investment. Upon project approval, each individual may receive a minimum of 1 million in startup capital, with no upper limit. Should the project require further funding, I can continue to invest. I, Li Dong, may not possess much, but I do have wealth, and I aspire to assist my alma mater in becoming the premier entrepreneurial environment in the nation and even globally, attracting aspiring business talents to our school. Li Dong's declaration immediately incited cheers from the students below. Long live Li Dong. With his support, our Shanghai Business University shall undoubtedly become the most illustrious university in the world, even if we are not part of the 985 or 211 projects. This place shall be a sanctuary for entrepreneurs. The accolades continued until Li Dong departed, the cheers echoing long after his exit. Around them, journalists swiftly pulled out their notebooks to draft news articles, while influencers eagerly broadcasted Li Dong's declaration on social media platforms. By the time the 50th anniversary celebration of Shanghai Business University concluded, Li Dong had become the most talked-about figure online. Major headlines were dominated by his name, and all his tangible assets were laid bare for public scrutiny, especially the systematic orchestrated victories on Wall Street, solidifying his reputation as a financial genius and the Dragon of Wall Street. Days turned into weeks, and each day brought forth new reports about Li Dong. As the systems continued to manifest, his real-world assets burgeoned. He had unknowingly amassed 100 skyscrapers in the billion-dollar CBD, scattered across various countries. Luxurious yachts, opulent jets, and high-end automobiles all became part of his collection. Each time he acquired such extravagant toys, a new wave of excitement rippled through the internet. Celebrities from the entertainment world flocked to him, vying for attention, and countless women found their way to his residence, resulting in a plethora of gossip surrounding him in the entertainment industry. Most importantly, the world's top 10 hotels gradually fell into his possession, and Xiao Shui kept her promise, marrying Li Dong and introducing him to her parents. Unbeknownst to them, 3 years had swiftly passed. On this day, after Li Dong's accounting team tallied his assets, they astonishingly discovered that his net worth had reached a staggering 90 trillion. This vast fortune, unlike many tycoons whose wealth is primarily stock valuations, consisted largely of tangible industries, rendering him impervious to any financial crisis. This was still the result of Li Dong's waning interest in money, having long since abstained from nightlife and the superficiality of social media. Or else his wealth would have been even more formidable. 3 years later, on New Year's Day, at the Li family residence, after enjoying the dumplings prepared by Xiao Shui and her parents, Xiao Shui pulled Li Dong into a room, saying, "Darling, my parents are eager for a grandchild tonight. You must make an extra effort." "All right, I shall endeavor doubly hard," Li Dong replied. Excitement etched on his face as he produced a bottle of the 9 explosions elixir. determined to have Qiao Shui bear him 9 children to inherit his 90 trillion fortune. The end. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.